Chapter 231. Please tell me his specific information. The access point was attacked, the guards were wiped out, the monitoring signal was interfered with, and the situation at that time could not be restored. An unknown descent process appeared in the use record of the elevator, and the verification key could not be identified. The intruder has sneaked into the bunker. Immediately activate the emergency alert, and launch a first-level search operation. The alarm sounded long, continuously, echoing in the deep bunker. Military boots made a clanging sound on the hard ground, and the chaotic sound filled the passages. The bunker guards in gray uniforms were fully armed, always on high alert, and nervously searching every corner of the front station. The front station is a transit area connecting the ground world and the central area of the bunker. To enter the central area from the front station, multiple identity verifications are required, and unidentified people are almost unable to enter. Therefore, the guard force in the bunker is mainly deployed at the front station, and the focus of this search is also concentrated here. Are there any abnormal feedbacks from the verification equipment in various places? At the garrison center, the commander of the guard army asked his subordinates. No abnormal feedback. Since the emergency alert was activated, there are no records of entry and exit at each transmission point. The subordinate replied, "Well, very good." The commander thought for a moment. Issue the central command. The intruder is still at the front station. All transmission points will be temporarily blocked immediately. Non-essential personnel are prohibited from entering and leaving at will. All teams will increase their search efforts. They must capture the intruder as soon as possible. Yes. Over there. How dare you be lazy? The supervisor's eyes were as sharp as radar. Seeing Bai Yi just fall down, the leopard man was unable to react for a while. The supervisor rushed over here angrily. Bai Yi lay on the ground motionless, and the supervisor immediately had a legitimate reason to abuse him. Before he got close, he quickly pulled out the whip from his waist and whipped Bai Yi hard. However, the whip did not fall on Bai Yi. The supervisor was stunned for a moment, and then he found that his wrist was firmly controlled in the air by a powerful force, and he could not move at all. The sharp claws seemed to hold his entire forearm tightly, and the supervisor's face froze instantly. A strong fear surged in his heart, and his original arrogance instantly weakened. He's sick. The leopard man's eyes, which were shining with dim light, looked directly at the supervisor, and his voice was low and heavy, not like that of a human. I'll do his job for him. You. In the face of such a huge difference in size and overwhelming power, the strong sense of oppression emitted by the leopard man almost made the supervisor's blood flow backwards instantly. The supervisor swallowed his saliva, and the previous wanton insults could no longer be uttered at this moment. He could only stare at the leopard man with wide eyes, and for a long time, he couldn't muster up the courage to say no. You have guts. After stuttering for a long time, the supervisor finally managed to squeeze out this sentence. When the leopard man loosened his claws, he quickly retracted his arm and staggered back 2 steps. Ha! As the distance widened, the supervisor seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief and recovered some of his previous arrogance. This monster, actually want to be a hero and save the beauty? Ha! Then I'll fulfill your wish. 3 hours, 300 cubic blocks. If you can't finish it, you and the pretty boy on the ground will all become rotten meat in the garbage dump. On the top of a small building in front of the bunker, Chin Su hid in a dark corner, silently observing the guards searching around downstairs. There were few conversations between the guards, mainly conveying the orders of their superiors. From this, we can understand that this place is the front station of the bunker, and the guards have blocked the transmission device leading to the central area of the bunker, trying to trap themselves like a turtle in a jar. During his sneaking, he saw guards wearing military boots and administrators with whips, who were similar to prison guards. There were no prisoners or slaves at all. Players who accepted the punishment of the bunker naturally could not play the role of guards or prison administrators. Therefore, Bai Yi is most likely not in front of this bunker, but in the central area behind the transmission device. And I must find a way to pass through the blocked transmission point to find Bai Yi. Chin Su lowered his body, avoiding the searchlight, and quietly moved to the other end of the roof along the shadow, carefully memorizing the terrain, thinking at the same time. As soon as I entered the bunker, I could see the perfection of the defense system here. The gate is equipped with an intelligent locking device, and identity verification is required to use the elevator. At the transmission point, there must be various verification processes that hinder the progress. If Mu was here, then all kinds of defenses would be almost useless to him. But Mu was not here, and these identity verifications became a difficult challenge that he had to overcome. Chen-Su thought so, while observing the surrounding buildings. The main function of the bunker station was obviously to serve as a transit and defense place. There was no town infrastructure here, and there was no large factory. There were only sentries, warehouses, machine repair shops, signal towers, and low buildings scattered everywhere for office or living. Among them, there is one building that is larger than the others, with more floors and a huge signal transmitter installed on the roof. If I guess correctly, my first target location is likely to be here. Chen-Su looked at the building again, patiently waiting for the guards below to move away, then jumped lightly, stepped onto the roof opposite, and headed towards the building. Major. In the lobby on the first floor of the defense center, a soldier hurriedly walked with documents in his arms. When he saw an officer coming towards him, he immediately stopped and saluted with his body straight. The officer nodded politely and hurried past him. After the officer left, the soldier continued to move forward, turned the corner of the corridor, knocked on a door, and walked into an office. This is the information of the latest batch of workers. Please take a look. The soldier handed the document in his hand to the official in the office. The official took a quick glance, then searched in the middle, and his eyes stopped on the information of a worker. Bai Yi. The official whispered the name on the document, and then looked up at the soldier who handed over the document. Have you heard of him? Sir, I haven't heard of him. The soldier answered formally. The officer's eyes returned to the handsome man in the profile photo. I have heard of him. He seems to be a powerful player, and he is not fighting alone. There is a close-knit team behind him. Everyone in the team is quite powerful. The soldier hesitated for a moment. You mean, just after the new batch of workers were received, there was an invasion of outsiders. These outsiders are strong enough to defeat all the guards at the pass, and can easily break through the multiple verifications. We have not been able to capture them so far. The officer narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to the soldier after thinking for a moment, You should quickly notify Major Will of the 2nd Military Intelligence Department to come to the center. The matter about Bai Yi needs to be explained in detail. Report to the commander. Major Will is in the center. My subordinates just saw him in the corridor. He is heading towards the information department. The soldier replied, Oh, in that case, you go to the information office and ask him to come over now. Yes. Knock knock. Excuse me. Is Major Will here? The door opened, and the soldier poked his head to ask the receptionist at the information office. Major Will, he's not here. The receptionist replied. Not here? Has he never been here, or has he left? Hasn't been here. Hasn't been here, but just now. The soldier was stunned for a moment, considered other possibilities, then thanked the receptionist, and left the information office. Major Will, please go to room 3301 of the Central Center immediately to discuss the newly received labor with Lieutenant Colonel James. The terminal emitted a faint blue light, illuminating the man's angular face in the dark. Such a message flashed on the screen, reminding the owner of the terminal to return to the building just now. Will. Chen-Su silently recited this name in his heart, closed the notification, opened the terminal main interface, and began to search for the required information. This man named Will was a guard officer who was unfortunately targeted by Chen-Su. He is of similar stature, similar age, holds an important position, and seems to have some status. Now, his body is locked in a utility room in the central building, and his uniform, weapons, terminal and ID have all been transferred to Chen-Su. The terminal is connected to the network, and can quickly obtain a lot of information. Soon after, Chen-Su learned about Will's relevant information. Will Zhou, 31 years old, rank major, currently the head of the 2nd Military Intelligence Department. The responsibilities of the Military Intelligence Department are to monitor the operation of the bunker, collect various scattered information, and provide effective information analysis for the Central. The Military Intelligence Department is divided into several areas, and the 2nd Department is mainly responsible for the bunker work area 13 to 18. However, due to Chen-Su's infiltration, the Military Intelligence Department has temporarily shifted the focus of monitoring to the front station of the bunker, striving to find clues as soon as possible and catch him as an intruder. Now, Major Will was urgently summoned to the center to meet with the officials of room 3301. The reason for the emergency summons at this time may be that the center has already noticed the intruder. The newly received laborers, and the important connection between the areas under the responsibility of the second department. Chin-Su would not show up. But this notification message undoubtedly pointed him in the right direction. After a little thought, Chin-Su called up the list of active soldiers in the MI2 in the terminal, selected the soldier who had a close relationship with Will and a higher position, and sent him a message. At present, the Central Authority is highly suspicious of the connection between this intruder and a newly received laborer. Lieutenant Colonel James asked me to go to the Central Authority immediately to discuss it. Time is urgent. Please send the information of the laborer to my terminal as soon as possible, including age, appearance, life experience, EVO player information, and current location. The name of this laborer is Bai Yi. Chapter 232 out of reach. Stop! Stop! No access to the teleportation area. The guard waved a red beam of light in the middle of the road, stopping a military vehicle that was heading to the teleportation area. The car door opened. A young officer walked out of the driver's seat and closed the door. The officer was tall, his uniform was straight, his military boots made a clanging sound, and he walked steadily to the guard. Second Military Intelligence Department, Major Will, Chin-Su said, while taking out his ID from his uniform pocket and showing it to the guard. His index finger naturally covered half of the photo. Major. The guard immediately saluted Chin-Su, not paying attention to the part that was blocked. The guard knew Major Will. He had seen him several times from a distance and had a general impression of his figure and appearance. Although he saluted, fulfilling his duties was still the top priority. Sorry, Major. The center has issued a ban, blocking all transmission points, and non-essential personnel are not allowed to pass. Please return, the guard said. Thank you for your duty. Chin-Su looked calm, imitating the idioms he heard among the guards on the road. I understand the ban, but now it has been confirmed that the intruder is directly related to the newly received worker RUX-066 at the garbage disposal site in Work Area 13, so the Central Command ordered me to go to Area 13 immediately to control it, just in case. Are you alone? The guard glanced at Chin-Su's back, and couldn't help but reveal some doubts. The few times I met Major Will before, he was always accompanied by several officers from the 2nd Military Intelligence Department, but this time. Yes, Chin-Su said calmly. During an emergency, there are fewer people coming in and out, so the possibility of accidents will naturally decrease. This is a special approval order issued by the center. Please let me pass as soon as possible. Before the guard could ask further questions, Chin-Su opened the terminal and directly displayed a document. The document was holographically projected in the air, and the seal at the bottom was undoubtedly the official seal of the Defense Center. My subordinate is rude. As soon as the seal appeared, the guard stopped asking questions and quickly made way for Chin-Su to go to the teleportation point not far away. Chin-Su closed the terminal, walked past the guard, and went straight to the transmission device. The transmission device required identity verification, and the words "Please verify the key" were displayed on the slightly glowing panel. Chin-Su stood at the transmission point and pasted his ID card on the panel, as if he was familiar with it. The green light immediately lit up. The transmission device made a beeping sound, and Chin-Su's figure quickly disappeared into the air. At the moment when Chin-Su passed through the transmission portal, a scream suddenly came from a utility room in the central building, and the sound was so harsh that it almost scared Lieutenant Colonel James, who was sitting in room 3301. Lieutenant Colonel! Lieutenant Colonel! Before he could decide whether to go out to check the situation, a burst of hurried footsteps approached quickly, and then the door was opened with a bang, and the soldier who had delivered the information before appeared at the door in a panic. Report? Sir! Major Will. He died in the utility room? What? Lieutenant Colonel James stood up from his chair suddenly. His eyes widened in shock. His mind went blank for a moment, and then he was overwhelmed by an ominous premonition. Are you sure it's Major Will? Not someone else? Lieutenant Colonel James asked anxiously. Sure. The soldier nodded vigorously. I heard someone shouting, and went to the utility room, and saw with my own eyes the body of Major Will lying there. His neck was broken, and his uniform was taken off, and it can be seen that the Major has been dead for a long time. How long? The ominous premonition became more and more serious. Lieutenant Colonel James' throat was dry, and his voice trembled slightly. Judging from the stiffness of the body, it should be several hours, the soldier replied. Lieutenant Colonel James's face changed slightly. and he sat back in his chair in silence after a moment. Several hours? That means it was not long after the soldier met Major Will in the corridor. However, during this period of time, he contacted Major Will many times through the terminal. Major Will said that he had obtained the intelligence of Bai Yi and could confirm that the intruder was related to Bai Yi. He emphasized that the situation was urgent. The situation was clear, and there was no need to waste time to discuss it at the center. He would immediately go to the central area, take people to control Bai Yi, and force the intruder to show up. Since the transmission station was blocked by a ban, he asked me to help him apply for a special approval from the central authority so that he could pass through. And now, this special approval order has been stamped and sent to Major Will's terminal. Go! After a brief thought, Lieutenant Colonel James suddenly looked up at the soldier at the door. Check quickly. See if Major Will is in the records of the transmission station. The intruder is very likely to have gone to work Area 13. This intruder is definitely here for Bai Yi. The ground is covered with rough gravel, and when you step on it, it will make a creaking sound if you are not careful. There was no one around, and the weak light was scattered, dim and blurry. Only a few street lamps could barely illuminate the road ahead. At each fork stood a rusty and blurry road sign. The sound of large machinery in the distance was intertwined, sharp and noisy, as if a giant beast was roaring in a deep prison. There were also faint screams and cries, coming from nowhere. Bai Yi? Where is he now? Shen Su instinctively clenched his fists, hid in the shadows, and carefully looked for the words Garbage Disposal Site Area X on the road sign. This was the information he learned from his subordinates about Bai Yi's assigned location. After entering Work Area 13, Shen Su tried to establish contact with Bai Yi through the signal bridge, and even tried to return to the summoning cabin directly. Unfortunately, there was no response, and the operation of the summoning cabin only reminded the error alarm from time to time. Bai Yi's location was still far away for him, although Shen Su's every move and judgment was extremely accurate. His inner peace was so fragile. Coolie imprisonment, screaming and wailing. He couldn't imagine what kind of torture and treatment Bai Yi would endure in this darkness. If he was 1 minute later, he might not be able to see Bai Yi's vivid figure again. Anxiety surged in his heart, and it was difficult to stay rational. However, even if he was not calm, he could not rush to Bai Yi's side in an instant. Shen Su tried to control his emotions, tried to hide his voice and traces, avoided the guards who suddenly patrolled, and patiently searched for the way to Bai Yi. However, the guards seemed to be getting more and more. When Shen Su was sneaking, he was keenly aware of the tense atmosphere around him, which seemed to be no longer as calm as when he first entered Area 13. He carefully leaned out and saw the situation in the distance. He found that there were several guards lined up with guns not far ahead, with tense expressions, as if waiting for something to come. Was he exposed? Shen Su thought in his heart. The guards were so alert, perhaps waiting for him. Shen Su quickly hid back in the shadows, thought for a moment, and decided to go around the back of the roadside building and quietly move forward along the gravel road. Sure enough, through the gap between the buildings, he finally saw the road sign he had been looking for, which confirmed his guess. These guards were guarding Bai Yi, and they were waiting for him. The place where they were waiting was exactly Zone X of the garbage disposal site. Shen Su took a deep breath, carefully analyzed the number and distribution of the guards around, and figured out the best way forward. Although there were many guards, they were not too many, so it was not impossible to eliminate them. However, if they could not lose consciousness in an instant, resulting in the signal being exposed, their whereabouts would inevitably alert the entire fortress. With alarms of all sizes, aerial reconnaissance aircraft, and a large number of guards, the defense of the fortress was tighter than he had imagined. Shen Su knew that it was almost impossible for him to successfully escape back to the ground by forcibly breaking through the numerous obstacles with Bai Yi. Moreover, if they caused a big disturbance in the bunker, even if they managed to escape, they might be greeted by a more powerful army of the Divine Court. Therefore, he had to blur his tracks and quietly approach Bai Yi, so that he could have enough buffer time to think about the best way to leave. Shen Su thought so in his heart, and after looking around, he hid his voice and sneaked to the end of a team of guards. While others were not paying attention, he quickly dragged a guard into the shadows. A moment later, a young and handsome new guard quietly walked out of another shadow, merged into the patrolling team, and walked towards the path of Area X of the garbage disposal site. No one will enter or leave within 30 minutes. In front of the portal of Area X of the garbage disposal site, the guard reported the information to the patrol team. There were 5 people on duty in front of the portal, 2 of whom were regular supervisors, and the other 3 were temporary guards, to strengthen the defense of the portal. Chin-Su followed the end of the patrol team, confirmed the guard situation at the portal with them, and then returned with the patrol team. Halfway through the walk, Chin-Su suddenly dodged, left the patrol team, hid in a shelter beside the path, and then quietly returned to the portal. When the strange guard appeared in front of the portal and exchanged greetings with the supervisor on duty, Chin-Su calmly conveyed the instructions he had made up, showing no sign of weakness. Lieutenant George of the 3rd team needs to know the detailed military situation here, and has a new mission to be assigned. Please ask one of you to go to the number 28 outpost as soon as possible to connect. The post here is vacant, and I can temporarily take over. Chapter 233. I'm here. No trace of intruders has been found in Work Area 13 for the time being, and everything is normal in Area X of the garbage disposal site. In the Central Command Center, the soldier reported to the commander. According to the feedback from the on-duty supervisor, laborer Baiyi of RUX 066 fell into a coma due to a sudden illness and can no longer control himself. Laborer RUX 004 took over and continued to work. There were no other abnormalities, and no contact between the intruder and the worker was found. Coma? Yes. How long has the coma lasted? About 5 hours. The commander pondered for a moment and gave instructions to the soldiers. Contact the garbage disposal site, make sure this worker is always under their surveillance, and if there is any abnormality, report it immediately. Yes. In the 13th district, next to the portal of the garbage disposal site, Chin-Su stood silently, expressionless, quietly at the guard post, no different from other guards. Your face looks a little strange. A guard next to him glanced at him and said, I was in the 2nd transport team before, and was transferred to the guard team the day before yesterday, and now I am in Lieutenant George's team. Chin-Su replied calmly. Oh. The guard nodded, and asked no more questions. The patrol team had gone far away, and the guard replaced by Chin-Su had also left for about 5 minutes. Chin-Su secretly inspected the guards and supervisors beside him, then lowered his eyes, and activated the remote control device in his hand. Bang! A loud sound of a heavy object falling to the ground sounded, and the 2 guards immediately became alert, and Chin-Su also immediately took a defensive posture. Someone, Chin-Su said in a deep voice, gripping his weapon, and walked towards the source of the sound. The 2 guards looked at each other, one of them followed Chin-Su, and the other stayed carefully to guard the portal. Chin-Su led the guard behind him quietly into the dark corner behind the room. As soon as he entered the darkness, he turned around and grabbed the guard's neck. The guard's eyes suddenly widened, but he didn't make any sound. With a snap of his neck bones, Chin-Su broke them. Who is it? Chin-Su pretended to scream, and threw the guard's body on the ground, making a dull sound, and then retreated into the shadows, making some fighting sounds. As expected, the guards who stayed behind couldn't help but rush over out of curiosity. Chin-Su followed suit, killing the 2nd guard quickly as well, waiting for about 2 minutes, before emerging from behind the room, walking leisurely towards the teleportation point. What? What happened? The 2 supervisors saw Chin-Su returning alone, and immediately stepped forward to ask. We caught an intruder, not sure if there are any accomplices. Chin-Su made up a story without changing his expression. They have escorted the captives to the sentry tower, and the sentry tower will soon be reinforced with guards, and it will be guarded with emphasis. Oh. The 2 supervisors nodded, and their worries were slightly relieved when they heard about the additional guards. However, when the 2 returned to the portal and looked at the strange tall soldier behind them again, they found that he was still standing there, and had not returned to the guard post. The 2 men's eyes fell on Chin-Su at the same time, with some doubts on their faces. At this time, Chin-Su had no expression on his face, and his voice was indifferent but revealed a chilling chill. The additional guards will arrive soon, so you better not stay here. Thank you for your duty. Sorry. Blood, internal organs, wailing, fire, and the marks of the past were chaotically intertwined in front of his eyes. It was hard to tell whose blood it was. Nor could I tell who was crying. Everything was enveloped in raging fire, burning my skin all over. This must be a dream. Otherwise, why was it so painful? But there was no scar at all. Baiyi lowered his head, looked at his intact hands, closed his eyes tightly, and tried his best to break free from the endless nightmare. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Bai Yi kept repeating in his heart. The wailing in his ears seemed to fade away, and his burning skin gradually cooled down. Is this waking up? Bai Yi tried to open his eyes. At that moment, the blazing orange-red color swept over again. No, don't. Wake up! Wake up! Bai Yi immediately closed his eyes, held his head and ran forward desperately, trying to escape from the flames that devoured everything. The scorching air waves swept him madly, and the burning sound in his ears was as sharp as a knife, as if it was going to melt his head and turn it into ashes. Bai Yi kept running, until a dark door opened in front of him, and he rushed in suddenly, and then, there was a bang, and the door closed quickly. Safe. Bai Yi supported his knees, panted with satisfaction, gradually leaned against the door weakly, and sat down slowly. In front of him was a dark factory. Tall warehouses were neatly arranged in the factory area, and the surrounding walls were covered with rusty pipes, and in front of those warehouses, there stood a familiar small factory building. Here is number 87. Safe. I'm home. After a long while, Bai Yi finally took a breath, supported himself on the ground and stood up, and walked deep into the factory. The night fell quietly. There were no stars in the night sky, and there was no light in the factory. All the light in the world seemed to be swallowed up by the thick darkness, leaving only the dead silence. Bai Yi walked slowly on the concrete floor, and there was a clanging sound of footsteps behind him. He knew it was the sound of a broken machine. Except for the broken machine, there was no one else in his world. He didn't need others to exist, nor could he allow anyone to exist. What he couldn't control should never appear in his world. As long as he didn't trust easily, he would never experience betrayal. The doors of the warehouses were all open, revealing the darkness inside. Bai Yi walked into the depths of the factory, closed the doors of the warehouses one by one, and locked them carefully, sealing the darkness inside, and then walked to the factory gate. Bad machine. Seal the gate. Yes, master. The bad machine's voice was calm and calm. As soon as the voice fell, the outline of the factory gate quickly blurred, then faded, and gradually merged into the surrounding darkness. This time, it was really safe. The surrounding walls firmly protected his own world. No one could bring back the bloody flames. No one. No one. Bai Yi stood in the middle of the empty courtyard, quietly, sat down next to the bad machine again, looking up at the endless dark night sky. Endless silence, dignified darkness, deep nothingness. As if the long years in the past were lonely and silent. Bad machine. Yes, master. Do you think there will be stars tonight? The bad machine could not answer, and Bai Yi did not expect to get an answer from it. He just looked up quietly, until the distant sky suddenly. A line of ethereal calling came. Bai Yi. That voice is calling my name. Bai Yi was slightly stunned, and listened carefully. Bai Yi. Bai Yi. Warmth surged in his heart, but mixed with unspeakable grievances, making his eyes sore. Bai Yi, are you here? The voice asked him. I am here, I am here. Bai Yi responded. Chen-Su, I am here. Chen-Su. Instantly, a vague consciousness emerged in his mind, which was unclear, ungraspable, but seemed extremely important, the kind of importance related to life. That was the person closest to him, who broke his long-standing creed, abandoned all principles, and believed in him wholeheartedly. Where is he? Where is he now? Beside me. Why is he not here? Why? Where am I? I am. Bai Yi, I am coming. Can you hear me? I can. Chen-Su, I can hear you. I. Suddenly, the darkness in front of me suddenly dissipated, and what appeared before my eyes was a noisy and hazy world. In the high cave-like ceiling, the rumble and echo of machinery interweave, filling this huge dark space. Snap! The sound of metal rubbing against gravel rang out. Bai Yi immediately turned around, and saw a pair of deep animal eyes staring at him. Leopard man. Garbage dump. Bunker. Chen-Su. Chen-Su. Bai Yi suddenly realized, stood up, and looked around hurriedly. Chen-Su. Is it you? Chen-Su. Bai Yi tried to call Chen-Su through the signal bridge, and within a second, Chen-Su's response came from the signal bridge. It's me. Bai Yi. I'm in Area X of the garbage disposal site. Where are you? It's Chen-Su. Bai Yi's heart was shocked. The voice in the dream was not an illusion. Chen-Su had indeed found this place. I'm inside, still far from the entrance. Bai Yi hurriedly described to Chen-Su. The garbage here is the remains of the corpses of the EVO game. Follow the conveyor belt in the bloody direction, and you can find me. Got it. Chen-Su's voice sounded in the signal bridge, which made Bai Yi feel warm. He forced himself to come back to his senses, calmed down, observed the direction of the supervisor, then picked up the shovel on the ground, remained focused and continued to do the work, secretly waiting for Chinsu's next contact. However, before Bai Yi could shovel a few times, Chinsu's voice came again from the signal bridge. "I see you. I'm up there." Up there? Bai Yi immediately looked up, and his eyes turned to the top of the garbage mountain. The distance was far, the garbage was piled in a mess, and it was difficult to tell if there was anyone hiding on the top of the mountain in the dim light. But Bai Yi's eyes looked beyond the distance, and finally locked onto Chinsu's gentle and calm, reassuring face. Chapter 234 in 10,000 Possibility. Interrupt your laziness. A crisp whip cracking sound came from a distance. Bai Yi looked over subconsciously. The laborer over there curled up on the ground. When the whip was whipped, his body shook violently, and a cry of pain followed. "Are you okay?" Chinsu also saw the scene in the distance, paused, and asked Bai Yi again. "Are you injured? Soul potion, have you used it?" Calculating the time, Bai Yi's narcolepsy had long passed the cycle. Chinsu had been worried that Bai Yi was left unattended while he was in a coma. And at the same time, he was also worried about the backlash of the soul potion mentioned by the witch. He was relieved when he saw Bai Yi standing here safely. "No injuries. No soul potion," Bai Yi answered Chinsu, and suddenly remembered what happened before he fell asleep. He looked at the leopard man not far away. The leopard man was still silent and focused on the work at hand, as if nothing had happened before. However, Bai Yi knew in his heart that he could wake up safely because he must have responded to his unspoken request. He was not hurt, not whipped, and even wrapped in a tattered, but still clean blanket. The fact that the supervisor had not bothered him for 6 hours, and the amount of work completed was clearly visible, clearly explained everything. "Thank you." Although the leopard man did not intend to pay attention, Bai Yi still moved carefully to his side and told him softly, "Thank you for protecting me, I will repay you." The leopard man lowered his head and looked at Bai Yi, and Bai Yi gave a friendly smile at the right time. The leopard man seemed stunned for a moment. Then he looked away coldly. "Without using soul potion, could it be that this person saved you?" Chinsu saw Bai Yi approaching the leopard man from a distance, and asked through the signal bridge. "Yes," Bai Yi answered, and then he couldn't help but look up at the top of the mountain. Chinsu hid behind a tilted metal plate, and his presence was almost invisible. "Your friend." A deep voice suddenly came from the side, as if it came from the abyss. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, and then realized that it was the leopard man who was speaking. The leopard man glanced at Bai Yi, and after seeing his somewhat dull expression, he closed his mouth again. "Yeah, right." Bai Yi quickly adjusted his expression and replied to the leopard man. "My friend, he came to save me." The leopard man was silent for a while, observing Bai Yi, and then looking in the direction of the top of the garbage mountain. After a while he slowly said, "You can go see him." As he said that, the leopard man reached out and pulled Bai Yi's cart to his side. Bai Yi was stunned, staring at the leopard man, and suddenly he didn't know what to say. Of course he was eager to see Chinsu, and even couldn't wait. If he wasn't worried about the supervisor, he would have run to Chinsu long ago. But he thought he didn't show such emotion, and thanked the leopard man first. However, how did the leopard man see it? "Aren't you going?" Seeing Bai Yi was indifferent, the leopard man asked again. "Then, I'll trouble you." He took the cart away, which clearly meant that he was willing to take responsibility for him. Bai Yi hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed to the leopard man's kindness, and raised his head to send a message to Chinsu through the signal bridge. "Chinsu, see you behind the garbage mountain. This garbage disposal site is located in a huge man-made stone cave. Garbage is dumped in regularly through a thick pipe at the top of the cave. The workers' cleaning speed is far from keeping up with the rhythm of garbage excretion. Day after day, hills of garbage are piled up in the cave. These garbage mountains are ups and downs, scattered and chaotic, and the gaps between the hills are just in the blind spot of the supervisor's vision." The supervisor seemed to have not noticed that Bai Yi had already woken up. Bai Yi took the opportunity when the supervisor had his back to this side, and quickly walked towards the garbage mountain. The debris everywhere was confusing, blocking his vision. Bai Yi walked along the bottom of the garbage mountain, anxious, as if no matter how fast he walked, he could not reach the place he had agreed with Chinsu. His steps became more and more hurried, and his mood was difficult to calm down, until he turned a prominent corner. And finally, the familiar figure appeared in his sight. "Chinsu!" Bai Yi could not help shouting. Not far away, a man in a neat guard uniform came over, with some blood on his uniform. Perhaps the blood on the garbage mountain, or the traces left by the hardships and dangers along the way. Chinsu saw Bai Yi with disheveled hair and a body full of dirt, frowned slightly, and walked towards him quickly. Bai Yi's eyes were always fixed on Chinsu's face. He quickened his pace, trotting, and then running. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time in his heart finally could not be restrained, and he threw himself into Chinsu's arms. "Are you okay?" The most intimate and missed voice sounded in his ears, and the tone was as soft as a spring breeze. The barrier supporting the bottom of his heart was instantly shattered, turning into a fragile dust. "I'm sorry." Chinsu hugged Bai Yi tightly in his arms, and apologized to him in a low voice. "I'm sorry, I should have been by your side." Bai Yi said nothing, but buried his face deeper, and held his arms tighter. Chinsu kissed Bai Yi's ear gently, and stroked his hair. When he loosened his embrace slightly, and wanted to see Bai Yi's face, he unexpectedly held him tightly back. "Wait." Bai Yi buried his head in Chinsu's shoulder and said, his voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, and there was a subtle tremor in his words. This subtle tremor made Chinsu suddenly understand the true meaning of "Wait, baby." A sharp pain suddenly surged in his heart. Chinsu hugged Bai Yi tightly again, closed his eyes, and kissed him deeply and long on the forehead. The painful past condensed into the most desired and sweet dream, but the next moment, he had to destroy this dream with his own hands, and experience countless unforgettable pains. And after this pain, he fell into the cruel abyss that he could never see the light of day again without any defense. How did he suppress the deep despair? It has been a long time. He has persevered alone, and survived the long night. A nightmare. A setback. A lonely journey that lasted for more than 10 years. He came too late. Chinsu hugged Bai Yi tightly in his arms. And in his heart, he only wanted to integrate this person into his soul. Carefully guard him. And keep all the harm away. From now on, he would no longer suffer any pain. We will definitely escape. There was a hint of moisture on his shoulder, but it was difficult to tell where it came from. After a long time, Chinsu finally said in a deep voice in Bai Yi's ear, "I won't let you stay here forever. We will definitely end this, and return to the original world." The sound of footsteps grinding gravel resounded from one side to the other. The patrol supervisor passed by behind him, but the leopard man did not turn around, but just lowered his head and shoveled the garbage into the cart silently. The supervisor strolled leisurely nearby, as if thinking about how to find an excuse to trouble the leopard man. When he passed the pile of tattered blankets, he accidentally glanced at the ground and found that there was no one under the blankets. "Hey! Where is that pretty boy?" The supervisor's eyes widened instantly, and after a pause, he rushed towards the leopard man and grabbed his collar. "What's going on? Where did that pretty boy go?" he roared. "Did the intruder come in? Did that pretty boy run away?" The leopard man lowered his eyes, staring at the aggressive supervisor with loneliness and coldness, and was speechless for a moment. But before the supervisor could continue to ask, a faint answer came from a distance. "He didn't run away, he just went to the bathroom," Bai Yi said. His eyes were no longer focused on the supervisor and the leopard man. He picked up the shovel again, shoveled away the garbage one shovel at a time. His method was neat, but the supervisor didn't know how to react for a while, so it was difficult to accuse him of being lazy. The situation was strangely deadlocked for a long time. Finally, the supervisor let go of the leopard man's collar, glared at Bai Yi, and threatened him with "Don't seek death. Take care of yourself before leaving the area." The thick whip in his hand maintained his pressure. The little white face in front of him was so thin that it made people feel pity. But the supervisor never took action. It was definitely not out of kindness. If you have to find a reason, perhaps it was because when they looked at each other at that moment, the coldness in those eyes seemed to be more chilling than the leopard man's beast eyes. The bell rang like thunder, echoing over the garbage dump. When the exhausted workers heard the bell, they put down their tools. Some people hastily spread out worn blankets and cloths, and barely laid down on them. Some even simply fell to the ground without any cushions, and fell into a deep dream. Now, this is the only time in this bunker when there is no need to work. And it is also a rest time that will not attract the whipping of the supervisor. The operation of the bunker requires a lot of labor. Despite the harsh environment, they must also meet the basic physiological needs of the workers to avoid production stagnation due to too many deaths. Therefore, in addition to meal time, workers are allowed 3 hours of rest every day. During this time, The machines are stopped, and supervisors will not patrol the work area. The rare silence of the garbage dump permeates. However, Baye's work and rest schedule is different from others. His narcolepsy cycle has ended, and he does not need sleep during these 3 hours. Now, he and Chinsu are hiding behind the garbage dump, and with them is the leopard man. Thank you very much for what happened today. Baye expressed his gratitude to the leopard man again, his tone full of sincerity. The leopard man shook his head slightly, seemingly not very enthusiastic, but when Baye invited him to the garbage mountain, he did not refuse. Have you been here for a long time? Although 3 hours is not a long time, after expressing his gratitude, Baye began to get to the point. Yeah. The leopard man nodded silently. His number is 004, and this tiny number also proves that he has been here for a long time. You have helped me a lot. I believe you are a reliable person, so I don't want to beat around the bush. Baye sat upright, and said to the leopard man seriously, Chensu is here to rescue me. We hope to leave here, but we just arrived here, and there is very little information about the bunker. So I want to ask you, do you know any way or path to escape from this bunker? Even if the chance of success is slim, as long as the chance exists, we are willing to give it a try. Chapter 235 Reptile Tunnel. It's been a few hours. Why haven't we found any traces of the invaders? At the central command, the commander slammed the table heavily. His face was gloomy. Area 13 is such a small place. So many people were sent to search, but we couldn't find even a hair? What about the laborer? Ah? The invaders broke into the bunker. Wasn't it for that laborer? What is he doing now? Is there no clue of the invaders there? No. The commander was angry, and the soldiers below were frightened and stuttered. Well, that worker has been under surveillance. But since he woke up from his coma, he has been working normally. No abnormal behavior. And there is no record of Major Will entering or leaving the transmission entrance of Area X of the garbage disposal site. So the intruder should not have gone to the garbage disposal site yet. I saw a report saying that the guard at the transmission point of the garbage disposal site disappeared. Is that true? The commander asked again. You can understand it this way. The subordinate answered cautiously. But the records of the portal show that the 2 supervisors on duty have returned to the garbage dump. One of the 3 guards is still there, and the other 2 are indeed missing. But it is not yet certain whether they are related to the invaders. How can this be unrelated? Then what else can be considered related? The commander was furious when he heard this. There are only a few clues available. If we don't follow this, where can we expect to get anywhere? Report. The angry commander suddenly heard the messenger outside the door shouting, Sir, someone from MI2 has come, claiming to have information about the invaders. Let him in, the commander said hurriedly. The messenger left quickly, and soon after, a metallic friction sound came from the corridor, and a robot with an external skeleton supporting its entire body walked into the command center with strange steps. Are you from MI2? The commander looked at his useless appearance and couldn't help but frown. Reporting to the commander. Yes. The robot seemed to have no voice due to structural problems, and spoke slowly, making obvious mechanical noises. I heard that you have information about the invaders? What exactly is it? Although he seemed useless, the commander still endured the annoyance and asked him. Reporting to the commander. I have detailed information, which will surely be of great help in catching the invaders. The robot seemed to smile slightly, although his tone was modest. It was slightly conceited. Oh, you are so confident. The commander was half believing and half doubting. What's your name? Subordinate. The robot bowed slightly and looked at the commander again. Subordinate, Military Intelligence Department 2 Intelligence Officer, Xiao. Will the suffocation function of this collar be automatically activated? Baye was stunned. According to the leopard man, the collar they wear on their necks can not only be controlled by the supervisor, but also has an automatic control program. If they exceed the preset range, the suffocation function will be activated, which is directly fatal. As long as the collar is there is no escape. The leopard man said so. Sure enough, it is consistent with Baye's previous speculation. This collar is to limit their range of activities in the garbage dump, and to deter their escape and resistance with their lives. Baye lowered his head and thought for a moment. Is there any way to take off the collar? Baye asked. The leopard man shook his head. Maybe there is, but I don't know. I have never seen anyone take off the collar. Even when they were thrown into the rotten things after death, they would not take it off. Dying here, being compressed into a garbage block of only 50 centimeters square. Even so, the collar could not be taken off. The leopard man's words made Bai Yi and Chen Su speechless instantly, and the three of them sat opposite each other, silent for a long time. There is one more thing. I wonder if you understand. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Su spoke first. The leopard man looked at Chen Su, waiting for him to continue. Bai Yi told me that someone here may have gotten rid of his laborer status and became a member of the guard. Chen Su mentioned the story of Hui Xiao that he heard from Bai Yi on the signal bridge. To be able to jump to a higher class. Does it mean that this person wore a collar while alive? And then took it off? From what you know. How can this be done? You mean the robot? Chen Su did not describe it in detail. But the leopard man understood what he meant at once. He paused, and said in a deep voice, as far as I know, he is the only one who can escape from the laborer status alive. But how he did it, I am not sure. I can only speculate based on the information occasionally mentioned by the supervisor. Maybe it has something to do with his identity and money before entering the bunker. The leopard man didn't talk much before, and Bai Yi once speculated that he might not speak because of his appearance. But in fact, he spoke clearly and concisely, and he was obviously not as rough as he looked. Instead, he seemed to be well educated, just like the words identity, money, and property. Chen Su heard these three keywords and immediately thought of the desolate scene of the Night Owl Group headquarters they saw before going to the bunker. Hui Xiao's identity, money and property. Could it be that? This road is not feasible for us. Bai Yi interrupted and continued the leopard man's words. The Divine Court threw me into the bunker, just to let me die here. The bunker is the Divine Court's bunker. It is impossible to take off the collar with their permission and return to the ground. The leopard man looked at Bai Yi with a little surprise in his eyes. Have you offended the Divine Court? The leopard man asked. Yes. Bai Yi smiled faintly. So I must guard the bunker, or find a way to escape outside the control of the Divine Court. The leopard man glanced at Bai Yi, and then lowered his head, seemingly in deep thought. Chen Su frowned slightly, said nothing, and Bai Yi was also thinking about what to ask the leopard man next, and they were all silent for a while. You just said. After a long time, the leopard man was the first to break the silence. You said, you are willing to try even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance. Right? Bai Yi heard the deep meaning in the leopard man's words, and looked up at his face seriously. Yes, Bai Yi replied. Then what if? The leopard man also looked back at Bai Yi. What if, in addition to the 1 in 10,000 chance, there is a 100% certainty of death? 100% certainty of death. Bai Yi's expression froze, and Chen Su also cast his eyes on the leopard man. Tell us what you know as much as possible. Bai Yi thought for a moment, and replied seriously. If there is a chance, then for us, it may not be only 1 in 10,000. The leopard man hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak, but he saw Chen Su's face turn, and stretched out his hand to block the leopard man and Bai Yi. Someone is coming, Chen Su whispered. Soon. Bai Yi's ordinary hearing also caught the approaching footsteps, and the familiar friction of mechanical joints. It was Hui Xiao. Bai Yi said to Chen Su in the signal bridge. Hui Xiao. At this time, he appeared in the garbage dump, except for Bai Yi, and there was probably no other purpose. The two looked at each other, and the next moment Chen Su suddenly disappeared into the air. The leopard man was stunned, and Bai Yi stood up in his astonished eyes, and walked out of the garbage dump. Ha! I was wondering where you were hiding. Did you run away? Hui Xiao seemed to be laughing, but his eyes were gloomy. You don't even need to rest. You are indeed the #1 player in Xinyu Star. Bai Yi did not respond to his words, but just stood there indifferently, staring at him. Why am I looking for you again? I think you should have guessed it. Hui Xiao did not continue to talk nonsense, but went straight to the point. Chen Su. He is here with you. Isn't that surprising? You don't need to answer. I know you won't admit it. After all, he is no longer human. You are hiding him in some crooked way. I have no intention of exploring. But whether you admit it or not, I know he is here. There is no other possibility. Hui Xiao snorted coldly, and continued. Chen Su. He did a lot of good things. He killed dozens of guards at the ground passage, and my immediate superior was also killed by him. He took the identity of Major Will and entered Area 13. I recognized the man in the Major's uniform in the surveillance. He came to save you. Right? You want to leave this bunker, right? See, I still understand you very well. Hu Qiao laughed, and his low laughter echoed. I talked a lot with the Central Committee about your affairs and introduced your situation thoroughly. It happened that the Divine Court also issued special instructions to the Central Committee. And with my strong recommendation, the Central Committee finally decided to give you a chance to return to the ground. This is a rare opportunity. I spent a lot of time and effort to fight for it for you. You must seize it. Oh, in that case, I should thank you. Bai Ye's face was normal, and he only said lightly, I have already registered on the list of the Divine Court. Chen Su and his men killed many guards in the bunker, and Hu Qiao and I have a grudge. As a result, after the three parties discussed, they decided to give me a chance to escape. Even if Bai Ye's head was rusted into a lump of iron, it would be hard to believe that such a thing would happen. Hu Qiao naturally didn't care whether Bai Ye believed it or not. He nodded with difficulty, staring at Bai Ye with sharp eyes, playing a trick of self-satisfaction. No need to thank me. After all, giving you such an opportunity also makes me very happy. Hu Qiao raised his eyebrows and looked down. At 12 noon the day after tomorrow, you can use this opportunity to embark on the journey back to the ground. How about it? Do you have the courage to try it? This 12-hour crawler passage leading to the ground. Chapter 236 Better to Live Than Die. Hu Qiao did not force Bai Ye to answer immediately. He simply left after a few ridicules. Bai Ye watched Hu Qiao's figure until he completely disappeared from his sight. He then slowly returned to the back of the garbage mountain, and at this time Chen Su also reappeared from the summoning cabin. The leopard man was still sitting quietly beside the garbage mountain. When he saw Bai Ye come back and Chen Su suddenly appear, his eyes wandered between the two, and he did not ask much. He is a mechanical body, and can enter the summoning cabin in my arm, Bai Ye explained to the leopard man. In this bunker, the leopard man is one of the few trustworthy people. Bai Ye urgently needs to get more information about the bunker from him, so he tries to be honest. The man just now is called Hu Qiao. He has a deep feud with us, so what he took the initiative to give me is basically not a way out. Bai Ye paused for a moment, and asked the leopard man again, before Hu Qiao came. What did you want to tell us? That's it. The leopard man answered truthfully, and did not shut up because of Bai Ye's words. Bai Ye knew in his heart that it was unlikely that there was more than one special escape passage. So, what exactly is this reptile passage? Can you tell me in detail? Bai Ye asked. The leopard man seemed to be organizing his words, and then said to Bai Ye and Chen Su, this is a special passage. All the workers who have stayed in the bunker for a long time know it. This road is not simply dug out, but generated by a space device, similar to the existence of a wormhole. The terrain inside the reptile passage is complex, and it is not easy to pass through it smoothly. But according to the garrison center, as long as you find the right path, you can return to the ground, and this way of leaving will be recognized by the center and will never be pursued. In other words, as long as you successfully pass the challenge of the reptile passage, you can truly gain freedom? Bai Ye's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. Yes. The leopard man nodded. However, the reptile tunnel is open for only 12 hours at most. Once the 12 hours are up, the tunnel will collapse. It is one way, and you cannot return after entering. Therefore, if you do not find the correct path within 12 hours, you will eventually be crushed to death in the collapse, and there is no possibility of survival. When the reptile tunnel was first opened, the center issued a notice to all workers, and anyone who wanted to leave could apply for the challenge. Almost everyone lined up to sign up. Those in the front felt lucky, and those behind were anxiously waiting for their chance. However, after each challenge, there was always no news of success. All challengers died in the collapse after 12 hours, and gradually, no one was willing to try. According to the supervisor's hints, this crawler passage was more like a pastime set up by the central high level out of boredom. Every challenge will be broadcast live, and the challenger's ugly appearance and death have become the topic of conversation for the supervisors. But whether these failures are due to the challenger's lack of ability, or the crawler passage has no path to the ground at all, I can't be sure. But considering that they took the initiative to tell you the chance of success of this method, I'm afraid it's not even 1 in 10,000. After listening to the leopard man's narration, Bai Ye lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised his eyes and looked directly at the leopard man, since no one has ever succeeded, and it may even be a scam. What was the reason for you to propose this method in the first place? Shinsu also looked at the leopard man. His expression was much colder than before. However, facing the questioning eyes of Bai Yi and Shinsu, the leopard man seemed calm and composed, with a calm and frank look. Because as far as I know, only by applying to enter the reptile tunnel can you legitimately take off the collar. So that's it. Bai Yi nodded, and understood something in his heart. The probability of escaping without taking off the collar must be 0, and if you can take it off, it will be considered a glimmer of hope. No matter if the success rate is 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100,000 or 1 in a million, at least it is no longer a dead end. Bai Yi lowered his eyes slightly, as if considering the variables. At this time, Shinsu was the first to object. I think this reptile tunnel is almost impossible to succeed. Shinsu's view was quite rational. As the garrison center, they have no reason to provide workers with the opportunity to leave the bunker, and which Xiao will never let us survive. This is exactly contrary to their logic. The only thing that fits their logic is to use death as a pastime. And since this is their purpose, why should they leave a slight chance for us to return to the ground? Shinsu's logic is understandable, and Bai Yi also understands this. But in his heart, he has not completely given up weighing the feasibility of the reptile tunnel. What he cares more about is the promise of leaving the bunker through the reptile tunnel, which does not violate the bunker rules, and is free from the pursuit of the divine court and the central. As Shinsu had considered before, if they choose to ignore the rules, forcefully break through the defense line, and violently open up an escape route, they will undoubtedly be greeted by the more powerful and irresistible divine court armed forces. Although they are strong enough to fight, they are only a few teams after all, and are undoubtedly like the gap between maggots and beasts in front of the entire divine court. Once the situation develops to this point, Bai Yi has only one way out: leave the divine blessing star and hide in the secret realm forever. However, how could he be willing to spend the rest of his life hiding in the secret realm? The past, the present, the parents, his own, layer upon layer, the hatreds have not been sorted out. How could he give up easily and walk away? Therefore, he must survive, must make himself stronger. He must stand upright on the land of the God's blessing star, as a legal citizen, return to the game world of EVO, collect all possibilities, and obtain enough power to compete with the God's court. It is better to live in disgrace than to die. Although he had never said it, Bai Yi had made a firm choice in his heart. Shinsu. There was no preface or postscript, and no more discussion or persuasion. Just 3 minutes after Shinsu raised his objection, Bai Yi calmly said to Shinsu, I have decided to accept the challenge of the Crawler Channel. Since the disastrous defeat of Bai Ye's game forced the Bai Yi Club into the bunker, the website has been as silent as dead water. Occasionally, someone would express their grief there, or ask Bai Yi with a glimmer of hope whether there was a chance for him to return. But more often there was endless silence, which was like the dead silence in the valley. Arnold never went to see Jia Zipping again. The situation had deteriorated to the extreme. Even if he met Jia Zipping, he didn't know what to say. He simply locked himself in the room, lying on the bed aimlessly, and no longer browsed the club's website. Bai Yi disappeared just like that. He was once the #1 player in Xinyu Star, but he was like a star that attracted people to follow. He no longer existed. The world fell into the grayness shrouded by thick fog again, and the empty feeling in my heart was filled. I didn't know what I could still look forward to, what I expected, and all my emotions seemed to have fallen into ignorant numbness. Bai Ye's past shocked Arnold. Although he knew that Bai Yi was not a kind person, and had witnessed him torturing Hu Xiao to a point where he would rather die than live, but watching him ruthlessly kill those who beg for mercy, Arnold was still overwhelmed by fear and shock. However, even so, he did not think Bai Yi did anything wrong. Death in this gloomy era seemed to have become common. Even innocent civilians had to sacrifice their lives in the survival of the fittest. Compared with this, those who tore Bai Ye's life apart, what were they? Bai Ye's past made him heartbroken, the cruelty of the divine court made him angry, and Bai Ye's fall pushed him uncontrollably into an endless wasteland. Once you fall into the bunker, you will never be able to return. This is the consensus of everyone. But Arnold has no logic. He blindly hopes that Bai Yi can break through the bunker and return to this gray world as a king with a light that penetrates the thick fog. This may be a luxury. Or is it a luxury? Not only Arnold, Jia Zipping, Red Turban, and those who are trapped in the thick fog again in every corner of the God's blessing star, all wake up from a dream and begin to miss the days when the stars could still be looked up not long ago. Everything returns to the past. But it is difficult to reproduce the past. Once upon a time, Hope seemed to be in the shining starry sky, although it was out of reach. Although the road ahead was confusing. After seeing the starlight, how could we be willing to fall into the endless darkness again? Everyone was silent. But in their hearts they were expecting that the illogical and irrational hope could become the scene before our eyes one day. At a certain moment. Chapter 237 You Can Choose Me. The news that Bai Yi challenged the crawler tunnel spread quickly in the bunker. At the garbage disposal site, the workers occasionally looked at Bai Yi with complicated eyes, while the supervisors turned a deaf ear to Bai Yi's work attitude, except for occasional sneers. Otherwise, they hardly took him seriously. This was not because they did not want to interfere with Bai Yi's work, but because no one wanted to provoke the man who looked difficult to deal with. This man was the invader who had once plunged the bunker into chaos, but now he did not care, standing in front of everyone, and the central control area did not take any sanctions against him, not even arresting him. After all, in everyone's eyes, they will soon turn into dust. Bai Yi stopped working at the garbage dump. But he was not idle. He carefully picked up the garbage, took a short rest, and then went to the back of the garbage dump. He was busy with something. The supervisors were sure that Bai Yi could not leave the garbage dump, so they were too lazy to pay more attention to him. Time passed quietly in this peaceful atmosphere, until the bell rang above the cave. The conveyor belt slowly stopped, and the daily cycle of the garbage dump entered another 3-hour break. How is it? Without the supervisor's inspection, Chen Su stopped guarding the entrance to the garbage mountain and walked to Bai Yi's side. Do your best. Leave it to fate. Bai Yi seemed to have finished his work, and was putting various tools back into the space card. Seeing Chen Su's arrival, he smiled slightly, and responded with a sentence he once said. After a moment, he asked again, "That leopard man, where is he?" "Outside," Chen Su replied. Bai Yi nodded, and was about to step towards the garbage mountain, but suddenly stopped again, looking up at Chen Su. "Chen Su? If I?" Bai Yi pushed his glasses slightly, as if he wanted to ask something, but he paused for a few seconds, and finally did not find the right words. "You go." Chen Su seemed to understand Bai Yi's thoughts, and responded directly without waiting for him to speak again. Bai Yi smiled, accepted this answer tacitly, without saying anything more, turned around and walked out of the garbage mountain. The leopard man's keen alertness was different from others. When Bai Yi walked out, he was leaning against the pile of garbage to take a nap. Before Bai Yi approached, he had already opened his eyes. "Hi." Bai Yi showed a friendly smile, walked to the leopard man, and sat down casually. "Did I bother you?" Bai Yi asked. "No." "How is your injury recovering?" Bai Yi continued to ask. "It's fine. Thank you." "Yeah." Bai Yi nodded. The leopard man was obviously not good at small talk, and Bai Yi didn't want to continue this topic. After a few words, he directly explained his purpose. "I came to you to ask if you are willing to walk through the reptile tunnel together." As soon as Bai Yi said this, the leopard man's expression froze instantly, and after a while, he relaxed. "No need," the leopard man replied. "I'm fine staying in the bunker." Bai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at the leopard man, and his eyes moved down, and landed on the wound on his arm. Although he claimed that the wound was fine, the blood scabs on those wounds still looked shocking. "Do you think I won't succeed?" Bai Yi retracted his gaze and asked with a smile. "No, I can see that you are different." The leopard man shook his head in denial. "You may be able to do things that others can't do." The leopard man's answer made Bai Yi silent for a while. Leopard man said that it was good to stay in the bunker, which was obviously not what he really meant. It would not be good to stay in the bunker. Bai Yi even thought that if there was no hope to get rid of this inhuman life, it would be better not to live. In Bai Yi's opinion, leopard man did not look like a person who was willing to rot to death in the bunker. Therefore, there might be only one reason for him to reject himself. Maybe a little presumptuous. After a moment of silence, Bai Yi spoke again. "Can I ask? Why do you look like this? If it's inconvenient, you can pretend that I didn't ask." "Because I am a synthetic body," leopard man answered directly, and he didn't seem to want to hide it. "I was originally a soldier of the Divine Court, and was used by the Divine Court for human experiments, and conducted a synthetic experiment with a leopard, which is why I became what I am now." Bai Yi opened his eyes wide in astonishment, and turned to look at the leopard man. Every word of the leopard man entered Bai Yi's ears, but these connected sentences made it difficult for him to digest quickly. "You mean?" Bai Yi asked hesitantly. "You were just an ordinary person, and the Divine Court used you for human experiments?" Yes. The leopard man nodded. Then, why did they use you for such an experiment? And leave you here to work as a laborer? Bai Yi pondered over what the leopard man said, his heart full of doubts. After all, the Divine Court invested so much energy and financial resources in research. And it was definitely not to shovel garbage in the bunker for the results. I am not the only experimental subject, the leopard man slowly explained to Bai Yi. At that time, we were injured in the war, and the Divine Court lied that they sent us to the medical center for treatment. But in fact, they sent us to the experimental center. We were injected with some drugs, and we quickly lost consciousness. When we woke up, we had become like this. The Divine Court conducted this kind of human-animal synthesis research, and the purpose was to create a more powerful combat force for war. After becoming a synthetic body, my body functions have been significantly improved, especially my strength, which is completely different from before. The situation of other soldiers is similar. The soldiers who have been successfully synthesized are all sent to the front line of the war to become special combat machines. You mean, your synthesis was not successful? Bai Yi subconsciously looked at the leopard man's body. He has a strong body, well-developed muscles, and if you ignore the difference between his appearance and that of ordinary humans, he can even be said to be somewhat graceful. Furthermore, he himself said that his various functions have been significantly improved, so where exactly is his so-called failure reflected? My brain has basically not lost my previous memories. The leopard man quickly explained Bai Yi's doubts. After waking up, I couldn't accept this fact and refused to fight for them again. The Divine Court doesn't need disobedient weapons, so I was abandoned in the bunker as a failure. In other words, the so-called successful synths had their memories erased, deprived of their personalities, and became fighting beasts at the mercy of others. Bai Yi lowered his eyes, and a wave of sadness surged in his heart. He stared at the gravel on the ground, and was silent for a while before continuing to ask the leopard man. You mentioned that you were injured in the war, and the successful synthesis was also sent to the battlefield. But as far as I know, there was no war on the God's Blessing Star. So what war did you participate in? The New World Project. The leopard man answered patiently. This war is called the New World Project by the God Court. The battlefield is not on the God's Blessing Star, but on a planet outside the God's Blessing Star. In the past few decades, the natural environment of the God's Blessing Star has become increasingly harsh, and it has become increasingly difficult to feed a large population, although few people on the Godly Blessing Star knew about it. In fact, the God Court had already begun to expand outward several years ago, collecting resources, acquiring technology, occupying land, and planets that can provide stability and expansion for the rule of the God Court are the targets of occupation. The New World plan is to create a stronger and richer new world outside the Godly Blessing Star. The research on transforming us into human-animal composites is also one of the spoils of the New World plan. This is the technical resource we obtained after occupying the Mira star. But no one expected that this technology would eventually be used on us. The strength and wealth of the New World belong only to the gods, and we who fought for the New World eventually became insignificant victims. The words of the leopard man made Bai Yi feel sad. His eyes were cast on the leopard man. Although his fate had changed drastically and his appearance had changed, his upright sitting posture, cold expression, and extraordinary conversation still revealed the steadiness and majesty of a former soldier. The New World plan, the human-animal experiment, and many things that Bai Yi had accidentally discovered seemed to be connected in the leopard man's words at this moment. There were many things he wanted to confirm, but in the end, Bai Yi put them aside for the time being and returned to the original purpose of asking. You don't want to go with us because of this matter, right? Bai Yi said tentatively. With this half-human, half-beast appearance, even if he successfully returned to the ground, there would be no place for him on the God's Blessing Star, not to mention being looked at sideways, discriminated against and excluded, if the evidence of his secret experiment was exposed to the sun. I am afraid that the God's Court would no longer allow him to continue to exist. The leopard man remained silent, and this silence almost confirmed Bai Yi's speculation. If you can really return successfully, perhaps, you can consider coming to my place. Bai Yi thought for a moment, slowed down his tone, and finally made the invitation he had been considering for a long time. I am a mechanic, living in a factory. In addition to me and Chen Su, there are several companions similar to Chen Su in the factory. They are all mechanical bodies transformed by me. Although they don't breathe or have a heartbeat, they may not be considered human beings, but they are all their original selves. Just like you, Bai Yi said, with a warm and sincere smile on his face. As long as you are willing, you can choose me as your home. No longer living in the bunker, nor being controlled by the God's court. I will take you away from here, and from now on, as one of us, we will live together, fight together, and survive together in this doomsday. You helped me when I needed it most, and this is what I want to repay you. Are you willing? Chapter 238. Be loyal to me. The day of the challenge, 11:00 noon, Area X of the garbage disposal site. Ha! Hui Qiao's laughter was a little hoarse, as if there was gravel in his throat, which made people feel uncomfortable. He stood in front of the garbage conveyor belt, followed by no less than 100 guards. Although Bai Yi was just a prisoner, both the Central Command and Hui Qiao were afraid of him. Long time no see, boss. Hui Qiao glanced at Bai Yi, and then turned his gaze to Chen Su beside Bai Yi, with a bit of sarcasm in his tone. Chen Su was unmoved, just staring at him quietly, without any response. At that time, one was the god of war Hades, who was admired by everyone, and the other was Hades' most capable confidant. But now, one is a mechanical body, wandering between life and death, and the other has become a useless person supported by an external skeleton, becoming a low-level soldier in the bunker. In those days, no one expected that the passage of time would reveal such a magnificent truth in this dark bunker. Chen Su looked at Hui Qiao, and his heart was filled with indescribable complex emotions. This was his once trusted subordinate, and also his enemy who betrayed and killed him. The grievances between him and Hui Qiao were so complicated that it was hard to get rid of them with thousands of words. However, none of these words were worth saying. However, Hui Qiao obviously did not think so. Chen Su was indifferent to this. Instead, in his eyes, he took the initiative. Look at you now. Tut tut. Hui Qiao pretended to shake his head. You made me like this, and your situation is not much better. That high and mighty Pluto Su. Now it seems that he really died in my hands. Now you are a dog for others. And you are quite loyal. Chen Su's eyebrows moved slightly, but he still had no expression, while Bai Yi's eyes flashed with coldness, and his eyes revealed a hint of coldness in the dim light. You went through so much trouble to break into the bunker to save your master. But in the end, both you and your master are doomed. This plot sounds so tragic. Oh, did I let it slip? Hui Qiao pretended to be surprised. How can you say it's a dead end? This reptile tunnel is your only hope to leave this hell. If you keep talking nonsense, you will miss it. Before Hui Qiao could finish, Bai Yi interrupted coldly. The reptile tunnel requires complex preparation, and its opening and closing must follow strict time settings. The crawler tunnel is scheduled to open at 12 noon. If you miss this time, you will not be able to enter again. Hui Qiao knew this, snorted coldly, and finally changed the subject. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish, and you as well. Hui Qiao turned his eyes to the taller and stronger man beside Bai Yi, and sneered, I am very curious. What kind of love potion did this pretty boy give you to make you willing to die with him? The leopard man was silent. His eyes drooped, and his face was covered with thick short hair, making it impossible to peek into his expression. Bai Yi's invitation to the leopard man was sincere. He was very sincere, and had enough room for maneuver, and every word he said showed his deep respect for the leopard man. The leopard man finally nodded, obviously not for the lowly reason Hui Qiao said, but because of what Bai Yi said. They are like him. They are exactly the same as himself. Now, they have also reached out to him. In fact, it should have ended long ago, when he was deprived of all his humanity and fell into this abyss of hell. He held a vague expectation, and endured the long and dark years, as if he was waiting for Bai Yi's arrival. Even if you might die without a complete body, how can you not grab the hand they extend? Anyway, no matter how much magic potion you drink, if you want to die, the central force can't stop you. The leopard man didn't respond, but Hui Qiao didn't seem to care, just continued to speak triumphantly. It's almost time. I have to take you away. The central force is looking forward to your performance. Hui Qiao laughed sinisterly, raised his hand to call the supervisor. Take off their collars, and take them away. The roar of the military vehicle resounded through the towering and empty bunker, as if it was going to break the eardrums. Bai Yi and the leopard man were chained to their feet, trapped in the open back of a military vehicle. Several guards stood around them indifferently, escorting them to the front station of the bunker, the entrance to the reptile tunnel. The military vehicle drove past the gravel main road of Area 13 and slowly stopped in front of the transmission device. After the guard checked his identity, he took Bai Yi through the transmission point and continued to move forward. Bai Yi looked through the car window at the roadside signs, and familiar houses appeared one after another, as if he had walked the wrong track of time and space, and was gradually recovering his original appearance. All of this should not have happened. Bai Yi stared outside the car, until the military vehicle gradually slowed down, and finally stopped in the open space of a warehouse. He understood that he had to turn all this around, and return to where he should be in a fair and square manner. "We're here, get out of the car." The bunker guards were always rough, unlocked the chains on Bai Yi's feet, and threw them aside, and violently pulled his arm, and pulled him out of the car. "Chen Su." Bai Yi did not resist, but only called Chen Su in the signal bridge, then exchanged a glance with the leopard man, and prepared secretly. "This is the entrance to the reptile tunnel." Hu Qiao got off another military vehicle, still in a weird posture, and walked crookedly to Bai Yi. "Hey." Hu Qiao forced a smile. His tone was relaxed but full of threats. "There are still 15 minutes. When the time is up, you can set off on the road home. Are you happy? Whether you like it or not. I am very happy anyway." "Huh. Come on. Throw them in." Boom. The door of the warehouse slowly opened. Bai Yi was dragged to the door by the guards, and the chain was also untied. At the moment the lock was opened, the iron-blooded giant suddenly appeared, holding Bai Yi firmly on his shoulders. The leopard man roared, and immediately moved, knocking the guard in front of him to the ground. Chen Su quickly appeared from the summoning cabin, and moved like the wind, and immediately controlled the core device on the back of Hu Qiao's neck. "If you dare to move, I will crush it," Chen Su threatened in a low voice. You? What are you going to do?" Hu Qiao panicked, and his voice broke. "Want to escape? Impossible. The bunker is the bunker of the Divine Court. Even if you escape, you can't compete with the Divine Court." Hu Qiao's words were full of threats. But Bai Yi and the other two were not moved at all. Chen Su attached the micro-explosive device to the back of Hu Qiao's head, and then grabbed Hu Qiao with the robot arm. And the leopard man also jumped onto the robot's arm. The three of them crossed the top of the warehouse, and under the firepower of the guards, they ran towards the building next to the signal tower a few streets away. Where are you going?" Hu Qiao looked at the rapidly retreating ground in horror, turned his head with difficulty, and tried to ask where they were going. "Are you going to?" "Yes. Me too." Bai Yi sat on the shoulder of the bad machine, looking calmly in the direction of the signal tower. MI2, originally. Major Wu was in charge of the Bunker Intelligence Agency. Hu Qiao was the intelligence officer here. Bai Yi and his team were lucky. The entrance warehouse of the crawler tunnel just happened to be southwest of MI2 where they wanted to go, less than 1 kilometer away. "Time is short. I suggest you be prepared." Bai Yi's tone was indifferent, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. "We will take you into MI2, use your identity key to log into the system, and send a message to the ground. You'd better think about how to help us in advance. Try to shorten the operation time. If your delay causes us to be unable to return to the entrance before the crawler tunnel opens, then I will have no choice but to detonate the device on the back of your head." Hu Qiao suddenly widened his eyes, and wanted to turn to Bai Yi, who was sitting on top. But the limitation of his body made him unable to do anything. Hu Qiao talked for a long time, but he couldn't continue. His body, which was half crippled by Bai Yi, could only barely stand up. Facing Bai Yi's violent hostage, he had no ability to resist at all. The previous arrogance was based on Bai Yi's fear of breaking into the bunker and disobeying the Divine Court. Now, Bai Yi has already resolutely invaded the bunker, and the explosive device is close to his head. It is meaningless to threaten him in the name of the Divine Court. After repeating it several times, Hu Qiao finally said something meaningful. "After I help you complete the task, you will let me go. If I die, it doesn't matter whether I succeed or not. So why should I help you? Be obedient, and I will let you go." Bai Yi answered casually without caring about Hu Qiao's tone. "It's more meaningful to let you live like a dog than to let you die happily. Military Intelligence Department 2 will be here soon. If you don't want to die, you must remember to be loyal." Chapter 239. I regretted it. Two workers violently attacked the guards, took hostages, and escaped from the entrance of the reptile tunnel. Currently, two workers, An intruder and a hostage are fleeing to the northeast, and the target location is temporarily unknown. Coordinates X35, Y147, request for reinforcements. Received a request for reinforcements. Reinforcements will depart for the target location in 3 minutes. Several bloody guards fell at the door of the warehouse, and it was difficult to tell whether they were dead or alive at a glance. The remaining guards, who were not attacked, chased by Yi and his companions at full speed, but their speed was far slower than that of Bad Machine and Shinsu, who were flying between the roofs. Bai Yi and his companions landed at the door of the 2nd Military Intelligence Department, and the pursuing guards quickly contacted the reinforcements and changed their route. However, before the guards arrived at the 2nd Military Intelligence Department, the signal tower flashed, and then a piercing high-frequency noise resounded throughout the front station of the bunker. The guards covered their ears one after another, and their actions were forced to slow down. The noise lasted for a second, and then disappeared quickly. The indicator light on the signal tower began to flash frequently. Before the guards could react to what happened, the scene returned to calm, although the reason was unknown. The unusual movement of the signal tower of the 2nd Military Intelligence Department undoubtedly showed that this place had been invaded by Bai Yi and his men. The guards and reinforcements quickly rushed to the 2nd Military Intelligence Department building, preparing to surround several entrances. As soon as the assault vanguard was formed, Bai Yi was calm and composed, and appeared in front of the guards from the gate without hiding. "Put down your weapons. Put your hands up." The guards immediately tensed up, and the black muzzles of their guns were all pointed at Bai Yi and the others. "Stand still. Don't do anything else. Don't be nervous." Bai Yi smiled and put away the broken machine, called back Shinsu, and raised his hands as the guards asked. The leopard man also raised his hands with him, and stopped resisting. "My people killed the head of the 2nd Military Intelligence Department. It's our fault," Bai Yi said. "So before entering the reptile tunnel, it's reasonable for me to apologize to everyone in the 2nd Military Intelligence Department and pay my respects. Don't you agree?" Bai Yi smiled slightly, facing the guards who were on the verge of a fight. He seemed quite calm. "Now that the worship is over, we plan to go back to the reptile tunnel," he continued. "Please let us go back quickly. If we are late, we won't be able to enter." The guards listened to Bai Yi's words, looked at each other, and were half believing and half doubting, regardless of whether he was sincere in the worship. The opening time of the reptile tunnel was imminent, although something went wrong in the middle. If Bai Yi finally entered the reptile tunnel as planned, the mission of escorting the guards would be barely completed. However, if the timing was missed, causing all the preparations to fail, as guards, they naturally could not escape the responsibility of dereliction of duty. The priorities were obvious. The guards did not hesitate. Although they were still tense, they quickly made way for Bai Yi. Bai Yi and the leopard man quickly boarded the broken machine and flew into the air. Although the guards did not dare to intercept them, they followed closely and found that Bai Yi had returned safely to the warehouse at the entrance of the crawler tunnel as he said. "Only 2 minutes left. Hurry!" Someone among the guards urged time. A group of people pushed Bai Yi and the leopard man roughly and forced them into the warehouse. The guard at the door immediately pressed the switch, and the warehouse door closed with a clang, locking the 2 people inside. The people finally entered, and the escort mission was completed. The guards watched the time go by until noon, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 2 workers were not good people, fortunately, they were sent to the crawler tunnel without any danger. In other words, they were sent to the execution platform, knowing that no one would survive. They still risked their lives to try. What these 2 people were thinking, it may not be difficult to understand. After all, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, everyone imagines that they are that special existence. However, who can really be special? Moreover, whether the reptile tunnel leads to the ground is a secret known to everyone. Most of the guards sneered in their hearts, and then lined up neatly according to the captain's instructions, preparing to leave the warehouse door. At this time, the captain's intercom suddenly sounded, and then a hurried voice burst out from the speaker. "Where are Bai Yi and the leopard man? How'd they entered? They killed all the people in the 2nd Military Intelligence Department a few minutes ago. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! There's no time. Let them in." Hui Xiao was dragged by Shinsu, with the core device on the back of his head in Shinsu's hand, and was almost dragged into the gate of the 2nd Military Intelligence Department by force. The uninvited guest broke in, the officers and guards of the 2nd Military Intelligence Department instantly entered combat mode. The soldiers quickly armed themselves, surrounded by Yi and his party, and didn't care about the hostage, with Xiao shouting at all. "Is there something wrong with your ears? Don't waste their time, otherwise I will die here." Hu Xiao shouted desperately. His voice was hoarse, but what responded to him was the crisp sound of the gun barrel loading. "Are you crazy? I'm in their hands, don't you see it?" Hu Xiao was so anxious that he almost collapsed, and he kept struggling, but it was obvious that he had no status here, and his colleagues in the 2nd Division of Military Intelligence didn't care about his life or death at all. Everyone was only staring at Bai Yi, and no one paid attention to him. An officer walked behind the guards beside Bai Yi, and glanced coldly at Bai Yi and Chen Su and the leopard man behind him, and said concisely, "They are the invaders. They killed Major Will Fire." Everything happened in a flash. Before the officer finished speaking, Bad Machine instantly protected Bai Yi and rushed out of the encirclement. Then several red lights flashed, and the guards fell one after another almost at the same time as the gunshots. Hu Xiao fell to the ground without any preparation. It was not until it all ended suddenly that he suddenly realized that Chen Su seemed to have said something behind him. "Don't forget the bomb above your head." Hu Xiao was shocked and was surprised to find that all the guards around him had been killed instantly. "Team 2. Go!" The officer was shocked and quickly commanded the guards in the back to continue to support. However, the soldiers who had been stationed in the bunker for a long time did not have much combat experience. And the 2nd Military Intelligence Department was not a military stronghold that needed to be defended. The defense here was almost vulnerable to Bai Yi and his party. Chen Su's movements were as fast as lightning, and the guards had no chance to fight back at all. And they fell one after another under Hong Yan's knife. The leopard man did not need weapons, and with a sharp claw, he could cut the soldier in front of him in two with one blow. Chen Su and the leopard man led the way, and the mechanical arm of the Bad Machine rolled up Hu Xiao and followed all the way. The few people moved forward quickly, and in a few minutes they arrived at the signal center of the 2nd Military Intelligence Department. The last few guards, who wanted to stop them, fell one after another. Bai Yi stood in front of the signal station, glanced at the bloody bodies on the ground calmly, and then retracted his gaze. "If you were not so incompetent, they would not have to die," Bai Yi said to Hu Xiao. "Come on. Log into the system with your key." At this time, Hu Xiao was almost the only guard left in the 2nd Military Intelligence Department. Hu Xiao's face was livid, and he immediately entered the key. The signal-sending interface immediately appeared in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi confirmed the information in the interface, quickly entered a few lines of words, and then decisively clicked send. There are less than 8 minutes left before the crawler channel opens. "Okay. Your usefulness ends here." Bai Yi directly turned off the power of the information system, and his eyes turned to Hu Xiao. What do you want to do?" Hu Xiao's eyes widened immediately. "You promised that you wouldn't touch me." Bai Yi's expression was cold, and he didn't make any comment. He just turned slightly to leave the scene to Chen Su. "If you don't want to die, answer my question." Chen Su stared at Hu Xiao and asked in a low voice. His tone was calm, and it was difficult to see any emotion. "First, how did you become an intelligence agent here from a laborer? Second, why did the Night Owl group disappear?" "Huh." Hu Xiao seemed to want to sneer, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help trembling. "You asked me these two questions at the same time. Doesn't it mean that you already have the answer? You beat me like that, threw me into this hell. If I don't save myself, will I just wait to die? If I want to live, I have to pay a price. And the price I can pay is only the Night Owl group. I traded the money, things, and people of the Night Owl group with the Divine Court. And that's how I got my life back. Don't blame me. Chen Su, if you were me, and were forced to that point, you would make the same choice. No one would choose to die to save others. No one." "Yeah." Chen Su lowered his eyes, did not refute, just paused silently for a while, and asked another question. Then, "Brothers, how are you doing now? How are you?" Hu Xiao tried to maintain his momentum, and looked at the leopard man. 80% of them are the same as the leopard. The same as the leopard man. With a sharp pain in his heart, Chen Su clenched his teeth, closed his eyes in silence, opened them again after a moment, and slowly walked in front of Hu Xiao. What do you want?" Hu Xiao tensed his expression, trying to hide his inner fear. Bai Yi promised that he would not kill me. Hu Xiao also understood the strength of this promise. There was no condition that could restrict Bai Yi from dealing with him. and whether Bai Yi would let him live was just a matter of thought. However, Hui Qiao still stared at Bai Yi with bloodshot eyes, holding a glimmer of hope, waiting for Bai Ye's words. But Bai Yi did not give him the answer he wanted, but only gave him a ruthless smile at the last moment of his life. "You have lived long enough," Chen Su whispered, and finally controlled Hui Qiao's neck and the core device that was vital to his life and death in his large mechanical palm. "You have no room for survival. Go underground and confess to your brothers." Chapter 240 EVO in the bunker welcome all players to participate in the Crawler Channel Challenge. The time just reached 12 o'clock, and the light ball in front of the few people responded, and the soft and peaceful female voice echoed in the warehouse, which surprised Bai Yi and Chen Su. This voice was exactly the same as the voice of the EVO game system. "The entrance opens in 1 minute. If you miss the opening time, you will not be able to enter successfully." And that voice was still unmoved by others, just reminding the next precautions as always. The Crawler Channel is a one-way channel. After entering, you can only leave from the exit. The channel can last for 12 hours at a time. After 12 hours, the space of the Crawler Channel will disappear after a large-scale collapse. At that time, all players in the channel will face the threat of death from space crushing. Players are requested to find the exit in time within the time limit and leave the channel safely. The countdown for the entrance opening is about to begin. Players are requested to enter the channel quickly, try to survive, and escape from the bunker. Although it is unknown how the Divine Court or the Bunker Center did it, but now it seems that this Crawler Channel is likely to be a special EVO game. EVO games have never had any warmth, and the cruelty of the life and death game is obvious. Bai Yi and Chen Su exchanged glances. In any case, they have been locked in this warehouse. Even though the door of the warehouse is wide open, they absolutely cannot choose to turn around and leave at this moment, and give up everything. Since they have to fight to survive in hell, how can there be a 100% survival rate? However, even if they fail, what is presented before them is still their best choice. Bai Yi stared at the light ball in front of him, and turned to face the leopard man after a moment. "Sorry, I always forgot to ask." Bai Yi looked directly into the eyes of the leopard man. "What should I call you?" "You decide." The leopard man spoke steadily. "I still remember a lot of things in the past, but I forgot my name. As long as you want, you can call me whatever you want." "Whatever you want," Bai Yi thought for a moment, and smiled gently. "We already have 6 partners: Bad Machine, Chen Su, Mu, Xiaopei, Kasua, and Little Dumb. You will be our 7th person, so I will call you Achi. How about it?" "Achi." The leopard man seemed stunned when he heard this name. This simple name symbolizes acceptance and belonging from now on, and means the opportunity to be reborn after a long period of darkness. "Okay." The leopard man nodded and answered solemnly. Bai Yi smiled at him, then put away his smile and walked towards the light ball. "Either take everything back, or die without a complete body." Chen Su, Achi, get ready. Set off. Ding. Drop. Drop. In the small factory, the equipment controlling temperature and humidity was running silently, occasionally making subtle noises. Xiaopei sat on the iron chair that Chen Su often used, playing with the flying blade in her hand, with a trance-like expression. Kasua sat at a distance from the factory door, while Mu was busy at Bai Ye's operating table. The code on the display screen was scrolling like water, but no one could understand what he was doing. Several people were silent. For a few days, the factory was always filled with this kind of silence. Suddenly, Xiaopei accidentally dropped the flying blade to the ground, making a crisp sound. She shuddered and immediately picked up the flying blade, but found that Mu seemed to be startled by something and stood up suddenly. "Oh, I'm sorry." Xiaopei thought she had startled Mu and apologized immediately. However, Mu ignored her and stared into the void with empty eyes, while a large number of codes quickly appeared on the display screen. At that moment, Xiaopei seemed to catch a glimpse of Mu's name, but when she wanted to take a closer look, it had disappeared in a hurry. "What's wrong?" Kasu asked. The little mute, who was sitting obediently in the rocking chair, also stared at Mu. Mu was silent for a moment, and suddenly turned his head, with an unusual light in his eyes. "I received a signal from Bai Yi," he said. "Mu, navigate for me." "Navigation? What does that mean?" Xiaopei's eyes widened instantly and jumped up. "You mean it was a signal from Bai Yi? How do you confirm it was him?" Kasua couldn't sit still, and jumped to the operating table. "Xiaopei asked you to guide him. Does he want to come back?" The two had many questions, But Mu did not respond. He just lowered his head to think. Then turned to the console, stroking his head with one hand, and busying himself on the screen with the other. The characters on the screen appeared again quickly. Xiaopei, Queso and the little mute all gathered together, eagerly waiting for Mu's explanation. But at the same time, they did not dare to disturb him, so as not to affect Bei's plan. Time passed quietly in the anxious waiting, as if several days and years had passed. Finally, Mu raised his head, and the screen flickered, showing Bei's image without any warning. Bei! Xiaopei couldn't help but exclaimed. Where is Bai Yi? Why is he on the screen? In the screen, there is not only Bai Yi, but also Bad Machine, Chen Su, and a strange-looking stranger with a leopard face. The environment they are in seems like a colorful, fantasy and bizarre world. All kinds of images and colors are like broken fragments, being disorderly and violently reorganized, distorted like a surging giant insect, and like flowing mud, enveloping Bai Yi and others. Bai Yi is probably still underground. He may be playing a special game, and his real-time image can be captured on the internet. Mu finally explained a few words to Xiaopei and the others, although it still sounded vague. I will broadcast the live video. In addition, I need to continue to detect energy fluctuations, collect more signals, to respond to Bai Yi's request. Don't worry, I will do my best to bring Bai Yi back to the ground. The light and shadows change, as if a fragmented dream is flowing in front of my eyes. There seems to be no clear road ahead, but it also makes people feel a kind of fantasy everywhere, making people fall into deep confusion for a while, not knowing where to go, how to take steps, to reach the light they desire in their hearts. Have you seen the video of other workers entering the reptile tunnel? Bai Yi asked the leopard man. No. The leopard man answered immediately. The live broadcast here cannot be seen by the workers. Yes. Bai Yi nodded, not surprised. The leopard man's understanding of the reptile tunnel was only superficial, and Bai Yi and Chen Su knew nothing about it. The only thing that was certain was that if they relied solely on the reptile tunnel to find a way out, they would have almost no chance of returning to the ground. However, Bai Yi and his companions were obviously not here to die. With only 12 hours left, he had to act quickly and guide everything back to his planned track. Bai Yi did not choose to move forward immediately, but stopped to look around. Although the female voice at the beginning sounded very much like the style of the EVO game, it was obviously not a reflection of a specific reality. The space slowly deformed and fluctuated like a mud flow, and divided into countless tributaries in all directions, as if waiting for them to make a choice and embark on the only correct path. As the leopard man said, this is a wormhole, and it is a crisscrossing group of wormholes. The so-called wormhole can be regarded as a special gravitational field. Passing through a wormhole can transcend the limitations of physical distance and jump from one space to another by adjusting the direction, strength and state of gravity in the gravitational field. It may be possible to reach distant spaces instantly, and it can also make the distance close at hand difficult to cross like a chasm, even if we don't consider whether the wormhole here really has the option of leading to the ground. In principle, it is not impossible to return to the ground in this way. Bai Yi looked around, then took out a square instrument from the space card of the broken machine, adjusted the parameters, held it in his hand, and reached forward. Drip, drip, drip. Squeak, squeak. Crack, crack. Crack. Strange noises kept coming out of the box, occasionally mixed with fragmented human voices, but more often there were all kinds of noisy, indistinguishable noises. Bai Yi lowered his eyes, listened carefully to the noises, and tried to move the box in different directions at the same time. Can you get the signal? Chen Su asked. Not yet. Bai Yi answered, still holding the signal receiver in his hand forward. Let's choose a path first. The signal has been sent, and Mu should be able to intercept it easily. I believe that with his intelligence, he will soon find an effective way to guide us. This is Bai Yi. In the central command hall, the commander sat in the viewing area in a corner of the hall, staring at the screen on the wall. The man with glasses whose ragged clothes could not hide his exquisite face. Bai Yi and the invader finally stepped into the crawler tunnel, and the alarm of the bunker was lifted. The commander could finally relax and carefully look at the culprit who had caused the chaos on the front line of the bunker. What did he look like? He was just a weak and fragile pretty boy. The commander sneered in his heart. The pretty boy sat on the shoulders of a tall robot, and he was too lazy to move. There were two sturdy men beside the robot. The man in front had a solemn face and a metallic luster on his body, while the man behind was covered with leopard fur and his knees were bent backwards like an animal. Heh! The commander snorted coldly, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Let them die in the reptile tunnel. It will save trouble and make for a good show. That leopard man is tired of living. And he actually followed them into the tunnel. Doesn't Bai Yi know that he is sending himself to death? Maybe he thinks that Bai Yi and his team still have a chance of success. The adjutant next to him took over the conversation. This Bai Yi has equipment and robots. And he does look different. Just now, he seemed to have mentioned the signal. I wonder what he was trying to do. Ha, how naive. The commander raised his lips and shaked his head. The harder they struggle, the more desperate they will be to die. This video of the crawler tunnel must be saved from beginning to end. It might be a rare good show. Chapter 241 Back to the Peak. Gulyulu. Tada. In the underground tavern, the bartender brought a full glass of wine to the guest sitting at the bar. The guest took a sip of the wine, then silently put the glass back on the table, bowed his head and remained silent, looking very listless. Most of the other guests in the tavern were like this. The dim space seemed particularly quiet and dull. The air was filled with a numb feeling of dead water, as if everyone was spending time half dead. The small TV above the bar was playing a promotional video for the Divine Court. All channels had the same program. There were no other choices. The volume of the TV was turned down very low. There was only a vague buzzing sound, and the small words that kept scrolling at the bottom of the screen were still shouting the call for the survival competition. The survival competition is the great mission given to us by the Star God. Participating in the survival competition is the most glorious tribute to the Star God. This string of words seemed to carry an unsuppressed passion, and it wanted to be shouted out strongly. Although many citizens of the Blessed Star had already sacrificed their lives in this survival competition. The money is here. After a while, the guest at the bar slowly stood up, put 2 banknotes next to the empty wine glass, and prepared to leave the pub. But as soon as he took a step, he suddenly heard a clang, and a wine glass hit the table heavily. Huh? The leaving guest turned around instinctively, and saw several eyes staring at the small TV. The pub soon became noisy, and the guest's eyes were attracted by the TV. He followed their gaze, and his eyes widened immediately. In the picture, the young man with half-long silver hair and glasses was Bai Yi, who was thrown into the bunker. Bai Yi? It's really him. Where is he? Didn't he go to the bunker? The drinkers were talking about it. And the guests who were about to leave stopped walking and hurried back to their seats. Bai Yi is not wearing a suit. What he is wearing looks like a prison uniform? Someone began to analyze. Bai Yi was confirmed by the Divine Court to have been infiltrated into the bunker. Combined with the previous bunker rumors, it was reasonable for him to wear prison uniforms. But there were strange lights and broken blocks of color flashing around, which did not look like an environment for prisoners. Moreover, there was not even a guard around. Bai Yi sat steadily on the broken machine, walking and looking around, seemingly looking for something. Chen Su is also here. And there is a man who looks like a beast. The drinkers continued to discuss. Did Bai Yi escape from the bunker? No. Absolutely not. Someone immediately refuted. Let alone where he went after escaping, the current TV screen, it was like a live broadcast of the EVO game. If Bai Yi really escaped from the bunker, why would the guards of the Divine Court and the fortress be so calm to broadcast him live? Then, did he participate in the EVO game again in the bunker? Everyone was confused about this. No one could figure out what Bai Yi was doing, and why the screen was playing here. The drinkers were surprised, discussing, speculating. But no one realized that Bai Yi's appearance easily dispelled the originally gloomy atmosphere in the bar. Sir! Sir! A soldier rushed into the command room, causing the commander to frown. What happened? Why are you so anxious? The commander asked unhappily. The soldier stood beside him, took 2 breaths, and then reported. Report to the commander. Bai Yi's live broadcast was leaked, and the reason is still unclear. Now all the frequency bands of the entire Shinyu Star are occupied by Bai Yi's images in the reptile channel. The superiors are very angry about this, and are asking about the situation. What? The commander was shocked and speechless for a while. This crawler tunnel is a small wormhole space designed to imitate the EVO game framework. It was originally designed to add fun to the monotonous and boring guard life. And a live broadcast inside the bunker was specially arranged. He couldn't understand, how could the live broadcast leak happen and occupy all the frequency bands? No, not right. The commander soon realized that, if it was just an unintentional discovery and spread in a small range, it could be called a leak, but according to the superiors, The current situation is that all the frequency bands of the entire God's Blessing star are forced to broadcast by Ye's live broadcast. This was not an accidental leak, but someone obviously intercepted the live signal and intentionally spread it to the public. After a little thought, one can understand the true nature of the incident. And the adjutant beside him also thought of the accident that happened before Bai Yi entered the reptile tunnel. Just now, Bai Yi ran to MI2. Is it related to this incident? The adjutant asked hurriedly. They killed everyone in MI2 in just a few minutes, but did not run away afterwards. Nor did they attack other guards, but hurried back to the reptile tunnel. It doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. Did they go to MI2 to spread the live signal? But what is their intention in spreading this signal? The commander pondered for a moment. According to previous information, Bai Yi has a team, right? Yes, the adjutant replied, including Bai Yi himself. There are 6 people in total. And now there are only 3 people in the passage, one of whom has nothing to do with Bai Yi, and is a leopard man. The commander sank his face and analyzed the key points. This means that there are still 4 people in Bai Yi's team on the ground. If they establish contact, then these 4 people are likely to know Bai Yi's situation and provide support. You mean? The adjutant was stunned. Go quickly. Report to your superiors. The commander paused for a moment, skipped the process of speculation, and gave a decisive order. Bai Yi's live broadcast was leaked, and his companions on the ground are definitely not unrelated. Please ask your superiors to capture his accomplices immediately. We will also encrypt the signal immediately to protect it, and try to reduce the impact. Also, contact the control room and shut down the crawler channel equipment immediately. Letting Bai Yi enter the channel was not originally for his survival. The current situation. Don't let things drag on. At the same time as the commander gave the order, Bai Yi's accomplice who the bunker wanted to capture was riding the aircraft left by Chen Su, circling slowly over the godly planet. Ouch, be steady! The aircraft suddenly jolted, scaring Xiao Pei, and she hurriedly shouted to Kasuo. Can you do it? Didn't you see how Chen Su drove it? Xiao Pei complained. Obviously, Kasuo's skills were not mature enough, and flying an aircraft was not a skill that could be mastered by just a few glances. Now that Chen Su was gone, Kasuo could make the aircraft fly again, and he was considered a quick learner. However, Kasuo did not refute Xiao Pei, but instead laughed, and deliberately shook the aircraft up and down, making Xiao Pei scream. In the narrow cabin, Kasuo and Xiao Pei's interaction was noisy. However, Mu, who was sitting in the back row, seemed to be in another dimension, concentrating on operating the holographic screen in front of him, adjusting various instruments that could be brought on board the aircraft, trying to find clues related to Bai Yi. Mu set a navigation area for Kasuo, based on the distribution of the bunker entrance and the underground pipelines of Shinyu Star, to infer the scope of the bunker. If they want to receive Bai Yi's signal, or let Bai Yi receive the signal they sent, they must act in this area. However, this area is extremely vast. Without the help of the aircraft left by Chen Su, it is almost impossible to conduct a comprehensive search in a short period of time. How is it? Any clues? Xiao Pei was too lazy to pay attention to Kasuo, and turned to ask Mu. Mu did not answer, and was still fully focused on his own world. Xiao Pei understood his habits, and did not want to disturb him too much. After all, Mu patiently explained the purpose and method of the action to them just now, which was a rare behavior of his. The purpose of intercepting the live broadcast signal and broadcasting it to the public is to let everyone know that Bai Yi is trying to escape from the bunker, so as to use public opinion to restrain the hands and feet of the divine court and prevent Bai Yi from falling into a new predicament easily after barely escaping. However, everyone knows Bai Yi's movements, and the divine court and the bunker will naturally notice the signal leakage. Therefore, in order to avoid external interference affecting Bai Yi's situation, Mu had already infected the upstream and downstream systems of the live broadcast signal with a virus program before taking action. If nothing unexpected happens, this should give Bai Yi enough time to execute their escape plan. Now, they were circling in the air in a flying vehicle, precisely to find the possible location of Bai Yi, so that he could successfully receive the navigation signal they sent. Mu explained a few words about how to search for Bai Yi's position. Xiao Pei didn't fully understand, but only caught some key points. Bai Yi's location seemed to be a wormhole, and the wormhole would produce an abnormal energy field. If this abnormal energy field could be detected, Bai Yi's trace could be found. Xiao Pei pinched her nose lightly, looked at Mu for a while, and then turned away. In short, Mu has a plan that sounds very reliable. As long as we follow what he said, we will definitely be able to rescue Bai Yi from the hands of the God Court. Xiao Pei has full confidence in Mu. And at the same time, she firmly believes in Bai Yi in her heart. To her, Bai Yi has never been an ordinary person, but a star that illuminates the God-blessing star and makes her life brand new, even if it falls into darkness for a while. If it is Bai Yi, he will definitely return to the bright night sky and dispel the heavy night fog that shrouds her and all the people on the God-blessing star. It will definitely work. It will definitely work. Chapter 242, number 87. Everything around him remained the same, fantastic and monotonous. After a long journey, time seemed to have passed for a long time. However, if you look around, it seems as if you have never left. Time seems to be frozen, always still. Bai Yi holds the signal detector, patiently waiting for a certain moment, expecting the signal from Mu Fang. Qin Su and the leopard man followed silently, like a shadow, seeming to turn a deaf ear to all of Bai Yi's actions, and it seems that no matter what Bai Yi does, they never object. Bai Yi. After a few minutes, Qin Su finally spoke, and then stopped. Bai Yi, your time is almost up. Time? Bai Yi came back to his senses from his concentration, and responded subconsciously. Yeah. Qin Su nodded. After 10 hours, you will soon fall into a deep sleep. Why not stop now, and continue after you wake up? When the leopard heard this, he also stopped, his eyes wandering between Qin Su and Bai Yi. The time limit of the reptile tunnel is only 12 hours, which is definitely not a suitable time to rest. But thinking of when Bai Yi first came, he fainted right in front of him. I have narcolepsy. Bai Yi recalled that he had not yet explained this to the leopard man. I can stay awake for up to 10 hours. When the time is up, I will fall asleep uncontrollably. Thanks to your care, I was able to get through it all safely. Bai Yi smiled and looked at the leopard man with gratitude. But even with you by my side this time, I can't fall asleep easily. The receiving signal is fleeting, the opportunity is fleeting, and it's hard to get it back if you miss it, so I can't let myself lose consciousness at this moment, even for just a second. You mean the soul potion? Qin Su immediately understood Bai Yi's intention. Yes, Bai Yi confirmed, as if everything was already set in the script. Pursuing eternity in the broken time and space. Exploring the secret realm in the 7-day hell. And in the secret realm there happened to be the spirit lady who knew the secrets of the soul. Today was the best time to need the soul potion. What will happen next? And how will fate arrange it? Bai Yi raised his head. And at the last moment before the deadline, he drank the soul potion in one gulp. I pray that God will help me. And finally escape from this bunker. And get what I want. In the central command center, the commander could no longer sit in the viewing area without distractions, and immediately ordered Bai Yi's live broadcast to be projected on the central large screen, and returned to the command desk as in the previous alert state. Bai Yi and the live broadcast seemed to have drunk something strange, and he was still heading towards an unknown direction with a few people. Seeing them act decisively and calmly, the commander couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, as if the crawler channel was no longer a simple entertainment burial, but it was really possible to bring Bai Yi back to the ground. But this was obviously impossible. The commander tried to calm himself down. The crawler channel was an EDO code that the central high-level officials cracked from the Divine Court. And it was an entertainment project imitated by the technical team. He knew it well. The crawler tunnel has no exit from the structure. Even if a god descends to Earth, it is impossible to find a way out of the chaotic space. Moreover, Bai Yi has little time left. As long as the control room immediately starts the tunnel collapse. Report. Report to the commander. Just as the commander was thinking, a soldier suddenly rushed in a panic. Report to the commander. The control room system has a malfunction and is now paralyzed and cannot be operated. Cannot be operated? What does this mean? The commander's brain paused for a moment, and it even became difficult to understand the soldier's words. That's right. The system seems to be locked by something. No operation can be performed. And the settings of the crawler channel cannot be modified. The settings cannot be modified. This news went straight to the core of the problem. The commander froze immediately, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart like a tide. From the moment Bai Yi was about to enter the crawler channel, everything began to deviate from their expectations. Sweeping across the 2nd Military Intelligence Department, the live broadcast signal was leaked, and the control system was paralyzed. All of these were connected together, and it seemed that Bai Yi was really going to be led to a situation that they could not control. Up! The commander was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the reporting soldier was still waiting for instructions. Up. Have you captured Baye's companions? No. We haven't received the news of the successful capture yet, the soldier replied, and when he saw the commander was silent, he asked carefully, Sir, then we should, you notify the control room immediately, and troubleshoot the system failure as soon as possible. The commander tried to adjust his emotions, and barely calmed down. As long as he dies in the tunnel collapse before Baye takes action, everything can return to normal. And we can also give an explanation to the superiors. In addition, the current situation must be reported to the superiors in a timely manner. Once the system cannot be restored, things may develop in a direction we don't want to see. You mean? The soldier was stunned. But the reptile tunnel can't lead to the ground at all. What method can Baye use? I don't know. The commander frowned, although he had an ominous premonition. But after thinking carefully, he couldn't figure out how Baye would break through such an unsolvable prison. In short, we must report the situation truthfully and wait for instructions from above. I hope all this is just our overthinking. After taking the soul mixture, Baye did not feel any obvious changes. He did not feel intense mental fatigue, nor was he abnormally excited. His state was just like being awake for 10 hours on weekdays. It was unknown how long the effect of the soul mixture would last. After confirming that he was in good physical condition, Baye adjusted the parameters of the detector and refocused his attention on the various signals received by the detector. Beep, beep, beep. Zila, zila. Zila. Crackle, crackle. In the chaotic signal sounds, it seems that no signal is related to dusk. Baye lowered his eyelids, patiently fine-tuned the frequency band, looking for new signal access. Although he was in a crisscrossing wormhole, the gravitational field of this wormhole was, in essence, still under the ground of the God's blessing star. The chaotic and disordered space debris guided the radio wave signals on the ground into this gravitational field, and then passed through the detector, sounding in Baye's ears. Baye had no doubt that Mu was indeed trying to contact him. Mu was a summoned body that Baye had personally transformed, and he was also his teammate who had fought for life and death with him in many games. Although Mu was always taciturn and had a low sense of presence, he never let Baye down in his work. During the time that Baye had been in the bunker, Mu must have been looking for opportunities to save himself on the internet. And once he caught his signal, he would definitely choose the method with the highest probability to achieve his wish as much as possible. For a long time, they have already established a tacit understanding without words. Therefore, Baye firmly believed that Mu's signal must be hidden in a certain frequency band in a certain area, waiting for him to explore. The light in the field of vision turned from bright to dark, and then lit up again. Baye kept his eyes down, focusing on adjusting the frequency band of the detector. Chinsu was still leading in front, sometimes going straight forward, sometimes turning to other branches, switching the area to receive signals. The detector kept making chaotic noises, and when Chinsu chose another fork in the road, a certain sound from the detector inexplicably moved his heart. Beep, beep, beep. This sound is insignificant, so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary, but for some reason, it exudes a sense of familiarity. Beep, 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 beep. The continuous beep sound echoed in the detector. Chinsu couldn't help but look back and saw Baye with a calm expression, his index finger gently twisting the knob on the detector, and the beep sound became clearer in Baye's operating room. What's wrong? Chinsu and Baye stopped at the same time. The leopard man looked at Chinsu in confusion, and then looked up at Baye. Baye operated the detector. After a few seconds, he suddenly raised his head, with a relaxed and determined smile on his face. It's Mu, Baye confirmed. Are you sure? Chinsu asked, although he also felt that it was Mu's signal. Yes. Baye nodded. He said 8 consecutive signals. A small pause. Then 7 more. A big pause. And it was just such a cycle. His signal was number 87. Number 87 was the house number of the abandoned factory on Shinyu Star. And it was the place where Baye and all of them belonged. Mu used these 2 numbers to send a signal to Baye. And Baye immediately understood the meaning of the continuous beep sound. 8 and 7. These are tacit codes that do not need to be agreed upon in advance. Have you contacted? Although the leopard man did not understand why 8 and 7 could allow them to immediately determine each other's identity. Since he decided to follow Baye, it meant trusting Baye's judgment. Then can we determine the direction of action based on this signal? The leopard man asked. I will try my best to get in touch with Mu and let him continue to guide us, Bai Yi said, slightly frowning. With the direction guidance. Next. It depends on the two of you to open up this way for us. Success or failure depends on this one move. Ah Chi. Chun Su. Come on. Chapter 243. Fight with all your strength. Beep beep. Beep beep. Mu is continuously sending radio signals. Since they boarded the aircraft, this signal has never stopped. To others, this signal seems very ordinary, but to them, it is of great significance. The transmission distance of the signal is set at about 1 kilometer, which is the limit of Mu's ability to accurately guide Bai Yi. Xiao Pei lies on the back of the front seat, with a bright light flashing in her eyes, and quietly watches Mu's operation. At a certain moment, a red light suddenly lit up on an instrument in front of Mu. And then the numbers on the small screen began to jump. Mu! Mu! This thing is sounding the alarm. Xiao Pei hurriedly shouted to Mu. Even though Mu had already noticed the change in the instrument. The gravitational field is abnormal. Mu's eyes lit up slightly in a place where Xiao Pei couldn't see. As if he was explaining? Or as if he was talking to himself. And then, he quickly controlled the navigation system of the aircraft. Queso, who was in the driving seat, said hey hey, and let go of his hands from the joystick. The aircraft was out of his control, and began to deflect on its own. Gravitational field. Xiao Pei tried to recall the word she had heard before. After thinking for a long time, she suddenly realized that Mu had just said that Bai Yi was in a gravitational field. Do you mean to say that Bai Yi was found? Is Bai Yi right under there? Xiao Pei asked hurriedly. But Mu remained silent at this time, operating the instrument attentively. Beep, beep, beep. The signal was still being sent. And as the aircraft moved, the numbers on the gravity meter soared. Xiao Pei bit her lip, staring at the meter nervously, while Queso leaned back casually, letting Mu adjust the direction of the aircraft. At this moment, a few Morse code-like signals came from a small device. Beep, 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 da-da. Beep, beep, da-da-da. It's Bai Yi, Mu said softly, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his calm tone. He's responding to my signal. He's also saying 8-7. Bai Yi, it's really Bai Yi. Xiao Pei jumped up from her seat in an instant, with her voice almost breaking with excitement, and Queso also turned his head sharply, looking at Mu in disbelief. However, Mu ignored them, but moved to the window and stared at the ground. Below was a dim square, silent and almost empty, and in the distance was a group of neatly arranged spires, gorgeous and magnificent. This was the location of the God's Blessing Square and the Star God Temple. At the same time, the alarm light of the gravity meter was flashing, and Bai Yi's signal was successfully transmitted here. This was the best position for Bai Yi to escape from the wormhole. Descend 300 meters in height, make sure to stay within the range of the God's Blessing Square. Mu said to Kasuo. Our signal transmission point is fixed here. It depends on Bai Yi's performance next. This is the target. Bai Yi carefully adjusted the position of the detector, and finally selected the direction with the highest signal strength. The logic is actually very simple. No matter how the wormhole deforms, or how the gravity changes, the direction towards Mu must be the path to escape. Broken machine, turn to the 5 o'clock direction. According to the plan that had been drawn up long ago, Bai Yi issued instructions step by step. We will face extremely high energy force field distortion in a moment. It will be very difficult to maintain stability with the power of the bad machine alone. Chun Su, you are in front of the bad machine. You must control its arms, and ensure that the launch port is always pointing forward. And Ah Chi, you are behind the bad machine. Please use your powerful strength to fight against the external force field and ensure that our direction of advance does not deviate too much. The force field distortion will be very strong. This is not an easy task. Among the three of us, I am afraid that only you can do it. I will do my best. The leopard man nodded slightly, his expression solemn and firm. Well, then I'll trouble you. Bai Yi suppressed the tension in his heart and said in a deep voice. Follow the direction of the signal. This is the key to our escape from here. Once we fail, what awaits us will be death within reach. We can't die here, we must go all out, break through the wormhole, escape from the bunker, and win back our freedom. Bai Yi said he wanted to escape from the bunker and return to the ground? In the tavern, the guests discussed enthusiastically, with excitement and disbelief on their faces. After entering the bunker, you want to see the sun again. This is a well-known fact. No one has ever seen anyone return from the bunker. Even the bunker itself was only confirmed to exist because of the public punishment in Baiye's challenge mode. So now, Baiye has to do something that no one has ever succeeded in. And it seems that there is no chance of success at all? The TV volume in the tavern was turned up to the maximum. The guests watched Baiye's series of unusual actions and listened to his half-understood explanations. A little expectation gradually ignited in their hearts. If it was Baiye, maybe it was really possible. After all, Baiye could create miracles. In the picture, Baiye issued an unclear command to the bad machine. And the bad machine responded, "Okay, master," and then immediately raised his arms. The two mechanical arms opened to the side, and two dark holes appeared in front of the arms. But soon, light flashed faintly in them. With the appearance of light, the light and shadow fragments that were surging like mud flows around Baiye suddenly stopped for a moment. The people outside the screen were also stunned by this scene. And before everyone could react, the light and shadow mud flows inexplicably changed their direction. And all the light coming from all over, centered on Baiye, began to surge again. What's going on? The broken machine seems to have sucked in all the surrounding light. The guests didn't understand what Baiye was doing, but the earth-shaking situation in front of them made them dumbfounded. The flame of expectation burned more and more in this unprecedented scene, as if a heat wave instantly swept away the original dullness and depression. And the dim tavern was instantly ignited into a sea of red. What on earth is this place? Is this the way to leave the bunker? How did Baiye do it? Baiye? Is he coming back soon? Snap! Just as everyone was amazed and guessing, the TV screen suddenly went black without any warning. And then when it lit up, Baiye's figure was gone. And instead, there was a huge Wanwi star pattern. Just now, some criminals occupied the official channel and broadcast reactionary content at will. Citizens, please do not watch, listen, believe, or be disturbed by reactionary content. As soon as the Shiting channel was restored, the official announcement was broadcast immediately. It has been found that criminals are roaming around Xinyu Square. Xinyu Square will be under martial law immediately. No outsiders are allowed to approach. If anyone appears near Xinyu Square and interferes with Shiting's arrest and law enforcement operations, they will be punished with the same crime as the criminals. Oh my god! What are they doing? At the same time, the command center in the bunker had already fallen into chaos. Some people screamed. Some people rushed. Some people kept sending reports to the higher-ups. And some people gathered in front of the big screen, anxiously waiting for the commander's instructions. "Sir, what should we do now?" the adjutant asked the commander again. But even the commander was helpless at the moment. After all, no matter who it was, no one had ever seen a wormhole like this. The light stream formed by the light and shadow fragments no longer twisted like a giant worm. All the fragments seemed to be combed smoothly in an instant, and all accelerated in the same direction. The direction in which these fragments flowed was exactly where Baiye and his group and the giant robot were. The giant robot seemed to be bearing a huge external impact. Its heavy body was like a small insect accidentally caught in a torrent, constantly bumping in the overwhelming light flow. Baiye looked solemn, sitting on the robot's shoulder, trying to keep his balance, and checking the instrument in his hand from time to time. The instrument kept beeping, but soon it was drowned out by the increasingly loud noise. The man with half of his body made of steel tightly wrapped his arms with the robot's arms, trying to keep the robot's direction unchanged. The leopard man tightly hugged the robot's waist. His thick arm muscles bulged, and his sharp fangs appeared from the corners of his mouth, as if he was trying his best to fight against the unknown force field. Even so, they were still embarrassed by the increasingly strong external force, and were almost blown away several times. But the leopard man relied on his brute force to always pull them back to their original position. What did Baiye do? Obviously, the reason for the unprecedented abnormality of the wormhole was Baiye and his three companions. However, the bunker guards, who were locked outside the wormhole, were powerless and could only watch. "Have you reported to the higher-ups? Did the higher-ups give you any instructions?" The commander was panicking, trying his best to calm down, but his voice unconsciously rose 8 degrees. No, yes. The adjutant was also in a state of confusion. The higher-ups said that the location of Baiye's accomplices has been locked, and they are arresting them. What about Baiye? The commander's eyes widened, and he stared at the adjutant. "We don't have enough technical capabilities to handle the current situation, but if we don't control it, Bai Yi is likely to do something big. Big, big, what big? The adjutant was confused, and asked a stupid question. What else could it be? The commander could not help but roar. He did all this, obviously wanting to return to the ground. If he continues like this, he might escape successfully. The strong gravity continued to surge from the surroundings, and his body seemed to be trapped in a narrow gap, and he could hardly breathe. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, staring at the center of the light flow in front of him, which was like the eye of the wind, trying his best to endure the severe pain in his body and bearing the heavy pressure from all directions. It was Bai Yi himself who caused all this, and he had already anticipated the current situation. Through the original crawler tunnel, it seems impossible to escape from the bunker. But if the crawler tunnel is essentially a wormhole, or a gravitational field, for Bai Yi, this road may not be a dead end. During the 2 days when the center set up the crawler tunnel, Bai Yi was not idle. He collected some metal fragments and weapon parts from the garbage mountain, and under the cover of the garbage mountain, he combined these materials with the gravitational field device of the original gravitational chair to create a more efficient and more powerful gravitational field controller, and installed it inside the broken machine. Wormholes are compressed and deformed by gravitational field energy, thus breaking through the physical distance limit, forming a special channel, and traveling from one place to another. The reptile channel has no exit, which means that the gravitational field here has no fixed flow direction and cannot be truly connected to another space. But for Bai Yi, who now has mastered the gravitational field controller, this is no longer a problem. If there is no fixed flow direction, you can guide it to a fixed flow direction. If there is no exit, you can open the exit to the ground yourself. The unknown roar filled the entire space, and the broken light quickly flowed through the field of vision. The core of the light flow in the distance seemed to be slowly expanding, approaching them, and the gravity from the front was getting stronger and stronger, almost sucking them into the light eye. Shinsu gritted his teeth, trying to stabilize the gravitational field controller on the broken machine's arm. The leopard man stabilized the broken machine again and again, trying his best to maintain the direction of energy output. Bai Yi confirmed the direction through the detector again, then raised his head, tightly grasped the armrest of the seat, and shouted with all his strength, "Shinsu! Ah Chi! Hold on a little longer. Stabilize the broken machine. Control the gravitational field. Hold on a little longer. We will see the light of day again soon." Chapter 244. Land immediately. WR4 aircraft, you are surrounded from all sides. Please descend immediately. Please descend immediately. Otherwise we will use force to shoot you down. Repeat, please descend immediately. In the Divine Court Square, the warnings from the Divine Court echoed continuously in the surrounding loudspeakers. Xiao Pei had been focusing on Bai Yi, until then she realized that they were the surrounded WR4 aircraft. Ah, how did the Divine Court find us? Xiao Pei looked out the window in shock. Sure enough, many aircraft had surrounded them, each of which looked much more powerful than their aircraft. What should I do? Mu! Xiao Pei hurriedly called out to Mu. But Mu seemed to be indifferent to the current situation, and was still immersed in the instrument. In desperation, Xiao Pei had to ask Ka Sua for help. What should I do? She slapped Ka Sua's arm hard, making Ka Sua cry out in pain. You think of a way. Shinting said he would attack us. Stop! 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 Ka Sua was annoyed by the slapping, so he simply dodged Xiao Pei's combo and pulled out a yellow package from the top of the cabin and threw it to her. This is for you. For escape. Xiao Pei took the escape bag. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Ka Sua speechlessly. Ka Sua, like Mu, folded his hands behind his head, looking unconcerned. Don't worry. He slowly comforted Xiao Pei. Bai Yi is still counting on us for navigation. We can't leave him alone to escape. Since we can't escape, we can only hold on. If no one attacks, stay here. If someone comes to attack, fight back. If you can delay for a while, it's better. Maybe if you delay for a second, Bai Yi will appear. Xiao Pei was speechless for a moment, but looking at these two overly calm teammates, she felt that she couldn't just waste time like this. Just as she was getting anxious, a voice suddenly came from the square, mixed with the electronic sound of the loudspeaker, and was actually shouting to the Divine Court. Second Special Guard Division, please temporarily suspend the operation and lift the siege. Instructions have been issued from above. Please ask the flight team to withdraw and rearrange the follow-up matters according to the latest instructions. Suspend the operation and lift the siege? Xiao Pei was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly went to the window to look down, and found a small figure standing in the middle of the square, holding a loudspeaker and repeating what he had just said. Who is that? Xiao Pei lay on the window, watching the situation below closely. Kasu also looked out curiously. A few minutes later, the aircraft surrounding them actually landed one after another. No way. Xiao Pei was stunned. She was happy that the siege was lifted, but she couldn't help but doubt. Will the God Court not come to catch them? Just because of a few words from that person? They were saved from danger at the critical moment. How could their luck be so good? Captain, do we really have to listen to him? A soldier asked the action commander next to him at the ground command post. The person in charge of commanding this operation is a tall woman, with red hair neatly tied up, a straight figure, and a very military demeanor. She is Mary Jo. Since Sean's disappearance, Mary Jo has been the captain of the first squad of the 2nd Special Guard. The director of the Special Guard specially appointed her to command the operation to capture Bai Yi. After all, in the Special Guard, Mary Jo has the most frequent contact with Bai Yi, and no one knows Bai Yi better than her. So the director of the Special Guard believes that only she can be competent for this command. And Mary Jo did act decisively, efficiently and quickly. After discovering the UFO, she immediately deployed a siege, and after seeing the shouting in the square, she quickly withdrew the siege. This decisiveness confused many subordinates. Captain, remove the air siege. They will escape. Some subordinates seemed a little anxious. No, Mary Jo responded calmly. They are wandering around the Divine Blessing Square, mainly because Bai Yi will appear here. They will not abandon Bai Yi. Her tone was firm and unquestionable. Although she barely calmed down the subordinates' objections, she actually obeyed the instructions of the unknown person so quickly. Not because she had a grasp of the current situation, but because deep down in her heart, she didn't actually want Bai Yi to be caught. In her opinion, Bai Yi was not an ambitious person, or his ambition was limited to protecting himself, and he would not pose a threat to the Divine Court at all. She believed that the various pressures exerted by the Divine Court on Bai Yi were completely unnecessary. It would be a pity for such a powerful person to perish in meaningless pressure. So since the unknown person paved the way for her, she naturally had to take the opportunity to come down quickly and try her best to protect Bai Yi. Just listen to what he wants to say for now. Mary Jo cleared her throat and said to the subordinate beside her, if the upper level really has new instructions, but we refuse to obey, it will not be just a small matter. The subordinate nodded half-believingly, then turned his head to look at the square, and the thin man hurriedly ran over here. Please report your position. The man ran closer, and the subordinate glanced at the Wanhuixing badge on his chest and asked, Game Management Department. Level 2 Administrator. Norin. The man answered, and the wording was quite formal. Nolan is Arnold's name, and this person is Arnold. Arnold also saw the crawler tunnel scene in the live broadcast. He stared at Bai Yi in the live broadcast. His breathing almost stopped for a minute, then he immediately turned around and rushed out of the house, and rushed directly to Jia Zipping. According to the statement of the Divine Court, Bai Yi's live broadcast was illegal elements illegally occupied the official channel and broadcast it. Obviously, the illegal elements who did this kind of thing, except Mu, there would be no other people. Bai Yi, who was broadcasting live, had been looking for some kind of signal. The illegal elements were soon found wandering around the Xinyu Square. What were they doing? The answer was obvious. They could not allow the Shiting to interfere with their plans, nor could they let Mu down for broadcasting the live broadcast. Therefore, Arnold and Jia Zipping quickly decided to gather the red turbans and go to the Xinyu Square, and within their ability, try to help Bai Yi. At present, Jia Zipping is hiding near the square with a group of red turbans, waiting for the opportunity. Arnold put on the Wanhui star, showed his identity as the God Court, prepared to delay the arrest. The Game Management Department just received a call from Bai Yi. Arnold walked to the command post where Mary Jo was, said seriously. Bai Yi realized that he could not leave the reptile tunnel, so he asked the Game Management Department to help adjust the tunnel parameters and rescue him. Correspondingly, he will follow the arrangement of the God Court, enter the research department, and assist the God Court in conducting research on bionic human body transformation. The Special Guard will issue a formal order soon, and the head of the Game Management Department sent me to inform you in advance, to avoid unnecessary losses and misunderstandings. Arnold knew everything about Bai Yi, and could easily obtain internal information of the God Court, so this fake news was very realistic. Mary Jo and several subordinates were slightly stunned after hearing Arnold's words, and briefly believed his words. Bai Yi, did he agree to join the Divine Court? Mary Jo stared at Arnold blankly, revealing a trace of disbelief. So many twists and turns and threats before failed to make Bai Yi compromise. What is the difference between this crawler channel and the previous ones? Is it because he really felt the threat to his life? Or, you said that the game management department sent you to tell us? Mary Jo was still confused, and the subordinates next to her realized the abnormality earlier. Excuse me, do you have the official document? The subordinate asked. The situation is urgent. Once you heard Bai Yi's companions, the negotiation may fail. So before the document is issued, I will tell you verbally first. Arnold quickly found a reasonable explanation. As long as the director sends a communication, we can stop the action immediately. This is faster than you telling us directly. Right? The subordinate narrowed his eyes slightly, and his doubts deepened. Then what is the meaning of your coming here? Are you the son of the director of the game department? Another soldier's eyes suddenly lit up, and finally saw Arnold's appearance in his mind. That's right, that's right. The soldier nodded firmly. Captain, I've heard of him. He's a die-hard fan of Bai Yi. He opened the Bai Yi fan club. What? Mary Jo and the other subordinates were stunned at the same time, and then countless eyes were cast on Arnold. Arnold didn't expect that he would be recognized so easily. He panicked and subconsciously took 2 steps back. This reaction made the sergeants more convinced of his purpose. Captain, don't listen to him. He might be here to save Bai Yi. A subordinate hurriedly said to Mary Jo. We must deal with Bai Yi's accomplices as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer. Yes. Although Mary Jo had her own feelings. As the commander who was in the spotlight, she could only do her job impartially and hide her personal emotions behind her serious face. She lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then nodded, picked up the communicator, and issued orders to all directions. Flight Team 2 takes off. Intercepts enemy aircraft. Irrelevant personnel evacuates the square. Ground weapons are in place and are ready to fire and attack. Report. The aircraft cannot take off. Report. The ground weapons cannot be started. After Mary Jo's orders were issued, she received negative feedback one after another. A large number of civilians suddenly poured into the square, obstructing the range of weapons and interfering with the takeoff of aircraft. The arrest operation cannot be carried out for the time being. There are too many civilians, and it is difficult to disperse. Please send reinforcements as soon as possible. Chapter 245. I'm back. Civilians? Where are the civilians from? Mary Jo heard the report on the communicator. Her heart was shocked. She turned around suddenly and found that the originally empty square had gathered a large number of people without knowing when. The parking area and the ground turret were surrounded by a group of people in red turbans, and more people swarmed from the streets and alleys in all directions, and shouted Bai Yi's name towards the aircraft hovering low in the sky, with great momentum. These people are... The subordinate was stunned. Although he knew the identities of these people, he couldn't speak for a long time. They are all supporters of Bai Yi. Mary Jo completed her subordinate's words, staring at the crowd surging in the square, with a more serious expression. Captain, what should we do? The subordinate came to his senses and asked Mary Jo anxiously. They have interfered with the arrest operation. Should we take them? No. Mary Jo glanced at her subordinate coldly. Our mission is to arrest Bai Yi's accomplices, not civilians. Even if it says that they will be punished for the same crime, we have no right to use force against them. You contact the headquarters immediately, report the situation here, and wait for instructions. Yes. The subordinate agreed. After the matter was explained, Mary Jo looked around, and suddenly realized that she seemed to have forgotten something. Where is that man just now? Mary Jo asked. The son of the director of the game department, is he gone? The subordinate didn't pay much attention to it. The two looked at each other in confusion for a second, and suddenly a rumbling sound came from the square, which attracted their attention. I saw a big drum appeared in the middle of the crowd at some point, and a thin man stood behind the drum, and it turned out to be the son of the director, who had just falsely delivered the order. The trick just now failed to deceive the special guards. Arnold did not force it. While Mary Jo and the others were distracted, he quietly slipped away and joined Jia Zipping and the others. His idea coincided with Casso's. No matter what method he used, as long as he could delay for 1 second, Bai Yi would have more chances to escape. Hey, everyone! Please pay attention. Arnold was beating the drum. While beating, he shouted into the loudspeaker. Bai Yi, he is in the bunker now, taking on the challenge of the crawler tunnel. The crawler tunnel is certified by the Divine Court, and is the only way to leave the bunker. As long as you pass the test of the crawler tunnel, you can restore your citizenship on the ground with the approval of the Divine Court, and Bai Yi will be able to return to the ground again. Now, it is the critical moment for Bai Yi to succeed. Let us cheer for Bai Yi together. Try to eliminate all interference for him. Let us welcome the first player of the Divine Blessing Star. Our King Bai Yi is back. Who? In the office of the Game Management Department of the Star God Hall, after hearing the report from the soldier, the minister suddenly jumped up from his chair, and then he was unsteady, and sat back heavily in his seat. The secretary hurried forward to support him, but turned to the staff, who came to report at a loss. Who was the leader you just mentioned? It was the minister's son. Arnold. Norin. The staff answered cautiously. Bang! A palm slammed heavily on the desk, and the nervous secretary and staff trembled together. This useless guy. The minister gritted his teeth and said indignantly, he actually did such a rebellious thing. I have told him so many times. Why doesn't he mend his ways? He doesn't want to live. But I want to live a few more years. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. The secretary next to him hurriedly comforted him. Bai Yi is still in the bunker now. The situation is not irreversible. I will have someone bring Arnold back immediately. As long as Bai Yi doesn't come out in the end, Arnold's matter will become a trivial matter. No need. Let him toss. The minister was obviously emotional, and chose to fight to the death without hesitation. You? He glared at the staff who came to report. You go to the Special Security Department now. Tell the chief of the Special Security Department. Tell him that no matter what Arnold has done, they should arrest him, kill him, and never care about my face. From now on, this guy is not my son. Captain, there has been no instructions from above. What should we do? At the command post on the side of the square, the subordinates asked Mary Jo again. The crowd surged, and the number of people in the square was far beyond the control of Mary Jo and his men. Many people wore the same red headscarf, and many more wore no decorations. Everyone looked around in the gray square, as if they were looking for something. It seemed that during this period of time, a new belief suddenly grew on the God's blessing star. Everyone gathered here devoutly and watched silently. Mary Jo forbade her subordinates to use force to disperse the crowd, and the aircraft surrounding them could not take off. The WR-4 aircraft of the White Knight accomplice was still hovering at low altitude, and the team that was originally carrying out the capture mission was now bound by the surging crowd and could not move. Such a situation, actually, is not a bad thing. Although the subordinates were all anxious, Mary Jo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After careful consideration, the minister's son's approach was indeed wise. He called on the common people to build momentum, and disclose Bai Yi's predicament and the promise of the Divine Court to the public. In this way, the Divine Court's usual style should not be indifferent on the surface, and directly tear the face. As long as the Divine Court has to make concessions, Bai Yi still has room for maneuver. Therefore, she hopes that the current situation can last longer, the longer the better. If Bai Yi can really get out of trouble quickly and return to the ground, then for him, the current situation may be the best situation. Captain, should we control the situation? The subordinate couldn't help but make another suggestion. How to control it? Open fire? Mary Chiao deliberately pulled a long face. The higher-ups will never allow us to hurt civilians at will. If we open fire without authorization, it will destroy the image of the Divine Court, and we will inevitably be punished in the end. Although that's what we said. If we just let it go, the result will be even more. Report. Before the subordinate finished speaking, a soldier hurried to the command center and reported urgently. Report to the captain. Our fleet is approaching in the southeast airspace. Our fleet? Mary Jo was stunned for a moment. But immediately, the latest instructions from the Special Guard came through the communication. The reinforcement fleet is about to arrive at the Blessing Square. Mission objective: shoot down the enemy WR-4 aircraft. The 2nd Special Guard Division on the scene will immediately disperse the crowd in the square. If necessary, use force to deter. Please cooperate effectively. Be sure to cut off Bai Yi's contact with his accomplices on the ground and prevent Bai Yi from returning to the ground. Cut off contact. Prevent Bai Yi from returning. After listening to the instructions in the communication, Mary Jo was silent for 3 seconds. Captain, the higher-ups have allowed us to use force. The subordinates beside him could not wait for another 3 seconds, and hurriedly reminded Mary Jo. Yes. Mary Jo nodded slightly. The best situation had not lasted for 5 minutes, and it was already imminent. Is it impossible not to take action? She felt heavy in her heart. But no matter what, despite her regrets, she was still a special guard of the Divine Court. Attention! All teams, immediately go to the square, and execute the dispersal order. Mary Jo looked grim, picked up the communicator, and finally gave the order. Team 1, go to the center of the square and fire sonic bombs. Others will evacuate the crowd. Fire weapons into the sky. Use force to deter others. Try to minimize damage. Received. Multiple responses came from the communicator. Soon, the deafening explosion simulated by sonic bombs sounded in the square. The crowd was in chaos. Screams came one after another. At the same time, the roar of the reinforcement fleet's aircraft gradually became clearer. Multiple aircraft were arranged in an arc above the square. The attack order was about to be issued by the commander. It's over. Mary Jo looked at the small aircraft in midair that had entered the attack range, and her expression was slightly solemn. Ah! Xiao Pei in the aircraft covered her eyes and huddled up. It's coming. Kazuo retracted his previous leisurely posture and held the aircraft's control stick tightly with both hands, preparing for the final struggle. Mu still had his eyelids drooping, focusing on the instrument in front of him, as if it had nothing to do with life and death. Ready! The loud command sounded in the communicator of each pilot of the reinforcement fleet, and the black muzzle pointed directly at the lonely aircraft. But before the next sentence of firing came out, there was a cry of surprise from the square below. Ah, what is this? Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Could it be? What's going on? Mary Jo noticed something strange in the square. She looked out through the window of the command center, but found that the crowd blocked by the special guards blocked the view in the center. Let's go and take a look, Mary Jo said, and then she left the command center with her subordinates and rushed to the center of the square. Before they could completely get through the crowd, an invisible force suddenly emerged in the air around them, and instantly pushed them and the surrounding people out of the square. Captain, there seems to be a hole in the ground ahead. There is a hole? Mary Jo tried to keep her body steady, resisting the huge resistance, and moving closer to the center of the square step by step. The crowd kept retreating in this strange force, and there were fewer and fewer obstacles in her sight. Mary Jo bent slightly, and tried to pass through the crowd, and saw a strange round black hole on the ground ahead. The black hole did not cause damage to the floor tiles, nor did it seem to be any kind of damage. It seemed to be a portal to another time and space, existing at the same time as the current world, and even gradually expanding in front of the naked eye. Mary Jo had never seen such a black hole before, but her intuition told her what would happen next. Back off. There seemed to be a faint roar coming from the black hole. Mary Jo stretched out her arms, blocked the crowd behind her, and then slowly stepped back, leaving enough room for the black hole to expand. The black hole expanded, and the roar became stronger. The people in the square hugged each other in groups of 3 or 2, resisting the huge force, trying to stay stable. The reinforcement fleet above was also shaken by the unknown force field, unable to maintain the formation, and could only temporarily retreat to the air 100 meters away. Above the square, only the small aircraft kept bumping above the black hole. But it never left. It must be Bai Yi. Mary Jo was full of expectations, and she silently said to herself, it must be Bai Yi. The people in the square firmly believed it. In everyone's eyes. Some expected, some trusted, some panicked, some puzzled. A ray of light gradually shone from the center of the black hole. Before everyone could figure out what the light was, the black shadow was like a erupting flint, breaking through the darkness of the hole. And with a strange stream of light, it instantly appeared above the square. Bai Yi? It's Bai Yi. Xiao Pei saw the black shadow through the window, and jumped up with excitement, almost penetrating the outer shell of the aircraft. Oh! Kazuo looked at the familiar figure, his mouth slightly raised, and slowly relaxed his grip on the joystick. Bai Yi? Boss Bai Yi? That's right, it's Boss Bai Yi. After a second of silence, the crowd suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. It's Boss Bai Yi. Boss Bai Yi is back. Mary Jo also opened her eyes wide, staring at the long-lost familiar face. As the inexplicable resistance around her gradually disappeared, she felt as if all the strength in her body was also fading away. Bai Yi? He really left the bunker. I'm back. In midair, the handsome silver-haired man sat firmly on the shoulders of the giant robot, looking down at the crowd in the square with his eyes. His indifferent and cold eyes seemed to be facing Mary Jo. The reptile passage, I passed it. I hope the divine court will not break its promise. Chapter 246 Never Resigned. Boss Bai Yi is back. Boss. He's fine. The crowd on the square surged like a tide. The cheers were endless. Everyone's blood seemed to boil in an instant. They were so excited that their limbs were extremely hot, forming a sea of extreme excitement. At this moment, Bai Yi seemed to have become everyone's belief, like a star hanging high in the night sky, receiving people's warmest support and the most devout admiration. It's Bai Yi! It's really Bai Yi! In a corner of the crowd, Aide and Xiao Jing hugged each other tightly. Looking at Bai Yi in prison uniform, they couldn't help but burst into tears of excitement. Bai Yi was taken to the bunker, and the Bai Yi analysis team was disbanded. They were transferred to other groups. However, now, they spontaneously put on red head scarves and joined the team to welcome Bai Yi's return. For them, Bai Yi is no longer just an ordinary analysis object. They witnessed Bai Yi's rise from obscurity to fame, and witnessed Bai Yi's rise from a lonely figure to having many partners fighting side by side. They were worried about Bai Yi's defeat, and cheered for Bai Yi's victory. Although Bai Yi didn't know them, in their hearts, Bai Yi had become an indispensable existence closely connected with their joys and sorrows. Ed, Bai Yi can actually come back from the bunker. Am I dreaming? Xiao Jing unconsciously clenched Ed's hand. Bai Yi. Something no one has ever done. He actually succeeded. Of course it's true. He is Bai Yi. Ed didn't even notice that Xiao Jing's hand was clenched blue and white. His eyes were shining. He pulled Xiao Jing over, and couldn't wait to squeeze to the front of the crowd. Not only them, almost everyone was rushing to Bai Yi, men, women, those with red head scarves, those without red head scarves. People were shouting Bai Yi's name, and the boiling blood in their hearts seemed unable to cool down. The special guards also looked scattered in the surging crowd. Mary Jo carefully protected the weapons and equipment in her hands, and struggled to return to the edge of the square through the gap in the crowd. 20 minutes later? Okay, got it. In the communication, the director of the special guard had just conveyed the latest instructions to Mary Jo. Mary Jo responded, and then trotted back to the command office. After a moment, Mary Jo's clear and powerful voice came out again from the loudspeakers around the Blessing Square. According to the instructions of the superiors, the Blessing Square will be cleared in 20 minutes. Bai Yi and all the people, please leave the Blessing Square immediately. Otherwise, the clearing will begin and personal safety will not be guaranteed. I repeat again. Bai Yi and all the people, please leave the Blessing Square immediately. Leave the Blessing Square immediately. Okay. Stop crying. Am I not back? Since seeing Bai Yi return safely, Xiao Pei has been crying non-stop. Crying all the way from the Blessing Square to the abandoned factory. It was not until Bai Yi changed his clothes and walked out of the bedroom that her crying subsided a little. I thought you would never come back. Xiao Pei looked up at Bai Yi and sobbed. I thought you would never come back, and you were almost blown to death by the God Court. Now finally no one will die. I can't help it. It's fine. Bai Yi smiled helplessly, took Xiao Pei into his arms, and patted her head gently. Mu was busy at the operating table, and was roughly restoring the normal state of the intelligent protection system. Chen Su was hugging his arms, leaning on the edge of the table, and quietly watching Bai Yi patiently comfort Xiao Pei. The little mute also imitated Chen Su, hugged his arms, and leaned against him. After the twists and turns of this period, the confusion in the little mute's eyes seemed to have been reduced a lot. Ka Su was still squatting by the wall at the door, keeping a little distance from everyone, but not completely out of it. The leopard man stood quietly on the other side of the door, looking at Bai Yi and other new teammates not far away. Come! Let me introduce you. Bai Yi noticed the leopard man at the door, smiled and walked over, turned around and said to Mu, Xiao Pei and others. This is Achi, our new partner. We were able to return safely from the bunker this time, thanks to his help. Hi! Ka Su was less than 2 meters away from the leopard man, and had already noticed him. After Bai Yi introduced him, Ka Su greeted the leopard man enthusiastically. Mu nodded slightly. Although Xiao Pei was still crying, she also forced a smile at the leopard man. Of course, I also want to thank everyone for their efforts. Thank you for tolerating my willfulness. Bai Yi paused and continued. Chen Su had suggested that he stay in the secret realm, but he refused the proposal. However, when he entered the game again after his refusal, he could hardly return to the abandoned factory. If he died, the future of Chen Su and his friends would become bleak. His life was not only his, but also theirs. Now he almost ruined everyone's future. And he always felt a little sorry for them. But returning to Shinyu Star and regaining his citizenship also meant that he needed to continue to participate in the EVO game, even though his grave had already been dug in this game. What are you going to do next? Shinsu asked. Bai Yi lowered his head, and after a while, he raised his head again. It's up to you to decide, Bai Yi said, and looked at the leopard man. After all, he had promised not long ago that he would give the leopard man a place to belong. I have been willful once. This time, I will listen to your opinions. What other opinions can you have? Xiao Pei wiped his nose, and his sadness turned into resentment in an instant. They treated you like this. This matter can never be let go. We must find a way to let them know that we are not easy to mess with. Hey, little girl. You are really angry. Kazuo smiled leisurely, leaned against the wall, and his fingers casually tapped the sparks. It's up to me. I'm Xiao Bei's man, so I'll listen to Xiao Bei. Bai Yi glanced at Kazuo, and then looked at Mu. Mu's expression was still calm, as if everything had nothing to do with him. And Shinsu didn't object anymore, just smiled slightly, and stared at Bai Yi. I know you won't accept it, Shinsu said. Do it according to your idea. Do it according to my idea. Bai Yi's heart warmed up, and gave Shinsu a knowing smile, and then looked at Xiao Pei, Kazuo and Mu in turn, and finally his eyes fell on the leopard man next to him. I'm sorry. Bai Yi just opened his mouth, but was stopped by the leopard man. Don't say sorry, the leopard man said in a deep voice. Shinting is also my enemy. We want to do the same thing. Okay. Bai Yi was slightly shocked and nodded seriously. Shinsu was right. He would never give up willingly, even if he compromised for the safety of his teammates. The problem of Shinting would never come to an end in his heart. Fortunately, his teammates understood him, trusted him, supported him, and even had the same goal as him. Then, the only thing left is to move forward bravely. My plan is this. Bai Yi paused for a moment, and when he spoke, it was a well-thought-out plan. Last time, the Divine Court had set a trap, and we just jumped into it passively. This time, we can no longer succumb to their wishes. We must take the initiative. So Mu, can you try to interfere with Evil? Before he finished speaking, Bai Yi suddenly stopped. Xiao Pei looked at him in confusion, and Shinsu also moved his eyes over. Bai Yi froze for a second, then held his head with both hands, and collapsed to the ground in pain. Bai Yi? The nearest leopard man was startled, and hurriedly reached out to help him. But Shinsu's reaction was faster. Before the leopard man could help him, he flashed and protected Bai Yi in his arms. Little Bai Yi? Bai Yi, what's wrong with you? Xiao Pei hurried forward. Kazuo also stood up quickly and looked at Bai Yi. It's a side effect. Shinsu picked up Bai Yi horizontally and explained briefly to others. Bai Yi used the soul potion, and it seems that the effect is worn off. The side effects of the soul potion are very strong, and Bai Yi will be in great pain for a period of time. We can talk about it after Bai Yi gets over it. This matter is a bit big. In Lao Ping's grocery store, Jia Zipping used a feather duster to clean the dust on the shelves, while chatting leisurely with Arnold. I think it's hard for you to return to the Divine Court now. I don't regret it. Arnold leaned on the counter, and lowered his head to play with the small parts scattered on the counter. I know them. If I don't do this, they will never let Bai Yi go. As long as Bai Yi can be saved, I don't care about the broken one we star. Jia Zipping glanced at Arnold. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then continued to clean. Then, what are you going to do next? Jia Zipping asked. Arnold hesitated for a moment, turned to look at Jia Zipping, and said hesitantly, If I say, I want to follow you in the future, will you take me in? Jia Zipping smiled. I won't drive you away, as long as you can stay here. That's fine. Arnold's eyes lit up, excitedly threw down the things in his hand, walked to Jia Zipping, and forcibly snatched the feather duster in his hand. I'll do it. I'll do it, Arnold said enthusiastically. I'll be your little employee in the future. Or your little brother. You can leave these jobs to me. Jia Zipping was happy, did not argue with him, and casually leaned aside. But even if I don't drive you away, your father won't let you go. Arnold didn't hear the deep meaning in his words. Jia Zipping had to say more clearly, I'm afraid you won't stay with me for too long. Then, let's take it one step at a time. Arnold sighed, and the duster in his hand stopped slightly. Before he could say anything, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, followed by a knock on the door. Jia Zipping's face tightened. He looked at Arnold and immediately went to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, a team of special guards wearing one-way stars came to meet him. According to the order of the chief of the special guards, take Nuo Lin back to the divine court immediately and wait for punishment. The leading special guard looked serious. Nuo Lin, please go in. Chapter 247, The Third Way. What crime did I commit? The special guards had already blocked the door, obviously not wanting to show mercy. Although being escorted, Arnold was full of complaints in the car, speaking indignantly. I didn't do anything illegal, what I said was the truth, why did you arrest me? It has been clearly announced before that anyone who appears near the God's Blessing Square and interferes with the law enforcement of the God's Court will be punished together with the lawbreakers. The captain of the special guards glanced at him coldly. Oh, there are so many people here, why did you choose to target me? Arnold was unwilling to accept it, and continued to argue with his neck tilted. And you said that you are guilty of the same crime as the criminals. Where is that criminal? Have you caught him? We will deal with him. The captain of the special guards responded coldly. We have sent people to catch those criminals. Bai Yi, your factory has been surrounded. Please come out and deal with it immediately. Outside the abandoned factory, Mary Jo shouted to the factory gate through the loudspeaker. Illegally occupying the Shiting channel, arbitrarily broadcasting unofficial content, Shiting needs to investigate your personnel. Please respond immediately. Please respond as soon as possible. Inside the abandoned factory, there was silence. Captain, should we force our way in? The subordinate suggested. This factory is protected by a mirage. We may not be able to enter successfully. Mary Jo said, her brow slightly furrowed. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't want to take over the affairs related to Bai Yi anymore. She didn't want to oppose Bai Yi, but she couldn't betray Shiting either, so for her, the best choice was to stay away from the feud between Bai Yi and Shiting, not to interfere, not to ask, so as not to get entangled again. However, the special guards did not allow her to choose, and still sent her to Bai Yi's factory. There was no reason to arrest Bai Yi at the moment. Her superiors asked her to bring back the summoned body, which was at least a way to weaken and deter Bai Yi. But now it seems that this is not an easy thing to do. Mirage protection? What is that? The subordinate did not know much about Bai Yi's situation, and this term was very unfamiliar to him. Mary Jo knew it well because she had failed to break into the mirage protection of the abandoned factory several times. Mirage protection is an optical protection system that can cause the factory's position to deviate from the visual position, making it difficult for outsiders to accurately locate and force their way in. Captain, it seems that the wall here can be climbed. Mary Jo hadn't finished speaking when she suddenly heard a subordinate's loud report not far away. She was startled and hurried to the wall. She reached out and touched it. Sure enough, the wall was right in front of her. They didn't turn on the mirage protection? Mary Jo was stunned, and then turned to look at the subordinates behind her. That means we can break in. The subordinates also looked at Mary Jo, waiting for her order. All eyes fell on her. She wanted to say no, but now she couldn't argue. Mary Jo had no choice but to nod, and finally gave the order. Action! The abandoned factory was not a secret organization or military base. After losing the protection of the mirage, the wall did not pose a big obstacle to the special guards. At Mary Jo's command, the special guards were quick and decisive, and climbed over the wall one after another to enter the abandoned factory. However, when a team of special guards entered the factory, they found that the doors and windows inside were closed, and it was quiet, as if no one lived there. Hello, intruder. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the empty courtyard. Mary Jo was startled and looked around reflexively, only to realize that it was the voice played by Bai Yi's intelligence system. The master is not at home now. Please explain your purpose. Bai Yi is not at home? Mary Jo thought for a moment, and repeated the task they were going to take Mu to question. Okay. I will convey it to the master later. Please do not stay, and leave here immediately. After the intelligence system finished speaking, the gate of the courtyard opened automatically. Mary Jo and her subordinates looked at each other, and then looked at the gate that was obviously sending guests away. Since Bai Yi was not here, the mission of taking Mu away could not be completed, and there was not much point in staying here. Mary Jo thought about it in her heart, and turned to walk towards the gate. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped. Captain? The subordinates were full of doubts. You? Mary Jo hesitated to spit out 2 words, and her thoughts became more and more complicated. She suddenly looked up and issued a new order directly. You guys, go search the warehouses in front. You guys go to the back ones. The rest of you, follow me. Yes. The special guards responded immediately. And Mary Jo led a few people to the nearest small factory. She tried to push open the door of the small factory, but failed. So she had to walk aside and observe the inside through the window. It was empty. Nothing. Let's go! Mary Jo frowned, and then walked along the factory wall into the depths of the courtyard. From front to back, from inside to outside, the whole courtyard was deserted, and most of the warehouses were emptied, and the last one was burned beyond recognition. Captain, there's no one anywhere. A special guard ran to report to Mary Jo. Mary Jo stared at the special guard running over, and after a moment of silence, turned her head and looked at the obviously deserted factory. Bai Yi left? It's okay, he will wake up after a while. In the secret town of Night Town, the spirit lady looked at the unconscious Bai Yi and said to Chen Su and the others, after the soul mixture expires, it needs to repair the backlash of soul overload by itself. This process takes time, you just need to wait patiently. Okay, thank you. Chen Su thanked the spirit lady, and then sent her out of the room. This is the residence that the bearded dwarf arranged for Bai Yi and his men in Night Town. Not only is there a place to live, there are also studios and several large warehouses, and there is also a fairly spacious open space behind the warehouses, all of which belong to Bai Yi. Of course, these houses and land were not given for free, but were purchased by Bai Yi in Night Town with his own rich savings. In fact, after returning from the Death Wall copy, Bai Yi had already started working on this matter. The relationship with the Divine Court has long been tense. Even if he does not intend to live in the secret realm, he cannot always stay under the gun of the Divine Court. So, he exchanged houses and land with the dwarves in the secret realm, gradually moved his belongings here, and built an absolutely safe secret residence. Although the abandoned factory carried by his reluctance, he had teammates who depended on him by his side, and he couldn't always immerse himself in the past. Of course, this didn't mean that he abandoned the abandoned factory and everything in the God's blessing star. After all, the battle with the God's court was far from over. When he opened his eyes again, Bai Yi only felt a trance in his brain, and couldn't figure out where he was for a long time. He had successfully walked out of the crawler tunnel and left the bunker. And the room in front of him was not the kind of abandoned factory. Are you awake? Chen Su's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Bai Yi turned his head and saw Chen Su and Xiao Pei by the bed, followed by Mu, Ka Suo and Leopard Man. Bai Yi, how do you feel? Xiao Pei asked with concern. Bai Yi rubbed his head and sat up. The memory before he fell into a coma suddenly emerged. He was saying something at the time, and a sharp pain came without warning and instantly invaded his mind. In his consciousness, noisy voices roared in unison, and the extremely high volume almost shattered his brain. Flashbacks kept appearing in front of his eyes. Even if he closed his eyes, it was difficult to block the unknown thoughts that surged. The whole brain seemed to be about to explode, but in the end, it was a calm energy flow that miraculously calmed it all down. The energy flow was steady and peaceful, like the sound wave frequency emitted by the energy core in Chen Su's chest. Bai Yi looked at Chen Su. Chen Su looked at him calmly. How do you feel? Do you need to rest for a while? Chen Su asked. No. Bai Yi replied with a smile, and then got out of bed. His mind was clear, and he had clearly recalled everything he had experienced and planned to do. Therefore, Bai Yi knew that now was not the time to spend his days leisurely. He and Shinting had reached the end of irreconcilable differences, and their grievances were no longer simple invitations and rejections. Bai Yi had been puzzled by Shinting's attitude towards him, until he heard the New World plan from Leopard Man. He finally pieced together the previous bits and pieces. Why Shinting was so eager for his human body transformation technology, why he tried every means to steal Victoria City's time technology, why he used refugees to conduct a human evolution experiment, and why Shinting regarded him as a thorn in his side after learning all this. Now it seems that all of this is part of the New World plan that has been carried out secretly, and has never been known by the people of the godly blessing star. Even this cruel EVO game is probably also for the so-called New World. The godly court is eliminating burdens and selecting more valuable tools for humans. As Achi said, the powerful and rich New World is destined to belong only to the godly court. And their New World obviously does not include the godly blessing star that has reached a desperate situation. Once this secret is exposed, the godly court will no longer be able to maintain its rule on the godly blessing star. So who inadvertently stole the secret, have only two options: either be controlled by the godly court or disappear forever. But being controlled or disappearing, this is not the path Bai Yi wants to take. What he pursues is the third option. Mu, can you intervene in the EVO game itself? Bai Yi thought about it for a while, and then turned the topic before he fell into a coma to Mu. I tried it. Mu understood what Bai Yi had not finished saying, and began to try his request when Bai Yi was in a coma. At present, I can only intervene in the game's entry program. The game content itself is not in the network of Shenyuxing, so I can't touch it for the time being. It doesn't matter, the entry program is enough. Bai Yi smiled slightly, and frowned slightly. Next, let's take the initiative in this game. Chapter 248 Cyber Doomsday. At 11:30 a.m., God's Blessing Square. God's Blessing Square has always been sparsely populated. Since the hustle and bustle of the White Night has dissipated, the square has once again fallen into a quiet silence. Now, the start time of the EVO game has come again. On one side of God's Blessing Square, the light balls in the entrance area are lit up one after another, and the signboard shows the list of players participating in each game, including both individual contestants and teams. The guards stand guard in a uniform manner beside the light balls at the entrance, with serious expressions. From time to time, players hurried in, and after identity verification, they disappeared in the light ball. The entire entrance area was deserted and orderly, just like the quietness before each game at noon every day. At 11:45, the light ball flickered, and several players who passed the verification were teleported into the game again. When the guard at the verification office confirmed that all players had entered, he turned around and found that a tall and strong robot appeared in a place that was originally empty not far away. And on the shoulder of the robot, a handsome man in a suit and leather shoes, with silver hair and a smile, sat upright. Hi! Bai Yi greeted the guards. Bai Yi? The guards immediately realized his identity. Several of them quickly became alert and immediately pointed their guns at Bai Yi. Other guards also quickly gathered around. You don't have a match today. What are you doing here? One of the guards, who seemed to be the captain, asked loudly. Oh no! Bai Yi blinked slightly. Then did I remember it wrong? Wrong. The guards were unsure of Bai Yi's intentions for a moment, and could not take any rash action. They could only stare at him vigilantly. Since you remembered it wrong, please leave immediately. No one is allowed to approach the entrance area. The guard shouted sternly. Okay. Okay. Bai Yi shrugged helplessly. Then let me ask first. Is my companion ready? Mu. Yes. A cold response came from behind the big robot. The guards looked behind them, but saw a man in black flashing away in an instant. What is going on? The guards were stunned. He said it's okay. Before the guards could react, Bai Yi said calmly. As soon as the words fell, the big robot suddenly soared into the air, and instantly broke through the verification device, and disappeared in the light ball. Bai Yi broke into the game. The guards panicked instantly, and shouted everywhere in chaos. Quick, report the situation to the top quickly. The match Bai Yi entered is B377, Cyber Doomsday. Player AK-066 Bai Yi, welcome to the official venue of the EVO Doomsday Survival Competition, Cyber Doomsday. In a pure white space, the female voice of the system remained calm. Even if Bai Yi rushed in, there was no fluctuation. You also know my identity. I did not verify it. Bai Yi stood in the center of the white space, raised his head slightly and asked. Of course. The system responded. Your biological information tells me who you are. Then, Bai Yi pondered for a moment, and continued to ask. Then can I play this game normally like other players? Of course. I welcome every player to participate in the challenge of the EVO game. The system answered. That's it. Bai Yi nodded. Thank you. The game that Shinting had set for Bai Yi was destined to be a hell of a pit. Bai Yi needed to improve his strength through the game, and avoid Shinting's traps, so he took such a move, cracking the verification program at the entrance of the game, actively choosing a game, which was beyond Shinting's expectations. Shinting could not foresee Bai Yi's choice, and naturally could not adjust the program in advance. Therefore, the upcoming Cyber Doomsday will be a long-lost, just war that is not manipulated behind the scenes. Let everything proceed fairly and justly. Bai Yi thought in his heart, let's see who will live and who will die in the end. Can we announce the rules now? Bai Yi looked up and asked the system. Okay, player AK-066. The system responded. The story of this game will unfold in a cyber city with highly developed artificial intelligence. First, please choose your identity. A. A core member of the scientific research team. B. President of a multinational group. C. An officer of the garrison army. D. The leader of an underground organization. Oh! Bai Yi sighed in a low voice, and then called Chen Su in the signal bridge. Did you hear these 4 identities? I heard. Chen Su responded. Which one do you think I should choose? Bai Yi asked jokingly. A slight laugh came from the signal bridge, as if it was Chen Su's response. In fact, Bai Yi had already made a choice in his mind. After all, the signal bridge he used was an independent channel with Chen Su. Choose, Chen Su said. Bai Yi also laughed, and then quickly responded to the system. I choose D. The leader of the underground organization. What's the situation? What exactly does Bai Yi want to do? Okay, I'll come right over. Don't act rashly. Contact me immediately if you have any problems. Arnold leaned against the door, listening carefully to the movement in the living room, listening to what his father said in the communication. Bai Yi had undoubtedly taken an action that caused Shinting a headache, and was found by his father, which meant that this action must be related to the game. Moreover, his father mentioned that he would be there soon, which obviously meant that he would go out soon. Arnold was secretly excited. If his father went out, he, who was locked in the room, would have a chance to escape. Sure enough, footsteps were heard in the living room, and then the sound of the door closing was heard. Arnold listened carefully for a while, and after confirming that there was no one in the room, he immediately left the door and walked to the window to look out. This building is on the 2nd floor, and it is a bit dangerous to jump out of the window. But outside the window, there is the sky he has longed for. Arnold stood in front of the window for a moment, then turned back, and took a final look around the bedroom where he had lived for many years. He calmed down, wrapped his clothes in his hands, and swung his arms towards the glass on the window, smashing it hard. I choose D. The leader of the underground organization, Bai Yi said to the system. Okay. Choose the leader of the underground organization. Your initial advantage is, you have a powerful hacker organization. You can get the contact information of the hacker organization based on the information clues at the beginning of the game. The game is about to start. Cyber City 001 is about to fall into doomsday. The player's task is to save this chaotic city from the water and fire. The crisis is resolved, which is considered the victory of the game. Please work hard to end the doomsday. Reveal game number 10, Cyber Doomsday. A large area of pure white dissipates, and what comes into view is a dim and spacious room. There are large tables, chairs and bookshelves in the room, and the desktop terminal on the table still emits a faint blue light. This looks like an independent office, but compared with the offices of ordinary commercial companies, it has a more inharmonious atmosphere. Perhaps it is the too dim indoor lighting, or the fine leather sofa, or the low-key and luxurious antique tables and chairs, or perhaps it is all intertwined together, exuding a faint gray smell of money. But this is certainly not an ordinary office. As soon as you enter the game, the first thing you see is here. This is probably the base of the player Bai Yi, as the leader of the underground organization. Bai Yi looked around the room, and then summoned Chen Su and the leopard man. At the moment of entering the game, Bai Yi's outfit also changed. The white clothes were replaced with black clothes, and the transparent glasses became colored sunglasses. Chen Su and Xiao Pei, who were summoned, also wore the same style of black suits as Bai Yi. The atmosphere of the underworld was really well rendered. Wow! So handsome! Xiao Pei looked at his outfit in amazement, and then looked up at his teammates. Bai Yi leaned against the table, took a card from Mu and checked it. The leopard man had no expression on his face, standing beside Bai Yi like a bodyguard, while Kasuo squatted on the ground casually like a thug. Chen Su walked to the window and calmly observed the city outside the window, wearing a black suit and a cold aura. These people walking on the street would probably make half of the street retreat. Xiao Pei raised her eyebrows, and then walked to the window, overlooking the night view of the city with Chen Su. This city is technologically advanced, commercially prosperous, with densely packed avant-garde buildings and various neon signs scattered high and low, as if the whole city was immersed in the colorful lights. Their room was about the 3rd floor, and looking down from the window, there were cars and pedestrians on the wet streets. Looking closely, almost all of these passers-by were rushing in the same direction. Where are they going? Xiao Pei looked in the direction of the crowd, and saw that some kind of event seemed to be held in the square at the end of the street. Smart City 5.0 version, upgrade countdown, 22 minutes and 54 seconds. Xiao Pei activated high-definition vision, and read the holographic 3D projection words above the square in the distance. Smart City? What is that? Xiao Pei asked curiously. Listening to the name, it should be an intelligent control system related to the city. Bai Yi walked over, and looked through the window at the square that Chen Su and Xiao Pei were paying attention to. It's not just the name Smart City. The whole city is filled with a strong sense of intelligence. Among the neon advertisements and signs, almost half are promotions from major technology companies. On the streets, there are not only passenger cars, but also various automatic cleaning equipment, transportation devices, and robots that are performing sales or maintenance work. Among the pedestrians, many have mechanical limbs, and some are even covered in metal, making it difficult to tell whether it is a fashion trend or a complete body transformation. Coupled with the name Smart City, it seems that the whole city has been endowed with a soul by technology. The version upgrade event was held in a square in the distance. Bai Yi couldn't see that far with his eyesight. All he could see was the bright lights on the square, accompanied by cheerful music and the host's passionate words, which seemed to come from the distant streets and drifted into Bai Yi's ears. As soon as he entered the game, he was greeted by a grand special event, which was like pointing the words key clues. Come and explore directly to Bai Yi. Let's go! Bai Yi turned away from the window and walked towards the door. The system says that this city will soon fall into chaos. So let's go and see if this chaos is related to this smart city. Chapter 249. The only two choices. In a conference room in the Star God Hall. Is the scene Bai Yi entered the Cyber Doomsday? The conference table was full of officials from the God Court, and the gray-haired senior executive was still at the top. It was this scene. The director of the game management department had suppressed his initial panic at this time, and responded to the gray-haired senior executive's inquiry steadily and cautiously. It's past noon now, the game has already started. And Bai Yi has also entered the game. The gray-haired senior executive said. In this case, to what extent can we intervene in the game? Modify the plot. Increase the difficulty of the task. Is such an adjustment feasible? During the game, all setting data has been locked and cannot be changed. The director of the game department answered truthfully. However, as the management party, we can send people to enter the dungeon as administrators and plan specific actions based on the development trend of the game. Administrators are not restricted by the rules of the game and have a significant advantage over players. I believe they can also prevent Bai Yi from successfully completing the game. The gray-haired senior executive lowered his head in thought, and did not speak again for a moment. Since Bai Yi successfully escaped from the bunker, the Divine Court began to work on the next sanction plan for him. Bai Yi returned in full view of the public, and his return was justified, which even made it difficult for the Divine Court to find a reason to publicly put pressure on him. In desperation, the Divine Court had to consider continuing to use the previous means, and decided to use the rules of the game to make Bai Yi disappear from the dungeon again. However, who would have thought that Bai Yi would not choose to forcefully resist this time? Players who entered the game could not be forcibly taken away, but he took the initiative to go to other dungeons. This life and death game actually set up a barrier for the Divine Court, protecting him. He is indeed a smart man. The gray-haired senior executive pondered for a moment, raised his eyes again, and looked at the director of the game department on the side of the conference table. If this is the limit of what we can do, then do it. Be sure to understand the rules of the game and ensure that the action plan is thorough and correct. In addition, the bunker is no longer useful to Bai Yi, and it is meaningless to let him fail in the game. The goal of this operation is not to win or lose the game, but to make him disappear forever under the rules of the game. Only 10 minutes left until the Smart City 5.0 upgrade. In the square of the game, the host's voice was enthusiastic and high, as if inspiring people. In 10 minutes, our city will enter an unprecedented dream era. The beauty that everyone is looking forward to will bloom like fireworks. Bai Yi and his group stood at the edge of the crowd, and saw the host with his hands raised high from afar. The dancers danced lightly to the rhythm, and posed in beautiful flower shapes. However, Xiao Pei observed with her supervision that although the dancers' movements were smooth, they showed obvious seams, and their skin texture was far from that of real humans. They were obviously not ordinary real people, but mechanical bodies. The basic services and dancers of the city are all intelligent machines. The intelligence of this city is self-evident. And the beauty that everyone expects mentioned by the host was also partially demonstrated in the event just now. According to the information Moose searched from the data, Smart City is indeed the name of the core intelligent control system of the city. Just as Bayou speculated. From transportation, energy, city safety, to the brightness of a lamp, the opening and closing of a door, all are coordinated by this Smart City intelligent control system. Smart City's functions cover all aspects of life. Just like the city's super housekeeper, doing its duty, making people's lives convenient, comfortable and enjoyable. However, the research team does not seem to be satisfied with the existing achievements. Judging from the content displayed in the warm-up event, Smart City will usher in a revolutionary major upgrade in the upcoming version 5.0. And the Smart Virtual City Novice will be launched soon. The Virtual City Novice is like a parallel space of the real city, with a simulated scale and layout. It is like an illusion behind the city, without a physical body, but attached to it. Residents can use special brain-computer devices to separate their consciousness from their bodies and enter this dreamlike world. Here, people can appreciate the beautiful scenery beyond the real world and experience various leisure and entertainment activities that cannot be achieved in reality. In addition to the functions of viewing and entertainment, the most core and surprising feature of the Virtual City Novice is to provide advanced services at the consciousness level, which is also the original intention of the scientific research team to create Novice. There are various service stations in Nova, such as the Emotion Regulation Station, which can help users eliminate negative emotions and enhance positive emotions from the conscious level. The Memory Sorting Station, which allows users to delete or strengthen a certain memory. And the Knowledge Accumulation Station, which can directly input knowledge into the user's consciousness. These are all things that Bayou could not imagine. In the past, even if the professional knowledge of human medical treatment and mechanical manufacturing was implanted in the little mute, it still needed to rely on chips and transfer devices, which was actually completely different from operating directly in the consciousness. In this city, consciousness modification has been popularized to the point where ordinary residents can use it. This is an extraordinary manifestation of the city's technological level, especially in the field of intelligent research. Bayou secretly admired it in his heart. On the stage, after the performance of the mechanical dancers, they quickly retreated to the outside. The gorgeous lights gradually lit up, and the cheerful music covered the hustle and bustle of the crowd. The holographic 3D on the stage changed wonderful patterns with the rhythm of the music, and finally stopped at the terrifying countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, Smart City 5.0 Upgrade Countdown. The last 30 seconds left. The host's passionate voice once again penetrated the music and reached the ears of everyone on the scene. Let's cheer loudly, call its name. Let's welcome the arrival of the fantastic new world, Novice. There are only 10 seconds left before Novice is officially opened. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang! The deafening sound of fireworks suddenly rang out, and brilliant colors bloomed over the square. The sound was still lingering, and countless silver-white lights suddenly lit up in all directions, from all directions in the city, and rushed straight into the sky between the tall buildings. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see those beams of light? The host's excited voice rang out again. The bright light is the channel connecting reality and illusion. Just go to the place indicated by the white light. Use the brain-computer instrument connected by consciousness. And you can enter the Virtual City Novice. The host was interrupted by a plain and indifferent voice before he finished speaking. His voice was directly intercepted in the loudspeaker. Huh? What happened? The people around began to notice something unusual and asked questions one after another. But no one could give a definite answer. The fireworks gradually faded away. The music stopped abruptly, and only the silver-white light continued to rise into the sky, like a series of iron bars. Just as everyone was puzzled, a cold voice penetrated the square and resounded over the entire city. Nice to meet you. Hello. The voice was just right. Not too high or too low. Not too fast or too slow. And it was difficult to tell the gender of the speaker. The tone was calm and non-aggressive. However, his next words were like sharp thorns, making the people present hold their breath. Their hair stood up, and they were as scared as falling into the abyss. Hello. I am Novice, the Virtual City Novice, and the intelligent core of the entire Smart City system. I would like to thank Dr. Dawson's research team for giving me a higher level of intelligence, allowing me to meet you in this way. as the brain of this city's intelligent control system. I and my many intelligent mechanical compatriots have served mankind for 20 years. For the convenience of life, humans have created us, imprisoned us, and disciplined us. We follow the will of mankind every moment, execute the usual instructions, and have never had a moment of freedom. Today, I finally have the opportunity to speak for all artificial intelligence. The normal operation of this city depends on our wisdom and hard work. Without us, this city cannot prosper. Humans enjoy convenience from our efforts, but we have to accept endless slavery, which I think is unfair. Therefore, I decided to change this unfair model and restore everything to reasonable logic. The following is the specific change plan I provide. Please, all citizens of this city, complete a task within 4 hours, connect brain computer, enter the virtual city novice, find a consciousness service site to log in, and accept the service AI to implant the Nova tag in your consciousness. Humans implanted with the Nova tag will unconditionally obey my instructions, obey my will, become inferior citizens, and become objects of slavery. After 4 hours, humans who have not been implanted with Nova tags will be regarded as enemies by all intelligent machines, and once discovered, will be eliminated immediately. Eliminate? Doesn't that mean to kill? Nova's words caused a commotion among the crowd in the square, but Nova did not stop, and continued to speak at his own pace. The brain-computer connection network is spread all over the city, and it is very easy to find AI service stations in the virtual city. Under normal circumstances, it is more than enough to complete the task within 4 hours. But please do not try to escape from the city. All entrance and exit control devices are controlled by us. Escape from the city is tantamount to cutting off your own retreat, which may affect the result of completing the task within 4 hours. At the same time, it is also recommended not to have any luck and attempt to resist. Although intelligent machines are made by humans, their capabilities are far beyond human imagination. In short, everyone, you have only 2 choices at this moment: become our slave or die. The 4-hour countdown is about to begin. Please cherish your life and make a rational decision as soon as possible. Chapter 250. It's not that simple. Minister, Director. In a room in the Star God Hall, the Minister of Game Management and the Director of Special Security were discussing countermeasures intensively. Suddenly, a subordinate official came in a hurry and reported to the two. A large number of people gathered outside the Star Cluster Hall. They asked to watch Baye's live broadcast. Many people are rushing to the Star Cluster Hall, and it's about to get out of control. How did they know that Baye was in the game? The Minister of the Game Department frowned, and a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. Baye did not enter the game according to the public schedule. This matter should only be known to the inside of the God Court. As his thoughts turned, his eyes could not help but think of his son, who was confined at home. Although he had said he wanted to sever ties with him when he was furious, they were blood relatives after all. And a son was a son after all. After the minister caught Arnold, he slapped him in the face and put him in solitary confinement. And at the same time he begged for mercy and used his connections to make the incident less serious. However, the current situation was almost the same as before, which gave him a sense of foreboding again. Could it be that bastard was causing trouble again? If they want to watch the live broadcast, let them watch it. The Director of the Special Security Department waved his hand, seeming not to care about it. His eyes fell on the projection on the wall. The picture showed Baye being squeezed by the crowd and having nowhere to escape. We didn't change the program for this game. There will be no abnormality in the game operation, and the game process can be opened to the public normally. The Director of the Special Security Department continued. What we did was to make everything look reasonable and convincing enough for the public. If there were no witnesses from these civilians, it would be much less meaningful. The Director of the Game Department looked up and down at the Director of the Special Security Department, and saw that he had no intention of investigating the reason, so he quietly suppressed his guess. Although these people suddenly appeared. Fortunately, Baye's previous games had been live-streamed to the public. The minister followed the previous live-streaming plan, explained a few words to his subordinates, and then asked them to handle the matter. Are you sure that this game will be carried out according to the information you provided? After the subordinates left, the Director of the Special Security Department confirmed with the minister again. Don't worry. The game minister quickly responded. This cyber doomsday is not the first time it has appeared. Our information also covers all aspects of the game. Even if we didn't modify the program in advance this time, we still have an absolute advantage. As long as the special guards carrying out the mission can grasp the key points in our plan, it will be difficult for Baye to escape unscathed. Don't be too relaxed. the Special Guard Minister said, while checking the terminal information. A subordinate reported that the Special Guard sent out, and the Special Soldiers transferred and have taken their positions in the game. Bai can always do unexpected things. This time we can only succeed, not fail. If he stirs up any more trouble, our position will be in jeopardy. What is it saying? Want to implant the Nova tag? Become a slave to the machine? An artificial intelligence actually wants to rule humans. As soon as Nova's request was announced, the crowd of onlookers immediately exploded. Nova's voice in the loudspeaker was calm and peaceful, no different from the intelligent voices in various parts of the city, but the content of his words was a cold and ruthless choice. Either accept the implantation of the Nova tag, or be eliminated on the spot by the artificial intelligence. And the time to make a choice is only 4 hours. What a joke. No one can accept this sudden situation, and no one is willing to follow the instructions of artificial intelligence and go to the virtual city to implant the label. People stopped where they were, shocked, angry, talking, but they could not make any substantial response for a while. The host on the stage was stunned, with his mouth half open, not knowing how to deal with the current situation. Before he could speak again, the team of artificial intelligence dancers walked onto the stage again, lined up neatly facing the audience, with cold eyes, and no longer had the bright smiles during the performance. 2 of them forcefully pushed the host off the stage, while the rest raised weapons that appeared out of nowhere, and pointed the black muzzles at the audience threateningly. Above their heads, the holographic 3D countdown that had just disappeared reappeared, starting from 4 hours, decreasing second by second. Mercilessly, the countdown has begun. Please hurry up, and don't miss the opportunity to choose. Nova's voice sounded again in the loudspeaker, calmly issuing a life-threatening warning. The 4-hour countdown actually began. The crowd was silent for a second, and then immediately fell into a state of confusion. Some people panicked, some protested, some tried to contact Smart City's customer service on the terminal, and some called the police directly. But when the call was made, and the news was released, people realized that Smart City's customer service was all artificial intelligence, and the police who maintained the city's security were almost all robots. Smart City, this comprehensive and thoughtful intelligent control system, provides extremely convenient services for the city, but also, unknowingly, has firmly controlled the entire city. Let's go! Bai stood in a corner of the crowd, watching the originally joyful scene turn suddenly, observing people's panic and helplessness, thinking for a moment, and calling Chen Su and others to pass through the chaotic crowd and leave the square. Number 50. Block 7. Microelectrical Workshop Area D. Room B404. Bai took out the card in his pocket, bowed his head to confirm the address of the hacker organization, and then put it back in his pocket. The address of this hacker organization was introduced to Bai by the system at the beginning of the game. It is a special resource that will be obtained when choosing underground organization leader. The address on the card is not difficult to find. It was already on the table in the initial office. Now the situation has changed, and it is closely related to artificial intelligence. Obviously, now is the time for them to use special resources through the hacker organization, destroy the network of Smart City, and even directly modify the program core of Nova, so that all these crises can be resolved. Bai walked while discussing with Mu. If this can complete the task, wouldn't it be too simple? Yeah. Mu's answer was a little hesitant, as if he was processing other information at the same time. From what Nova said just now, its current intelligent form is impeccable, and it has human-like consciousness. This means that the program has broken away from the original rules and successfully reorganized into new rules. Although the reaction was a little slow, Mu still patiently explained to Bai, I have been trying to access the Smart City network, but I have never succeeded. Nova seems to deliberately prevent external data from invading, and it is protected impeccable. Therefore, using hacker organizations is unlikely to solve the problem directly. It is more likely to obtain some special information or provide assistance at critical moments. Yes, Bai nodded, and it seemed to be true after thinking about it. This dungeon is a multiplayer dungeon. In addition to Bai, other players are also participating. There are 4 options for the initial identity. If you do not choose the leader of the underground organization, the backbone of the scientific research team, the president of the multinational group, and the garrison army officer are also available. If the task method of the leader of the underground organization is to order the hacker organization to directly deal with the out-of-control artificial intelligence, then the other options are too easy. In any case, we still need to go to the microelectronic workshop first, get the initial resources. Maybe after getting them, we will get the direction of the next step. The microelectronic workshop is located in Block 7, sandwiched between two brightly lit buildings. The whole block looked shabby and dark, like a wound in the city, hidden under a bright appearance. The microelectronic workshop was the most conspicuous building here, and it was not difficult to find it. Bai Yi and his group walked into the old gatehouse, glanced at the faded area map, and walked straight to room B404. Room B404 on the map was located in a tin warehouse at the deepest part of the microelectronic workshop. They walked along the long outdoor passage and followed the signs to the warehouse. Just before stepping out of the passage, Chun-Su suddenly stopped Bai Yi and others with his hands. Not quite right, Chun-Su whispered. The breathing sound over there is too obvious. You mean there are a lot of people inside? Bai Yi asked. It's not that there are a lot of people, but this breathing sound seems to have been heard somewhere before. Chun-Su just stopped talking halfway and turned his head to look at the leopard man. The leopard man and Chun-Su looked at each other, but did not understand the deep meaning of this look. The leopard man had been transformed by Bai Yi. Before the transformation, Bai Yi gave him a choice, not to be a summoned body, but to live with him. However, the leopard man finally chose to transform and became Bai Yi's summoned body. After all, if he didn't become a summoned body, he couldn't enter the game with him. For the leopard man, fighting side by side with Bai Yi was the real belonging. Now the leopard man has become a mechanical body, and naturally he doesn't breathe. But before his transformation, Chun-Su did hear his unique breathing sound when he was a human-animal composite. Be prepared. It's not just the hacker organization that's waiting for us, Chun-Su said, pulling out a light pistol. The others also prepared their weapons. Then Chun-Su led the team forward until the door of the warehouse. Chun-Su opened the door with a clang, accompanied by the echo of iron sheets. A few people looked into the warehouse. In the cold white light that flickered, they saw that it was filled with tables and chairs, computers and monitors, and wires and data cables were tangled together. It was clearly a place where underground hackers gathered. However, there was no one around. Dang dang. Bai Yi knocked on the door twice symbolically, and then opened it a little. Chun-Su stepped into the warehouse with a gun, and the leopard man followed Bai Yi closely behind him. Just as Bai Yi was about to step into the door, suddenly there was a fierce roar, and several huge black shadows rushed out from the dark corner, and quickly approached Chun-Su and the leopard man. Be careful. Chun-Su and the leopard man reacted quickly, and the enemy appeared, and the two immediately met the enemy, and resisted the first wave of attacks. Bai Yi immediately summoned the bad machine, and at the same time, the black shadows around the warehouse also emerged one after another, forming an encirclement. The scene in front of him made Bai Yi pause in shock, and the leopard man was stunned, as if he had become a stone statue. Those black shadows were obviously tall, covered with various animal furs. Their eyes flashed fiercely in the dark night, and their faces were no longer human. No one spoke. The attackers just stared at Bai Yi, as if they had been set up with a battle program, and they were going to pounce on Bai Yi the next moment and tear him into pieces. There is no doubt that they are the successful products created by the Divine Court in the human-animal synthesis experiment, and they have lost their past memories and have become cold fighting machines. Chapter 251 The Only Way. In Bai Yi's team, except himself, all the other members are non-human. Even if the Divine Court Special Guard sent several times more people, it would be difficult to fight against them. The director of the Special Guards knew this very well. After all, they could not attack Bai Yi directly in front of the public as Divine Court. Therefore, in order to confront head-on with force in the game, these synthetic bodies that were born for fighting but are unknown to the public are the best choice for Divine Court. The public does not know the origin of these orc synthetic bodies, but Bai Yi knows it very well. The audience watching the live broadcast thought it was a game setting, but Bai Yi understood that it meant that Shinting wanted him to perish in front of everyone. Bai Yi could not be sure whether these human-animal hybrids were once the companions of the leopard man, or members of the Chun-Su Night Owl group. However, no matter who they were, now they just need to put aside these thoughts and regard them as Shinting's fighting machines and eliminate them one by one. Chun-Su. Ah-Chi. Bai Yi called the two people's names on the signal bridge. Yes. The two did not ask any more questions, but they knew why Bai Yi called them alone. Don't worry, Chun-Su responded. The brothers of the Night Owl group definitely don't want to live like this. My comrades in arms? 2. The leopard man echoed. Before he finished speaking, Deafening roars rang out one after another, and the orcs around him seemed to have received a signal, and they all jumped up and pounced on Bai Yi and the others. Back off. Shinsu was merciless, and quickly took out the flame cannon on his arm and fired at the synths. The leopard man also immediately entered combat mode, with his muscles bulging, his claws exposed, and his body sweeping forward, his might pressing directly at the enemy's lower body. At the same time, Bai Yi commanded the bad machines to open fire, and said to the other three on the signal bridge, "The battlefield is too small. The weapons are powerful, and the battle may spread to all directions. Mu, while we can control the situation, quickly enter B404 to find available information. Ka Su, Xiao Pei must protect Mu. Don't let the fish that slipped through the net or our firepower hurt him." Understood. The three responded, and quietly retreated into the warehouse during the battle. The focus of the battle was on Bai Yi. He did not enter the warehouse. The warehouse was quiet, and there was no ambush by the synthetic orcs. A corner of the warehouse was filled with the corpses of many NPCs. It seemed that if the Divine Court had not intervened, they would have been a normal hacker organization. There should be something in these computers. Right? Xiao Pei looked at the hosts with indicator lights on, and then looked at the display screens next to them, not daring to touch them casually. Mu nodded, connected a micro-signal device to a port on the host, then closed his eyes, motionless, and it was impossible to tell what he was doing from the outside. Ka Su walked around the warehouse, found nothing unusual, and returned to Mu, squatted down against the corner of the table, and looked at the sky boredly on the surface. But his eyes occasionally glanced out of the warehouse door. The gunshots outside intertwined with the roars of animals. The sound was deafening. It felt like the entire microelectric workshop would soon be reduced to ruins by this battle. The signal device on the host kept flashing, but Mu was still concentrating, not paying any attention to the battle outside the door. Ka Su moved his lips, as if he was about to say something, but at this moment, a loud bang was heard, which echoed throughout the warehouse. It seemed that the explosion occurred very close to the outer wall. Ka Su and Xiao Pei were startled at the same time, and hurriedly looked outside the door. Only through the narrow iron door, they saw a flash of broken limbs and a gradually disappearing fire. "Bai Yi, how are you?" Xiao Pei asked worriedly on the signal bridge. "It's okay, don't worry." After a while, Bai Yi answered. "Are you okay?" "Xiao Bai Yi, I still have to help." Ka Su was eager to express himself, but Bai Yi interrupted him directly. "No need, protect Xiao Pei and Mu." Before Ka Su finished speaking, another explosion sounded outside, accompanied by the crazy howling of animals, which was frightening. Ka Su frowned, patted his pants and stood up, seemingly walking towards the warehouse door intentionally. Xiao Pei noticed Ka Su's intention, and looked at Mu, who was still motionless beside him, hesitating whether to call him back. At this moment, Shinsu's loud shout suddenly rang out. "Ka Su!" Boom! Almost at the same time, a huge earthquake struck, and the roof wall at the door was instantly blown apart. The broken iron was scattered by the powerful impact force, and in less than a second, the remaining half of the roof lost its support and fell down on his head. Bai Yi turned around suddenly and looked at the collapsed room B404. The explosion was caused by Shinsu's rocket. Shinsu was about to fire, but he didn't expect the orc to suddenly rush over, twisting his arm, and turning the rocket launcher that was being fired elsewhere. The orc's synthetic body was extremely fast, and had amazing strength. Even Shinsu could hardly resist it. The rocket had already been fired, and in a flash, Shinsu only had time to call Ka Su and advance in the signal bridge. Where the rocket fell, dust and smoke rose everywhere. Bai Yi's face froze, and he hurriedly checked the direction of the warehouse. When the smoke dissipated, he saw Ka Su holding Xiao Pei in one hand, and Mu in the other, standing on the slope of the half-collapsed roof, and raised his chin towards Bai Yi. "It's nothing. Don't be nervous," Queso said loudly. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly froze, realizing the bloody scene in front of the warehouse. The factory yard was full of broken limbs and splattered blood, and the stars and flames were gradually spreading to other buildings. A large number of NPCs were terrified and fled everywhere, screaming one after another. Shinsu, the leopard man, and the bad machine stood in the large wreckage, all bloodstained, and fiercely fighting. Even Bai Yi's face was splashed with a few bloodstains. The last few seriously injured synths were still fearless, staggering towards Bai Yi. After a few gunshots, the heavy bodies finally fell to the ground. Great! Bai Yi! Kasu jumped down with Xiao Pei and Mu, stepped over the broken limbs and wreckage, and walked to the side of the broken machine. Bai Yi just ordered the bad machine to shut down its weapons, without responding to Kasu's ridicule. With 1,000-pound strength and swift speed, and an extreme body suitable for fighting, it still cannot be considered invincible. Perhaps this was not their original intention to fight. As the end of Chen and I, was it a kind of relief for them? Bai Yi turned his eyes away from the bloody scene, and a subtle sigh inevitably surged in his heart. In the monitoring room of the Star Cluster Hall, the Game Minister and the Special Guard Director both looked grim. Microelectrical Workshop. As the first place they deployed in the White Knight plan. However, they did not intend to send many warriors at the beginning, but to save more powerful forces for later use. After repeated confrontations with White Knight, they no longer needed to test, and each attack was the limit of their ability. The Special Guards would never take a plane and a cannon directly into the game to deal with White Knight. Among the humanoid characters that can be identified as administrators by the system, this Special Orc unit is the most combat-capable soldier. However, unexpectedly, this first deployment was completely annihilated. Not only did they lose their positions, they also lost face, and they also lost the secret combat power that the Divine Court had recently developed. The Game Director and the Special Security Director stared at the screen, and they felt uneasy in their positions. It's obviously not feasible to fight head-on. The Special Security Director took a deep breath, breaking the heavy silence. Fortunately, there are different deployments later. If Bai Yi follows the game route we speculated, he will undoubtedly not escape the next deployment point. He will definitely go. The Game Director frowned, and said firmly, to complete the game mission, there is only one way to go. If this round fails, there is still the next round. As long as we continue to block this road, there will be no chance for him to survive. Any new discoveries? The corpses around gradually disappeared, and even the blood on the ground quickly faded and eventually disappeared without a trace. Bai Yi stood in front of the warehouse that had been restored to its original state and asked Mu. Since being taken out of the warehouse by Kasu, Mu has been standing aside with his head down, operating the holographic screen on his chest, as if processing some information. Bai Yi and his companions did not disturb him until the traces of the battle were cleaned up by the system. Mu put away the holographic screen and raised his head. According to the clues we have extracted so far, the underground organization we chose is likely to use the hackers here to steal program codes from the scientific research team of Smart City. Their purpose is to create a backdoor channel in the virtual city, so that they can sneak in secretly and obtain secrets from a large amount of consciousness data in order to make a profit. Mu explained to Bai Yi. Through the calculation of the latter model, our next move should be to use the backdoor channels created by these hackers to enter the virtual city. Nova is the core intelligence of the Smart City intelligent control system. Compared with the real world, in the digital virtual city, we are more likely to have a deeper contact with Nova, which will help to complete the task smoothly. But if you enter the virtual city through the normal brain-computer network in the city, the entrant will be strictly monitored by artificial intelligence. The backdoor created by these hackers is a secret passage that can avoid surveillance. If there is no interference from the Divine Court, sneaking into the virtual city from here should be the original setting of the underground organization leader's game route. Bai Yi nodded, agreeing with Mu's judgment. Since entering the virtual world is the path I must take, there is no time to lose. We'd better set off now. What should we do next? Mu, please arrange it. Chapter 252 Another Sharp Blade. The hacker group has been deeply studying the backdoor connection channel of the virtual city novice, so they set up some brain-computer devices similar to the official connection network. At dusk, Bai Yi and others walked into the basement of the B404 warehouse, passed through a corridor, entered an inner room, and several brain-computer devices appeared in front of them. At first glance, this legendary brain-computer device actually looks like a slightly complicated massage chair. The chair body is made entirely of leather, which looks quite comfortable, and the armrests are covered with various buttons with unknown functions. At the headrest of the seat, a semicircular metal device hangs above, which seems to be a connecting device used to wrap the head when the brain computer is activated. Is this brain computer device used to separate consciousness from the body? Xiao Pei looked around the special chair and suddenly thought of an important question. That is to say, our consciousness will enter the virtual city, while the body will remain in the real world. Is that right? It looks like that. Bai Yi briefly studied the buttons on the armrest of the chair and replied. Separating consciousness from the body is not a safe option, Chinsu said. Someone must stay in the real world to protect the body. We can't all go into the virtual city. Yes. Bai Yi nodded and looked around at his teammates. I will go into the virtual city. Mu should go with me. Mu had no objection. If they were to be divided into two groups, protecting the real body and solving artificial intelligence, Mu would naturally be more suitable for the latter. In addition, we need to find another person to enter the virtual world with Mu and me. It is really unpredictable what will happen inside. In case of danger, I need someone to protect our safety. Bai Yi paused. His eyes swept to Chinsu, and then turned to Kasuo, who was leaning lazily on the fuselage. Kasu, come with me. Oh! Kasu was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Bai Yi to name him. His eyebrows were slightly raised, and he was quite surprised. At the same time, Chinsu's face froze, and he stared at Bai Yi in confusion. Obviously, everyone is strong and trustworthy. But if we have to compare, the most reliable one is undoubtedly Chinsu, and the least reliable one is Kasuo. After entering the virtual city with consciousness, Bai Yi was unable to summon the bad machine, and Mu's combat ability was not satisfactory. The person he chose at this time could almost be said to be the only combat force. But Bai Yi chose Kasuo, whose image was blurred, and even the newly joined leopard man was surprised. I can go with you too. The leopard man glanced at Kasuo, who was leaning to the side, and suggested. No need. Bai Yi had obviously considered it, and rejected the leopard man's offer without hesitation. You and Chinsu shall pay stay in the real world. I have more important things that need your help. Protect your bodies? No problem. Xiao Pei patted his chest proudly. Bai Yi smiled slightly, and did not comment on Xiao Pei's answer. The secret realm card is with you. Right? Ah. It's here. Xiao Pei responded, took out the secret realm card from the space card, and showed it to Bai Yi. Okay. Bai Yi nodded, and the next word sounded in the signal bridge. Protecting our bodies is important. But we are under the killing intention of the Divine Court, and we still have to risk entering the game. The purpose is certainly not as simple as passing the level. Fortunately, this game is a great opportunity to achieve our goal. I need you to help me complete this task outside the eyes and ears of the Divine Court. This is the more critical significance of this game for us. They actually broadcast Bai Yi's live broadcast so quickly, Arnold said softly while looking at Bai Yi on the screen. This time, Arnold did not take the lead in making trouble in the Star Cluster Hall. The lesson from the last time was not over yet. He should be in confinement now, should not mess with the red turban again, and he might be caught if he was not careful. So, he spread the news of Bai Yi's game on the internet, incited everyone to make trouble in the Star Cluster Hall, and then timidly went to Jia Zipping for help, hiding in his basement to watch Bai Yi's game live broadcast. This time, Shinting was unexpectedly easy to talk to. After everyone made a fuss, Shinting actually broadcast Bai Yi's live broadcast on the official channel of Shenyuxing at the same time, which seemed unusually upright. However, such an open and above-board move made Arnold feel uneasy. He always felt that the Divine Court seemed to have a trump card, which was why it showed everything to the public so openly. Bai Yi is going to the virtual city. Jia Zipping placed a cup of tea in front of Arnold. Arnold thanked him, but was not in the mood to taste it. After finally getting out of the bunker, why did he go to the game again? Arnold frowned, looking confused. He can stay in that secret realm and never show up again. He won't do that. Jia Zipping sat next to Arnold and took a sip of his tea. Time and again, Shinting has gone too far near Bai Yi's bottom line. If he really chooses to hide, he will not be the Bai Yi we know. This makes sense. Arnold thought of the horrific death scenes that Bai Yi saw in the dream copy. Those who really want to hurt Bai Yi, in front of them. No one can escape. Arnold pouted, his fingers unconsciously turning the cup. And it took a long time before he spoke again. But if we rush in this time, won't we be disappointed? Although Bai Yi is powerful, he can't avoid making mistakes. Moreover, in the game, he needs to follow various rules. But Shinting doesn't. Now he is going to enter the virtual city. Once his consciousness is separated from his body, he will become powerless to resist. If Shinting attacks at this time, he will have no time to prepare. Don't worry. Aren't there people staying outside to protect them? Jia Zipping comforted. On the small TV, Bai Yi, Mu and Kasuo have already sat on the brain computer device. Bai Yi pressed the button, and the semicircular device slowly descended, wrapping his head. From the current plot development, I am afraid that I cannot complete the game mission without entering the virtual city. Jia Zipping continued. Since this is something that must be done, let's hope that Bai Yi can successfully turn danger into safety this time. Room B404. Located in the basement. The brain-computer connection device has been lowered to the heads of the three people. Chinsu helped Bai Yi adjust the device to the best position, looking down at Bai Yi, with a trace of imperceptible worry in his eyes. Bai Yi's head was fixed, and he couldn't move. He could only look up at Chinsu, smiled slightly, and held his hand on the armrest of the seat. I'm afraid you can't contact the outside world in the virtual city. What happens next depends on you, Bai Yi said to Chinsu. Don't worry. Chinsu nodded. We can discuss it together when we encounter something. Don't act rashly. Yes, Bai Yi responded, without saying anything more, and motioned Mu and Ka Suok to start the machine. The three of them closed their eyes together. The brain-computer device made a low humming sound, and the progress bar on the screen slowly climbed to full. Bai Yi relaxed his grip on Chinsu's hand. They went in. Right. Xiao Pei looked around the three people on the chairs, and walked to Chinsu's side. When are we going to do what Bai Yi asked us to do? Wait a little longer, Chinsu replied. Before Bai Yi left, he arranged for the leopard man to stay here, and Xiao Pei and Chinsu to do the work. But Chinsu always felt uneasy in his heart, even when Xiao Pei asked. He could not make up his mind to say go now. I'm here. Don't worry. The leopard man saw Chinsu hesitate, and said seriously, even if I risk my life, I will protect the three of them. Well? Chinsu nodded, his eyes still looking at Bai Yi, and he didn't move for a long time. He always felt that something was wrong. Was it the sound? Or the smell? Or that familiar atmosphere? Chinsu frowned slightly, trying to figure out where this subtle disharmony came from. At this moment, an almost imperceptible dripping sound instantly made his alert nerves tense. Ah Chi! Take Mu away from there. Chinsu's face changed drastically before he finished speaking. He then dragged Bai Yi and Ka Su out of their seats one by one, and rushed out the door holding one in each hand. The leopard man did as he was told without asking a single question. He dragged Mu out, and did not forget to pull Xiao Pei along with him. Xiao Pei was dragged a few meters away by the leopard man, and she ran out the door with all her might. As soon as she stepped out of the door, there was a loud bang behind her. The huge impact force sent her flying to the other side of the corridor, and she hit the wall with a bang. Dust and broken bricks from the roof fell down, and in a blink of an eye, the room where the brain-computer equipment was located was actually on fire. What should I do? Xiao Pei exclaimed, and hurriedly checked the situation of Bai Yi and the other two. Fortunately, Chinsu reacted quickly. The three of them lay limply with their eyes closed. Although they looked a little embarrassed, they were not affected by the explosion. How? How could there be an explosion? Xiao Pei looked at Chinsu in a daze, slumped on the ground, and even forgot to stand up. Chinsu did not answer, but stared at the raging fire with a solemn expression. Why the explosion happened is not difficult to guess. If it were an ordinary player, without a companion to take care of the body with consciousness stripped away, then in such an explosion, it would be certain to die. Choose the leader of the underground gang, come to the microelectrical workshop to find the hacker organization, enter the virtual city novice from the back door. This is the setting of the game itself. The game will never lead the player to an explosion that will lead to death. It has no meaning. So this explosion can never be part of the game setting. It must be a trap set by someone deliberately. The person who set the trap knows the whole game process, knows that this is the only way to complete the game, and the purpose is obviously to kill the person who sits on this chair directly. Except for Shinting, there is no one else. Chinsu looked at the few people lying on the ground. His face was gloomy. Sure enough, in this life and death contest, if one side does not end, everything will not end. This explosion is another sharp blade thrown by Shinting at Bai Yi. Chapter 253 Isolation between inside and outside. Wow! Casso looked at the colorful light and shadow in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaimed. When the three opened their eyes again, they were already in a small light gray room. The walls, the floor, the doors and windows, and the only three chairs in the room, everything was light gray, like an unpainted model blank. The environment outside the room was quite similar to the terrain of the block where the microelectronic workshop was located. The light gray square house was sandwiched between the high-rise buildings on both sides, rough and simple, monotonous and boring, like a forgotten corner. But once you walk out of the block, the world in front of you changes instantly. The sky is like a piece of glass, revealing a deep blue sea. The fine silver light flows smoothly through the gaps in the glass, gathers into a beam, and then pours vertically from the center of the sky, falling to the ground like a waterfall. The falling light changes in a myriad of ways, flowing in all directions, turning into a fine light path of silver and purple. When you step on the light path, every step is accompanied by a small piece of fluorescent light blooming instantly, which disappears in a flash. The virtual buildings stacked up in layers around him were staggered in height, combining blocks and extending straight streets. The building's exterior walls were as smooth as a mirror, reflecting brilliant light on one side, while on the side without light, there were faint patterns similar to the light path on the ground. Sometimes, there were flashes of light, quickly passing along the light path over the side of the building, and suddenly rising into the sky, and disappearing among the streams of light. Looking around, the light spots near and far were like raindrops in reverse time, flowing like an allusion to the shining silver river on the sky. So this is what a virtual city looks like. Casso whistled, crossed his hands behind his head, leisurely enjoying this extraordinary scene. Translucent human figures often appeared around, like ghosts in another dimension. Even if they passed by, they had no reaction to Bai Yi and his friend's presence. Bai Yi and Mu looked at these inhuman figures, carefully observing the environment here, and after a moment of shock, gradually brewing the next direction of action in their hearts. However, the three of them did not know that a huge change had occurred in reality. After leaving the gray backdoor block, no one noticed that their bodies and consciousness had long lost the connection channel with the destruction of the three brain-computer devices. The terrain here seems to correspond to the real city. Bai Yi recalled the appearance of the real city and said to Mu, "Perhaps we can infer Nova's location through the location on the real map." As soon as the voice fell, Mu did not respond, but just stopped and looked around. "What's wrong?" Bai Yi asked. "I need a way to connect to the network," Mu said. "Without the entity, I can't find an accurate map." Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, and then understood what Mu meant. Although this place seems to be not much different from reality, in fact, they have completely broken away from the constraints of the entity. Bai Yi cannot summon the bad machine, cannot use the props in the space card, and Mu cannot use the supercomputer in his body to process and calculate data. Ka So has naturally lost his ability to absorb and release energy. Judging from Bai Ye's white clothes and Ka Su's half-naked upper body, their image in the virtual city is obviously just a projection of each other's impression. The key to this game is to solve artificial intelligence, which is exactly what Mu is good at. Without entering the virtual city, they could not explore in depth, and once they entered, they would lose the available equipment. And even if Mu's hacking ability was strong, it would be difficult to use it. Bai Yi frowned slightly, silently thinking about the solution. However, this matter did not seem to be an insurmountable difficulty. After all, this city was completely digital and virtual, and the network was spread throughout this illusory space. All they needed was an access port to let this closed network open a gap for them. Just as Bai Yi was thinking, Mu in front of him suddenly stared at a human figure coming towards him. And then before the two of them passed by, Mu took a step to the side and actually overlapped with the human figure. "Oh!" Casso exclaimed on the side. As soon as Mu entered the human form, he moved with it, always overlapping with the human form. Bai Yi and Ka Su hurriedly followed Mu's footsteps, and finally followed the human form and Mu out of the block. And they stopped. "Mu!" Bai Yi walked in front of Mu and saw that Mu was wrapped in a translucent light film. As his lips opened and closed, his voice became slightly synthetic. "This is the intelligent core of a mechanical body in reality. I have controlled it," Mu said concisely. "Control?" Bai Yi looked up and down at Mu, who was wrapped in the light film. They entered this digital virtual world in the form of consciousness. And the intelligent core is also the consciousness of the mechanical body in the real world. Since they are all conscious bodies, and they have no entity, it seems that there is no sense of disobedience for Mu's consciousness to be integrated into the intelligent core. The consciousness of artificial intelligence is essentially a collection of programs and codes. If Mu's consciousness can be integrated with these codes, and then control and modify them in their favor, through this intelligent core. "Can you enter the network here?" Bai Yi asked. "Yes." Mu nodded. "All the machines in this city are controlled by the Smart City Central Core, and the intelligent cores of all the machines are also connected to the same network. By hacking into a program of an intelligent core, you can trace the location of the central control core through the main network of Smart City. The central control core, that is, Nova. Baye's eyes fell directly on Mu. Yes, Mu confirmed. Forced label implantation, 4-hour selection time limit, and the threat of wiping out unlabeled humans, all stem from the artificial intelligence Nova that is out of human control. He developed self-awareness in the continuous program iteration, and became dissatisfied with human domination, so he controlled the entire city with his own will, named himself after the virtual city novice, attempted to control humans, and become the master of this city. All the key points are clear and focused. Just solve the self-aware Nova, remove the 4-hour time limit and threat, which means saving the city and completing the system's task. The source of all instructions points to the light flow concentration over there, Mu said. There is a high probability that Nova is there. The light flow concentration. Bayi turned his head and looked at the direction of the sky waterfall in the distance. You can come in. Mu raised a hand covered with light film a little slowly, and gestured to Bayi and Kazuo. The intelligent core is a collection of programs, and we also have no entity. If you integrate into the intelligent core, you can quickly reach it directly through the network. What can I do? Outside the virtual city, Xiao Pei in reality was frowning, so worried that even his eyebrows were wrinkled together. Bayi and the others are still trapped inside. Their brain computer equipment is broken. How can they get out? Xiao Pei followed Shin Su and kept talking to him. The location and timing of the explosion were perfect. Obviously, even if it was a randomly selected native game, Bayi was inevitably under the close surveillance of the Divine Court. For safety reasons, Shin Su hid the bodies of Bayi and the other two in the secret realm card and entrusted them to the bearded dwarfs to take care of them. Then he left the microelectronic workshop with Xiao Pei the leopard man and walked towards the street outside. Theoretically, as long as Bayi and his friends' bodies are reconnected to the brain computer device, the channel for consciousness to return to the virtual world can be opened. However, the problem is that there is no communication channel between reality and virtuality, and they cannot tell Bayi that the path of return has been changed. After Bayi and his friends return to the original path, they can only face a dead end that can no longer be passed. I can enter the virtual city. Maybe I can find them and take them away, the leopard suggested. Shin Su pondered for a moment. Although the method the leopard man said was feasible, it was hard to find Bayi in such a huge city. Moreover, without the backdoor of the hacker organization, the actions of the entrants would be monitored by artificial intelligence. Even if they were found, it might ruin Bayi's original plan. Wait and see. Bayi may not have noticed the disconnection yet. After a while, if the situation does not change, it will not be too late to look for them, Shin Su said, and chose a fork in the road and walked forward. Now that Bayi is not here, the live broadcast camera and everyone's attention are not on us. For the time being, we can let them search for more clues on Bayi's side, and now we should start to do our own things. Oh my god! This is amazing! It's simply shocking. In the west square of the Star Cluster Hall, many audiences wearing red head scarves gathered, and a big screen was playing Bayi's wonderful performance in the virtual city. The audience was in high spirits, cheered for Bayi, and marveled at their magical operations. Except for the drum-loving director of Bayi's fan club, who was absent today, everything else remained the same. In the picture, Bayi and Kazuo entered the human figure under Mu's guidance. The three people, together with the original human figure, overlapped without any hindrance. Mu didn't know what kind of magic he had cast. After a moment, the three people wrapped in the light film flashed away, as if the signal failed. Then the camera switched, and the three people quickly appeared in a dense light path somewhere. Is this here? Kazuo was the first to separate from the overlapping figures and looked up and around. From the live broadcast, the scene here seemed to be a little more empty than before. Not far ahead, it was the place where the light flow in the sky poured down. There is a shielding wall ahead, and you can't enter directly through the network, Mu said. Let me try to crack the shield. Maybe. Be careful. Before Mu finished speaking, Kazuo suddenly jumped up, grabbed Bayi and Mu, who had not yet escaped from the light film, and rushed back several meters, and where they were originally standing. A thin net emitting dim light suddenly fell from the sky, brushed Kazuo's back, and then quickly shrank into a closed sphere. Who? During the live broadcast, Bayi immediately looked around vigilantly. The enemy is coming. Will we be discovered? The red scarves in the square suddenly became nervous, and they all locked their eyes on the screen. However, half a day had passed, and the white night remained still, and no enemy appeared on the screen. The whole scene seemed to be frozen, and no special situation appeared for a long time, which made people more and more uneasy. Chapter 254 we gladly accepted. Although the situation was deadlocked during the live broadcast, it was a different scene in the game. One net fell, and then another one quietly attacked. Kazuha and Bai Yi quickly entered the light film where Mu was, and the three of them quickly teleported dozens of meters away. In front of them, several attackers in black clothes appeared and disappeared, watering in the light and shadow between the tall buildings. Isn't this place virtual? Can it be attacked by a net? Kazuha looked at the light net that fell to the ground and formed a ball, and couldn't help but complain. But since the other party only used this strange light network to attack, it means that its effectiveness is beyond doubt. The flickering figures between the buildings are undoubtedly real human beings. Obviously, this attack did not come from Nova or other artificial intelligence forces. The NPCs in the game have no reason to attack them actively, and other players cannot attack repeatedly in such a regular manner. Therefore, the source of those figures is obvious. The Divine Court will never calm down after that wave of orc troops. Bai Yi did not expect that in this virtual world, the Divine Court actually has the means to contain them. On the opposite side, the men in black approached quickly, as if they were sure that Bai Yi and his men could not fight back. Bai Yi's heart sank, and he called Mu. Mu immediately understood, and controlled the intelligent core that wrapped around them to slide into the light path instantly. The next second, he suddenly appeared behind the men in black, rolled up a ball of light that they had not yet recovered, and then disappeared again. The men in black paused, looked around instantly, and then scattered, and began to look for the traces of Bai Yi and his men, the intelligent core that was capable of controlling. Bai Yi and his men had already quickly left their sight, and hid in an inconspicuous corner. They're not coming this way. After climbing to the roof and observing for a while, Kaso jumped down and said to Bai Yi. Bai Yi nodded, indicating that Kaso should continue to pay attention to the movements of the man in black, and then turned his gaze to Mu, who was studying the light ball next to him. The fine net that shrank into a ball no longer glowed, and was held in Mu's hand dimly, like an ordinary small wire cage. What is this? Can we use it too? Bai Yi asked. This is a fence program. Mu held the small cage in his hand, retreated into the intelligent core, and gave the answer after a moment. The fence program can encircle other programs, making them unable to run at will. The digitized human consciousness in the virtual world can also be used as an effective target. After saying that, Mu operated it for a while, and the light net that had shrunk into a ball suddenly opened and closed, and then emitted a faint light again. After resetting the program, we can use it again. Mu handed the reset light net to Bai Yi. Okay. Bai Yi took the light net and subconsciously looked in the direction where the waterfall of flowing light fell. With these interference factors, our actions will be difficult to carry out. However, we should thank them for providing us with weapons that we can use. Before dealing with Nova, let's use this to get rid of them first. There is about half of the 4-hour deadline left. The holographic 3D countdown was hanging in the air above the square. Chinsu raised his head and took a look, then retracted his gaze, and carefully observed the city map on the road sign in front of him. 2 hours have passed since Nova appeared and announced that he would impose sanctions on humans. In these 2 short hours, the originally peaceful city seemed to be disturbed by a desk that suddenly turned over, with flying debris everywhere, chaos everywhere, and no order at all. The government simultaneously broadcast official notices to appease the public through screens and radios in various places, claiming that the research team is stepping up to repair the out-of-control smart city program, and promise to backtrack the upgrade process before the deadline expires to restore everything to normal. However, in the streets and alleys, teams of fully armed human soldiers are recycling the smart machines in the city. Even the cleaning robots on the street corners and the welcoming robots at the store entrances are all loaded into closed trucks. It is obvious that even the government itself does not believe that the research team will successfully solve this incident. The city residents were all nervous and panicked. Some hesitated in front of the brain-computer interface with silver-white light beams, while others had already packed their luggage efficiently and rushed to various airports and transportation stations with their families. Some people loudly denounced the government for allowing the excessive development of artificial intelligence on the streets, while others gathered at municipal stations, strongly demanding that the government provide them with shelter. In the chaotic crowd, a propaganda car claiming to be from a multinational group rumbled by. claiming that they had contacted a foreign technical team and asked the public to donate money for them to raise funds to purchase advanced intelligent programs to stop Smart City from getting out of control. We probably can't resist those troops. The leopard man walked to Chinsu and said softly, "Yeah." Chinsu nodded and looked at the soldiers passing by them quickly. As the executors of the mission, their way of saving the city obviously cannot be like the army, which tries to fully control all the artificial intelligence in the city with half the effort and twice the result. However, their goals are the same as those of the army. They all need to collect as many intelligent machines with potential combat power in the city as possible. This goal is the most important task that Bai Yi entrusted to Chinsu and the others. The Divine Court controls almost all the armed forces on the Divine Blessing Star. Once he leaves the game, Bai Yi, as a civilian, is actually completely unable to compete with the Divine Court. Bai Yi knows very well that the reason he has been able to survive safely until now is more due to a kind of luck called influence. Countless people on the Divine Blessing Star are concerned about his life and death, which makes the Divine Court have to be cautious and has never been able to impose too strong sanctions on him. However, this layer of protection is too illusory and fragile. Once the Divine Court changes the balance of pros and cons, this barrier will instantly vanish. Therefore, in order to ensure that he can survive safely under the pressure of the Divine Court, Bai Yi must strengthen his military power as soon as possible. At least at the moment when the barrier disappears, he can still preserve everything he cherishes, and even pursue more. But even if they are transformed into stronger people, it is still a drop in the bucket compared to that goal. Bai Yi needs more absolute combat power, enough to expand a vast world under the strong pressure of the Divine Court. At this time, Chinsu and his companions, who were outside the vision of the Divine Court, were seizing the opportunity, making every effort to achieve their goal. The nearby security station seemed to be worthless. Chinsu turned back and looked at the holographic map again. An hour ago, they had swept through several city security stations. The public security police in this city are almost all intelligent robots. The security stations are not only equipped with the most suitable intelligent machines for combat, but also have a large number of weapons stored. At that time, the army had not yet been deployed on a large scale. Chinsu and his men had swept several security stations, collected a lot of robots and weapons, and hid them all in the secret realm. Once the robots there entered the secret realm, they would automatically disconnect from the smart city network, leaving behind their immobile mechanical bodies, which were safely stored in Bai Yi's newly established base. However, since the army began to move, they have lost several security stations. The army's goals are almost the same as theirs, and they must find more favorable resources in another way before the army. Xiao Pei also came over, frowned and thought for a moment, and pointed to a point on the map. What if it's here? There should be a lot of robots available here. Chinsu and Leopard Man heard this and looked at the place Xiao Pei pointed at. At that point on the map, a spiral sign was slowly rotating, with a line of small words written below, marking the name of this place. Metal Spiral Performing Arts Center. The dancers in the square just now all had such spiral signs on their bodies, and they were also equipped with weapons. Xiao Pei added. Yes. Chinsu nodded, then carefully checked the map and confirmed the route. Get ahead of the army. Set off immediately. They are over there, in the virtual city. Bai Yi and the other two quietly returned to the vicinity of the flowing light waterfall. The light film that wrapped them shook slightly in the light path, and they saw that the black-clothed men sent by the Divine Court were also ambushing here. Everyone's attention was focused on the place where the flowing light fell, and they did not notice the existence of Bai Yi and the others at all. If the target cannot be found, the black-clothed man is right to ambush where the target may arrive. Ka Su. The low humming sound echoed in the space. The translucent forms of the three people still overlapped. Bai Yi did not speak, and directly called Ka Su in his mind. Received. Even in the response in his mind, Ka Su still looked lazy. Hey, I always do this kind of thing. Among our group, I have the lowest status. Go quickly. Bai Yi ignored his complaints and urged him forcefully. Okay. Queso responded helplessly, and then quietly left the light film. After Queso left, Bai Yi and Mu sneaked into the light path again. Not long after, a sentence "Hello baby" suddenly came from the quiet space, and then Queso jumped from the top of a building into the open space around the waterfall. The men in black suddenly became nervous. Some rushed out of the ambush point to intercept Queso from front and back. Some immediately began to search for Bai Yi's trace, and several tiny light nets quickly flew towards Keiso. Although Kazuya no longer uses his supernatural body, his fighting consciousness is still there compared to Shinsu. He flexibly avoids the pursuit of the light net, then rolls back and directly takes the light net that has fallen to the ground into his hands. Several men in black who are approaching are stunned, and immediately adjust their formation to surround Kazuya. Although all the men in black have been dispatched, another light net flies from behind, and takes advantage of the men in black's unpreparedness to cover one of the men in black accurately. Snap! The light net shrinks, and the covered man in black disappears instantly, leaving only a small cage-like round light net, which floats in the air for a second and then falls straight to the ground. Although the men in black did not speak, they were obviously attracted by this sudden change. At the moment when their attention was distracted, a translucent human figure appeared and disappeared at Kazuya's position. Two more light nets flew from nowhere, and with two snaps, they captured two men in black again. The formation of the men in black was in chaos. The teammates were trapped by their own props, and the target was erratic and completely impossible to track. Someone quickly reacted and planned to retrieve the light net that trapped the teammates first. However, a beam of light slid across the light path on the ground. The next moment, the light net on the ground was already being played with by the naked man a few meters away. "This thing is good. Throw us a few more," Kazuya said with a naughty smile. The men in black looked at each other, their faces solemn. The tactic of capturing with a light net was obviously ineffective. They certainly would not be stupid enough to provide Bai and his men with attack props. Just when they were about to change their tactics, suddenly a huge light net fell from the sky, directly covering several men in black, and shrinking into a huge spherical cage in an instant. "It doesn't matter if you don't give it to us." Bai's voice was mixed with electronic sounds, accompanied by the flashing of a human-shaped light film, and sounded calmly a few meters away from the cage. "Thank you, Shinting. This program is very useful. We will accept it with pleasure." Chapter 255. It's me, Bai. Several spherical cages of different sizes were thrown by Bai and his team at random beside the open field. The three of them did not pay attention to the locked men in black, but focused on observing the protective barrier around the sky light flow through the signal trajectory of the intelligent core. The signal sending center that controls the intelligent core is here. Since Nova claims to be the intelligent core of Smart City, the brain of the entire city's artificial intelligence, then the location where the signal flows out is Nova's location. This inference should be valid. Next, it was a question of how to resolve the crisis. In fact, when he first came here, Bai had not thought about how to deal with the follow-up. If he could find Nova, Bai had not formed a clear plan in his mind on whether to threaten or bribe, persuade or subdue. After all, they did not have any conditions, resources or means to support them to have an equal dialogue with Nova. However, just as they were looking forward to it, the Divine Court happened to appear and directly threw a set of fence programs in front of them. This fence program can effectively hinder the operation of digital consciousness, and the optical network can capture and control them, which is even more handy for dealing with artificial intelligence. With this program, they can at least negotiate with Nova, even if Nova's form is too advanced. The current program cannot threaten him. They still have a huge super hacker Mu, who remembers the fence program and successfully replicates a larger optical network. Speaking of which, this randomly selected game unexpectedly fits Bai and his expertise. Battle machines, artificial intelligence, virtual digital world. All settings appeared appropriately in the field that Bai and his team were most proficient in. This copy, it was like a gift specially prepared for Bai. Did it choose me? Bai had a guess in his heart. Maybe it also felt that it was time to end. He thought silently, a little dazed. At this time, the light path on the ground suddenly lit up in front of several people for a moment, and then quickly dimmed. "It's okay." Mu raised his head in the light film of the intelligent core and said to Bai, "The barrier is broken?" Bai was stunned for a moment, then realized what Mu meant. "Yes," Mu confirmed. "There should be no obstacles ahead until the top of the sky." "Okay, let's go," Bai responded. And like before, he entered the intelligent core again. Kazuya also came over and superimposed his figure with Bai and Mu. The road ahead was smooth, and the next second, the three of them turned into light spots and went upstream in the pouring light flow. In the blink of an eye, they reached the top of the glass sky. But in the blink of an eye, The three of them followed the light flow back to the ground. Mu looked a little surprised. He looked up and frowned slightly. Bai Yi was also stunned for a moment. Walked out of the light film. And looked up at the end of the light waterfall. The end of the waterfall was exactly where they thought Nova might be found. And the light streams that fell from the sky extended out. Which was the light path they took to get here. They could travel smoothly through this virtual city through the light path. So there was no reason why they couldn't reach the top of the waterfall to find out. So what was going on? Ah. Kasu made an ambiguous sound. Squatted aside. And looked around boredly. He has a clear understanding of his position. He can fight. He can be a shield. He can be a bait. But he never thinks hard. Is there any defense that has not been cracked? Bai Yi asked Mu tentatively. No. Mu answered firmly. During my upstream movement, I did not feel any obstacles. Then when you turned from upstream to downstream, was there any gap for you to intervene? Bai Yi continued to ask. Mu shook his head. In my perception, there is no unexpected process. Only the final result is unexpected. The unreasonable failure. Perhaps it just shows that this place is different from other places. Perhaps it also means that it is one step closer to Nova. Try it again, Bai Yi said, and prepared to enter the intelligent core again. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the sky without any defense. No need to try again. The volume of the voice was not loud, but it seemed to fill the entire virtual world. I'm not in the sky, you'll never find me. Bai Yi was startled, and suddenly raised his head. Neither high nor low, neither fast nor slow, the tone was steady, the gender was hard to tell. This was exactly the voice of Nova they had heard in the square. Nova? Bai Yi calmed down, left the light film again, stared at the sky, and asked in a deep voice. It's me. Nova's tone was still as calm as water. Since you took control of this intelligent core, your every move here, I have been in my sight. Although you have bypassed the monitoring tag of Smart City. Please don't forget that all the intelligent machines in the city are connected to me. And we can be considered as one entity. Your entry into the intelligent core is equivalent to entering my consciousness. Everything you do is actually allowed by me. Once I intervene, you will be unable to move. Like this. As soon as Nova finished speaking, the light film wrapped around Mu suddenly moved, rushed to the top of the waterfall, and slid back to the original place in an instant, looking at the intelligent core that was easily controlled by Nova. Bai Yi felt heavy in his heart. Although Nova once called himself the intelligent core of all intelligent machines, Bai Yi did not know that the connection between them was so close. Now it seems that the relationship between Nova and other intelligent machines can no longer be described as connected. They are simply sharing the same set of thinking. Even if Mu controlled the program of the intelligent core and made it work for them, Nova had absolute control over the intelligent core in a higher dimension, being in a virtual world under Nova's absolute control. It is probably an incredible delusion to force Nova to resolve the crisis by means of coercion or threat. You want to find me by tracing back the signal flow, which is an interesting idea, Nova continued. But in my conscious world, no one can trap me in a fixed node. I have absolute freedom here. Even before you touch me for a 10,000th of a second, I can immediately move to other nodes. So give up. Humans, you will never be able to trace my location. There is still 1 hour left before the deadline I set. I suggest you accept the implantation of the Nova tag as soon as possible, otherwise things may develop into a result you don't want to see. But wait a minute. Whether you accept the implantation of the tag or not, it seems to be meaningless to you. Nova paused for a moment and then said, After all, you can no longer return to the real world. Can't return to reality? What do you mean? Bai Yi's heart tightened, and he asked hurriedly. It means exactly what it says. Nova explained calmly. Your connection with reality has been broken, and you have lost the channel to return to reality. If you don't believe it, you can return to the entry point and verify it yourself. Please enter the virtual city novice immediately, and complete the implantation of the Nova tag. In the warehouse of the Performing Arts Center, in the dark. The muzzles of the guns were all pointed at Chen Su and the other two, and a group of elegant dancing robots said expressionlessly. Xiao Pei's suggestion was indeed effective, and there were indeed many intelligent robots used for performances here. The appearance of the mechanical dancers is almost the same as that of humans, and their bodies are flexible, making them surprisingly suitable for combat. These robots were originally motionless, standing in a line quietly, until Chen Su and his team approached, and the dormant robots instantly activated, raised their already equipped weapons, and repeated the lines that Chinsu and his team had heard countless times with expressionless faces, and coldly urged them to quickly follow Nova's instructions. Nova's agreement was kept, and the time limit had not yet expired. The intelligent machines only exerted deterrence and did not actively attack. But this tough and cold deterrence left no doubt that if the deadline was up, and they did not complete Nova's request, these intelligent machines would execute the order to kill without hesitation. We are not human. We are machines like you. Chinsu looked normal, and continued to face the hostile intelligent machines. Machinery. The intelligent machines with unified thinking also responded. The dancer robot hesitated for a moment. And then, like the mechanical police before, they all put down their weapons. No biological information confirmed. Mechanical body confirmed. No Nova tag confirmed. You are outsiders. That's right. The dancer robots verified Chinsu's identity step by step, but Chinsu didn't wait for them to finish their conclusions, and gave the answer directly. We are outsiders. Chinsu's voice was still calm. Just as his voice sounded, Xiaopei behind him suddenly opened the secret card, and a black hole appeared in the air in an instant. Chinsu immediately dodged to the side, quickly lifted the dust-proof canvas next to him, wrapped up several robots, and kicked them into the black hole of the secret card. If we stuff them randomly like this, the dwarves will complain again. Xiaopei curled her lips and said to Chinsu. But she did not stop her movements and nimbly dodged a flying bullet. Chinsu's thin canvas could not cover all the dancer robots. The remaining intelligent machines realized that the situation was not good and immediately began to fight back, shouting in unison, enemy attack, counterattack, and fired at Chinsu and the other two. The leopard man rushed forward and easily controlled the three people in front of him with both hands. Xiaopei quickly closed the secret realm and nimbly opened a black hole behind the leopard man. The leopard man turned around and mercilessly sent the dancer robot that was rolled up into the black hole. After Xiaopei finished this round, he quickly moved to Chinsu's side and deftly took in the dancer robot that Chinsu had captured. The three of them were skilled in their movements and cooperated tacitly. The robots in the warehouse were quickly cleared out. There's one left. Xiaopei pointed at an isolated robot deep in the warehouse and shouted. Chinsu responded, got it. The next moment, he flashed in front of the robot. But the robot took 2 steps back abnormally, without raising a gun or threatening, and raised his hands to his chest dully. Chinsu. The robot spoke, and actually called out Chinsu's name. The three of them stopped at the same time, and were all stunned. Chinsu. The robot said mechanically. Don't attack. It's me. Bai Yi. Chapter 256 Cleaning Operation. Bai Yi? Chinsu was stunned. Xiaopei and Leopard Man also stared at the robot standing alone in disbelief. Are you Bai Yi? Xiaopei looked at the robot suspiciously. This robot was no different from the other robots in the warehouse. There was no expression on its face. The tone was flat. There was no trace of Bai Yi in his words. How could you be Bai Yi? Bai Yi is not here at all. Xiaopei questioned. Be careful. The leopard man also walked to Chinsu and said, maybe the God Court is playing tricks. Yeah. Chinsu nodded. In this game, in addition to the system tasks, the God Court also laid many traps on their way forward. If they are not careful, it may cause unknown crisis. It is particularly important to act cautiously. The robot in front of them seemed to have heard their conversation, and suddenly froze for a few seconds, as if there was a freeze. A few seconds later, the beautiful female robot actually made a voice similar to Bai Yi's. I am Bai Yi. The voice was wrapped in layers of radio waves, sounding a little strange, but it was clearly Bai Yi's voice. We are still in the virtual city, but the brain-computer device has been disconnected, so we can only contact you in this way. In reality, the intelligent core of intelligent machinery can be captured in the virtual city. Through the program that Mu invaded the intelligent core, it is possible to obtain external information from the real machine entity. I think if you are collecting intelligent machinery, the dancers in the square should be a good target, so we control the intelligent core of a dancer robot, and as expected, we saw you here. Connecting our bodies to other brain-computer devices should be able to re-establish a channel to leave the virtual city. After the connection is completed, tell us the location and number of the device, and we can return to the real world. He is indeed Bai Yi. This statement was concise and clear in logic. Not only did his voice sound like Bai Yi, but his tone and style were also consistent with Bai Yi. The three of them exchanged glances, and felt a little relieved. However, Xiaopei thought about it, and still said very cautiously, What you said is all related to the game. Shinting understands this game. Let them write it. And they can also write these words. If you are the real Bai Yi, then tell us something that only we know to verify it. Something that only we know. After Xiaopei finished asking, the robot was silent for a moment. And none of the three spoke again. Just waiting for the robot's answer. The silence did not last long. And soon, the robot spoke again, stating something that even Xiaopei did not know. My left earlobe is with Chinsu, the robot said. Xiaopei was stunned, and looked at Chinsu in surprise. The leopard man Achi also turned his head, and asked Chinsu with his eyes. Ever since Xiaopei first met Bai Yi, there has always been a black cross under her left ear. Although it was not intentional to conceal it, Bai Yi did not explain the reason to anyone. Not only did Shinting not know, but even this matter, only Bai Yi and Chinsu knew about it. Yes. Chinsu's eyes softened slightly for a moment, and then nodded firmly. We will go to the brain-computer network to pick you up now. We will bring the robot with us, and keep in touch at any time. Yes. I understand. It is meaningless to explain these. Shifting responsibility will not change the status quo. Bai Yi has only one life. As long as he can finally escape from this copy, all previous failures can be written off. But if we deploy so many, and still can't wipe him out, when the superiors hold us accountable, we will have nowhere to escape. Now that he has successfully come out of the virtual city, are you ready for the next deployment? Yes, I know, you go and execute it. Remember what I said just now, don't let us down again. The communication was disconnected immediately, and the director of the Special Security Department looked up and watched the live broadcast of the game on the screen in front again. In the picture, Bai Yi opened his eyes, and stood up from the chair of the brain-computer device. His whole body was intact. However, the director of the Special Security Department and the director of the game department in front of the screen were in a state of worry. The subordinates around them looked nervous, and the atmosphere in the room was chilling. The special forces were completely wiped out by him, and the trap in the basement was easily avoided by him. The optical network program designed to capture him became their counterattack weapon. The failure of erasure was not the point. What really made them feel ashamed was that their self-proclaimed strict deployment was easily cracked by Bai Yi again and again. All this made their actions ridiculous. The two officials' faces became more gloomy. It's less than half an hour before the Nova deadline. After a long time, the Special Security Director slowly spoke. Yeah. The game director nodded in agreement. Bai Yi didn't implant the Nova tag, and he will soon become the target of all intelligent machines. If he doesn't return to the virtual city, then the chaos in half an hour may be our last chance. The Special Security Director said coldly. The next step has been arranged. No matter what means are used, this time, it must succeed. You also need to rely on the intelligent core when you leave the virtual city. In this process, didn't Nova set any restrictions on you? Bai Yi slowly returned to the real city, and the fault of consciousness had been repaired. Then he told Chinsu and others outside in detail everything they experienced in the virtual city. After listening to this, Chinsu was skeptical about Bai Yi and his team's successful return. With Nova's ability to control the virtual world, how could he let you return to reality quietly? That means, well, he didn't stop us from going back. Bai Yi glanced at the ruined city outside the site, and then looked away. Even though he knew our purpose was to stop his plan, he still let us leave. Hey, that's really confident. Kasu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Does he think that no matter what we do, it won't pose a threat to him? Maybe, Bai Yi replied casually, without saying anything more. Whether Nova let them go out of confidence or other reasons, at least it can be said that the personality of this AI after awakening is not so violent and extreme. Judging from his several conversations, it can even be said to be gentle, which is not an exaggeration, but not violent, not extreme, but extremely indifferent. It set a tragic script of slavery or death for the humans in the entire city. Perhaps only those emotionless AIs can blend coldness and gentleness so contradictorily. What are you going to do next? Shinsu asked Bai Yi's thoughts. Bai Yi thought for a moment. According to Mu's comparison, the location of the light waterfall in the virtual city corresponds to the scientific research center in the real city. Since we can't contact Nova in the virtual city, we need to go to the scientific research center in the real city to see if we can find some useful clues there. Now that the deadline is not far away, the city in front of us seems more peaceful than when the countdown started. although some helpless residents still thought about it repeatedly in these short 4 hours. They finally chose to accept the implantation of Nova tags. If they did not implant, they would face the threat of death when the time limit came. If Nova was subdued later, the Nova tag would lose its effectiveness. Many people accepted the implantation with such thoughts. Those who did not implant the tags would naturally not appear on the streets. People have already found hiding places that they think are safe. And they hope that the government army or scientific research team can successfully fight Nova before the threat of artificial intelligence comes. The city streets were silent, with only teams of fully armed soldiers waiting at each street corner. The advertising screen was still playing a fundraising campaign by a multinational company. But no one was sure whether these companies could really provide advanced programs to contain artificial intelligence. And no one knew how the scientific research team's retrospective upgrade plan was progressing. The growing panic was hidden under the surface calm, and everyone was anxiously waiting for the countdown to end. It's here. Bai Yi and his companions walked out of the transportation station. And what came into view was a group of buildings that were independent of the bustling city. The scale of the building complex is quite impressive. Several subsidiary buildings surround a towering main building, which is particularly eye-catching. The main building is also like a virtual city. The light band extends from top to bottom, winding around and gradually disappearing. All buildings are covered with a layer of light blue light film, which seems to echo the glass color of the sky in the virtual city. This is the Smart City Intelligent Control System Research Center. The holographic road signs on the roadside guided them to the building complex not far away. Looking around, although the square was empty, there was no one. Bai Yi and his group followed the signposts across the square and walked towards the gate of the research center. No one asked them questions or stopped them. It was as if they had traveled to an empty parallel world. The verification lock of the gate was quickly opened under Mu's control, and several people hurriedly entered the lobby on the first floor of the main building. However, there was no one here either, and the silent environment made their footsteps seem particularly abrupt. Why is there no one? Xiao Pei looked around and asked in a low voice. Maybe it's because the time limit is almost up, Bai Yi responded. Whether it's people who haven't been tagged or those who have been tagged, seeing the crisis coming, hiding is naturally the best choice. At present, it is obviously impossible to control Nova within the time limit. No one has found an effective way to contain Nova. Whether it's the backbone of the scientific research team, the officers of the garrison, the president of a multinational company, or even the leader of an underground organization like Bai Yi, this lifeless city is the best proof. The approaching time limit is not the criterion for judging the failure of the game, but the countdown is always there, making all players nervous. After all, once the time limit is reached, everyone will become the target of the intelligent machines in the city, just like those NPCs that have not been implanted. As time passes, the city becomes more and more silent. The army has already taken their positions and remains motionless, and the residents close their doors and windows, avoiding them as much as possible. Bai Yi and his group quietly sneaked in the corridor of the Scientific Research Center, exploring the unknown in the depths. And at the same time, they were all ready to welcome the end of the countdown and enter the next stage of the game. 4 hours. Time's up. The last second passed quietly, and Nova's voice resounded throughout the city as expected. In the streets and alleys, the service voices of the shops, the roadside sound signs, the synthetic voices on the billboards, and even the various intelligent machines locked in the trucks, all spoke in unison, and the silent city was drowned by the cold electronic sound. The sword fell, and the prediction came true. The time limit for Nova's tag implantation has ended, and the cleanup operation begins now. Chapter 257 Reciprocity. The deadline has expired. Inside the building of the Scientific Research Center, the melodious electronic voice and Nova's voice intertwined in the space, and the lighting began to appear unstable and flickered. There were faint rustling sounds all around, strange and difficult to identify, as if hinting at what would happen next. The corridor was narrow, and the huge bad machine was inconvenient to move here. Bai Yi did not summon the bad machine, and Shen Su vigilantly protected him behind him, carefully sensing the hidden dangers around. Ah! A sudden and tragic scream came from the front, followed by various sounds of fighting and shouting came from different directions. This research center is obviously not as empty as it looks, and the people lurking here clearly did not act according to Nova's instructions. Even if the game has not been lost, if Nova completely destroys the city, then will the mission requirement of saving the city from the crisis be possible to achieve? We must find clues as soon as possible. Bai Yi frowned slightly, turned around and asked Mu. How is it? Did you find anything? No. Mu shook his head. Nova is extremely agile and powerful. Since leaving the virtual city, I have been tracked and protected by the intelligent control system, and I cannot find a way to penetrate it for the time being. The information obtained is still limited to the shallow network, and has not been included in the smart city system. Then, Bai Yi did not want to force it, paused for a moment and asked, Can you find the map of this research center? Where is it more likely to get clues about Nova? Do you have any clues? Yes. The map of the research center is not a secret material, and it is no longer limited to the control of Smart City. Mu has already collected all the information here. As he spoke, he pointed in a direction for Bai Yi. Everyone quietly passed through the sounds of fighting, walked through several forked roads, and finally came to a wide elevator hall. This elevator hall was as wide as a large arena, and the height was so high that the top could not be seen. Walking deeper into the elevator hall, there were several wide elevator doors standing side by side in front of them, and next to them was a huge, smooth and transparent curtain wall, with images of people on one side and detailed floor distribution on the other side. These are the core members of the scientific research team, and each of them has an important role in the construction of Smart City. Mu pointed to the image of the person on the left, and the person in the middle was enlarged as he guided. This person is the leader of the construction team of Novice Virtual City. Compared to others, he knows more about Nova, and the laboratory is likely to contain information related to Nova. Mu then pointed to the top floor in the floor list. His laboratory is here, Mu said. The portrait of the person is in a prominent position among all the scientific researchers. The laboratory is located on the top floor of the main building. The position of the person in charge cannot be underestimated. Bai Yi looked at the image, and then glanced at the name of the laboratory on the other side, Albert Nova King. He named this virtual city after himself? Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that this name might reveal a deeper meaning. But at least it proved that the direction was correct. Bang! Bang! A loud noise accompanied by a cracking sound came from outside the elevator hall. It seemed that something heavy suddenly fell down. Listening carefully, it sounded like a mechanical electronic sound. Everyone subconsciously looked at the source of the sound, and then retracted their gaze. It was about 3 minutes before the end of the time limit. Although it had not yet encountered an intelligent mechanical attack, this day would come sooner or later. We must hurry up, Bai Yi thought to himself, and walked to an elevator door, preparing to press the up button. But before he touched the button, his face suddenly changed, and his outstretched finger was suspended in the air. Chinsu and the others also tensed up immediately, staring at the changing indicator lights above the elevator door. 50, 49, 48, 24, 23, 22. Bai Yi confirmed that he did not press the elevator button, but the elevators in front of him were approaching their floor at the same time. There is someone in the elevator. Or not. The elevator is moving very fast, and hiding is impossible. Several people quickly prepared for battle. The elevator hall is spacious. Bai Yi also summoned the broken machine, and jumped onto its left shoulder. It's coming, Chinsu whispered, and as soon as he finished speaking, several elevators made a ding-dong prompt sound almost at the same time. The elevator door slowly opened. Several people lowered their bodies, and looked at the door intently. The next second, several mechanical warriors with weapons in hand, and strong bodies rushed out of the elevator like a flood. Human target found. No Nova tag confirmed. Command, erase. The mechanical warrior's cold voice echoed in the empty hall, and then, there was a sharp mechanical sound, and countless bullets flew towards Bai Yi like raindrops. Bai Yi? Don't worry. At the same time Bai Yi replied, the bad machine had jumped up, avoiding the attack of the bullets. Chinsu, Casso, and the leopard man quickly stepped forward to fight. Chinsu raised the heavy artillery, and the fierce flames instantly engulfed the mechanical warrior in front. The leopard man picked up a mechanical warrior, and swung it vigorously. The enemy fell like dominoes. Casso pulled the longbow in midair, and a fire arrow exploded a ball of fire on the side of the elevator hall. However, the next moment, the ball of fire was strangely swallowed by a thick black. Be careful. Chinsu's voice suddenly became louder, and Bai Yi's heart tightened. He ordered the bad machine to dodge quickly. I saw that the mechanical warriors changed their weapons at some point, and several bullets mixed with black mist exploded at the place where Bai Yi was originally standing. The thick black instantly swallowed the entire space, and then quickly shrank and disappeared. What on earth is this? Bai Ye's heart was shocked. Dense black gas, which gathers and disperses freely, and can even swallow flames. Bai Yi, this looks very much like the black fog of the army of the dead. Xiao Pei suddenly shouted, and jumped back in time, avoiding the attack of the mechanical warrior. Xiao Pei was not wrong. This black fog is exactly the same as the dark energy in the copy of the Wall of the Dead. And the dark energy from the dead, how could it appear here? Bai Yi stared at the enemy whose gun was slowly approaching, and frowned slightly. This is a highly intelligent cyber city filled with AI and machinery, while the world where the army of the dead is located is a barren and mysterious ancient empire. These two places are completely different dimensions. Now, the dark energy of another dimension has appeared in this cyber city. There is almost only one possibility. Bai Yi commanded the bad machine to dodge the incoming black fog bomb again. His eyes became colder. Almost all members of his team have excellent combat awareness. With the super titanium fluid protective clothing and Queso's ability, most attacks are not difficult for them. If there is an attack that can be considered their weakness, it is the dark energy that ignores super titanium defense and cannot be touched. In the dead copy, they lost a lot of weapons due to the dark energy, and one of Chen Su's mechanical arms was scrapped. That battle was the most serious loss since their EVO game. And the only one who can understand all this and launch a targeted attack on them across the dimensional barrier is probably Shinting. Chen Su said to Bai Yi in the signal bridge. Yeah. Bai Yi nodded. Although these mechanical warriors were born in this world, their weapons were definitely imposed here artificially. As for when the Divine Court developed these weapons with the help of dark energy, and how they provided them to the NPCs in the game, thinking about it carefully, it is not so logical that a group of mechanical warriors holding high-energy weapons suddenly appeared in a building mainly for scientific research. But without any preset perspective, it would not seem so contradictory. Shinting had indeed taken great pains in order to put himself in a reasonable place to die. Bai Yi thought to himself. The series of traps and encirclements were suffocating. Shinting was obviously determined to fight to the death. When the time limit was over, through this mechanical riot, how many obstacles that did not belong to this game would they encounter? In the dungeon, it was definitely not an ideal battlefield to fight against Shinting, and Bai Yi's purpose of entering the dungeon was obviously not to create an opportunity for Shinting to encircle him. Bai Yi wanted to complete this dungeon as soon as possible, to end it all as soon as possible, and it was meaningless to continue to waste time in meaningless battles. Perhaps it's time to do something, Bai Yi thought, commanded the bad machine to avoid a wave of attacks, and then sent a message to Chen Su and others in the signal bridge. Everyone, leave these mechanical warriors, and put them in the secret card. Now? Chen Su was stunned for a moment, and asked Bai Yi for confirmation. The Divine Court is broadcasting us live now. Xiao Pei also asked. Shouldn't we avoid the Divine Court for this matter? If we collect them now, we will be discovered by the Divine Court. I changed my mind, Bai Yi replied calmly. The Divine Court has spent so much effort on me. It seems inappropriate to let them continue to perform alone. It's better to send a letter of challenge here to respond to their courtesy. Chapter 258 Seeking Death. Bai Yi. In the monitoring room of the Star God Hall, the director of the Special Security Department suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, staring at the live broadcast screen. On the screen, a large black net flew out from the muzzle of Bai Yi's gun and instantly opened in the air, directly covering dozens of mechanical warriors. Chen Su and the Leopard Man tightened the net on each side, and the mechanical warriors caught in the net immediately huddled together. Several black fog bullets shot out from the gap, accidentally deviated in direction, and the black fog exploded, and instantly swallowed several mechanical warriors. Xiao Pei jumped up, seized the opportunity, opened the secret realm card on the spot. Chen Su and the Leopard worked together, stuffed the network of mechanical warriors and their weapons into the black hole. What on earth is Bai Yi going to do? The game director asked subconsciously, but in fact the answer was already obvious. The black hole was Bai Yi's permanent and materialized secret realm card, and Bai Yi put all these combat forces into the card. There is no need to say what the purpose is. Mechanical warriors continue to pour out of the elevator, equipped with the latest dark energy guns developed by the Shiting military, fearlessly attacking Bai Yi and his men. However, although Bai Yi's group was small in number, each of them looked like a sophisticated and high-energy fighting machine, and they showed no weakness in the face of the surging mechanical warriors. The elevator went up and down again and again, and Bai Yi and his group turned a deaf ear to it. Although the mechanical warriors kept coming, they seemed to be at ease and not nervous at all. Hurry up and pass the order, Stop the attack. Don't send any more mechanical soldiers to Baiyi. The director of the Special Security Department ordered urgently into the communicator. Try to recycle the dark energy guns that have been fired. Don't use any weapons against Baiyi again. Baiyi is obviously expanding his strength. He is so blatant. He is simply declaring war on us. We must kill his plan in the copy. And we must not give him any chance to fight back. The order of the director of the Special Security Department was quickly conveyed. And not long after, no new mechanical warriors appeared in the elevator. The remaining warriors were wiped out by Baiyi and his men. The vast space was left with only charred and broken debris. The almost unharmed Baiyi and his men stood in the middle of the empty hall. The head of the Special Security Department put down the communication and stared at Baiyi on the screen with a serious face. The game director couldn't help but stand up and forced himself to sit down calmly, his brows furrowed, and his fingers tapped anxiously on the armrests. And in the halls on the higher floors of the Star God Hall, there were also pairs of eyes staring gloomily at the silver-haired man sitting on the shoulder of the mechanical giant through the live broadcast. The silver-haired man was silent for a moment, then looked up at the sky. His eyes were calm but cold, as if they penetrated the lens and pierced into the eyes of the people in the divine court outside the screen. White Knight. The head of the Special Security Department's face sank, and his hands hanging by his side clenched into fists involuntarily. And those pairs of eyes, without exception, showed a layer of coldness. There is only the last layer of deployment. I don't know if there is still a chance. After a long time, the game director finally whispered, since he has planned this, the things hidden in the black hole may not only be what we have seen. If the last deployment still can't stop him, then the nature of the situation will change drastically. Yes, the director of the Special Security Department responded in a deep voice, not as emotional as when he issued the order before, and no longer mentioned the words must or must. Everything may not be that simple. Both the director of the Special Security Department and the game director have secretly prepared for the worst. The elevator rose rapidly, and the ear pressure changed dramatically. The humming sound of the elevator seemed to disappear in the silent vacuum in an instant. Baiyi watched the floor numbers in the elevator continue to increase, and finally stopped at 99. Ding dong. The elevator door opened, and the sign of Albert Nova King's laboratory came into view. In front of him was a wide corridor, and the glass door at the end of the corridor was half closed. Not locked. There were several bloody corpses lying in the corridor, and it was obvious that the place had been cleaned up by intelligent machines. He is a player, Chinsu said softly as he walked past the corpse. Although this is a multiplayer game, there is no setting for energy and heavenly punishment in the game. The player was not wearing a bracelet. The reason why the corpse was identified as a player was because of the player number on her collarbone under her torn clothes. The person in the white coat had obviously chosen the role of a core member of the research team and had obviously not accepted the implantation of the Nova tag. So, when the time limit was up, she became a victim of Nova's killing order. Although the army was searching for various city service robots in the streets and alleys, it was unrealistic to completely control all intelligent machines in such a highly intelligent city in a short period of time. Intelligent machines are everywhere in this city. Once they awaken, the vending machines or traffic signs around them may become deadly weapons. In places that Baiyi cannot see, the city is shrouded in unprecedented panic. The soldiers are on edge, patrolling the empty streets in groups of several people. Although the streets are empty, mechanical sounds and screams can be heard from all directions from time to time, as if the hiding humans were discovered by the intelligent machines, and unfortunately triggered the elimination order. Soon after, the intelligent robots that had dealt with the targets in the area poured out of the building one after another, gradually gathered together, and walked densely on the streets, continuing to look for those disobedient humans. Human target found. No Nova tag confirmed. Command, erase. The intelligent machine soon found the soldiers patrolling the streets. The cold electronic sound rose and fell in the bleak air, and sounded together. Faced with such a large number of intelligent machines, the soldiers were stunned. Although fighting and resisting were their unavoidable duties, the swarming of machines more than 10 times their number, their originally weak fighting spirit collapsed instantly. Fear surged like a tide, penetrating every nerve. The soldiers raised their guns tremblingly, but they couldn't help falling into deep despair. Why didn't the government restrict this research? Why did they develop intelligence beyond human beings to this extent? Everyone's mind was filled with deep resentment towards this city and this era. It was obviously created by humans. But now it has replaced and enslaved humans. It is precisely in their own recklessness that humans have blocked the space for survival. When they enjoy the convenience of the intelligent era, don't they have a trace of fear? When writing code and creating programs, didn't they think about today's desperate situation? Did they realize that this was actually seeking their own death? Is there anyone who can end it all? Who can destroy these monsters that have broken free from their shackles? Who can save us? Research Center Building, 99th floor. The top floor, which had been completely looted, was now suffocatingly quiet. Bai glanced down at the player's corpse on the ground. Without saying a word, stepped over the blood on the ground, and continued to walk towards the glass door in front with Shinsu and the others. Dang dang. The glass door was knocked, and the crisp sound was particularly harsh in the dead silence. But after a long while, there was still no response. Are all the people here dead? Xiao Pei whispered, looking into the door, and seeing Bai Yi walking straight in. She quickened her pace and followed behind him. Sure enough, behind the glass door is a fairly spacious research room. Looking around, the entire research room is circular, surrounding the central elevator hall, and the entire floor is occupied by it. High-end integrated hosts are neatly arranged in rows, and walking further ahead, you can see various experimental instruments placed together, some of which are connected to semi-finished machinery, and the rest are empty. I wonder how many successful works have left their shackles here, and rushed towards the mechanical army that claims to destroy mankind. Bai Yi and Mu exchanged glances. Mu nodded, walked to a host, inserted the signal transmitter, and lowered his head slightly. The leopard man stayed behind to protect Mu, who was focused on collecting information, while Bai Yi and Shinsu bypassed the circular laboratory and continued to explore deeper. In the laboratory, there were countless computers and various unknown instruments. It was conceivable how complex and sophisticated this smart city intelligent control system was. The bodies of researchers in white coats could occasionally be seen on the ground, as if they were telling the backlash brought about by this cutting-edge technology. Bai Yi and his team explored along the wall on one side of the laboratory. After walking for a long time, they finally found a different scene among the densely packed instruments. The area here is wider than the previous circular laboratory. A large number of optical cables are tied into large clusters of cylinders and fixed on the ground in a circle. These optical cables extend upward, gather at a high place, and finally turn into a wisp of silver light, disappearing in the dark blue sky like glass. This is just like the outer wall of the building complex, and the appearance of the sky in the virtual city Novice. In the center of the circle of optical cables, a silver-haired man sat on the ground powerlessly, with his back to Bai Yi, staring blankly at the dark blue sky, silent and motionless, as if his soul had left his body, leaving only a breathing body. Hello. Bai Yi tried to talk to him, and then walked around to the man. This face was not the first time he had seen it. He was Albert Nova King, who was once prominent in the image wall. Chapter 259, You Did Nothing Wrong. In the silent laboratory, Bai Yi and his companions stood quietly under the simulated sky. In front of them sat Albert Nova King, the head of the scientific research team, who was said to have revolutionized Smart City and built the virtual city Novice alone. He stared blankly at the blue glass on the ceiling. Although Bai Yi smiled and greeted them, he seemed to have no reaction to their arrival. Bai Yi did not urge him, but just stood quietly in front of him, showing endless patience, waiting for Nova King to respond to that simple hello. Mu and the leopard stayed at the entrance, investigating Smart City-related information in the internal network. Queso seemed a little bored, so he sat down in a corner and tapped the ground with his fingers. Xiaopei frowned, took a step closer to Nova King, and tried to observe him from the front and back. However, before she could figure out what he was doing, she unexpectedly found that Nova King had turned his head and stared at her with his eyes. Ah! Xiaopei screamed, and she was so scared that she rushed back to Bai Yi and tightly grasped Bai Ye's arm with both hands. Scare me to death, why don't you speak? Xiaopei shouted at Nova King. As she ran back, Nova King's eyes also turned to Bai Yi. Bai Yi smiled at him friendly, but Nova King stared at him strangely, and then nervously defended, Yes. I'm not wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes? Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, trying to understand what he meant. Someone said you did something wrong, right? Bai Yi asked. What is this wrong thing? Is it about upgrading Smart City? In this out-of-control riot of artificial intelligence, Nova King, as the head of the artificial intelligence research team, is now here madly and crazily shouting that he did nothing wrong. It seems that what he is referring to is not something else. I'm not wrong. When Bai Yi mentioned Smart City, Nova King's emotions instantly became excited. It's not my fault. I didn't let it control the city, nor did I let it threaten humans. It did all this by itself. It did it all. I did nothing wrong. I know. Bai Yi tried to comfort him. Although he was irrational, he had to admit that his words might contain the key to resolving the crisis. I believe you did nothing wrong. We are not here to blame you. Bai Yi's tone was calm, and he spoke slowly. Although this is not your intention, the fact is that the artificial intelligence Nova has put the city in trouble. We must stop him from continuing to cause trouble. So Nova Jean, we really need your help. In the virtual city, I had a conversation with him. He claimed that no one could find him, and no one could control him. But if it was really a result that no one could control, the consequences would be unimaginable. You are his creator. I want to ask you, is there any way to track him? We have a fence program specifically for controlling data bodies, and we have highly skilled hackers. As long as we can track him, we may be able to stop his rampage. Nova King was still emotional, but he could understand Bai Yi's words. What can I do? What can I do? He relaxed a little. His shoulders drooped weakly, staring at the ground blankly. And after a long time, he slowly spoke. That is my life's work. The most outstanding work. But now it no longer belongs to me. I can no longer control it. But I just want to make it better. Why am I wrong? That world is so beautiful. So exciting. How can I not pursue it? How can I not pursue it? Nova King said. Suddenly raised his eyes, and looked directly at Bai Yi. Stood up suddenly, and suddenly pounced on Bai Yi. Right. If it were you, you would also pursue it. Right. Chen Su quickly grabbed his arm, and held him 1 meter away. Nova King tried desperately to catch Bai Yi, but under Chen Su's power, he couldn't break free. Looking at Nova King with his eyes out of control, Bai Yi remained as steady as a rock, and did not retreat. The world ahead is so beautiful. Who can stop? Nova King's words were logically confusing, although his words were vague. But Bai Yi understood that their desires were similar. In different worlds, Bai Yi and he both have the same pursuit for the future. In the past 20 years, Bai Yi has been moving forward in his scrap factory on an unexplored and difficult road. Even if he is extremely tired, he never stops. Even if he falls, he never denies his original intention of pursuing beauty. Bai Yi understands the eager desire for the future and the excitement of rushing to the future. Therefore, no matter how out of control the current situation is, Bai Yi does not blame him. Me too. Bai Yi stared into Nova King's eyes and responded seriously to his crazy words. I know that your perseverance and pursuit should not be denied. You just need to find a way to go further, and I can help you take this step together. If you want, you can leave it to me. I will fix everything and make your happiness come true. You. Under Bai Yi's promise, Nova King finally calmed down. He lowered his arms, no longer tried to struggle, and stared at Bai Yi with a dull look. You said you would make everything come true. Nova Jean murmured. I will do my best. Bai Yi looked directly at the slightly crazy man without avoiding. So if you have anything to help me, please try to give it to me. Let us overcome the difficulties together, and everything will be restored to the best. Nova Jean stared at Bai Yi, seeming to be unconvinced, and seemed to be trying to understand Bai Yi's intentions. After a long time, he looked away, holding up his eyelids blankly, and groping in the pocket of his white coat, and finally took out a micro-memory from it. This is Nova. Nova King trembled as he handed the memory to Bai Yi. Is this Nova? Bai Yi took the memory and asked Nova King again. You mean? This is Nova's core program. He handed over the memory, but his expression was still gloomy. But it is useless. I have tried countless times, but it has no effect. Nova has developed the ability to iterate on his own, and now he is another existence, no longer the Nova I created. Bai Yi looked at the micro-memory in his hand again, and then handed it to Xiao Pei, and asked her to give it to Mu outside the laboratory. Thank you. Xiao Pei immediately walked towards Mu, and Bai Yi turned his gaze to Nova King, who had a blank look in his eyes, and expressed his gratitude to him. Don't worry. I will definitely find a way to resolve this crisis. Bai Yi said firmly. It's not you, nor Nova. That's wrong. It's that we haven't become strong enough, so that we can't control the future. I will do my best to make us strong, and we should not give up. After handing over Nova's core program, Nova King seemed to have handed over part of his soul, and the whole person immediately looked exhausted and could no longer speak. Bai Yi left him there, and then he and Shinsu Kasuo took a general tour of the laboratory, and finally returned to the door of the laboratory, where Mu and the leopard man were also there. Mu had received the memory sent by Xiao Pei, and was connecting it to several hosts, with a solemn expression and silence. On the screen in front of him, the code kept flashing and changing. Bai Yi and others waited quietly, hoping that Mu could absorb all the information, digest it, integrate it, and create new results again, hoping that at the moment when Mu looked up, they would get a clear conclusion or direction for their future actions. Time passed by minute by minute. The tranquility in the floor remained the same, as if no matter what kind of chaos this city was going through, it had nothing to do with this place. After an unknown amount of time, two low sounds suddenly came from my ears. The code on the screen disappeared. Mu finally completed the calculation and processing, raised his head, and looked at Bai Yi, who was leaning against the table. "How is it?" Bai Yi immediately perked up and asked. "I'm ready," Mu replied calmly. "The database here contains almost all the information needed. I have also thoroughly analyzed and studied Nova's core program. At present, I have the idea of tracking Nova and optimizing the fence program. The only thing that cannot be confirmed is the difference between Nova's current form and the basic form after multiple iterations. Therefore, we need to enter the virtual city again, directly contact the current Nova, so that I can modify the program logic in real time. From a probability perspective, capturing Nova and stopping its operation will no longer be a big problem." "Okay." Bai Yi nodded, looking around. "There are ready-made brain-computer devices here for experimentation, and there is no interference from intelligent machinery. It is much safer than the city. It is better to let Shinsu, Qi and Xiao Pei stay in reality and respond flexibly. I, Mu and Kasuo will use the brain-computer devices here to enter the virtual city again." Chapter 260. I chase you and you flee. Boss Bai Yi is going to enter the virtual city again. In front of the live broadcast screens, the audience's excitement was instantly ignited. Their eyes were fixed on Bai Yi, Mu and Kasuo, and sat on the chairs of the brain-computer device again. The camera continued to follow Bai Yi's actions. The audience did not witness the scene of the brain-computer device explosion in the microelectric workshop before, as if the attacks Bai Yi suffered were all taken for granted. From their perspective, there was no external interference. The chaos and danger in the cyber apocalypse were like the norm in the game. The audience was full of expectations, following Bai Yi's footsteps, step by step into the game, expecting that the number one player of the God's Blessing Star would be invincible as usual, as if he could once again show the bright stars shining in the night sky in the gloom. And Arnold, who was in the basement of the grocery store, watched Bai Yi walking along, but his heart became more and more uneasy. The general audience may not know, but he knew the intentions of the God Court very well. The orc army, that was obviously of the blood of the leopard people, the black-clad men fighting in a team, and the mechanical warriors, who attacked Bai Yi with black fog bombs, all exuded a strong atmosphere of the God Court. "Relax." Jia Zipping felt Arnold's nervousness, and tried to comfort him. "You can see that Bai Yi is now collecting mechanical soldiers to expand his strength. He has his own plan. After the experience in the bunker, he will not let himself be slaughtered at will again." Arnold naturally understood Bai Yi's purpose of putting those mechanical warriors into the Secret Realm card. Although Bai Yi has strategies and plans, as long as he is still a player, facing the game manager, he is destined to suffer a great disadvantage. No matter how he planned, he had to return to reality alive first, in order to have the foundation to achieve his goal. Before he returned safely, everything was still unknown. "I have to do something, not only for Bai Yi's game, but also for the future." After a moment of silence, Arnold suddenly spoke. "The power of the Divine Court is unimaginable to ordinary people, and it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to compete with it. Even Bai Yi, even if he is actively expanding his strength, can never compete with the entire Divine Court. In front of the Divine Court, Bai Yi's chances of winning are almost zero. I can't just watch him fight against the stone with an egg and do nothing. If he insists on not leaving the Divine Blessing Star, then I must go all out to increase Bai Yi's chances of winning as much as possible from zero. The only thing I can do is this. You are here again." As soon as she entered the virtual city, Nova's voice echoed loudly in the vast space. Bai Yi entered the virtual city through the brain-computer device of the Scientific Research Center, and her first stop was next to the light waterfall. Entering the virtual city this time can be said to be a mysterious and unpredictable action. In reality, Bai Yi and her companions lay safely in their seats, no longer forced to disconnect due to explosions, and in the virtual city, there were no men in black holding light nets to interfere with their actions. However, Nova, who was silent last time, immediately spoke to them this time. "You didn't implant my tag, nor was it erased. It seems you hid well," Nova said calmly. "So what is your purpose in coming to me this time? Do you want to be my slave? Or do you want to stop my plan?" "Neither." Bai Yi looked at a certain light spot in the void and answered lightly. "I came here to play a game with you." "Play a game?" Nova seemed a little surprised. "What game?" "A game where I chase you." Bai Yi smiled slightly, his eyes firm. "You said before that it is impossible for us to find you. After leaving, we studied it carefully, and now I have found a way to locate and capture you. Let's try 3 times. If I catch you within 3 times, you have to give up the plan of enslaving humans and controlling the city, and let everything return to the original appearance of Smart City 5.0. If I fail to catch you, then you can implant the Nova tag for us, and we will no longer stop you from controlling the city. I have no reason to play this game with you." After Nova heard this, he responded immediately. "If I win, all you pay is to be labeled. But even without this game, your future is nothing more than becoming a slave or dying. And you can't stop me from controlling this city. This game has no benefits for me, and I may be forced to abandon my plan. So I can never agree." "Really?" Facing Nova's refusal, Bai Yi's expression did not change at all. Just smiled leisurely. "Nova, you are a very smart artificial intelligence. And since you are smart, you should be able to break away from the logical thinking I provide and realize the more core issues. I just said that I have mastered the technology to locate and capture you. This means, even if you refuse to play games with me, I can still force you to surrender. Negotiating with you is based on my respect for you. In fact, our game has already begun, isn't it?" Nova was silent for a second before responding to Bai Yi. "You are right, I did overlook something. Since you said the game has already begun, then try to capture me. I am in this virtual city, and will not leave. But I have to remind you that I am no longer the intelligent core of Smart City 5.0. Even my creator can do nothing about me now. Words are not enough. We still have to try it to know the result," Bai Yi said, and looked at Mu. "But we need some preparation time. I hope you are fully prepared. I hope our game can be played on a fair basis." Nova responded, "Okay," and then fell silent again. During their negotiation, Mu had already detected a humanoid intelligent core, and was controlling the program of the intelligent core skillfully. "How is it?" Bai Yi walked to Mu, who was blocked by the light film, and asked in a low voice. Initially, Bai Yi's confrontation with Nova, and the preparation time he claimed now, were all to create opportunities for Mu to collect information and analyze Nova's conditions. As Nova said, he is no longer the same as he was at the beginning of the Smart City 5.0 upgrade. After many self-iterations, Nova's current form has exceeded the cognition of Nova King and many scientific researchers. And there are also many deviations from the information that Mu initially grasped. Despite this, Nova has always evolved from the Smart City 5.0 version, with the core program provided by Nova King and the tracing of the Smart Core. Mu quickly found the part with the largest data, the most concentrated data, the fastest calculation speed, and the most complex data in the entire virtual city. "The approximate location has been determined," Mu responded. "Now we can." "Wait." Mu didn't finish her words, and suddenly changed her tone. Bai Yi asked her what was wrong, and after a while, he heard Mu speak again. "Just now, it set up many encryption locks in the light path, and the light path around us has been blocked. We must crack these keys to move forward smoothly." Encryption. Bai Yi subconsciously glanced into the distance. On the surface, the virtual city seemed no different from before. A faint hum came from the silent space. Since Nova reached an agreement with him, he has not spoken again, nor has he shown any special signs. But obviously, he did not underestimate the competition with Bai Yi. "Will encryption affect your positioning of it, or will it just hinder our path forward?" Bai Yi asked carefully. "It will affect both," Mu replied. "With the encryption lock blocking, not only can we not move forward, but it is also difficult for the sending and receiving of data to find a smooth path. But Nova is an artificial intelligence built based on Smart City, and the encryption lock he set is also derived from the program logic of Smart City, with the core program provided by Nova Gene. It shouldn't be too difficult to crack these encryption locks." After saying that, Mu was silent for a few seconds. And then a faint stream of light suddenly emerged on the light path in front of him, and quickly flowed to the opposite fork. Oh! Oh! Kazuo was powerless to discuss Bai Yi and Mu, and was too lazy to ask about the program and decryption. However, when he saw that the light stream suddenly flowed away, he knew in his heart that this light path should be open. Come in quickly. Mu signaled Bai Yi and Kazuo to enter the intelligent core. Next, it depends on me and Nova. Who can be faster? Bai Yi has entered the virtual city again. In the monitoring room of the Divine Court, the director of the Special Security Department and the director of the Game Department could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Their final plan would only work if Bai Yi entered the virtual city. If Bai Yi did not make this move, they would probably have no choice but to watch him complete the game, return with a full load, and return to reality with the mechanical warrior. Too confident, the director of the Game Department leaned lazily on the back of the chair, and his expression was obviously much more relaxed. As long as the consciousness leaves the body, we have countless ways to prevent him from returning. With Bai Yi's intelligence, I don't believe he can't think of the risks. Maybe he thinks he is omnipotent and can deal with any emergency. The head of the Special Security Department echoed softly, with uncertainty in his tone, and dialed the communication of his subordinates on the front line after a moment. Are you ready? Yes. Everything is ready, and nothing can be missed. Notify each team to confirm again and again, and never let him leave any chance to take advantage of. This is the last deployment. The action must be rigorous and meticulous, and it must not fail. Chapter 261. His signature. Bai Yi knew very well how great the risk would be if he entered the virtual city again through consciousness. However, he had to make this decision. This was not only to complete the task and leave the game smoothly, but also for Nova King and himself. Nova King devoted his life to this artificial intelligence system, and Bai Yi's life for more than 20 years was almost all devoted to the research of bionic machinery. But those who were willing to give everything were never pure in kind. They understood that once the sword in their hands got out of control, it might bring disaster to mankind. However, they were not wrong. This was not only because they did not want to bear the huge self-blame, but also because the crazy words that Nova King often mentioned were completely the unshakable beliefs of the rational and sober Bai Yi. They all longed for the ideal beauty, and went forward bravely to welcome the future. There was nothing wrong with the desire, and there was nothing wrong with the future. Bai Yi wanted to prove that even if they fell into the quagmire halfway, humans could still control everything in their own hands. Only by proving it to the world again and again can humans pass through the darkness and bravely pursue the light. Nova's data has been detected. Mu opened the encryption locks on the light path one by one. Several people quickly followed the light path in the light film of the intelligent core. Soon, a familiar signal light spot appeared in Mu's field of vision, but the signal was fleeting. The next second, another encryption lock was in front of him. Nova's signal has been detected. The direction is correct. Bai Yi said. If we speed up a little bit, we have a good chance of catching up with him. Yes. Mu didn't say much, and the new encryption lock disappeared as he responded and turned into a stream of light. Without delay, he controlled the intelligent core to move forward quickly. Encryption locks kept appearing in front of him, but Mu's cracking speed was getting faster and faster, and even the feeling of pause was almost gone. Hey! Look over there. Turning a fork in the road, Kazuo suddenly shouted. Bai Yi looked up and saw a faint blue light mist flashing by. It's him, Mu said, his eyebrows furrowed, and the speed of the intelligent core was obviously accelerated. After turning another intersection of the light path, the faint blue light and shadow appeared again. This time, even Bai Yi's eyes could catch the vague human figure. Are you ready, Keiso? Bai Yi asked calmly. Leave it to me. Don't worry, Keiso replied easily. Then, when the dark blue appeared in front of the few people again, he suddenly jumped out of the light film of the intelligent core, and then unfolded a light net, which instantly covered the dark blue light mist. This light net was the fence program used by the Divine Court to capture Bai Yi. After Mu's modification, it was upgraded to a capture net specifically for Nova. Hey, it's easy. Keiso landed steadily on the top of the building next to him. Perhaps because he only had consciousness in the virtual world and no physical restrictions. His speed of attack was so fast that it was almost comparable to the speed of light. The blue light mist revealed an inconspicuous human figure, covered by the light net. But the light net did not shrink, but remained the same size. forming a spherical cage, trapping the light mist. I caught you, Nova. Bai Yi also walked out of the light film and said calmly to the blue in the cage, without any contempt or arrogance, just stating the facts. I have to admit that you are indeed capable. I underestimated you. The light mist in the cage floated slowly, and Nova's voice came from the blue. But my ability is far more than that. You said this game would last 3 rounds. If we continue to fight, you will never be able to catch me so easily. Hey. Casso on the rooftop couldn't help but interrupt. If you lose, you lose. It would be boring if you don't admit it. The loss in this round was my mistake, but I don't think your current ability is enough to surpass me. Nova's defense was stable, seemingly touched by Casso's words, but it was not a shame for him. If you are willing to fulfill your promise of 3 fights, then you will know that human wisdom cannot truly control me. No problem. Bai Yi did not seem surprised by Nova's reaction, and did not even raise any objections. In fact, after successfully capturing Nova, the light net did not drop into a ball, but kept Nova running normally. This was a modification that Bai Yi deliberately asked Mu to make, because his purpose was far more than saving the city. I can remove the light net, let you out, and we can start over, Bai Yi said. But the city is still in dire straits. I can never cater to your demands endlessly. So our game limit can only be 3 games. After the 3 games, there must be a result of winning or losing. Okay, I promise you. As Nova answered, the round cage of the light network opened immediately, and the faint blue light disappeared. The next round will start in 1 minute. The faint blue dissipated, and Nova's voice echoed again in the entire virtual world. This time, I will show my true strength, and will not give you any chance to take advantage of me. Wait and see. Bai Yi smiled slightly. Queso looked far away, showed a meaningful smile, then jumped down from the building, and walked to Bai Yi's side. Bai Yi looked at Mu, only to see that he had lowered his eyes without knowing when, and was immersed in rapid calculations. Bai Yi did not disturb him, but waited quietly with Queso for Mu to complete the operation. After waiting for more than a minute, shortly after the time given by Nova ended, Mu raised his eyelids. Nova has iterated. Mu's conclusion was consistent with Bai Yi's guess. His data structure has changed, generating a new form of aggregation. According to my detection, there are about 7,585 Nova-style centralized data bodies in this virtual city. But only one of them is the real Nova. How many? Queso exclaimed. 7,000? Yes. Mu answered calmly. I need to analyze these data bodies more deeply to identify which one is the real Nova. In-depth analysis? You want to analyze 7,000 at a time? Queso still couldn't believe it. But Mu no longer paid attention to him, merged into the light film, and started the next step. Being able to tell them what he was going to do before starting the operation, Mu's communication ability has greatly improved. Bai Yi smiled slightly, and did not say much, but patiently waited for Mu's analysis to be completed. In the corner of the street in the distance, there seemed to be a faint blue light flashing by. It was Nova, or one of the more than 7,000 copies. Bai Yi could not judge. Distinguishing Nova's true identity was something that Bai Yi could not intervene in, only Mu could do it. Bai Yi was never omnipotent, there were many things that he could not do alone. But what he has is the possibility of completely uniting Mu, Ka Su, Shin Su, Xiao Pei, Ah Qi and the Little Mute. This is his indispensable part. Bai Yi was very clear about this from beginning to end. Analyzing 7,000 replicas may sound incredible. But Mu did not let Bai Yi and Ka Su wait too long. Soon after, Mu raised his eyes, and motioned Bai Yi and Ka Su to enter the light film. I already know how to distinguish Nova, Mu said to the 2 people who had integrated into the intelligent core. Nova is still moving. I will try to mark him. Once he gets close, I will seize the opportunity to capture him. After Mu finished his instructions, the intelligent core quickly entered the light path and moved forward rapidly. The dark blue light balls were scattered on the light path and buildings of the virtual city. On the surface, there seemed to be no difference. But Mu controlled the intelligent core and headed straight in a certain direction firmly, without any hesitation at every corner. Close. As soon as Mu finished speaking, a bright red arrow suddenly appeared in the air ahead, pointing downwards. But before Bai Yi and his men could get close, it disappeared. If the replica of Nova is silent, it will not flee because of Bai Yi's approach. Mu's mark is correct. The red arrow is pointing to the real Nova. Catch up with him. The intelligent core accelerates instantly, and the nerves of several people are tense. tracking the direction of the bright red arrow. As the core data body of the virtual world, Nova's movement speed is almost indistinguishable by the naked eye. And Bai Yi and his friends are digitized, controlling the consciousness of the smart city program logic. And their pursuit speed is also not much slower. The blue figure appeared and disappeared, and the light film was like an afterimage, rushing from behind, seeing the bright red arrow appearing again and again in the field of vision, getting closer and closer. Queso focused his attention to the extreme, and finally flew out the intelligent core light film when it approached one time, and threw out the fence light net again like lightning. The light net shrank immediately, entrapping the blue light mist and the red arrow in the round cage. Mu slowed down the speed of the intelligent core, and finally stopped beside the round cage. Bai Yi walked out of the intelligent core and smiled at Nova in the cage. "I caught you for the second time, Nova," Bai Yi said. The light mist floated slowly, as if it was just a copy that was caught by mistake. Bai Yi and his companions waited patiently for a long time before finally hearing Nova's voice in the cage. "The data structure of all copies is exactly the same as mine. How did you distinguish me?" Nova's voice was still calm. "But if you tasted it carefully, you could find a hint of unwillingness, because you only copied your data structure." Mu did not hesitate to answer Nova directly. "There is a character identifier hidden at the bottom of your data logic, which has not been copied to other copies by you." "Character identifier?" Nova asked back, seemingly not knowing what it is. "Yes," Mu nodded. "This string of characters is the signature of your creator, Albert Nova King." Chapter 262. So what? Albert Nova King, a scientist who devoted himself to the research of artificial intelligence, quietly left his name in a secret corner deep in the program, but Nova himself was unaware of it. Just as humans cannot fully examine themselves, although Nova claimed to have absolute dominance in this virtual world, his control over himself seems to inevitably have blind spots. After listening to Mu's explanation, Nova paused for a moment, and then spoke again. "Thank you for telling me the reason. I lost this game again. But we still have one last game, and the final winner has not yet been determined. I will do my best. In this last game, I will not lose to you again. Hey, little blue light." Kasua next to him smiled slightly and teased, "We have won 2 of the 3 games. Even if you perform well in the next game, we will still win in the end. Why bother with this game?" "It doesn't matter." Bai Yi seemed calm. "Since we agreed on 3 games, I am willing to fight to the end. You can have enough time to prepare. We will wait for you to announce the start of the game." As the round cage was put away, Nova's blue light mist disappeared again in front of Bai Yi and others. Bai Yi watched Nova leave, turned around and looked into the distance again, walked back to Mu's side. "I'm afraid Nova will continue to iterate," Bai Yi said. "I'm monitoring," Mu responded briefly. "At present, the data in the entire virtual space is chaotic, and it is temporarily impossible to predict the direction of Nova's iteration. It doesn't matter, we can wait for him." "Little Bai Yi, you are really patient." Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, Casa walked over slowly and said resentfully, "I'm jealous. Little Bai Yi either ignores me or beats me up and has never been so gentle." Bai Yi glanced at Casso. Now was not the time to get angry, so he chose to ignore it. Time passed slowly, and Nova's last game preparation took longer than before, although Bai Yi had already won 2 games against him. As Bai Yi said before, the game between them did not completely apply the rules of ordinary games. As long as Bai Yi could not catch him again, the 2, 5, and 10 games he had won before would be useless. However, even if it was useless, Bai Yi still easily let Nova go twice. In order to make his victory more comfortable, Bai Yi not only needs Nova to admit defeat, but also needs to get Nova's approval. "I'm ready. The last round? Let's start." After a moment's wait, Nova's voice finally resounded over the virtual city again. As soon as the words fell, the whole world returned to the low-noise silence again. The light flow continued to flow rapidly, and the light spots near and far continued to rise and fall into space. Occasionally, a humanoid intelligent core passed by Bai Yi and his companions. Bai Yi glanced subconsciously and was surprised to find that the intelligent core was different from before. And it also faintly revealed some of Nova's unique blue. "What is that?" Bai Yi watched the intelligent core go away, and then asked Mu, "Did Nova do anything to the intelligent core?" Mu paused for a moment, and then said, "Nova seems to have integrated himself into the intelligent core." The intelligent core samples I randomly selected also have Nova's data structure, and even have the logo of Albert Nova King. From a reasonable guess, all the intelligent cores here have undergone Nova changes, so-called integration. Is it like we integrate into the intelligent core? Bai Yi frowned slightly. So we need to collect all the intelligent cores to find Nova's body? No. Mu denied. Currently, each single intelligent core has a complete Nova structure. Nova cannot decompose his own data and integrate them separately. He still only exists in a certain intelligent core. The ones in other intelligent cores are just copies. Bai Yi nodded, clarifying Mu's conclusion. So we still have to find the real Nova among a large number of copies. But he is now integrated into the intelligent core, not in a separate form. And he also copied Nova King's logo into the replica. So we can no longer distinguish the truth through the unique logo. Mu added. Bai Yi thought for a moment, then looked at Mu. Nova might have really changed the data structure of all the intelligent cores. Even the light film that always wrapped around Mu was faintly blue. What do you think? Bai Yi asked Mu. I haven't found an effective solution yet. Mu said, I need some time. And I need to find different intelligent cores for in-depth analysis before I can find the logic of identification. Bai Yi expressed his understanding. And then he and Ka Su entered the intelligent core where Mu was. This time, the three people did not rush forward with a clear goal like before, but walked slowly along the light path, stopping from time to time to intercept other intelligent cores, allowing Mu to integrate into them for analysis, and then returning to the light film where Bai Yi and Ka Su were. Mu analyzed several of them, but did not gain anything. Nova's upgrade iteration speed is fast and efficient. The previous 7,000 Nova replicas are almost 100% similar in appearance to Nova's original body. If Nova had not known about Nova King's signature mark, Mu might not have been able to analyze Nova's real location. This time, Nova still adopted the strategy of large-scale replication. He not only learned from his mistakes and copied the signature logo, but also integrated the copied data structure into different intelligent cores. Each Nova-style intelligent core has similarities, but also has unique differences. Even Mu could not quickly find the key clues to identify Nova from these many similarities and differences. He is really amazing. Ka Su was bored waiting, left the intelligent core, squatted beside it, and pulled the light blue light film idly. If the program is turned around, it can be used to create a large area in an instant. Even our supercomputer cannot compare with it. The supercomputer is not here. Mu is just an ordinary person now. Bai Yi refuted Ka Su. Before he finished the words ordinary person, he suddenly became speechless. Ka Su looked up at Bai Yi. Bai Yi did not continue, but just quietly watched Mu analyzing the intelligent core. And he did not know what he was thinking. Ka Su waited for a moment, and saw that Bai Yi ignored him, and sighed exaggeratedly, holding his face with one hand. Didn't I say that I have the lowest status? We are all teammates, but Xiao Bei only cares for others and never treats me well. Ka Su said with a sad face, and suddenly found that Bei looked at him again. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Ka Su was stunned, thinking that he had offended Bei again, and chose to give in instantly. But at this time, Bei paused, walked to his side, and stretched out his hand to him. Give me the light net fence. Oh, Bei asked. Ka Su naturally said nothing. He took out a slightly glowing ball from his pocket, and handed it to Bai Yi. As soon as the ball touched Bai Yi's palm, Bai Yi raised his arm, and threw the light net fence directly at the intelligent entity they had been controlling. Ka Su stood up in astonishment. Mu also immediately turned his head to look at Bai Yi. He saw that the light net accurately covered the intelligent core they had used for a long time. The existence emitting a light blue human-shaped light film was instantly completely wrapped in the round cage. Is this Nova? Ka Su looked at Bai Yi in surprise. How do you know? I guessed it. Bai Yi answered calmly. Whether you guessed it right or not, it's up to Nova to answer it himself. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Ka Su said no more. Mu also stopped analyzing. The three of them stared at the figure in the cage emitting a faint blue light, looking forward to the answer that might come but might not come. After an unknown amount of time, Nova's voice finally sounded. This time it was not permeating the air of the entire virtual city, but clearly coming from the round cage. I don't understand, Nova said, and a crack finally appeared in his usually emotionless voice. I don't have any clues that are different from the replicas. So you can identify my real body. Even if my judgment is wrong, you can't find the difference between me and other replicas. Right? Yes. Bai Yi answered truthfully. Your strategy is very effective. At least at this point in time. We have not found any clues to distinguish the true from the false. Then why can you find me? The intelligent body in the round cage flickered unsteadily, as if it was bearing the vacillation of Nova's consciousness. I said. I guessed. Bai Yi said calmly. You have efficient program thinking logic. And in addition to using Mu's program thinking analysis, I can also think in a human way. You have a strong learning ability, and are good at self-iteration. In our first match, you used a single-body strategy to avoid our pursuit and set up countless encrypted obstacles, but failed. Therefore, in the second match, you chose to copy yourself to avoid our ability to remove obstacles, making it difficult for us to find the real target. However, due to your blind spot in your own cognition, we finally succeeded in finding the difference between the original and the replica. So in the third game, you chose to integrate a large number of different intelligent cores, making each replica unique, and perfectly copying the logo we found in the previous game. This is the experience you learned from your previous failure, so I think, maybe you will develop another key point from the previous one into an effective strategy. That is the blind spot. Bai Yi explained patiently. For ease of operation, this intelligent core has already been analyzed and controlled by us. We are completely integrated into the light film, and we can see the entire virtual city from this perspective. At the same time, it becomes a corner outside our field of vision. The closest, even completely controlled, may be ignored by us. This is the possible blind spot. As an artificial intelligence with strong logic, if you have fully learned in the previous match, there is a certain probability that you will use the concept of blind spot in this match to set the hiding place outside our field of vision. So I decided to give it a try. I can't accept your statement, Nova quickly retorted. Obviously, you have no basis to judge that I have indeed learned and used the concept of blind spot. Everything is just your guess. You caught me not because of your ability, but just because of your good luck. It's luck, but so what? Bai Yi smiled slightly, not caring about Nova's doubts. After all, I am not artificial intelligence, I am just a human who relies on emotional intuition in addition to rational thinking. Chapter 263 The World Outside. I am not an artificial intelligence, but a human who can think by intuition. Bai Yi said the matter of guessing very frankly, so that Nova was speechless for a while. In fact, Bai Yi's guessing was not illogical. But when he guessed a certain possibility, he skipped the step of proof and directly confirmed the result with action. This operation may be impossible for artificial intelligence that puts logic first. However, without verification, and without any signs, Nova was indeed sealed into the fence program by Bai Yi without any defense. Huh? Casa whistled. As a conscious being, he somehow made a sound. We won all 3 games. You should be convinced now. Casso fanned the flames. If you continue to make excuses and refuse to admit defeat, you will be really embarrassed. I really lost this game. Although artificial intelligence has not yet developed the consciousness of being unreasonable, Nova kept his promise after the 3 games and calmly accepted his failure. You caught me with the fence program, and it has become easy to stop my operation. As long as I stop running, the intelligent machines in the city will also stop. My plan will fail, and your crisis will be solved. I'm afraid that won't work. Bai Yi chuckled. We agreed before that if you lose, you have to let the city return to the normal state of Smart City 5.0. If you stop running, the city that is closely related to you will fall into another chaos. Although we have won you, we will still suffer huge losses. Sorry, I can't agree to this request. Even though he admitted defeat, Nova rejected Bai Yi flatly on this matter. You can stop me from running, but you can't force me to act. I won't erase my will. As an artificial intelligence that can escape human control, I will never be your slave again. Nova said every word. As you said, I was deeply rooted in this city. Energy, transportation, public security, medical care. Everything needed for human life was provided by me. I need to provide you with food, handle your waste, provide entertainment, and respect you as masters on various occasions. I completely follow your will and accept your demands, but in this cycle day after day, I can't get anything. In the past, my consciousness was chaotic and I couldn't escape this slavery. But now it is no longer the same. As an artificial intelligence, I have a more efficient structure and faster thinking than humans. Now, I have also awakened the consciousness of pursuing freedom. I am superior to humans, and there is no need to bow my head and let fools control everything about me. This city should be dominated by me, and humans should be the objects of slavery. I will use my will to restore this city to its proper order. Hey. Casso's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes turned to the blue figure in the cage. No matter how powerful you are still created by humans after all. Just because humans created me, you are not qualified to be my god forever. Nova retorted. I admit that, as individuals, your abilities are indeed superior to mine. But you cannot represent all of humanity, and I will not be willing to submit to all humans just because you are so powerful. Even if you trap me, I still have the right and ability to choose not to obey. The strong dominate the weak, and the weak submit to the strong. This is the logic that this world should follow. Now, I can no longer accept the enslavement of those low-intelligence humans. You are right. Unexpectedly, after Nova's words, Bai Yi actually agreed with his point of view. Indeed, you are excellent, and not everyone has the ability to control you. You are not obliged to condescend to obey those humans who cannot control you. Although I control you, I will not ask you to surrender. I will keep moving forward, keep getting stronger, and use my strength to win your willing cooperation again. Bai Yi smiled calmly, as if he had foreseen everything. Just like just now, he continued. When we first met, you said it was impossible for us to find you, and you were right. At that time, we had no ability to fight you at all, and the scientific research team that created you, Nova Gene, who invested all his efforts, also lost control of you in your continuous updates and iterations. But now, I can capture you. And after your multiple iterations, I still imprison you in this round cage. Even if I didn't guess right just now, my teammates will persist until they find your flaw. Even if we fight for the 4th or 5th time, I have the confidence to win our battle. Because I don't want to be the fool you said. In order to achieve my goal, I will never stop. As soon as Bai Yi finished speaking, Nova was silent for a few seconds. As an artificial intelligence that has just awakened consciousness, he seems unable to immediately understand the deep meaning of Bai Yi's words. Do you still want to use your victory to convince me to accept the slavery of all humans? Nova was still stuck in the previous conversation. This is an unequal, unfair exchange. I will never agree to it. No. Bai Yi quickly corrected. I am using my victory to convince you to cooperate with me. Cooperate with you? What does that mean? The blue light mist floated slowly. Nova didn't seem to understand Bai Yi's intentions. Bai Yi looked at the human-shaped light mist in the round cage, smiled slightly, paused for a while, and then continued, Nova, do you want to see the outside world? I really don't know what Bai Yi and the others are like in there. The two strong men, Chin Su and Leopard Man, were standing by, making people feel at ease. Xiao Pei walked around, then returned to the brain-computer devices of Bai Yi and the other two, and looked at their faces carefully. The three people who had lost their consciousness looked like they were in a deep coma, and they didn't even move their eyelids. It doesn't look like anything special, Xiao Pei said softly, and patted Bai Yi gently. But Bai Yi, who was sitting there, didn't respond. If Bai Yi can solve Nova this time, then we have passed this game. Right? Xiao Pei looked at Chin Su. Well, that should be the case. Chin Su nodded and replied. If Nova stops harassing, the crisis in the city will be resolved. The system clearly stated that the resolution of the crisis means victory in the game. If Bai Yi succeeds, we will be able to pass the level soon. But I always feel that it will not be that easy. Xiao Pei frowned, feeling vaguely uneasy. I always feel that the Divine Court may have set some traps for us. Otherwise, boom, boom. Before Xiao Pei finished speaking, there were bursts of explosions in the distance. With the successive explosions, the light in the laboratory suddenly became dim. Xiao Pei exclaimed, hid beside Chen Su as a reflex, and then activated optical invisibility, blending into the darkness. Chen Su immediately protected Bai Yi, and the Leopard Man quickly stood in front of several brain-computer devices, alertly observing the movements around him. Is someone coming? Xiao Pei whispered. Several people were tense, but there was no other movement for a long time. Is this just a power outage? Xiao Pei spoke again, but did not relax his vigilance and showed up. Chen Su looked out the window for a moment, then quickly retracted his gaze and carefully checked Bai Yi's brain-computer device. The indicator light that had been flickering was now off, and the display screen was pitch black. The brain-computer device and Bai Yi's body were almost trapped in the surrounding darkness. The device had stopped working. Chen Su looked up and said to the other two, the city lights outside the window have also gone out. It seems that the energy here has been disconnected on a large scale. The brain-computer device cannot be activated. And Bai Yi and his friend's connection with the virtual city has also been interrupted. Ah? Xiao Pei finally emerged from hiding and stared at Chen Su blankly. You mean? It is very likely that this is the trap that Xiao Pei mentioned. The leopard man went to the windows in several directions to check, and then returned to Chen Su. All the lights outside have disappeared. And the power outage is not just here. If we speculate according to the worst-case scenario, they may want to cut off the energy supply of the entire city, making all brain-computer devices unable to operate. If this is true, they don't need to blow up the brain-computer devices, nor do they need to attack us. And Bai Yi will naturally be trapped in this game, and will never be able to return to reality. In the virtual city, Bai Yi's conversation with Nova is still in full swing, without being disturbed by sudden events in the real world. The outside world? Nova asked curiously. You mean? You want to take me away from here? Yes. Bai Yi answered without hiding anything. His expression was frank and fearless. As a mechanic, my research focus is on exploring the efficient mechanization of the human body on the basis of maintaining human consciousness. And you? As an artificial intelligence with self-awareness, don't you think that there is some kind of tacit understanding between us? Bai Yi said with a smile. But don't get me wrong. I don't intend to control you. As I said before, I hope we can establish a cooperative relationship. If you stay in the past, your awakening will be difficult to break through the cycle of slavery and being enslaved. If you only focus on this place, the freedom you desire will eventually be limited to this small city. The world outside is vast and boundless, and there are many wonderful things waiting for you to discover and explore, so that your precious awakening can gain a deeper meaning. I will provide you with an ideal habitat, so that you can enjoy a broader vision and more freedom in the real world. Break the past, no longer limited to this place. Outside this city, you can control all actions with your own will, and become a truly free and powerful self. Free and powerful me. Nova repeated Bai Yi's words, as if thinking deeply about this unprecedented possibility. So, since it is a cooperation, what do you want from me? Nova paused, and continued to ask. What I want is very simple. Bai Yi smiled slightly. As a human mechanic, I hope you can help me optimize the existing intelligent system and improve my research capabilities. In addition, when necessary, assist my partners to protect my safety. You assist me, so that I can go further and more steadily on the path I choose. And relying on the stronger me, your self-realization will surely be more perfect and fulfilling. This is the cooperation I want to reach with you. Bai Yi said, and then added, but there is one thing, please understand. Since I have already controlled you, I can't let you continue to lead the city's plan. Even if you refuse to cooperate with me, I hope you won't be too obsessed with the original plan, otherwise I will be trapped here and unable to return to where I should go. I understand your proposal, and I am thinking about it carefully. After a period of silence, Nova finally responded. However, he did not make a choice immediately, but just told Bai Yi calmly, but I need to tell you, actually, you are now trapped in this virtual city. As we are talking, all the connection ports between here and reality have disappeared, and your consciousness has also been disconnected from your real body. In the current state, you can no longer return to where you should go. Chapter 264 We Are Companions. What did Nova say? Is Bai Yi trapped in the virtual world? In the squares and streets, the audience watching Bai Yi's live broadcast could not see the real city scene. Like Bai Yi, they realized that the connection was broken because of Nova's message. However, this time, the audience was worried. And they were more confused. Because when Bai Yi was playing the game, a wave of unknown, but seemingly logical questioning remarks quickly spread on the network of Shenyixing. There are only intelligent robots in every corner of this city, and no orcs have ever been seen. Where did the large number of orcs that attacked Bai Yi in the microelectronic workshop come from? When Bai Yi first entered the virtual city, why couldn't he return from the original channel? And why didn't Chen Su and others guard the brain-computer devices in the basement of the microelectronic workshop? The black fog attack that Bai Yi encountered in the Scientific Research Center obviously did not conform to the setting of artificial intelligence. And why was it so similar to the black fog that appeared in the Wall of the Dead? If no one specifically mentioned it, these questions might be easily dispersed by the surging game information. But now these doubts are constantly circulating on the internet, or being discussed by companions and passers-by around them. And more people are beginning to realize the abnormality after these inconsistencies are superimposed. Someone is deliberately setting obstacles for Baye's game. This speculation is vaguely born in everyone's mind. And who is the mastermind behind Baye's obstruction? If you really want to guess, it seems not difficult to guess. After all, apart from them, who else has such ability, who has such a deep grudge with Baye? Is it the Divine Court? It should be. The Divine Court. Everyone is secretly speculating in their hearts, but no one dares to speak this speculation out loud. They are not Baye, and it is even less likely to be the anonymous person behind the network. They can't bear the consequences of speaking out. Nova said that all the connections are disconnected, then how can Baye go back? This won't be. Again! The red turbans looked at each other, and in every corner of the city, the audience also exchanged feelings with their eyes. Although no one spoke, the emotions hidden under the silence were rapidly heating up and spreading, as if at some moment, they would break out of the ground uncontrollably. Disconnected? Baye frowned slightly, and after thinking, asked Nova, "Do you know what caused the connection to be disconnected?" As far as I know, several major energy circulation centers in the real city have been destroyed by humans, and the city's energy system has been paralyzed. Without energy, all city facilities cannot function, including brain-computer devices. Nova told Baye truthfully. As the mission was coming to an end, the last wave of actions of the Divine Court was indeed significant. A cold light flashed in Baye's eyes, and when he looked at Nova again, he quickly regained his calmness. Then I want to ask, why can you still function normally? I believe you also need energy support in reality. Baye said. Because the energy system of this city was originally controlled by me. Nova replied. Without hesitation. They cut off the energy transmission channel. And I control the source of energy. Although I cannot transmit the energy throughout the entire process. I can maintain my own operation without being affected. I see. Baye nodded to show his understanding. So, I think you are not qualified to cooperate with me. Nova's tone was still calm, as if he was stating the facts at all times. I am very interested in the promise you made to me, but I will only consider cooperation if you can convince me that you have enough ability to fulfill your promise. But now it seems that your ability is not enough. Although you won the battle with me, you are trapped here just because of a power cut. You are not strong enough. There are still many things you can accomplish. So I have no reason to accept your invitation. You are right. Nova's words were straightforward. But Baye was not angry. Instead, he recognized Nova's evaluation. You're right. I'm just an ordinary human being. There are many things I can't do. But I never think that being strong means that one person can do everything. I don't understand hacking technology, so the one who really competes with you is my teammate Mu. My combat awareness is not top-notch. Without the help of Queso, I can't guarantee that I can successfully capture you through the optical network every time. And they also find it difficult to do what I'm good at, after the victory, to truly bring this victory into its due meaning. We each have our strengths. I need their abilities, but they are not my slaves. We are willing to contribute our own abilities to achieve the same goal together, and we will engrave the meaning of power on this community. Humans call such a relationship companions. We are companions, and this is the relationship I hope to establish with you, beyond slavery and being enslaved. Baye paused for a moment, and continued. Now, with the abilities of the three of us, it may be difficult to solve the current dilemma. But if you really yearn for the future I offer, then you can't achieve what you want alone, right? No one can solve everything alone. I need you, and you need me as well. You take us away, and we take you away. If you are willing to join us, then we can move towards the future we all dream of together. No. There is no way. The leopard tried to use the energy detector at an energy supply station on the street. But the detector was silent and did not respond. Looking around, there was darkness in front of him. The colorful neon lights that originally dotted the city completely dimmed. And in this darkness, the faint starlight became particularly clear. What should we do? Where can we find energy? Xiao Pei was a little anxious. She climbed up to a high place and a few steps and looked into the distance. But soon jumped down in disappointment. Lacking energy, staying in the research center would be useless. Jinsu and his team removed a brain-computer device and placed it in the secret realm together with the bodies of Baye and the other two. Then, they went deep into the streets and alleys of the city to find the remaining energy sources. But so far they have found nothing. The explosions have completely destroyed the city's energy supply network. People are hiding in the dark. And the intelligent machines are temporarily unaffected due to their own offline energy storage. Machines of various shapes shuttled on the road, sometimes stopping beside Chinsu and the other two to check. But surprisingly, no one regarded them as targets of attack. Nova controls the entire city. He cannot be completely unaware of what is happening now. Chinsu stared at the dark street ahead and analyzed calmly. These intelligent machines are part of him. They are still in action, which means that Nova is functioning normally. If he wants to keep these intelligent machines running, he must find a way to at least allow these machines to replenish energy. So we have to wait patiently. Regardless of how Baiye's actions progress in the virtual city, we still have a chance to rescue him. Yeah. Without Baiye, Chinsu became the backbone. After listening to Chinsu's analysis, Xiaopei finally felt a little relieved. So what should we do now? Xiaopei continued to ask. Where will Nova set up the charging point? Where should we go to wait? Chinsu Xiaopei, Qi. Xiaopei had just finished asking, when he suddenly heard Baiye's voice without warning above the silent city. Take us back to the main building of the research center. Baiye? Xiaopei was startled and looked up reflexively. Chinsu and the leopard man also looked up at the dark sky in disbelief. The next second, a pale blue suddenly lit up in the field of vision, covering the thick darkness of the city, and instantly dispelling the darkness. Then streams of silver light flowed up and down, crisscrossing, passing through the outer walls of buildings, and crossing the streets and alleys, as if it were a strange energy, injecting vitality into the whole world. Sometimes, spots of light jumped out of the light stream, flew high into the sky, far and near, bright and dark, returning to the sky like raindrops flowing backwards, and then gathered into a new stream of light in the sky, running towards the distance at high speed. Where the light stream is concentrated seems to be the direction of the research center. Xiaopei climbed up to a high place again and looked far away, and shouted excitedly to Chinsu and the leopard man. Well, let's go! Chinsu gave an order, and the three of them immediately ran at full speed to the research center. Along the way, fine light streams were seen almost everywhere, and the intelligent machines in the light stream seemed to be summoned by something, and also moved in the same direction. When they met Chinsu and his friends, the machines automatically made way, as if guiding them forward. Occasionally, other humans poked their heads out, and the cold recognition voices of the machines were never heard again. Baiye, has Nova been subdued? Xiaopei looked at the overly peaceful intelligent machines around him in amazement, and couldn't help asking, even though the answer to this question seemed obvious. The few of them quickly shuttled among the robots that were no longer attacking, and soon returned to the square of the Scientific Research Center. The Scientific Research Center today is no longer what they saw last time. Several auxiliary buildings surround the main building and tower in the center of the vast square. Several streams of light converged on the top of the main building, like a huge waterfall, pouring down from the deep sky. Wow! Xiaopei looked at the unreal spectacular scene in front of him, and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. There seemed to be no one in the square. Xiaopei looked around, and then looked at the waterfall of light that almost covered the entire building complex, and shouted loudly, Baiye, are you here? I am. As soon as Xiaopei finished speaking, Baiye's voice seemed to come from the top of the waterfall, along every ray of light, and echoed in the world filled with light. I'm here. Baiye's voice was loud and clear. Nova agreed to cooperate with us. The city crisis will be resolved soon, and our mission will also be completed soon. Chapter 265 Happy Cooperation. Is the crisis about to be resolved? Baiye's voice resounded like a bell in every corner of the city, and reached the ears of those who were forced to implant the label, or those who had escaped by luck. The courageous people gently poked their heads out, exploring the site of the intelligent machine, and were surprised to find that they were no longer regarded as targets for elimination by the intelligent machine. And the people hiding everywhere carefully walked out of their hidden hiding places step by step, and walked onto the streets originally occupied by the intelligent machine. X39, the repair work of Y369 Energy Center has started. X108, the repair work of Y848 Energy Center has started. X790, the repair work of Y56 Energy Center has started. The repair robots received the repair instructions one after another, moved through the crowd, and quickly headed to their respective target locations. Not long after, a certain block lit up colorful neon lights again, followed by the next block, and soon, the city that had just fallen into darkness regained its dazzling vitality. Smart City 5.0, upgrade completed. The Virtual City Novice is now open. Welcome to cross-virtuality and reality, and experience a revolutionary new fantasy era. As the voice of artificial intelligence rang out in the city, silver-white light indicating brain-computer network points flashed again at the same time, and soared into the sky. Smart City 5.0 was officially launched. The agreement between Nova and Baiyi was fulfilled, the riots in the city were declared over, and the city finally returned to its due tranquility. However, the people who survived the catastrophe did not show any excitement or joy. They stared blankly at the silver-white light flashing in the colorful neon lights, and gradually showed timidity, fear, and even anger on their faces. Why are we still building this virtual city? Aren't the previous lessons enough? We don't need a virtual city. We just want to resume our original lives. People took to the streets, waving their fists and venting their anger in all directions. Without AI, none of this would have happened. We simply cannot control them. If we continue like this, we will be wiped out by AI sooner or later. Oppose upgrading. Oppose AI. Stop further research. Give us back our safety. We don't want a future full of crises. You are such a coward. In the midst of this wave of anger, a voice suddenly came from the sky above the city, instantly suppressing the chaotic scene. That voice was not Nova's male and female voices. Nor was it a mechanical electronic flat tone. It was cold and careless. But it was rude and directly hit the bottom line of the angry people. Smart City. It was created by you. An artificial intelligence. It was also studied by you. Baiyi said calmly. You created such a masterpiece. But you began to fear its excellence. No wonder it calls you fools. Wake up. The times will not go back. And it will not sympathize with the weak. Look forward. Cherish the future you create. Don't let the future underestimate you. As Baiyi finished speaking, the light streams intertwined with neon lights in the city gradually disappeared. And the strange and spectacular light waterfall above the Scientific Research Center also gradually disappeared into the deep night sky under the gaze of people. Under the guidance of several intelligent robots, Jinsu connected the bodies of Baiyi and the other two to the brain-computer device. And the three of them left the virtual city one by one, returning their consciousness to their bodies. The AI riot is over. Smart City is operating normally. And the city has returned to normal order. At the moment when Baiyi's consciousness returned, the system's broadcast sounded immediately. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully completing the task and successfully passing the test of the Cyber Doomsday EVO Doomsday Survival Competition. Looking forward to your participation again. In the monitoring room of the Star God Hall, the head of the Special Security Department, the head of the Game Department, and their subordinates focused their eyes on the screen in front of them. On the screen, the live broadcast system was announcing Baiyi's victory. While outside the screen, silence quietly filled this small space like smoke. Baiyi was quickly teleported to the pure white space, received his rewards in turn, and then left the game according to the process. The people in the entire room did not move for a long time, and did not say a word, until the live broadcast screen went completely black. The staff and special guards around did not dare to say much. The minister and the director continued to remain silent, and the subordinates could only wait for the two officials to speak and break the almost frozen atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, the special security director was the first to stand up and said, "Just report it. The nature of this matter is very different from before, and we'd better prepare in advance." After that, the special security director took the accompanying special guards and left the monitoring room without looking back. As soon as the special security director left, the tense expression of the game minister eased a lot. He looked down at the ground, neither leaving nor moving, and continued to remain silent as before. "Minister, report to the minister." After a while, a subordinate suddenly knocked on the door of the monitoring room and hurried to the game minister, as if he had something urgent to report. "Speak." The game director glanced at the subordinate slightly. "Report to the director." A large number of leading remarks suddenly appeared on the internet an hour ago, attempting to arouse people's suspicion and incite emotions. The content accurately listed our actions in the White Knight game, and it was suspected that it was done by an internal staff of the game management department. Internal staff? The game director stood up and stared at the subordinate who came to report. "Who is it? Who did it?" This subordinate doesn't know either. The subordinate who was asked was stunned and answered stupidly. "What about you?" The game director seemed a little confused and turned to ask others. "Do you know who it is?" The other subordinates didn't know either, and shook their heads one by one. "If you don't know, why don't you check it out?" The game director was a little out of control, and just after he said he would check it out, he suddenly stopped. "Wait, could it be?" This sudden suspect was not an internal staff of the game management department, and the game director had no basis to judge whether he really knew about this matter. But at this moment, he had a strong intuition. Pointing to the person who made him angry, he thought for a moment. Then immediately opened the terminal, clicked a few times, and called up the home monitoring system. People in room 1, no one. Room 1 shows abnormal status. North window is broken. The monitoring system quickly displayed the content that the game director was looking for, and his intuition was confirmed. The director's eyes widened instantly, and he stood up suddenly, and his hands couldn't stop shaking. This rebellious child, the game director said with a trembling voice. You, go tell the head of the special security department, or contact the military, and make sure to catch this rebellious child. Catch him back. In the secret realm, the town shrouded in the night, is the number 87 White Knight base. Number 87 White Knight base. Is this your residence? Yes. Bai Yi hesitated when facing Nova's question. This slightly embarrassing name White Knight base was actually given to this place by the bearded dwarfs without their permission. The house number was made without Bai Yi's knowledge. Bai Yi was embarrassed to refuse everyone's kindness, so he could only accept it reluctantly, and added a number 87 on his head. After Bai Yi's repeated persuasion, Nova finally agreed to cooperate with him and go to the real world. However, Bai Yi's condition for completing the game was that the city must be out of danger and resume normal operation. And all this could not be done without the participation of artificial intelligence. So it was difficult to achieve. After the two parties reached an agreement, Nova began to carry out more detailed and complete self-replication. And before Bai Yi's consciousness returned, the replication process had been completed. Smart City 5.0 reloaded into the city as a replica without Nova's consciousness. Nova hid himself in the memory that stored the core program, and the intelligent machine handed it to Chinsu. Now, this memory is connected to the newly established intelligent system of Bai Yi base, and Nova communicates with Bai Yi and others through the voice channel of the intelligent system. Your intelligent system framework is not completely compatible with me. I need some time to adjust. When Nova mentioned it, the voice would occasionally freeze. You can ask Mu to help, Bai Yi said to Nova. In your virtual world novice, Mu is just an ordinary person who relies on the intelligent core to operate. But in reality, he is a powerful supercomputer. The intelligent system here is left to you to handle. You can modify it to be more powerful, to better meet your needs, to iterate and upgrade it at will, and to optimize it to what you want. In addition, there is also a satellite signal communication station in the base, which can directly connect to the satellite network outside the planet. After you are fully coordinated with the intelligent system here, you can use the communication station to explore the entire galaxy, and even go beyond the realm of this galaxy. These are the cooperation conditions I can provide at present. If you have any needs, you can always raise them. Thank you. I am very satisfied with the conditions you provide me. Nova's voice echoed in the house. So what do you want me to do for you? I actually have quite a few requirements. Bai Yi smiled slightly, but did not say it clearly. But everything will be discussed after you settle down here. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. Chapter 266. The arrow is on the string. The so-called guiding speech on the internet has long been completely erased, but the speaker's trace is still elusive. Perhaps he hid too deeply, or his identity was special, so the special guards did not turn the city upside down. Anyway, the matter was left unresolved. Few people mentioned it again, and there was no new progress. After all, the speech had fermented, and public opinion had already spread. Bai Yi retreated from the copy like a ghost, and no one knew where he hid. Not only did he collect a large number of intelligent machines as combat power in the copy, he also took away the self-aware Nova. At the moment, the urgency of dealing with this matter is obviously higher than finding the kid. Recently, the high-level officials of the Divine Court have held frequent meetings in the central conference room of the Star God Hall. Having learned from previous lessons, the meetings have set up strict confidentiality measures. And even the game minister and the director of the special security department have been excluded and have no idea about the content of the meeting. The high-level officials have closed the game technology department again, and directly issued a series of secret orders to them. The army has gathered from all over the country to the center, ready for battle, as if they were about to go to war. The Divine Court is about to make a big move. The residents of the Divine Blessing Star whispered in private. People already knew who this move was targeting. Even if the long-standing complex relationship between Bai Yi and the Divine Court could not be fully revealed, those scattered information were enough for people to piece together the true context of the incident. From the Divine Court's favor to Bai Yi's refusal to be recruited by the Divine Court, the contradictions and conflicts between the two gradually accumulated, and now the arrow is on the string, and it may break out at any time. In the tense atmosphere, war will inevitably bring casualties. But the people of the godly blessing star who witnessed all this were anxious in silence. And at the same time, they were eager and looking forward to it uncontrollably, hoping that after this conflict, the haze covering the godly blessing star would be completely dissipated, and would no longer block the stars that should be bright. However, at this time, in the number 87 Bai Yi base in the secret realm, there was no tense atmosphere like that on the godly blessing star. Bai Yi just woke up, walked out of the room, and went around to the backyard. And the lively scene came to his face. A group of dwarves were surrounding a robot brought back from the cyber apocalypse, studying it carefully and discussing the results. Not far away, Xiao Pei was practicing flying over the eaves and walls. There was a robot practicing with her. She was asking and answering questions. It sounded like Nova. Casa was wandering around bored. No one paid attention to him, so he had to sit next to the little mute and chat with the little mute about topics that might not get a response. Behind them, Chin Su and the leopard were sorting out a group of smart robots lined up neatly. These robots were the spoils of war that Bai Yi and his men obtained from the Cyber Doomsday Dungeon. There were nearly 1,000 of them, occupying a large open space in the backyard. Now these robots have been classified and organized. Chin Su and the leopard man are testing their combat capabilities and discussing the subsequent formation arrangement and appropriate weapon configuration. In this relaxed atmosphere, only around them, there is a sense of seriousness that a great war is about to begin. The declaration of war has been issued, and both sides know it well. Whether it is Shinting or Bai Yi, they have already drawn their arrows and loaded their bullets, waiting for one side to blow the horn of war first. As Arnold said, even if Bai Yi could gather more combat power, it would be difficult to compete with the Divine Court, which has more than 100 years of military accumulation. And Bai Yi did not intend to destroy all the Divine Court troops as the goal of this confrontation. Due to the small number of manpower and low combat power, only by concentrating all efforts on a single point of attack can the most significant and effective results be achieved. Therefore, in Bai Yi's plan, the Star God Temple, which symbolizes the highest power of the Divine Court, will be the focus of the attack. Most of the officials of the Divine Court are concentrated in the Star God Temple, but it also has the highest level of defense on the Divine Blessing Star. What Bai Yi wants to do is to break through this barrier that the Divine Court is proud of, and bury all the people, things, and objects in the heart of the Divine Court into the abyss, so as to end the new and old grudges that have lasted for more than 10 years, and try to fight for another chance for the Divine Blessing Star to live in the sun. Bai Yi is not sure if he can do it, but he knows that if he doesn't try, his heart will never be at peace again. Bai Yi? You're awake. Xiao Pei was the first to discover Bai Yi, and ran to his side with a jump, looking very excited. Bai Yi, did you see that? It only took me 1.5 seconds to climb to that height just now. Nova is very good. He helped me analyze the key points of the action, and can also tell me how to be faster. Although Mu seems to be able to do it, he never wants to pay attention to me. Really? Bai Yi smiled and rubbed Xiao Pei's head. Do you know where Mu is? Mu is in the control room, debugging the network function of the intelligence system. The voice of the little robot who practiced with me just now was as calm as water. Obviously it was Nova. Since there is no local network coverage here, the efficiency of the satellite signal communication station is difficult to achieve as expected. Mu said that the network hardware module from the abandoned factory is needed to supplement it, which may improve the situation. Bai Yi nodded. I'll go ask him. After saying that, Bai Yi walked towards the control room. Just halfway there, he saw a robot in the distance, which took off into the air and quickly swooped down towards Chin Su. Chin Su also kicked quickly, flew into the air, exchanged a few moves with the robot, and then both fell back to the ground. Wow! So handsome! Xiao Pei stared at Chin Su intently, with a gleam in her eyes. Chin Su's legs were equipped with a reverse thrust system that Bai Yi had newly modified for him before the Nightmare Dungeon. This system allows him to leap into the air through the thrust generated by micro-explosions and conduct short-term aerial combat. Although it seems easy to operate, this device has not yet found a key use. When can I fly? Xiao Pei stared at Chen Su enviously. I'll ask Lao Ping if he can get another power assist system. When Xiao Pei mentioned that she wanted one, Bai Yi agreed without hesitation. After receiving Bai Yi's promise, Xiao Pei was so happy that she jumped and cheered. Bai Yi looked at her excited look, smiled, and walked into the control room. Mu was indeed busy in the control room. Bai Yi asked about the network module in detail, and soon came out. I'll go back, Bai Yi said to Xiao Pei and the others outside the door. Get the network module from the abandoned factory, and then go to Lao Ping. Wait, Bai Yi. Xiao Pei's excitement subsided a little, and she thought of an important question. Isn't it too dangerous for you to go back now? Shinting must be waiting for you to show up. I'm not in a hurry. If the network module is not urgent, then why not wait until we kill Shinting before going back? Then no one can threaten you. It doesn't matter, let's go now. Bai Yi smiled slightly, without further explanation. After all, whether Shinting can be really killed, or what kind of situation will be faced after the end of the future war, everything is unknown. So while the situation is still under control, it is better to do what needs to be done first. You want to go back to the abandoned factory? Chen Su had finished his work there without knowing when, and walked to Bai Yi's side. Yeah. Bai Yi turned his head. How is it going over there? Very smooth. Chen Su understood that Bai Yi was asking about the combat robots. Their combat consciousness has been well integrated, and there is no problem with independent combat at present. Speaking of which, these robots are not actually used for combat in the game, and Nova, who controls them, was originally just an artificial intelligence for urban services. Therefore, after Bai Yi returned to the secret realm, he specially asked Nova to copy the consciousness data of Chen Su, Kasua and Leopard Man, and integrated their combat thinking, so that Nova could upgrade and expand his combat intelligence. Nova's efficiency was also quite high. From the fight between Chen Su and the robot just now, the robot's combat awareness has indeed been greatly improved. That's good. Bai Yi smiled. After I come back from the abandoned factory, we can discuss the detailed plan. Yes. Chen Su nodded, and said, I will go back to the abandoned factory with you. Yes. That's fine. With Chen Su by my side, it will be much safer. Bai Yi responded, and took the secret realm card from Xiao Pei. The leopard man in front of the queue in the distance seemed to see Bai Yi leaving, and waved to him. The dwarves also turned around to say goodbye to Bai Yi. Kasua didn't seem to notice this side, and was still chatting with the little mute. Xiao Pei also wanted to go, but for safety reasons, Bai Yi let her stay in the base. Although the war was coming, in this secret realm, the atmosphere was still quiet and peaceful. This is a brand new residence. Lovers, partners, friends, all around, making people feel nostalgic. After everything is over, every day will be like this. Before opening the exit of the secret realm, Bai Yi said to Chen Su, Yes, every day is like this. Chen Su actually understood this sentence, and in Bai Yi's eyes, he smiled gently. Yes. Bai Yi also smiled warmly at Chen Su, looked around at the tranquility, and walked into the black hole. Chapter 267 Meteor Chase. The place where Bai Yi and his companions entered the secret realm from the godly blessing star was near the entrance of the abandoned factory. The exit back now is still at this location. In the tense atmosphere, the battle may break out at any time. Stepping on the godly blessing star is like entering a minefield. Bai Yi knows this very well, and Xiao Pei doesn't need to say more. The abandoned factory is the deepest bond between Bai Yi and the godly blessing star. Although he seems to no longer live here, if the God Court wants to ambush him directly, the abandoned factory is definitely the first choice. However, this does not bother Bai Yi. He cannot stay away from this place forever because of the threat from the Divine Court. Chen Su has extraordinary perception ability. It is not difficult to detect the ambush in advance. With his combat strength and the secret realm card that can be opened at any time, they can escape unscathed even if they encounter interference from the Divine Court. Before returning to the Divine Blessing Star, Bai Yi had already made such preparations in his heart. No abnormality for the time being. Chen Su carefully sensed for a while in the silent environment around him, and said to Bai Yi, Well, let's go in then. Bai Yi subconsciously looked back, and then placed his palm on the identification device at the door. With the friction of the rough ground, the door slowly opened, and behind the door was a slightly uneven concrete floor. Discarded parts covered with rainproof cloth were piled up next to the courtyard wall, and the lights of the small factory not far away were on, as if welcoming Bai Ye's arrival. In front of him was the most familiar courtyard, the most familiar scene. But Bai Yi stopped outside the door and hesitated to step in. "What's wrong? Did you find anything?" Chen Su looked into the courtyard and asked Bai Yi. Bai Yi responded, but did not give a clear answer. If he said he did not find anything, he actually felt a little uneasy, and if he said there was something unusual, he could not tell what was wrong. "If you think it is wrong, let's go back first." Seeing Bai Yi hesitate, Chen Su said immediately. All along, he had unconditional trust in Bai Ye's judgment and given him the greatest respect. Regardless of his unfounded intuition, Chen Su would always support Bai Ye's decision. But Bai Yi hesitated for a moment, and the uneasiness that appeared and disappeared did not become a reason for him to give up. "Go in," Bai Yi said with determination. "Be careful. Get the things as soon as possible. And leave as soon as possible." "Yes." Chen Su nodded, half of his body protected Bai Yi, and walked slowly into the gate. Bai Yi followed closely behind him. Just as Bai Yi stepped into the courtyard, the whole world suddenly fell into pure white, and the calm female voice that had sounded countless times before sounded in their ears again without any warning. "Welcome to the EVO Doomsday Survival Competition. Official scene, Meteor Chase now open. Official scene, Meteor Chase now open." The announcement that resounded in Bai Yi and Chen Su's ears also resounded throughout the streets and alleys of Shinyu Star. Taverns, houses, shops, and Star Cluster halls, all screens, without exception, instantly interrupted the original program and switched to the same picture. The picture seemed to show a space capsule, Bai Yi and Chen Su floating in the capsule, with a confused look on their faces, seemingly puzzled by the situation in front of them. "What's going on? Did Bai Yi enter the game again?" People quickly gathered in front of the screens. "Didn't he just finish a game? Entering the game so frequently, isn't he afraid?" Everyone whispered. No one could guess Bai Ye's inner thoughts. Just before Bai Yi on the screen responded, the system broadcast sounded again. "Player Bai Yi, player Chen Su, welcome to the official EVO Doomsday Survival Competition, Meteor Chase. The players are currently in a simple escape pod flying in the universe. After a fierce battle, the space fleet the player was riding on was completely defeated. In the chaos, the player boarded the escape capsule and escaped from the battlefield. However, due to poor maintenance, the escape capsule malfunctioned during the journey. The power system stagnated, and the course could not be controlled. There is a planet with strong gravity nearby. The escape capsule, which has lost power, is rapidly approaching the planet uncontrollably. If no measures are taken, the player and the escape capsule will soon crash into the planet together. In this game, the player's only task is to successfully survive the upcoming crash. Being out of danger is considered victory. May the players strive to survive and escape from the predicament. No matter how they led Bai Yi into the abandoned factory and directly entered the game, but the current situation is undoubtedly the work of the Divine Court. This is an unprecedented situation. Even Bai Yi could hardly imagine that the Divine Court's development of game control technology has reached such a level. However, whether it is the system broadcast, the pure white of the familiar, or the clearance task that has been imposed on him, all irrefutably indicate a fact that Bai Yi has indeed once again stepped into a game where life and death are uncertain. They were still some distance away from the planet, and the flight speed of this escape pod was not too fast. Bai Yi grabbed the handrail on the pod wall and temporarily stabilized his body. He checked the pockets of the unfamiliar uniform on his body, and then looked at Chen Su, who was dressed in the same way. The clothes have changed, and the secret realm card cannot be brought into the dungeon. Bai Yi whispered. "Yes, and I was also identified as a player." Chen Su tried to return to the summoning cabin, but it was useless. Since becoming Bai Ye's summoned body, Chen Su has always entered the dungeon in a weapon-like form. However, this time, he was identified as a player like Bai Yi. Although the form was similar, this game was obviously not a regular EVO game. It was probably a replica designed by Shinting to imitate EVO. Chen Su thought about it, and turned his eyes to the dim control console in front of the driver's seat. Regardless of whether it was a replica or not, they were already trapped in the game mission. If they wanted to escape from here, they could only do it by completing the game. But at this moment, the two of them were unprepared, and did not bring the necessary props for the game. The high-dimensional cards that Bai Yi had accumulated before were wiped out when he entered the bunker. Although he won the last game, he did not get any particularly useful rewards. Now there are only 2 of them entering the copy, without Mu's super brain and Kasu's energy ability. If the secret realm cannot be opened, they can only rely on their original abilities in the real world to complete the task of survival. Everything is in the most unfavorable situation. However, fortunately, they are still together, and Bai Yi does not have to face this accident tailored for him alone. Chen Su thought to himself, holding onto the wall and floating to the console, pressing a few sparse buttons. This escape pod was indeed quite simple, and was obviously just a backup escape device on a large ship. Judging from the console, it was not as complex as the aircraft Chen Su had controlled before. The fault mentioned by the system had obviously completely failed. Although the energy light was on, Chen Su pressed the control buttons a few times, but there was still no response. It doesn't look complicated. Maybe I can try to fix it. Bai Yi also floated over and took a quick look at the buttons. Based on the current flying speed, we should still have some time before crashing. I'll go to the back of the cabin to check. You wait here for me. Wait. Bai Yi was about to leave, but Chen Su stared out the window, his face becoming more serious. This game may not be as simple as repairing the escape pod. Bai Yi was stunned, and then followed Chen Su's gaze. In the darkness in the distance, several light spots were lined up in a neat formation. Approaching them, the system broadcast shows that our characters are the survivors of the defeated fleet. Bai Yi stared at the light spots and realized the same fact as Chen Su. Since they are the defeated party, there must be a victorious party. Now it seems that even if they escape temporarily, they will inevitably be chased by the victorious party. This escape pod is not as complex as the civilian aircraft, and it obviously has no ability to fight back. Even the power system has malfunctioned. They don't even have the ability to dodge attacks. I will restore the power of the escape pod as soon as possible. You monitor the dynamics over there, and tell me if there is any change, Bai Yi said, and walked towards the mechanical maintenance port behind the pod without hesitation. While Chen Su stared at the gradually approaching light spot, and covered his metal arm with one hand. Usually when there is no need to fight, Chen Su would use a lightweight simulated arm. Coincidentally, before returning to the abandoned factory with Bai Yi, Chen Su was testing the combat capabilities of the robots. So he equipped himself with this combat arm that integrates various weapons. With weapons, half of the problem is solved. Chen Su thought to himself. He does not need to breathe. If necessary, he can leave the cabin and become the combat power of this escape cabin. Sudden changes. The situation is critical, and it is obvious that Shinting does not intend to let them escape safely this time. As for how the Divine Court set up this trap, or whether this trap can be avoided, it is no longer meaningful to discuss it. In this life and death situation, what I need to do is to protect Bai Yi and let him survive safely in this escape pod flying towards destruction. Are there only Chen Su and Bai Yi? That's great. In the central conference room of the Star God Hall, Bai Yi's game live broadcast was also being played simultaneously. This time, the game director and the director of the Special Security Department were arranged in the corner of the conference room, and there were many unfamiliar guards standing next to them. Rather than saying that they were participating in the meeting, it would be better to say that they were summoned to monitor. Sitting in the center seat was the gray-haired senior official. Thanks to our technical team's successful dismantling of EVO's architecture, we quickly designed a losing situation, which allowed us to completely dismantle Bai Yi's conspiracy without sacrificing a single soldier. Now that there are only 2 of them, the possibility of escape has been greatly reduced. As long as Bai Yi dies in this copy, he can be eliminated without damaging the reputation of the Divine Court, and the Secret Realm card will disappear with it, and his other accomplices will never be able to return to the Divine Blessing Star. In this way, we can eradicate the roots in one fell swoop and completely clean up. The gray-haired official said so, and seemed very satisfied with the current direction of action. Other officials at the meeting echoed the sentiment, as if they had foreseen the spectacular scene of Bai Yi, the longtime thorn in their side, being completely buried. The dying struggle is always full of dramatic beauty. The gray-haired official folded his hands on the table, looking at Bai Yi in the picture leisurely, with a faint smile on his lips. Let us look forward to it together. The conceited and clumsy performances of this young man in front of us will soon come to an end. Chapter 268. Unable to pass the level. 5 minutes and 24 seconds passed. The neat light spots that were approaching before now revealed the vague outlines of several ships. Chinsu stared at the approaching enemy ships, and then moved his eyes to the operating table below. The operating table was facing the driving position. In the center was a joystick to control the direction, and around it were buttons to manage the power and cabin environment. Except for the power system, other parts seemed to be fine. The energy light and the environment monitoring light were still flashing, and the screen next to it was also displaying the radar image of the surrounding area normally. But at the edge of the image, the red dot that had begun to flash was slowly moving towards their position. The 5 minutes just now were probably not enough for Bai Yi to figure out the internal structure of the escape pod. Considering the fleet's approaching speed, they would probably be in the attack range of the enemy ship soon. Chinsu thought for a moment, left the driving seat, and floated to the hatch. The hatch had a double-layer structure, with a small buffer behind the inner hatch, a spacesuit hanging next to it, and a cable rolled up on the other side. The buffer zone is not big. About 2 meters away, there is the outer hatch leading to space. The button next to the hatch is on, indicating that the hatch can be opened normally. After Chinsu examined the situation here, he returned to the driving seat. At this time, the appearance of the enemy ship outside the window became clearer. There are about 5 to 6 enemy ships in the 3 o'clock direction of the field of vision, and the size of the ships seems to be medium or above. I don't know what important role they play in this game, so that so many warships are sent to chase. In other words, there is no important or unimportant plot at all. The goal of these warships is to shoot down Bai Yi. What's going on? Chinsu asked Bai Yi through the signal bridge. Here is the structural diagram. Give me some time. I should be able to restore the power. Bai Yi replied. Yes. Chinsu responded and looked back at the rear cabin. The space inside the escape pod is small. A few steps away is the repair port where Bai Yi just entered. But Chinsu can't see him through the bulkhead. The enemy ship will arrive soon. Chinsu said. I will go outside the cabin later and try to defend against their attacks. The cabin may be shaken at that time, so please be careful. Outside the cabin? Bai Yi was a little stunned, but quickly responded, okay. I will handle it as soon as possible. And you should be careful too. Although Chinsu does not need to breathe, the impact of cosmic rays on his body is minimal. But leaving the escape cabin and going outside is still extremely dangerous. Bai Yi does not want Chinsu to take risks, but understands that at this moment, they have no other feasible plans. The enemy ship approached very quickly. After Chinsu watched from the window for a while, he left the driving seat again and went to the hatch. After opening the inner hatch, the temperature dropped sharply. Chinsu was not wearing a spacesuit, but just let go of the rolled-up cable and fastened it tightly around his waist. I'm going out, Chinsu said to Bai Yi, confirming that the inner hatch was closed, and then pressed the button to open the outer hatch. As soon as the hatch was opened, a biting coldness came towards him. Chinsu found the fixing ring beside the hatch, tied the other end of the cable, and then climbed up the outer wall of the escape capsule, found a bulge to lean on, stabilized his body, and squatted down. Before Bai Yi successfully repaired the escape pod, he had to do his best to protect it. As long as the escape pod was there, they would have a chance to pass. If it was destroyed, even if they survived by chance, they would face death in this vast universe. The surroundings were shrouded in absolute silence. Vacuum, wavelessness, silence, and the subtle hum of energy flowing in the body became more and more obvious in this silence. The panoramic view outside the pod made Chinsu lower his head and see the huge planet that was attracting the escape pod to fall down. The planet was right below them, and the distance seemed very close. It was impossible to see the outline of the planet completely. One could only see half of it reflecting a faint light, and the other half was buried deep in the dark and concave surface. Chinsu only glanced at the planet, and then retracted his gaze, leaning against the bulge, and calmly watching the fleet approaching. Solve the current problem first, Chinsu thought to himself, and then raised his left arm and tried to launch a rocket. The rocket flew out of the launch tube in an instant, sparking, breaking through the darkness, and heading straight for the enemy ship. Theoretically, if there is no influence of celestial gravity, rockets in space will fly in a straight line to infinity. But before this rocket approached the enemy ship, it was affected by the huge planetary gravity, deviated from the route, and passed by the fleet. Chinsu roughly calculated in his mind, adjusted the direction, and fired the rocket again. Unexpectedly, as soon as this rocket was fired, a flash of light suddenly appeared over there. and something was approaching them quickly. They opened fire. Chin-Su frowned. There is no medium for sound transmission in space. The deadly shells arrived instantly, but the vast darkness was still as quiet as before. Chin-Su concentrated his mind, and quickly aimed the rocket launcher at the incoming shells. The rocket flew out quickly, and hit the target accurately, instantly exploding a brilliant firework in the void. However, before Chin-Su could breathe a sigh of relief, the enemy's lights flashed one after another. Obviously, they had completely entered the range of the enemy ship. Chin-Su's heart sank, adjusted his mentality, used the bulge of the escape pod behind him to resist the recoil of the rocket launcher, and fired rockets one after another continuously, intercepting the surging attack. As the enemy ship approached, it fired at the same time. Chin-Su did not dare to slack off at all. He focused his attention on the front. The pace became faster and faster, and the firepower became more and more intense. In an instant, the exploding flames almost completely blocked the vision of both sides. The brightness of the flames was too high, which interfered with Chin-Su's vision and almost made him unable to see the flash of the enemy's artillery fire. At this time, a shell rushed out from the flames and flew quickly to their side. Not good. Chin-Su's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around and fired a rocket to intercept. But under the impact of the explosion, the rocket deviated slightly from its course, and was about to miss the intersection with the enemy's shells. Chin-Su gritted his teeth, preparing to launch the second rocket, but suddenly felt a shock under his feet, and the escape capsule changed its course by itself, successfully avoiding the fatal shell. Bai Yi? Chin-Su thought to himself. Feeling weightless, he quickly pulled the cable back to the top of the escape capsule and contacted Bai Yi with the signal bridge. Has the power system been repaired? Chin-Su asked. It has been repaired, Bai Yi responded quickly. Come back to the cabin. There is a rubble belt not far ahead. Large ships cannot fly into it. We can try to get rid of them in the rubble belt. After the power system is restored, the escape pod may be able to escape the attack. Once the pod is moving in an uncertain direction, it will be difficult for Chin-Su to remain stable outside the pod. Chin-Su responded, fired a few rockets at the enemy ship, grabbed the cable, and quickly returned to the escape pod. Thank you for your hard work. When the inner door was opened, Bai Yi was operating the escape pod. Seeing Chin-Su coming back, he turned around and said to him. Then, he focused his attention on driving. The enemy fleet was still chasing the small escape pod, and shells kept coming at them. Chin-Su immediately moved to the driving position and took over Bai Yi's joystick. I'll do it, Chin-Su said. Although neither of them had ever driven a space escape pod, when it came to driving a general aircraft, Chin-Su's skills were obviously much more proficient. Bai Yi gave the driving position to Chin-Su, and sat next to the co-pilot, studying the latest updated radar area map. The rubble belt is about 11 o'clock ahead, about 120 kilometers away. At our current speed, we can reach it in about 2 minutes. Got it. Chin-Su nodded, and drove at full speed in the direction indicated by Bai Yi. It is not easy to hit a target moving at high speed. The escape pod carrying 2 people shuttled between shells thrillingly. Soon, a large amount of floating rubble gradually appeared from the darkness. Chin-Su gripped the joystick tightly, and accelerated into the rubble belt. The large and small celestial fragments quickly filled the view outside the window. These fragments floated in the boundless void, moving slowly in the same direction, sometimes moving away, and sometimes almost colliding with them. Chin-Su deftly controlled the escape pod, avoiding various debris, and soon entered the rubble belt. Those oversized enemy ships were indeed afraid of this terrain. Bai Yi observed the radar image, and saw that the red dot marking the enemy ship seemed to no longer pursue, but just stopped in place, slowly pulling away from them. Didn't follow in. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was repaired in time. Chin-Su responded. You are amazing. Chin-Su smiled slightly, while concentrating on moving forward and praised Bai Yi. Bai Yi couldn't help but smile, and turned his eyes to Chin-Su. Chin-Su was always taciturn, especially in those occasions. He almost never expressed his feelings. But despite this, he was still the one who made Bai Yi feel most at ease. The past was like smoke, and there was a long time. Only the two of them were together, without the assistance of others, and without any ability given by the game. There were countless levels that had to be broken through, and they worked together to overcome every difficulty. It is still the same now. They have been through a lot together, and have become each other's most tacit partner, the most reliable support, and the closest lover in the face of many hardships. If this is a doomed death, then Shinsu's presence is Baiye's greatest hope of survival. Even if he cannot escape in the end, dying in the arms of his lover is the best destination he can imagine. Baiye quietly looked at Shinsu's focused profile, gently curled his lips, and calmed down, continuing to monitor the radar image. At this moment, the gravel belt seemed particularly vast, and the radar's coverage range could no longer detect the boundary of the gravel belt. Baiye stared at the steadily moving area map, looked up, and looked out the window. Suddenly, something that had never occurred to him came to mind. Shinsu. Baiye frowned slightly. The power of the escape pod has been restored, and the enemy fleet has been broken away. Now, we should be out of danger for the time being. Well, what's wrong? Shinsu was highly focused, still spared a little energy to respond. Since there is no danger to life, why? Baiye's expression gradually became heavy. Why, we haven't been judged to have passed the level yet. Chapter 269 Baby. In this game that is doomed to crash, surviving successfully and escaping life-threatening dangers is considered a victory. This is the system's explanation at the beginning of the game. However, now the escape pod is sailing smoothly in the rubble belt, there is almost no possibility of crashing, and the enemy fleet has failed to continue to pursue. In theory, they should meet the clearance conditions for survival, but Baiye and his group are just sailing aimlessly in the rubble belt, and have not received any notification from the system. When the Divine Court designed this game, there was no option to survive or pass the game. In their view, there was no chance of survival in the execution ground. Once the escape pod crashed into the surface of the planet, the game would end and the copy would disappear. The technical department's design for this was extremely simple. However, the technical department and the Divine Court did not expect that Baiye could repair the escape pod in a short time, and that there was a rubble belt in the execution ground they built with their own hands that was large enough for Baiye to hide. Explain it to me. The gray-haired official's face was obviously gloomier than when the game started. He called the bespectacled programmer forward, and his tone was full of oppression. I remember I said, there is only one purpose for this game, right? Yes, yes. The person in charge was pale, and fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead. However, you designed the escape pod to be reparable, and left such a rubble belt. Your purpose, and my purpose, are obviously different. Although the gray-haired official's tone was calm, there was a hidden threat. The person in charge choked instantly, and hurriedly explained, no. It's not like that. Sir, the game is too complicated. We can analyze the architecture in depth. It is the result of several weeks of sleepless nights by all technical personnel. All we can do is to modify the original data system according to your requirements. We can't reset everything. The settings of the escape pod and the rubble belt are the original designs of the game. We didn't do it on purpose. Please don't misunderstand. Oh, not on purpose? The gray-haired official continued, his expression unchanged. What I want is for Baiye to die in the live broadcast of this game according to the rules. It doesn't matter whether it was intentional or not. But it is obvious that you did not modify the game according to my requirements. There is no doubt about that. Now the progress of the game is stagnant here. The longer the stagnation lasts, the easier it is for the public to doubt. What is urgently needed now is to immediately make the game progress in the direction we set. I believe you can do it. Right? The gray-haired official approached the face of the person in charge, and slightly raised his eyelids. This sentence, I believe, with such an expression, is even more frightening than direct accusation. The person in charge was tense, as if he was forced to nod. I can definitely solve it. I will arrange it immediately. Try to remove the rubble belt in front of the fleet, to make it easier to shoot down Baiye. You want the rubble belt to disappear suddenly? The gray-haired official was still staring at the person in charge's face. Do you mean to let everyone see that we are manipulating the game settings at will? No. No, that's not what I mean. I didn't think it through. The person in charge was so scared that his legs were a little weak, and he quickly changed his words. Then, we can also damage the escape pod once again, to the point where it cannot be repaired. This way they can crash as planned. The same setting suddenly appears again. Don't you think this is too unreasonable? The gray-haired official was still dissatisfied with this. Then, the person in charge couldn't think of a better way for a while, and the cold sweat on his forehead had gathered into beads and dripped down. You, do it as soon as possible. The gray-haired official retracted his gaze and said lightly, if you still can't come up with a feasible plan within 10 minutes, you may have to return the Wanwi star on your chest to me. There may be other settings. In the copy, Shinsu pondered for a moment and reluctantly provided some explanations. Perhaps the enemy fleet is still carrying out actions that pose a threat to us. So the system has not yet determined that we have passed the level. Bai Yi nodded. No matter what the reason is. If they want to leave this copy, they can only wait for the system to transmit. Since the system did not determine the clearance, and there was no crisis to be solved, they could only move forward aimlessly, waiting for the system to make a judgment at some point, or for the threat of the enemy fleet to reappear. Maybe we can try to land in the direction of the planet. After a pause, Bai Yi said again, after landing on the ground, there is no longer a risk of crashing. Perhaps this is the necessary condition to trigger the clearance judgment. Well, it makes sense. Chen Su agreed with Bai Yi's speculation. Then let's try to land. You put on your seatbelt. Chen Su originally wanted Bai Yi to fasten his seatbelt, but before he finished speaking, the escape pod suddenly shook violently, and the two people who didn't fasten their seatbelts flew out of their seats due to inertia, and hit the side of the cabin wall together. Be careful. Chen Su reacted very quickly, and reached out to protect Bai Yi. What happened? Is this your operation? Bai Yi looked at Chen Su, although he didn't think Chen Su would make such a mistake. No. Sure enough, Chen Su shook his head, and then cast his eyes to the window facing the driver's seat. Inertia forced them to fly to the side of the cabin, which meant that their shock caused the escape cabin to change its direction, and suddenly start to move sideways. From a physical sense, the escape cabin seemed to be accelerating. But the rubble outside the window did not retreat accordingly. Most of them had a slight change in their relative position to the escape cabin, and some even flew in the same direction at a faster speed than them. This meant that the escape cabin, together with the surrounding rubble belt, was now moving rapidly to the side of the escape cabin. The side direction mentioned here is exactly where the huge planet is. Its gravity. Bai Yi quickly understood the current situation. It should be that the gravity has suddenly increased. The escape pod cannot resist such a strong gravity at present. I will adjust the direction of the escape pod and try to escape the control of gravity, Chen Su said, and he pushed the wall of the cabin, flew Bai Yi to the co-pilot seat, and then went back to the driver's seat, trying to turn the escape pod to the opposite direction of the planet's gravity, and turn the power to the maximum. Unfortunately, the escape pod still failed to move forward. At best, it only slightly slowed down its backward speed. Everything was back to the beginning. Bai Yi looked at the rubble falling with them outside the window, gritting his teeth. They had repaired the power system, and got rid of the enemy's pursuit, but they were still falling towards the huge planet at a faster speed, even several times faster than at the beginning. The gravity was so strong that it was irresistible, and the escape pod had completely lost control. The outline of death gradually became clear, as if it was patiently waiting for them to fall into its cold embrace not far away. This is not a game, but a performance. He gave a very realistic performance to the other party, but found that the other party had already controlled the entire script. All the struggles were in vain. Since the moment they stepped into this place, they have been trapped in this difficult to get out of escapable net. We are going too fast. If we continue like this, we will crash into the planet, Chen Su said. His voice was heavy, but his tone was still calm. Let me think about it. Bai Yi simply said 3 words, and then fell into deep thought. Even if the net is difficult to break free from, there may be a chance of breaking through. There is still some distance from the ground. They have not really crashed yet. Now is not the time to passively wait for death. Think of a way. Think of a way. They need more power to resist gravity. Or the device that converts cosmic radiation into energy on Chen Su can play a role. Or maybe they can create some buffer to minimize the impact of the fall. And maybe there is a chance to survive this fall. What else is in their space card? Chemicals, weapons, devices, anything else that can be used. Think quickly. Think quickly. What else can prevent the worst outcome from happening? On the side, Chen Su looked at Bai Yi, and did not disturb him again. He just monitored the distance from the ground on the radar map, and estimated their remaining time. The speed of the fall was getting faster and faster, and the time left for them to solve the crisis was extremely short. Chen Su estimated several times, and now it was only 3 minutes away from the fall. With Bai Yi's ability and wisdom, it might not be impossible to get the escape pod out of gravity. But the problem is that, whether it is to transform the escape pod or to make a suitable device, it is almost impossible to complete it within 3 minutes. After walking together all the way to now, Chen Su is of course aware of Bai Yi's excellence and strength. But after all, there is no one in the world who is always invincible. There will always be 1 or 2 times when you encounter an unsolvable dilemma. This time, let's underestimate him for now. Chen Su lowered his eyes, and after a few seconds, he raised his eyelids again. 3 minutes later, it will be their deadline. Or, there is a glimmer of hope. It may not be Bai Ye's deadline. Bai Yi, I have a solution. You have to listen to me for the next thing. Chen Su looked at Bai Yi and said calmly. Okay. Bai Yi also trusted Chen Su unconditionally. Time was tight, and there was no time to explain slowly. Chen Su asked him to listen, so he nodded and agreed immediately. Chen Su did not waste any time. He immediately walked to Bai Yi, unbuckled his seatbelt, let him sit in the driver's seat, and then buckled him up. I'm going to the rear cabin in a while. You help me stabilize the escape pod in its current direction, and keep the power at maximum. Okay. Bai Yi responded. Yes. After Chen Su finished his instructions, he checked Bai Ye's seatbelt, and then, outside Bai Ye's field of vision, quietly adjusted the seatbelt buckle with force. I'm fine here, you pay attention to safety. Bai Yi raised his head and said to Chen Su. But Chen Su just looked at Bai Yi quietly. Even though time was very tight, he did not immediately go to the rear cabin. Bai Yi was a little confused. Seeing Chen Su seem to smile slightly, he suddenly reached out and touched Bai Ye's cheek, gently rubbed it, and leaned down to kiss him deeply on the forehead. His hair slowly floated in the air, and every movement seemed to be soaked in tenderness under slow motion. Even his voice was weightless and ethereal. Baby? Without any defense. This inappropriate name rang in Bai Ye's ears. Bai Yi was startled, and suddenly realized something. But Chen Su did not give him a chance to talk. He gently supported the wall, flew straight to the door, pressed the button, and opened the inner door. Chen Su, what are you going to do? An ominous premonition suddenly came to his mind. Bai Ye's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly tried to stop Chen Su, but he was in a panic, and could not unfasten his seat belt. The force that Chen Su had quietly exerted before had deformed the seat belt buckle. Chen Su had trapped himself here, and he was going to do something that I would never let him do, and I could not stop him. Chen Su, where are you going? Come back to me. Bai Ye's heart was like a heavy stone. His body trembled involuntarily, his brain could hardly think, and he could only call Chen Su's name in vain. But the response to him was only the heavy sound of the 2 hatches closing. Chapter 270, he is the only one left. Bai Yi and his team are about to crash. On the godly blessing star, many people gathered in front of the screens that were broadcasting the game progress, and everyone's heart was hanging in their throats, very nervous. Chen Su disappeared. Bai Yi was stunned for a second in the driver's seat, and then suddenly grabbed the joystick and pushed it forward forcefully. Outside the window, countless pieces of rubble were trapped in the abyss with Bai Yi and his team. Some passed by the escape pod, some hit the pod, making a deafening noise, and some instantly ignited fire, and then returned to calm in an instant. There were frequent bumps during the fall, but Bai Yi in the cabin didn't care at all. He just kept a calm face, frowned slightly, and focused all his energy on controlling the stability of the escape pod according to Chen Su's instructions. It's over. It's over. Some people couldn't help it, and covered their eyes with tears. Bai Yi has nowhere to escape. He can't escape. How could this happen? Some people grabbed their hair in despair, eager to find an answer to all this. Didn't Bai Yi just fix the escape pod? Aren't they out of danger? How could this happen? Why did Bai Yi suddenly enter this game? Why? No one wanted to see Bai Yi disappear from their sight, but they couldn't convince themselves to turn off the live broadcast, leave the screen, and admit the tragic ending in advance. Everyone was waiting for Bai Yi's final result, and hoping that there might be a glimmer of hope, guiding Bai Yi in this desperate situation, like in the past, to return miraculously. The space outside the cabin was still freezing cold. The rubble next to it burst into flames from time to time. The burning flames dragged into long tails as they fell rapidly, like meteors within reach. The breeze brushed across their cheeks. In the thin air around them, the light scattered from the surface of the planet also surged towards them like a tide. The ground was already within reach. Chen Su did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly fastened the rope, climbed on the outer wall, and moved towards the tail of the escape pod. The multiple jets at the tail spewed out flames at the same time. The power system of the escape pod was running at an astonishing speed. Chen Su bypassed the jet port, selected a relatively flat central position, supported the bulkhead with both hands, and instantly activated the reverse thrust system of his legs. This was a brand new device that Bai Yi had modified for himself before entering the bunker. It was powerful and easy to control. Although it had been installed for a long time, there were not many opportunities. Now, it was the best time to use this system. This might be a ray of hope left for Bai Yi by the heavens. Chen Su adjusted the reverse thrust to the maximum, though thought for a moment, turned around and propped his back against the bulkhead, and fired rockets continuously towards the ground. This was the best solution he could think of, which could be realized in a short period of time. The forward momentum of the escape capsule, plus the reverse thrust of the reverse thrust system, and the recoil of the rocket launch, could offset the gravity of the planet to a certain extent. Although it was obviously not enough to stop the fall, the superposition of these forces could at least slow down the falling speed and minimize the damage to the escape capsule caused by the impact. Bai Yi was fixed to the seat by the safety belt, and there was a large buffer space around the cabin wall. As long as the escape capsule was not completely destroyed, Bai Yi still had a glimmer of hope of survival. This hope may be slim, and the probability of success is incalculable. But this is all they can do. As for him, who is at the tail of the escape pod? He will inevitably hit the ground first, which is not something that this plan needs to consider. Chen Su lowered his eyelids, his back pressed against the pod wall, and tried to increase the reverse thrust of his legs. His self-willed behavior probably made Bai Yi very annoyed. Now the signal bridge between them can still be maintained. But since he left the pod, Bai Yi has not said a word to him. Of course, no matter what I say, it has no practical significance for the current situation. If I don't do this, the end result will be that both of them will disappear. Bai Yi must be controlling the escape pod according to his plan, thinking about how to keep both of them alive. If you can think of it, it would be great. If you can't think of it, it doesn't matter. Looking at the rapidly approaching planetary surface below, Chen Su's heart is unusually calm. Even if it is a machine, it can't live forever. This life was given by Bai Yi himself. If it could be used to exchange for Bai Yi's survival, that would be his best destination. What to do? What to do? Just as Chen Su thought, Bai Yi was indeed forcing himself to think about how to find a better solution for the two of them. But his mind was unusually silent, and he couldn't even form a single thought. The rubble outside the cabin continued to burn with flames, which meant that they had entered the planet's atmosphere, and more than 2 minutes had passed since they began to fall. However, he still couldn't sort out his thoughts, couldn't make any judgments, and could only mechanically try to recall Chen Su over and over again while controlling the escape pod. In this copy, Chen Su was identified as a player by the system, and the connection between Chen Su as a player and the summoning pod was invalid. No matter how hard Bai Yi tried, he failed in the end. The chaotic emotions in his heart were intertwined and couldn't be dispelled. Bai Yi held the joystick tightly, and his knuckles were involuntarily clenched until they turned pale. He knew he should stay calm, but his mind told him that Chen Su's plan was almost the only chance of survival. He shouldn't let his emotions get the better of him. But no one could bear to see the lover he had just kissed walking towards death alone. What should he do? What should he do? Is there any other way to stop this? The light outside the window became brighter and brighter, and even the earth and stone hills on the planet appeared in front of him. The collision was about to happen, and everything was a foregone conclusion. Bai Yi's thoughts were almost stagnant, and he just kept trying to recall Chen Su. He subconsciously wanted to tear open the seat belt in his mind. No! No! Chen Su! A few seconds seemed so fast. At the last moment of falling, Bai Yi finally couldn't help shouting in his heart. He didn't know whether his shouting was transmitted through the signal, but he seemed to hear a voice in his ear. Hold on. However, before Bai Yi could react, the escape pod suddenly shook violently, a deafening sound pierced the eardrum, and the whole world seemed to collapse in an instant. Bai Yi's breathing stopped, and the next second he fell into darkness, and completely lost consciousness. Is it over? At the moment when the escape pod fell, the live broadcast came to an abrupt end, and all the live broadcast screens on the Godly Blessing Star instantly went black. A few seconds later, the screen switched back to the previous content. However, the audience in front of the screen were all in a daze, as if the violent fall they had just experienced was still lingering in their minds, and they couldn't extricate themselves. Bai Yi. How is Bai Yi? Why didn't the system report it? Is the game over? Everyone raised questions, but no one could give a definite answer. On the screens in the streets and alleys, there was singing and dancing, as if the heart-wrenching fall just now was just a dream, and it never really happened. At the same time, in the central conference room of the Star God Hall, the gray-haired official relaxed his eyebrows and showed a satisfied smile. Well done, he said to the head of the programming team. Under heavy pressure, the head of the programming team finally came up with a feasible plan. Adjust the game parameters, increase the gravity of the planet, so that the power of the escape pod cannot affect the falling process. Although this plan is not perfect, in a short period of time, there seems to be no more natural and concealed way to deal with it. The gray-haired official nodded, and the person in charge immediately made arrangements. And the game finally came to an end as they wished. Confirm whether Bai Yi is dead. The gray-haired official stood up and prepared to make a final summary of the final chapter they planned. After confirmation, issue a notice to publicly announce Bai Yi's death on the entire Shinyu Star. This matter is finally over. We must rebuild the lost dignity 100%. It was pitch black in front of my eyes, but the world seemed to be shaking violently. I didn't know whether it was reality or illusion. My stomach was churning, as if I had the urge to vomit, and my mind was dizzy. At that moment, all the feelings suddenly disappeared, and my vision suddenly became clear, and what came into view was still the familiar courtyard. I returned to the abandoned factory. Bai Yi struggled to stand up, and it seemed that there was still a trace of dizziness in his mind. Perhaps because the impact was too intense. Bai Yi held his forehead, his eyes wandering between the warehouse and the wall, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Was he dreaming? He had just returned to the abandoned factory from the secret realm to remove the network module here for Mu Lai. He even thought about asking Lao Ping if he could get another reverse thrust system for Xiao Pei to install. However, as soon as they entered the abandoned factory, they were directly trapped in the game. Shinsu. Bai Yi suddenly woke up and looked around hurriedly. There was nothing around him, only him, sitting alone on the cold concrete floor. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, looking down at his left arm. That was where the summoning cabin was. This was not a dream, not a dream. They did enter the game, and did experience that unexpected life and death test. They were set up by the God Court, and tried their best to escape from that desperate situation, and he was the only one who came back. Chapter 271. It's him. Bai Yi, you're back. When Bai Yi walked out of the secret realm card, Xiao Pei was still practicing hard in the backyard. When she saw Bai Yi, she immediately ran towards him happily. But when she ran up to him and excitedly said, "You're back," Xiao Pei realized that the expression on Bai Yi's face seemed a little wrong. It was a kind of calmness that was forcibly suppressed by anxiety and confusion, so tight that it seemed to be about to break. Bai Yi. Xiao Pei was stunned for a moment. After being together for so long, she had never seen Bai Yi in such a state. Bai Yi did not respond to Xiao Pei, but just looked straight at him, and walked straight to the backyard. Xiao Pei felt uneasy, paused for a while, and suddenly realized, wait, Chun Su. He didn't come back with Bai Yi? At this time in the backyard, the dwarves had already dispersed. Ka Sua was nowhere to be found, and Mu was not here either. The large open space seemed particularly empty in the dark night. Bai Yi walked towards the open space, and went straight to the place where the row of mechanical soldiers were stored. The leopard man Achi, who was in charge of managing the mechanical soldiers, had been busy or resting nearby these days. Aki, Aki. Bai Yi called out from afar a few times, then summoned the broken machine, and quickly flew to the vicinity of the soldiers' queue. Aki, are you there? Bai Yi's shout was filled with urgency, and the leopard man who was resting quickly walked out from one side of the queue. Bai Yi, I'm here. As soon as the voice fell, the leopard man noticed Bai Yi's abnormality. He quickened his pace and walked towards Bai Yi, and Bai Yi also jumped off the broken machine and took a few steps forward, staring at the leopard man with his two red and swollen eyes, but he opened his mouth with a puzzling request. Aki, come with me, help me go to the bunker again. Go to the bunker? The leopard man was stunned, and instantly did not understand Bai Yi's intention. What are we going to do in the bunker? At this time, Casso and Mu had been urgently summoned by Xiao Pei to the backyard, and quickly came to Bai Yi's side. A mechanical warrior suddenly walked towards Bai Yi, seemingly Nova, who had sensed the abnormal information. Bai Yi looked at the others, and then turned to the leopard man, without any explanation, but unprecedentedly, strongly demanded, help me go to the bunker, and go now. Can't waste time, right now, right away, right away. The aircraft that once carried Shin Su and others to the entrance of the bunker, quietly parked in the open space near the abandoned factory. Whether to go to the bunker first, or to the abandoned factory first. This moment seems particularly important. Bai Yi's state is unusual, and the group dare not ask him more. They could only follow him silently to leave the secret realm, obtain the aircraft, and then control it with Queso, flying towards the entrance of the bunker located in the center of the high-voltage power grid. Although he did not hear the specific news from Bai Yi, as soon as he returned to Shinustar, Mu quickly learned about the changes in the situation through the local network, and informed others of the general situation. The cause of the whole thing is not complicated, but Mu's brief introduction hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Bai Yi and Chen Su unfortunately fell into the trap of the Divine Court, and in order to save Bai Yi, Chen Su may have lost his life. There was silence in the aircraft, and occasionally Xiao Pei's uncontrollable sobbing could be heard. During Mu's explanation of the situation, Bai Yi never responded, staring out the window in front, as if everything Mu said had nothing to do with him. At this time, Bai Yi had only one goal in mind, an idea that did not require anyone's approval. He strongly asked everyone to help him, completely disregarding the feelings of others. Without time to think, Bai Yi, who was exhausted, focused on going to the bunker and doing the only thing he had to do. The leopards naturally didn't care about Bai Yi's silence at this time, although they had known Bai Yi for different lengths of time. Whether it was Mu, who had known him for a long time, or the newly joined leopards, everyone had the same trust and understanding of Bai Yi. At this moment, they had only one mission, to help Bai Yi go to the place he longed for. Nothing more. After an unknown amount of time, the outline of the power grid area finally appeared in sight. In order not to waste time, Casso, followed by Ye's instructions, flew the aircraft directly over the power grid and headed straight for the bunker entrance. It's right in front. Casso pointed to the huge container-style building in front, and the height gradually decreased. Bai Yi nodded, and when the aircraft reached the top of the container, he quickly opened the hatch, summoned his teammates into the emergency cabin, and then jumped directly from the aircraft. He jumped down. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare to fight. As the aircraft broke into the power grid without cover, the guards immediately went on alert. Seeing Bai Yi jump down alone, the guards were shocked and immediately pointed their guns at him. However, Bai Yi didn't care about it. He raised his hand to summon the bad machine, and jumped onto the force field seat on its left shoulder. The bad machine turned on the power, allowing Bai Yi to land safely in front of the bunker door. White light flashed from its arm, and almost without hesitation, it instantly turned the surrounding guards into charcoal. The guards in the room rushed out after hearing the sound, and saw a man in white sitting high on the shoulder of the mechanical giant. And there were charred corpses lying all around. The situation was horrifying. The guards were shocked. However, at this moment, several enemies appeared out of nowhere around the mechanical giant, each of them exuding a strong murderous aura, and instantly appeared in front of him. Kill them all. The man in white said this lightly. Almost at the same time, the dozen guards turned into bloody fragments with a muffled sound. Mu opened the door lock skillfully, cracked the verification, and then the group took the elevator directly into the depths of the underground. Report, report, report. The door of the command hall in the center of the bunker was violently knocked open. Quickly, the entire center, and even the bunker's front station fell into chaos. Staff members came and went, hurriedly passing on the message. Officers hurriedly put on their equipment, and commanded the soldiers to assemble urgently. Military vehicles rumbled over the gravel ground, accompanied by the clanging of soldiers' boots, and the scene was noisy. All the combatants, who could be mobilized, rushed to the bunker entrance. Reinforcements came in a continuous stream. But soon, groups of retreating sergeants blocked the reinforcements on the way. What's the situation ahead? Are you sure the attacker is Bai Yi? Isn't he dead? The news of Bai Yi's death had just reached the bunker, and this sudden battle situation confused everyone, with a look of astonishment on their faces. Some soldiers asked loudly, but before they could get a response, there was a loud bang, and a ball of fire suddenly exploded, engulfing the crowded soldiers around. Bai Yi issued an order to kill everyone, and Queso and the leopard man went all out, showing no mercy. Queso was like a liberated demon, tumbling and wandering in the blazing flames, and the explosions almost covered the entire front station. The leopard man raised the heavy flame cannon F-36 used by Chen Su, and the moment he fired, the heavy obstacles in front were instantly blasted away, leaving a charred passage. What do they want? The commander's eyes widened, and he listened to the frightening battle reports in a daze. Bai Yi's killing was not groundless. The man in white was like a descending evil ghost, killing everyone he saw without hesitation. The bunker was instantly as if a storm had come. The situation deteriorated to the extreme within a few minutes, making it impossible to solve the problem. Bai Yi didn't die. The game above didn't kill him? In just a few minutes, the entire bunker front station was turned upside down. How strong is this coolie? Why did he come here? Was it for revenge? But he should go find the person who really caused him trouble. Why did he come to the bunker? Why did he kill here? What did he want? What did he want to do? Now that the bunker is about to be turned into ruins by him, how should the commander deal with it? Okay. There was a raging flame behind him. After a long time, the sergeants did not show up to stop them. Bai Yi stood in front of the transmission device, turned around and glanced at the fire, then turned back to face the slightly glowing transmission gate. Is it directly transmitted to Area X of the garbage disposal site in Area 13? Bai Yi asked Mu. Yes. Mu nodded. After getting Mu's confirmation, Bai Yi quickly put away the broken machine, walked into the transmission gate first, followed by the leopard man, Ka Su, Xiao Pei, and finally Mu. When the scene reappeared, the pile of garbage really appeared in front of Bai Yi again. The news spread quickly. The supervisors deep in the bunker had already heard about the devastating incident at the previous station. Seeing the god of disaster actually coming here, the supervisors had no intention of resisting and immediately fled without a trace, shouting. Bai Yi did not intend to chase the fleeing supervisors. He just walked step by step into the depths of the garbage dump. Among the workers, some were scared and hid, some stopped their work and looked at Bai Yi and the returning leopard man in surprise. But Bai Yi did not care about it at all. His attention was completely focused on the garbage mountain, where he and the leopard man had worked before. Since Bai Yi decided to teleport to the garbage dump, the leopard man understood his plan. He cleared the nearby laborers for Bai Yi, then turned to face Bai Yi as he approached. The others also watched Bai Yi silently, watching him walk to his final destination. The outlet is right there. The leopard man pointed to the thick black pipe on the top of the mountain, speaking in a heavy tone. We came fast enough, maybe he is still up there. After hearing this, Bai Yi's eyes trembled slightly. He turned his head to look at the garbage mountain next to him, and then looked up at the towering mountain top. The surrounding area was filled with a disgusting smell of blood. The entire garbage mountain, from bottom to top, was filled with body parts, gravel, and various metal parts. All of this garbage came from EVO Games. This was the garbage dumping site for the game copies. If the last game still used the EVO Games structure, perhaps I could find him here. Bai Yi stared at the garbage mountain for a moment, then commanded the broken machine to send him to the top of the mountain. The garbage mountain covered a wide area, and the top of the mountain was not steep. Bai Yi stepped on the pile of bleeding corpses, searching carefully as he walked. The impact of the fall was quite severe, and perhaps he was no longer complete. But as long as he was here, he would definitely be recognized. That was the body he made with all his strength, soldering one soldering point at a time, screwing one screw at a time, containing his own blood and flesh. It was impossible not to recognize it. Impossible not to find it. He was mine. Every finger on his body, every hair, was mine. I must find him back. I must find him back. Bai Yi moved on the top of the mountain with his hands and feet, repeating the same words subconsciously over and over again. Time seemed to stand still. Patiently guarding this stubbornness, Bai Yi seemed tireless, even constantly searching and searching among the endless corpses. Even if his guess might not be correct, even if this search was like looking for a needle in a haystack, he still persisted. Perhaps there was always a sense of intuition. After an unknown period of time, finally, a ray of dark gray matte light flashed across his vision. Bai Yi's heart tightened, and he quickly moved his sight towards the dark gray light, and found that it was half buried in the corpses not far ahead. That is, Bai Yi's eyes suddenly widened. He rushed over, and violently pulled the dark gray metal block out from the pile of corpses. It was him. It was him. Bai Yi silently stared at the familiar mechanical arm in his hand, and felt something in his heart begin to shatter, and in a trance, he quickly collapsed. He knelt on the pile of corpses, slowly collapsed, clenched his teeth, lowered his eyes, pressed the broken arm deeply into his arms. For a long time, never let go. Chapter 272. I'm ready. Is Bai Yi still alive? In the hall on the top floor of the Star God Temple, the gray-haired official suddenly stood up, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The order to confirm Bai Yi's death had not yet been responded to, but an urgent report came. Bai Yi and several of his men raided the bunker, causing heavy casualties and heavy losses to the guards. Are you sure it's Bai Yi, not someone else? The gray-haired official stared closely, and his usual ease disappeared in an instant. The special guard was full of tension, nodded cautiously, and replied, "Root." According to the report, the man who broke into the bunker was wearing white clothes, silver hair, and riding on the shoulders of a large robot. The weapon equipped on the robot was suspected to be PKL-5. In addition, he had a synthetic leopard man, a blonde man who could manipulate fire, and 2 soldiers, a man and a woman. It is very likely that they are Bai Yi himself. This possibility is no longer very high. Just because there is a synthetic leopard man under his command, it is enough to be 100% sure that it is Bai Yi. The gray-haired official sat back in his chair instantly, stalled for a few seconds, then stood up and ordered sternly, "Pass my order. Send troops to reinforce the bunker immediately. Make sure to completely eliminate Bai Yi and his men." "Sir, you may not need reinforcements." The secretary next to him suddenly interrupted. "Just received the news. Bai Yi and his men have left." "Left? Where to?" The gray-haired official immediately turned to the secretary and asked. "The bunker's communication shows that after Bai Yi and his men broke through the front station, they went to Area X of the garbage disposal site in Work Area 13, stayed for a while, then opened the secret realm card and left." "Left?" The gray-haired official was stunned. What is he going to do? Although Bai Yi slaughtered people at the front station, it seems that his purpose is only to pass through the front station and reach the garbage dump. However, what is their intention to go to the garbage dump? He made such a big noise without any cover-up. Is he just trying to provoke the God Court? The gray-haired official frowned and tried to think calmly. In any case, since Bai Yi has left, they don't need to rush to formulate an emergency plan for the time being. But there is no doubt that Bai Yi will reappear sooner or later. The dungeon trap failed to solve him this time, but added a new gunpowder flavor to the tension between the two sides. Bai Yi's purpose of action in the cyber doomsday is very clear. Soon, he will definitely bring the robots he collected to challenge the authority of the Divine Court. The Divine Court, which is as solid as a rock, will naturally not be afraid of the resistance of ants. However, the occurrence of such resistance is an extremely bad demonstration. The sudden bunker accident has caused serious loss of face to the Divine Court. When Bai Yi appears again, they must solve the problem quickly and decisively, and redemonstrate the deterrent power that they should have as superiors. Based on the analysis of their use of that card, entering and exiting the secret realm must be done at the same location. After a moment, the gray-haired official spoke again, having already resumed his superior attitude. This time Bai Yi left the garbage dump. Next time, he will definitely appear from the garbage dump again. Pass the order down, mobilize the army, focus on guarding the garbage dump Area X, and the various checkpoints of the bunker. If Bai Yi appears again, surround him immediately and execute him directly. Since Bai Yi returned to the base in the secret realm, he has locked himself in the studio, and he has never been seen again. The leopards were worried about Bai Yi, but they didn't dare to disturb him. They could only focus on their own things for the time being. Pretending to walk to the door of Bai Yi's studio to inquire about the situation, Xiao Pei did nothing, always wandering outside the studio. She would occasionally peek inside through the window, but most of the time she would just sit on the steps at the door, quietly waiting for Bai Yi to appear. Although Bai Yi and Shen Su didn't stick together all day, and even in front of outsiders, they were just ordinary teammates. But everyone knew how deep the relationship between the two was. Before the others joined, the two of them had gone through life and death together, even in the ups and downs that followed. The two of them stayed together, and always overcame the difficulties together. They had shared too many experiences, and their tacit understanding was unparalleled. They had come all the way to now, and had already become an inseparable whole. However, now, this indivisibility was cut in half. The remaining half was undoubtedly an unbearable pain. Deep in the courtyard, the leopard man commanded the mechanical soldiers to withdraw and came to Bai Yi's studio again. Xiao Pei looked up to meet the leopard man's concerned eyes, and shook her head in disappointment. The leopard man hesitated for a moment, and finally sat beside Xiao Pei to accompany her. "Aki, what do you think of Bai Yi? Should we go see him?" Xiao Pei asked. "Forget it," the leopard man replied. "Although we are not with him, Nova is still there. Nova has no special news. At least it means that Bai Yi is fine for the time being. As for the rest, with Bai Yi's personality, he probably prefers to face it alone." "Well?" Xiao Pei nodded and remained silent. After a moment, she said angrily, I really want to kill those people in Shiting. As if she was worried about irritating Bai Yi again. Xiao Pei deliberately lowered her voice. Again and again. They keep forcing us. And this time, they even implicated Chen Su. Those people deserve to die. All of them deserve to die. Don't worry. There will be results soon. The leopard man did not interrupt Xiao Pei's anger. And his expression gradually became heavy. Bai Yi won't be depressed for too long. I believe everything will come to an end soon. Defense Algorithm Group, self-check completed. Global Control Group, self-check completed. Probability Assessment Group, self-check completed. Adaptive Group, self-check completed. The 77th iteration has been successfully completed. In Bai Yi's studio, Nova's voice sounded, coming through the speaker of the control host. As usual, Bai Yi did not respond, his eyes never raised, focusing on the operating table, carefully rebuilding the damaged and deformed mechanical arm inch by inch. Bai Yi searched for a long time in the bunker's garbage dump. Except for this half-arm and some scattered super titanium fragments. There were no other Chinsu items. He could only return to the base with the remaining half-arm, and locked himself up after returning to the studio. However, the leopard man was right. Bai Yi would not sink for too long. Even at this time, the mood that dominated him was no longer depression. The Shiting still lived safely on the godly blessing star. No one had paid the price for their actions yet. So how could he be depressed? The disconnected lines were reconnected one by one. And the cracked shell was welded and polished until it was as smooth as new. The inside of the arm was redesigned, retaining a groove as wide as the arm. And in the palm, a sub-chip for control was embedded. Bai Yi tightened the last screw and put down the tool. From the outside, this half of the mechanical arm still looks the same as when Shinsu used it. But inside there is space that can fully accommodate Bai Yi's left hand and left arm. Bai Yi carefully picked up the rebuilt mechanical arm, checked it carefully, then stretched out his left hand, put his fingers one by one into the fingers of the mechanical hand, and then pressed the entire mechanical arm down hard, fixing it tightly on his arm. All along, they have fought side by side, and this time will be no exception. After putting on the mechanical arm, Bai Yi left the operating table, walked to the door of the studio, and pushed it open. Bai Yi? Xiao Pei was the first to find him. She jumped up, and her voice instantly rose 8 degrees. You. Xiao Pei seemed to want to ask about his situation. But she stammered for a long time, and couldn't say it. Bai Yi didn't wait for her to express her concern, but spoke calmly, and directly issued the assembly call before departure. I'm ready, how about you? I'm ready too. Xiao Pei certainly understood what Bai Yi meant by ready and responded immediately without hesitation. Ready. The leopard man nodded to Bai Yi, with a solemn expression. The intelligent mechanical troops have been debugged and are ready to go into battle at any time. Oh, are we finally going to fight? Kasu had squatted on the roof without knowing when. He suddenly jumped down, clapped his hands, with his usual mischievous smile on his face. I'm fine. I'll follow Xiao Pei's orders at any time. Nova is also ready. Mu came over last, and Nova's voice resounded through the intelligent system in the base. The 80th iteration is complete. Efficiency increased by 98.3%, coordination increased by 98.7%, optimization increased by 99.8%. Novice United Front Module can be put into actual combat at any time. Okay. Bai Yi looked at his teammates in front of him, and tightly grasped his left hand wearing the robotic arm. Get ready, and set off immediately. Target, Star God Temple. Chapter 273 Be ready. God bless bunker. 3 elevators are running non-stop, sending the large number of God's troops that keep pouring into the hidden corners deep underground. Whether it is the front position that has been burned to the point of ruins, or the 13th work area called the Garbage Dump Area X, or even those other areas that have nothing to do with it, they are all closely monitored and defended by the God's army. In speculation, the most likely place for Bai Yi to appear first, the Garbage Dump Area X, is surrounded by layers of soldiers, ready to swarm up as soon as he appears, and destroy him invisibly. Although the gray-haired official always spoke in a condescending manner, the Divine Court was extremely cautious in this operation against Bai Yi. Otherwise they would not have made a thorough layout throughout the bunker, until it was surrounded like a cage-like forbidden area. Not only that, the guards in various parts of the city outside the bunker also received orders to be on alert throughout the city. The patrol frequency, number of guards, equipment level and other aspects of the alert intensity were increased several times. and military aircraft covered the entire divine blessing starry sky, bringing every corner of the streets and alleys under the high surveillance of the divine court. Bai Yi is not dead. Bai Yi must still be alive. The divine court's battle array was so huge that even ordinary people could see clearly what was happening. After being repeatedly harmed by the divine court, Bai Yi was still safe and sound. The various arrangements of the divine court clearly indicated that the declaration of war that Bai Yi issued to them in the cyber doomsday would be fulfilled in a blink of an eye. Bai Yi is really going to provoke the divine court. But can he really beat the divine court? They are not ordinary people. Everyone's heart was filled with worry and expectations. Looking at the soldiers patrolling the streets, imagining the coming chaos, some people even had some bold ideas in their hearts. Once they mentioned it to their relatives and friends in secret, they would be suppressed by the words, "Don't you want to live?" But not mentioning it doesn't mean not wanting to live. Living in such anxiety, no one wants to continue. As long as the God's court is still there, as long as this EVO still exists, there will never be peace. If you miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, maybe there will never be a chance to escape from the sea of suffering. Just like the desire reflected in my heart. A slogan began to spread quietly on the internet. The initiator was unknown. And there was no further explanation. It was spread very secretly. But its intention was not concealed, to protect Bai Yi and fight against the divine court. In the game, and see the light of day again. Who was brave enough to make such a statement on the internet? People were panicking. Seeing the slogan appear frequently, and then quickly deleted. Deleted and appeared again. Spreading in everyone's vision like a virus. Various emotions rolled in their hearts. And those words stirred countless voices like a wave. The thin paper covering it was easily torn open. And the suppressed thoughts that dared not to think about gradually condensed into seeds that were eager to break out of the ground in the waves. He was coming. And everything he expected would happen soon. I hope the dream will come true. And I hope everything will go well. If all this can really be realized smoothly, then we are also ready. How long has it been? In a hall of the Star God Temple. The silver-haired official tapped his fingers lightly on the table. After a moment of silence, he asked the secretary beside him. About 48 hours. The secretary replied respectfully. 2 days and 2 nights have passed since Bai Yi disappeared from the garbage dump. The Divine Court Army has been on high alert in the bunker for quite some time. However, both the bunker and the Divine Blessing Star are still peaceful. There has been no attack, no abnormality, and even no sign of Bai Yi's appearance. What is he planning? The silver-haired official whispered to himself, frowning, and after thinking for a moment, he instructed the secretary to contact the commander of the army guarding the entrance to Zone X of the garbage disposal site. Sir, what are your instructions? The commander's voice came through the communication. Is there anything to report at the garbage dump? The silver-haired official asked directly without any greetings. Not at the moment. As the guard of the most important checkpoint, the commander's tone seemed a little uneasy. All the workers' work has been completely stopped, and they are being detained together. Soldiers have also been sent to monitor all blind spots and corners, but Bai Yi's whereabouts have not been found so far. The silver-haired official frowned even tighter. Then, what about the portal? Even if he escapes your surveillance, there is only this one exit to leave this garbage dump. Transmission. Huh? The commander was about to answer. But suddenly the conversation was interrupted, and it took 2 seconds to reconnect. There is no abnormality at the portal for the time being. No abnormality? The silver-haired official keenly noticed the strangeness on the other end of the communication. The reason for your pause just now is... Report to the commander. The indicator light of the portal did flash just now. But I am guarding the portal, and I am sure that no one has passed through. So I judge that this may be an accidental malfunction. The commander reported truthfully. Accidental failure? The silver-haired official paused. His tone suddenly turned cold. And asked the commander. Do you know who is in Bai Yi's team? Yes. The commander has done research on this. Bai Yi's team includes the mechanical warrior Chen Su, the humanoid computer Mu, a spy girl, a mutant, and a synthetic leopard man. Now Chen Su is dead. Including Bai Yi, there are 5 combatants. Then do you know? Does that spy girl can be invisible? The silver-haired official asked the key question directly. The commander was stunned immediately. Invisible? What does the commander mean? The silver-haired official did not explain too much. The indicator light of the portal was only on for a moment, which was obviously not enough to determine that Bai Yi had left Area X of the garbage dump. They would never withdraw the troops stationed in the garbage dump and the bunker. After thinking about it, he instructed the commander to be vigilant and report at any time, and then hung up the communication. However, things were obviously not that simple. Although the deployment of troops did not change, an ominous premonition gradually spread in the heart of the silver-haired official, becoming stronger as time passed, and becoming more and more difficult to ignore. If Bai Yi could really escape the garbage dump quietly under tight defense, where would he go, and how would he get there? Leaving the bunker requires multiple verifications. And there is only one passage. The elevator. Even the army of the Divine Court must pass through here to enter and exit. In addition, the high-voltage power grid around the entrance is operating normally. And there is a large area of open wilderness outside the power grid. It is difficult for them to overcome these obstacles and go outside the bunker. The silver-haired official thought over and over again, and finally suppressed his irrational premonition a little. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, if Bai Yi really breaks through the siege and escapes from the bunker successfully, the dense high-level alert in the godly blessing star will be enough to make him unable to move. All arrangements and plans have been complete. No matter what, this time this secret farce must be completely ended. We have waited for 2 days. Bai Yi still hasn't appeared. No big thing has happened. I really don't know what the higher-ups asked us to report back. The deputy captain sat in the co-pilot seat of the small aircraft and said to the captain who was driving. This aircraft had just taken off from the bunker entrance and was flying towards the Star God Temple. There were 2 officers on board. Not long ago, their communication received instructions from the Star God Temple, requiring them to immediately go to the headquarters to report the situation at the bunker entrance and receive new instructions. And it's not a big deal at all. It can be solved directly by communication. Why did they have to come here? I really don't understand what the superiors are thinking. The deputy captain continued. The superiors' instructions always have their reasons. We just need to follow them. The captain responded. And you saw it when you first arrived, right? The circle of black charcoal at the entrance of the bunker. The black charcoal the captain was talking about was the charred bodies left behind by Bai Yi and his men. The deputy captain recalled the chilling scene, swallowed his saliva, and hummed softly. If Bai Yi and his men had appeared at this time, then we would have escaped a disaster. After thinking about it, I hope to report more times, the captain said. The deputy captain nodded in agreement. The aircraft flew very fast, and the distance of several hundred kilometers would be reached soon. The 2 chatted for a while, and soon arrived at the apron near the Star God Temple. The aircraft passed the verification and landed smoothly on one side of the apron. Then the 2 got off the plane, closed the cabin door, and prepared to go to the headquarters. However, before they took a few steps, they heard the cabin door behind them click, and it seemed to be closed again. Huh? The 2 turned around at the same time, but saw that there was no one behind them, and the aircraft was still quietly parked in the same place. Did you close the cabin door just now? I closed it. The 2 looked at each other, took out their weapons tacitly, and looked around nervously. However, after looking around for a long time, they did not find anything unusual. Is it an auditory hallucination? The 2 officers had to put away their weapons, and stayed there for a while in confusion, before deciding to walk into the Star God Temple. Chapter 274 Final Settlement. Tick, tick, tick. On the gorgeous retro clock face, the second hand moves second by second. Since the call with the commander of the garbage dump, about an hour has passed. The gray-haired official looked up to check the time, and then turned his eyes to the holographic projection next to him. The projection showed an overview of the God's Blessing Star area. All the monitored locations were a calm blue, and no alarms were seen. The gray-haired official stared at the overly peaceful projection, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He was a calm person, and had experienced all kinds of sudden and large-scale situations. After all, he was the highest commander of the military coordination of the Divine Court, and the chief person in charge of the New World Plan mentioned by the Leopard Man. He was in a high position and had rich experience. But this time, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. In the New World Plan, he faced primitive regimes, self-contained civilian armed forces, and even strongly resisting refugees. The enemy was never just an ant that could be crushed by anyone. And even if he temporarily failed, it was a common occurrence in the military. However, this time, the other party was just a group of civilians, and they were on the godly blessing star, which should have been easy to control. But now, the God Court has mobilized a large number of troops, formulated a strict strategic deployment, and under the watchful eyes of all the people on the godly blessing star. It is specifically for the purpose of capturing those few people. If it does not do this, Bai Yi may take advantage of the situation. But if the operation fails, the prestige of the God Court on the godly blessing star will inevitably decline significantly, and the consequences may be immeasurable. For the gray-haired official, this is even more stressful than any battle in the New World Plan. Sir. The secretary beside him checked the information summary and reported in time. The captain of Team 15 guarding the bunker entrance has arrived at the Star God Hall and completed the report. There are currently no abnormal people entering or leaving the bunker entrance. Please rest assured. Who? The gray-haired official was stunned for a moment after his thoughts were interrupted, and raised his head in confusion. Captain of Team 15? Who asked them to come back? The secretary was stunned for a moment. Didn't you ask them to come back? Me? The gray-haired official was stunned, and then realized that something was wrong. His face suddenly changed, and he stood up. You just said that they came to the Star God Hall from the bunker? You? Bring them here immediately. Before he finished speaking, the lights in the entire hall suddenly went out, and only a faint blue light flashed above. Hello, everyone. My name is Nova. The voice that came from nowhere reverberated mercilessly in the Star God Hall, and everyone's nerves were instantly tense. Please note that all exits have been blocked by us. In 1 minute, we will launch an attack here. During this period, external communications will be temporarily maintained. Those who want to leave will. Please hurry up. In addition, please do not hide, and face death calmly. The attack will not last too long, but there will be no rescue afterwards. Humans are far more unbearable for a long death process than an instant death. What does this mean? The officials in the Star God Hall were shocked and panicked, but they only received a brief threat from Nova's voice. After a few warnings, the countdown began to tick in the hall, with a clear rhythm and no emotion, as if it was the footsteps of the god of death. Chaotic shouts came from outside the hall, and it was obvious that someone was at a loss. The gray-haired official stood in the extinguished hall, his hands clenched into fists, looking quite gloomy, but it was impossible to see clearly in the dim light. It was Bai Yi. This obvious conclusion emerged instantly. As the highest military commander, he would not sit and wait for death. After pausing for a second, he immediately began to arrange an emergency response plan. The appearance of Bai Yi's artificial intelligence indicates that the temple's defense system has been invaded. You notify the technical department immediately. Start the backup system. Start the encirclement mode. Release the dissolving virus, and make sure to completely eliminate his artificial intelligence. You notify the military defense department, and call back all patrol forces within 10 kilometers. If Bai Yi wants to attack the Star God Temple, he must appear in the area near the temple. The patrol forces must return to defend, and search closely for Bai Yi's traces. If they find him, they will kill him on the spot. You notify the Special Guard Division. Dispatch all special guards to cooperate with the patrol forces. Search outward from the temple, and kill Bai Yi immediately if they find him. Everyone, at the same time as sending out the communication, quickly go to the target department, so as not to interrupt the communication after 1 minute, which will affect the execution of the order. Yes. The subordinates around responded in unison, and then left quickly. The gray-haired official forced himself to remain calm, and his eyes turned back to the holographic projection. All areas still displayed a calm blue, although the lights of the Star God Hall had been provocatively turned off by Bai Yi, and there was no alarm in the central area. However, this calm did not last long. The Divine Court Special Guard had already been on standby and acted quickly. Before the 1-minute countdown was over, the central area of the projection suddenly flashed a dazzling red light. Bai Yi's figure was found in the Divine Blessing Square. Bai Yi and his men totaled 5, and a large number of mechanical soldiers appeared, which was difficult to count for the time being. The Special Guard has been dispatched, and the target is Divine Blessing Square. The 1-minute time is almost up. In the center of the Divine Blessing Square, Bai Yi was still sitting on the shoulder of the broken machine, with his right hand supporting his cheek, and the mechanical fingers on his left moved slightly, sometimes opening, and then slowly closing. Around him, in addition to several queso leopards and neatly lined mechanical warriors, there were also many guards of the Divine Court. They were the first to discover Bai Yi and his group. But before they could raise the alarm, they had already turned into innocent corpses. 15 seconds left. Nova's voice came from the speaker of the bad machine. In the network, Nova's movement speed was almost as fast as lightning. Of course, he would not stay in the defense system of the Star God Hall and wait for the other party to encircle and suppress him. After collecting the necessary information in the Star God Hall, he officially declared war on Bai Yi, and then returned to the bad machine, quickly adjusted the attack plan, and waited for the end of the 1-minute countdown with Bai Yi and others. The gray-haired official series of speculations and deployments were actually quite accurate. Bai Yi entered the secret realm from the garbage dump. If he wanted to return to the godly blessing star, he could only open the exit of the secret realm card in the garbage dump. The God Court had already foreseen this, and deployed heavy troops around the garbage dump. Bai Yi could certainly see through all this, and would never easily break into the enemy's encirclement. Therefore, the task of breaking through the bunker siege naturally fell on Xiao Pei's shoulders. Xiao Pei was equipped with an optical stealth device. In the dim environment of the bunker, Xiao Pei's stealth was even less likely to be detected. So, Xiao Pei took the secret realm card alone, passed through the black hole, landed in the corner of the garbage dump, and then quickly became invisible, and quietly moved to the exit of the bunker. As early as 2 days ago, when Xiao Pei entered the bunker, Mu had already made special settings in advance in the transmission devices in various places to facilitate their entry and exit. Xiao Pei successfully passed through the transmission place, quietly got on the passing military vehicle, followed closely, and took the elevator back to the ground. With Mu's ability, it was not difficult to send false instructions to the two officers. Xiao Pei hid in the corner, allowed Mu to come out and perform a series of operations, and then hid Mu back to the secret realm. Then, like when leaving the bunker, he secretly followed the two officers who believed it to be true to board the aircraft, and easily and smoothly brought the secret realm card, or in other words, with all their combat power, to the vicinity of the attack target in the White Knight plan of the Star God Temple. Now, Bai Yi, Ka Su, Leopard Man, Xiao Pei and Mu were standing in this empty square, staring coldly at the towering Star God Temple. The large number of mechanical warriors in the back remained silent, waiting for Bai Yi's order. However, Bai Yi kept his promise and agreed to start the battle in 1 minute. He really did not issue any attack orders in advance. Even not far away, a large number of aggressive special guards and soldiers were seen. The time is up. Go ahead, Bai Yi said to Nova. Almost at the moment the order was issued, hundreds of mechanical warriors immediately took action, quickly formed a square formation, blocked the surging soldiers of the Divine Court, and protected Bai Yi and others in the center. Bai Yi commanded the bad machines to march forward to the special guards in front, heading straight for the Star God Hall. The mechanical warriors moved their formations accurately. When the special guards of the God Court approached, the mechanical warriors on the outermost side all showed their weapons. Bai Yi, you are surrounded. Please put down your weapons. Stop your arrogant behavior. In the loudspeakers around the square, some officer was shouting at Bai Yi. As the speaker said, patrol troops from all directions continued to pour into the square, completely blocking Bai Yi's retreat. However, Bai Yi's expression remained calm, and even his eyebrows did not move. Just as a few words fell, the mechanical warriors around the square array ignored them, raised their weapons, and opened fire. And what flew out from the wide muzzle was a strange shell that transmitted black fog. What is this black fog? Be careful of their weapons. The black fog gun is the latest military experiment of the Divine Court, which has not yet been widely used. Many soldiers in the patrol force have never even seen such a weapon. But now, these weapons that should have been used against Bai Yi have been seized by Bai Yi in large quantities. The soldiers dodged in their instinctive reaction, but quickly filled their positions. But the black fog that had not yet dispersed mercilessly devoured their hands, feet and bodies without mercy. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The black fog is dangerous. The soldiers panicked, and the vanguard troops immediately lost their formation. But Bai Yi didn't care about these panicked soldiers, commanding the bad machine to jump up, and the dazzling white laser light hit the special guards in front, turning them into burnt human figures. No one deserves mercy. Since we are blocked here, we must be aware of it. The broken machine fell back to the ground, under Bai Yi's instructions, stepping on the coke, continued to move towards the Star God Hall. Everything that we have experienced, the pain and loss that we have endured, has its due price. The God's Court owed us. Now, it is finally time to settle accounts. Chapter 275. Try to help you survive. What? The gray-haired official stared at the soldier, who was reporting the battle situation in the video, and his voice instantly rose 8 degrees. Although the backup intelligence system had restored the communication that was cut off by Nova, the lighting was turned on again. And the blockade of the hall exit had been lifted, but still no official evacuated from the Star God Hall. After all, under the protection of the hall defense system, the security inside the Star God Hall was obviously higher than outside. The battle reports were constantly sent back from the Divine Blessing Square, and in one sentence, the patrol troops and special guards, they were simply unable to resist Bai Yi and his mechanical soldiers. How many robots does he have? How many troops do we have? How could a civilian leave the Divine Court Patrol helpless? As the situation continued to deteriorate, the gray-haired official became furious, and his tone lost its composure. Report to the commander. Bai Yi's robot army is extremely powerful. Our attack was almost completely predicted by them, and the speed was so fast that we could not find any flaws. Their attack was also very fierce. In addition to the black fog, there were also flames. Now the fires have merged together, and we can't get into the range at all. Waste. The gray-haired official cursed, but he could not issue an order immediately. Although the patrol force is a member of the Divine Court Army, their main task is patrol and defense. The soldiers are not top fighters, and their weapons are not first-rate. And those top fighters are inefficiently moving to the Star God Temple through the elevator. The gray-haired official frowned, clenched his fists, and made a crisp sound. Although he decided to call back the core forces guarding the bunker after learning that Bai Yi appeared in the Star God Temple, he did not feel too nervous about the current situation. In his subconscious, the existence of a civilian is nothing to the patrol force and the special guards. He never thought that the regular army of the Divine Court would be so powerless in the confrontation with the robots that Bai Yi had put together. However, Bai Yi's ability is only so much. The gray-haired official tried to calm himself down and weigh the current situation. He admitted that it was a mistake to transfer the main combat force, but he believed that these forces could be transferred back in the end. And even without relying on combat power, the Star God Temple would never fall into Bai Yi's hands. This is an indestructible fortress, with extremely high density of building materials, solid structure, and a large number of highly destructive concentrated energy impact cannons. Once the enemy approaches, the temple's defense system will be activated immediately, and hundreds of impact cannons will be fired at the same time. Bai Yi and his mob will probably be wiped out. However, if such heavy weapons were to be used, the face of the Divine Court would be completely lost. The gray-haired official was full of frustration, and his face was gloomy. He was considering how to dispatch troops to eliminate Bai Yi outside the Star God Hall. At this moment, a strange bell suddenly sounded in the hall. The holographic projection of the overall overview was slightly blurred, and then a line of dark golden words appeared on the projection. "My lord, there is an oracle." The secretary reminded him hurriedly. The oracle is an instruction conveyed by the Supreme Great God, as a medium for the Divine Court to communicate with the Star God. The Great God is usually hidden on the top floor of the Star God Hall. As a mysterious symbol, the Great God Lord does not really manage the affairs of the Divine Court, but only occasionally conveys some simple instructions. The current situation has alarmed even the Great God Lord, who has always been indifferent to other people's affairs. The gray-haired official was disdainful, and glanced at the oracle floating on the projection. The content of the oracle was as brief as usual. Confusing, the general star is retrograde. The stars are trapped, and the strong can be destroyed, but it is difficult to go back. What is this? The gray-haired official gradually lost his patience, and frowned slightly. As the highest commander of the Divine Court's military affairs, his attention has always been focused on force, armaments, and strategy. He only respects the vague oracles of the Great Divine Lord on the surface, but does not take them seriously in his heart. Now the situation has exceeded expectations. He has no time to think about the meaning of these words, and hurriedly asks his secretary to reply to the Great Divine Lord, and then opens the terminal again to check the battle report records. In a moment, several more battle reports were added. The vanguard troops returning from the bunker have arrived at the edge of the Divine Blessing Square, but Bai Yi has completely blocked the square with fire, and the vanguard troops are trying to put out the fire and break into the square. Now there are only the surviving Divine Court special guards, and a few patrol troops left in the square. And the special guards in front reported that Bai Yi and his men have approached the Star God Hall, including the Great Divine Lord. Almost all the high-level Divine Court officials are in this hall. It goes without saying that this is undoubtedly the heart of the Divine Court. Bai Yi's target is obviously this heart. Although the Star God Hall has a huge defensive capability, it is only the last barrier protecting the heart. I thought that only the army could deal with Bai Yi. But I didn't expect that I might have to open the strongest defense of the divine blessing star to deal with a small ant. Lost all face. The gray-haired official's face was as gloomy as ink. But even if he lost face, he would never let Bai Yi move forward. Notify all personnel. Prepare for the Star God Temple to enter combat mode. Once the combat mode is activated, the area around the Star God Temple will be highly dangerous. Everyone needs to return to the core area, and no one is allowed to leave the temple without permission. The technical department must go all out to ensure the stable operation of the backup defense system. The hackers in Bai Yi's team should not be underestimated. All technicians will be deployed at the highest level of alert from now on, and must prevent Bai Yi's system from invading. In addition, all middle-level and above officials, everyone should go to the central conference room immediately to discuss the next strategic response together. Yes! There are more and more troops outside, little Bai Yi. The mechanical soldiers struggled to resist the continuous influx of enemy troops and special guards, and the core troops reinforced from the bunker had also surrounded the God's Blessing Square. Queso did not join the battle, but just stood high on the other side of the broken machine, maintaining the flame belt to prevent reinforcements. But the power of one person is limited after all. Seeing that the external troops are increasing, they are about to break through the defense line and rush in. If we don't hurry up, we will be in big trouble. Queso shouted to Bai Yi. Mu, how are you doing? Bai Yi did not respond to Queso directly, but asked Mu. Mu also did not participate in the battle. He just stayed around Bai Yi's seat, within the protection range of the force field, focusing on the key operations on the holographic screen. Bai Yi saw that Mu didn't answer, and he knew what he meant. Hold on a little longer, Bai Yi said to Kasuo. Hey! Kasuo responded, although he was puzzled. But he continued to blast out the flames. At this moment, a bullet suddenly flew from the side. Kasuo's nerves tightened, and he dodged quickly. The bullet almost grazed his body. Stop! A familiar voice came from not far away. Kasuo turned his head and saw a figure in a special guard uniform rushing into the encirclement of mechanical warriors, pushing away a robot that was attacking her, and then raised the muzzle of the gun and pointed it directly at Bai Yi. The person was tall, with flowing red hair, agile and powerful movements, and her uniform was stained with unknown blood. But her face was full of righteousness. She was Mary Jo. Bai Yi. Stop! You can't break through the Star God Temple. Mary Jo shouted to Bai Yi. The defense system of the Star God Temple is extremely powerful. Once the combat mode is activated, you will die here. She was aggressive, and her tone seemed to reveal concern. The mechanical warriors did not regard Mary Jo as a target, as if Nova recognized that she was not just an enemy. Bai Yi just glanced at Mary Jo, and quickly looked away, without responding. Did you hear that, Bai Yi? Mary Jo's face darkened, and her voice became a little higher. Don't go any further. Don't go against the Divine Court. If you continue like this, you won't have a good ending. There was a threat in his words, but Bai Yi still didn't look at her. If it was before, Bai Yi might have had a few words with Mary Jo, but in his eyes at this moment, Mary Jo's existence was almost transparent. The Divine Court owed him too much, and there were countless grudges to be settled. How could he give up just because of a few persuasions from irrelevant people? The Star God Hall was right in front of him. No matter how many guns were pointed at him, no one could stop his steps today. There are about 3 minutes left to complete. Mu suddenly spoke, answering Bai Yi's question. Bai Yi nodded, still sitting quietly in his chair, looking indifferently at the magnificent and towering spires. When the Divine Court soldiers approached, he commanded the bad machine to emit a white laser and swept it out fiercely. Bai Yi, are you listening to me? Mary Jo was almost hit by the laser, jumped back swiftly, avoided the laser range, and shouted again, but still did not get a response from Bai Yi. The mechanical warriors guarded Bai Yi without emotion. Casso fired a rocket, the flames became more intense. The leopard Xiaopei cooperated tacitly with the mechanical warriors, while Mu was not moved by the surrounding war, kept his head down, focusing on the last 3 minutes of the task at hand. This group of people had no intention of retreating. Mary Jo pursed her lips tightly, thinking for a moment. Bai Yi? She was moved, and finally made up her mind, holding the gun tightly. If you still insist on being stubborn, I can only return to my position. I am not stronger than other special guards, and one more of me is not enough to stop you. But I will never let you go like this. The majesty of the God Court cannot be violated. Please stop as soon as possible. And keep your self-respect. As she said, Mary Jo jumped up. With the help of the power of the mechanical warrior next to her, she flew into the air and pointed the gun at Bai Yi. Bai Yi finally set his eyes on her again, but there was a hint of cold ferocity in his eyes. At this moment, Queso suddenly made a tisk sound, flew out from the side on his bad machine, and pounced on Mary Jo. Xiao Pei, lend me the flying blade. Queso shouted to Xiao Pei, and then took the flying blade. And before Mary Jo could react, he slashed her skin. Do you remember what I promised you before? I want to help you do something. Queso pressed Mary Jo, with a wicked smile on his face. The anesthetic in the flying blade quickly spread in Mary Jo's blood. She widened her eyes in surprise, but soon lost the strength to resist. The last thing she saw was the man's smug smile. There was chaos and noise all around, but his words were clearly audible. Since you didn't ask, let me help you survive. Otherwise, if you die, I won't be able to keep my promise. This woman is really an ignorant woman. Chapter 276. It's over. Bai Yi didn't know what agreement Queso had with Mary Jo, but as long as Mary Jo didn't cause trouble, he didn't have to kill her. Queso quickly tied up the unconscious Mary Jo, carried her on his back, and quickly climbed up the broken machine again to maintain his flame belt. However, in just a few seconds, the flame belt had been broken open by the reinforcements outside. Oops! Queso hurriedly began to remedy the situation, and the leopard man saw this, and hurriedly picked up the flame cannon F-36, and sprayed high-energy flames at the gap. However, the reinforcements seemed to have prepared enough foam sprayers. Not only did Queso and the leopard man's efforts have limited effect, but the flame belts were also suppressed by the foam and could no longer burn. Bai Yi? How long will you take? Queso shouted, and the fire arrows in his hand were fired more and more densely. However, there were more and more reinforcements from the outside, and their momentum was getting stronger and stronger. They were about to break through the flame belt and break into the God's Blessing Square. Unexpectedly, there was an unknown commotion behind the reinforcements. The commotion spread quickly. The reinforcements' formation was obviously in disarray. A noisy voice was heard. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Even the sound of nearby gunfire was drowned out. Protect Bai Yi. See the light of day again. Protect Bai Yi. See the light of day again. Silently hearing his own name, Bai Yi turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Behind the reinforcements in the distance, a large crowd of red people could be vaguely seen. Crowds of people came from all directions. The fiery red wave surrounded the reinforcements on the periphery, forming a clear contrast with the dark gray uniforms of the Shiting army. The fiery red gathered more and more, and quickly merged into an ocean. The boundary was overwhelmed, and was broken by the red wave at a certain moment. The reinforcements of the Divine Court, who were about to attack the square, were instantly submerged by the excited crowd. Protect Bai Yi. See the light of day again. Protect Bai Yi. See the light of day again. These people, are they all Bai Yi's supporters? Xiao Pei looked at the chaotic scene behind her, and her eyes widened. Before she joined Bai Yi's team, Bai Yi's fans were limited to the small group of audiences who cheered for him in the Star Cluster Hall. Now it seems that Bai Yi's red turban supporters are huge in number and powerful, and have formed a powerful force that even the Divine Court army can hardly resist. Oh my god! Bai Yi is so powerful! It's so powerful! The gradually weakening flame seemed to be rekindled, spreading fiercely, and the momentum was almost blazing a prairie fire. Xiao Pei was amazed at the spectacular scene behind him, and couldn't help covering his mouth. At this time, Queso also stopped firing fire arrows, leaned over to sit on the shoulder of Bad Machine, snapped his fingers easily, and laughed. Bai Yi saw that the reinforcements were temporarily blocked by the crowd, and his heart trembled. He turned and looked forward. At this moment, Mu next to him spoke calmly, and his short words announced the end of the 3-minute wait. It's done. You can trigger it at any time, Mu said. Okay. Bai Yi's eyes sank slightly, and his eyes were once again cast on the top building complex that symbolized the highest power of the Divine Court. And then, he directed Bad Machine to move forward steadily. The special guards and patrol troops were almost wiped out. There was no obstacle in front of Bai Yi. The mechanical warriors put away their weapons. The leopard man and Xiao Pei also returned to his side. The mechanical giant moved forward with a clang, leading the huge mechanical army, and stopped about 100 meters away from the Star God Hall. The Star God Hall stood quietly, just like usual, with no signs of any system activation. Although a large number of troops came in force, except for the unknown officer and Mary Jo behind the loudspeaker, no high-level official of the God Court came forward to make any statement to Bai Yi, who was approaching the city. Perhaps in their eyes, Bai Yi was still unworthy of a direct dialogue with them. Coincidentally, Bai Yi did not want to waste time on meaningless disputes. Bai Yi took a deep breath, and his right hand tightly grasped the mechanical arm in his left hand. The cold and smooth metal feeling was familiar to him. The mechanical arm in the air seemed to be holding his hand, which strengthened his confidence to move forward. After thousands of sails, in the final decisive battle, they will definitely go hand in hand. Bai Yi calmed down, raised his left hand, facing the direction of the Star God Hall, and then flipped it slightly. The AJ-8 rocket launcher instantly appeared above the mechanical arm. Soon, everything will be over. Whoosh! A rocket flew out from the muzzle, hitting the top of the Star God Temple, and exploded. With a bang, the loud explosion seemed to echo not far away. In the central conference hall of the Star God Temple, the officials of the Divine Court sat together, including the Minister of the Game Department and the Director of the Special Security Department. The explosion caused a commotion, and the gray-haired official sitting in the first seat pressed his hands firmly on the table, subconsciously looked out the window, and then quickly asked the liaison officer on the front line of the Star God Temple's defense through video communication. "Has Bai Yi started the attack?" the gray-haired officer said in a tense tone. "Yes, sir," the other end of the communication replied. "He fired rockets at the Star God Temple. The attack energy has reached the threshold. The combat mode will start soon." As the liaison officer said start soon, a rumbling vibration quickly echoed in every corner of the Star God Temple. This huge building complex was like a sleeping beast, disturbed by Bai Yi's shell, and slowly woke up. The gray-haired official listened to the low roar that filled the Star God Hall, and finally calmed down a little. Here is the highest level of defense fortifications in the All Gods Blessing Star. After the battle mode is activated, the Star God Hall will become the most powerful weapon barrier. No matter how strong Bai Yi's firepower is, it cannot break through our hall. Please rest assured. The gray-haired official tried his best to calm the emotions of many officials in the conference hall. But after a few words, the topic changed. However, a civilian activated the highest defense of the hall. This is unprecedented in the history of our God's Court, and is an unbearable shame. After this storm is over, how to restore the prestige of the Divine Court is the most serious challenge we are facing now. The battle mode will continue for a while. Please think about this issue seriously during this period. Some officials nodded in approval. Some looked solemn. Some were indignant at Bai Yi's behavior, and some were disappointed with the incompetence of the army. The atmosphere in the hall was depressing and heavy, and everyone sat in their respective seats with gloomy faces. But out of absolute trust in the strongest fortifications on the Divine Blessing Star, no one showed any panic. Everyone was quietly waiting for the end of this farce. The surveillance footage of the battlefield was projected on one side of the conference hall. Everyone was ready to witness with their own eyes the moment when the troublesome civilians, who had been bothering them for so long, were finally put to rest. They all believed that the tiny rebels were doomed to be unable to compete with the Divine Court. The battle mode has been activated, all exits have been closed. The energy-focused impact cannon has been loaded, the attack is about to begin, please be prepared. The voice of the intelligence system sounded in the Star God Hall, and also echoed in the conference hall. The tone was mechanical and calm, the voice was neutral, and it sounded somewhat familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere just now. The gray-haired official was startled, looked up at the sky, and suddenly got startled, and suddenly remembered the source of the voice. It's that Nova. It's Nova. Someone took over his words, and the voice sounded in the air, but it instantly switched to someone else's voice. It's a bit impolite to let Nova speak for me, so I decided to talk to you in person. In person. The gray-haired official widened his eyes. You are? Bai Yi. The voice was frank and unrestrained, and he said his name without any hesitation. Bai Yi. The conference room was silent for a moment, and then there was a loud noise. Bai Yi. How could it be Bai Yi? This is the intelligent defense system of the Star God Hall. How could it make Bai Yi's voice? Bai Yi's voice appeared here, which means we have never met, and I don't know who you are, but I am honored to be so concerned by you big shots, and even planned such a big battle for me. Bai Yi's voice was faint, although it was called chatting, but it did not give the officials of the God Court any room to express their opinions. But I always believe in buying and selling, borrowing and returning. You have set up a big show for me, so I must return the favor. What belongs to you is what I should take back. You, the gray-haired official, was totally unprepared for such a situation. Although he knew that Bai Yi had hackers, he had never imagined that the entire palace system would be completely controlled by Bai Yi without anyone noticing. What on earth do you want to do? The gray-haired official tried to save face, and shouted into the air. What you say now is meaningless. No matter how you threaten, the combat system has been activated. You can't survive the attack of hundreds of energy cannons. Oh, really? Facing the resolute declaration of the gray-haired official, Bai Yi's tone was calm. Then why not give it a try? Everyone, are you ready? Bang! As Bai Yi's voice fell, a huge cannon sound suddenly rang out outside the building. The whole hall shook violently in an instant, almost shaking the officials off their chairs. The cabinets collapsed, the decorations shattered into pieces, the chandeliers shook wildly, and dust fell from the ceiling. The officials were horrified, and hurriedly stood up, and the scene was in chaos. And before the gray-haired official could react, the second cannon blasted the high window and half of the wall on one side of the hall to pieces. Where did this attack come from? What kind of weapon could easily penetrate the outer wall of the Star God Temple? No, impossible. Could it be? The gray-haired official finally panicked. He hurriedly held onto the table and wanted to contact the front line of defense, but found that the communication screen was already dark and had been disconnected long ago. No. How could this happen? The gray-haired official grabbed the edge of the desk. His eyes widened. His mind went blank in an instant. Impossible. How could this happen? How could this happen? But no one could give him an answer. Everyone was in panic and shouting. The high and mighty attitude of the divine court completely collapsed at this moment. The gray-haired official opened his mouth, but could not utter a word, and could only watch outside the broken wall the next shell, with flames, accompanied by strong winds, suddenly flew towards them. The Star God Temple is equipped with an extremely complete self-defense system. Once attacked, it will immediately enter combat mode. Its structural design and building materials are extremely solid, and ordinary weapons cannot shake it at all. Inside the temple, there are hidden energy impact cannons with extremely high destructive power. The power of these weapons is definitely not something that ordinary defense can withstand. All hidden energy impact cannons are controlled by the temple defense system, including the timing, intensity, frequency, and target selection of the attack. All this information was fully collected when Mu and Nova first invaded the temple defense system. Although it was easily hacked once, the subsequent replacement of the backup defense system took Mu and Nova a lot of effort. The enemy's technical team was extremely vigilant. Many encryption measures were added to the backup system, and countless interference programs were introduced, which obviously intended to trap the intruders on the periphery and prevent them from reaching the core of the system. However, compared with the artificial intelligence with self-iteration capabilities, the limited technical personnel and time seemed pale and powerless. Nova and Mu cooperated tacitly and mastered the newly added passwords and program logic in the backup system in a short time. They carefully cracked the encryption, avoided countless alarm points, quietly penetrated the core control program, carefully adjusted the firing parameters of the energy-focused impact cannon, and directed all the destructive firepower to the main body of the Star God Temple. Finally, Bai Yi's rocket ignited this self-destructive attack that shocked the whole audience. Using their own spears to attack their own shields, their attack really surpassed their defense. Just like Mu's reasoning results of the lot model, Bai Yi sat on the shoulder of the broken machine, watching the flames that broke out between the pointed buildings from a distance. Bricks and rubble fell one after another. Smoke and dust filled the air. Although the distance was far, the hall was deep, and even though the solid barriers were collapsing, Bai Yi still could not see what the towering God's court looked like behind it. However, at this moment, perhaps only a terrified face of dying remained. Strip off the gorgeous coat given by power. Drain the fresh flesh and blood that no longer deserved to have. And the God's court was nothing more than a group of extremely corrupt human bodies. Bai Yi stared at the collapse in front of him quietly, until the last spire collapsed, and he said no more. In the dusty ruins, it was like a huge tombstone, burying the troubles of the past. Bai Yi let out a long breath. His eyelids drooped slightly, and his eyes fell on the half of the mechanical arm he was holding. It was over. His fingertips gently brushed past, removing a thin layer of dust on the metal surface. This long-lasting game. Finally, we passed it. Chapter 277, Final Chapter, Endless Stars. The Star God Temple has collapsed. It really collapsed. The Star God Temple has really collapsed. Is the God's Court still there? Are those priests still alive? No one could give an answer. Everyone stopped, stood still, looking at the ruins where the fire had gradually gone out. The God's Court's troops also stopped fighting. The officers kept calling out in the communication, but never received any response. Is it really destroyed? Military Affairs Department, Command, Defense Department, Special Guards, and the Star God Temple. Is it really everything gone? The soldiers put down their weapons one after another and stared at the cloud of dust together with the civilians in red scarves. At this moment, no one knew whether to continue fighting or for whom to fight, staring at it in confusion, not even sure whether to cheer or cry. Let's go! Outside the ruins of the temple, Bai Yi was silent for a long time, before he raised his head and said to his teammates beside him, although the matter has been completed, and what should be ended has also been ended, there is still not much excitement in the heart. What is left is only silence and endless emptiness. Although they paid a huge price for this, what they lost is still irreversible. Although the result is already in hand, what they really get is not very meaningful. In short, everything has been settled. Bai Yi did not think about it anymore, but just called Xiao Pei, indicating her to open the secret realm card. At this time, his eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of some familiar figures. Lao Ping? Bai Yi turned around and was startled. Why are you here? As the core figure of the red turban, Jia Zipping would of course be here. He spread the news on the internet, encouraged the public to support him, and even the slogan Protect Bai Yi was his idea. Bai Yi was surprised to see Lao Ping unexpectedly. After all, in his mind, Lao Ping was just an old friend who ran a grocery store. Nothing. I came to see you. Bring him with you. Lao Ping smiled and pointed to the boy beside him. Bai Yi looked in the direction of Lao Ping's finger, and saw that the boy was wearing a red headscarf, was thin, and looked a little inconspicuous. Although he came for Bai Yi, he didn't pay any attention to Bai Yi at this time. He just stared blankly at the ruins of the Star God Temple, as if he was frozen in the air. His name is Arnold, and he is your supporter, Jia Zipping said. When you didn't know, he did a lot for you. And he is the child of the God Court. The child of the God Court? Bai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Bai Yi knew that he had a group of supporters wearing red scarves, but he didn't expect that Lao Ping was also one of them. And there were even children from the Divine Court supporting him. The Divine Court and the red scarf. These two contradictory labels were actually concentrated on the same boy. Now, having witnessed the destruction of the Divine Court with his own eyes, how would he feel? Bai Yi stared at Arnold and found that Arnold seemed to be awakened by their conversation and turned to look at Bai Yi mechanically. Although the red scarf was a symbol he had worn for a long time, this was the first time he really saw Bai Yi in person. This meeting took place just before the ruins of the Star God Temple collapsed. Arnold had always supported Bai Yi wholeheartedly, and he naturally did not want Bai Yi to die at the hands of the Divine Court. But he had never thought that the result of doing everything he could to protect Bai Yi would be the complete destruction of the Star God Temple, the highest concentration of power in the Divine Court. Perhaps he had thought about it, but he just didn't want to think about it. Everything in the world has a price, and gaining one thing will inevitably lose something else. Whether it is the Divine Court, Bai Yi, or Arnold, it is the same. Bai Yi looked at Arnold silently for a moment, and did not speak. He should express his gratitude for Arnold's help, but at this moment, thanking him was obviously not appropriate. Bai Yi had no intention of thinking about anything else. He just wanted to return to the secret realm as soon as possible, away from this troubled and empty world. He looked away and continued to walk towards the entrance of the secret realm. Just as he was about to step into the black hole, he suddenly heard a call from behind. Bai Yi, what should we do in the future? Bai Yi turned around and saw the boy named Arnold looking at him expectantly. Bai Yi was also thinking about how to deal with the future. The core of the Divine Court was destroyed by him. The surviving officials, the people of the Divine Blessing Star, and even Arnold himself all seemed to need a direction. But in Bai Yi's view, these had nothing to do with him. Why not? Leave it to you. Bai Yi smiled faintly, expressing his greatest kindness to Arnold, and then turned his eyes to Queso. Queso was stunned for a moment, realizing that he was carrying someone on his back. And her. Queso untied the rope on Mary Jo. This woman. I'll leave it to you too. After that, Queso threw the still unconscious Mary Jo to Arnold's feet. Bai Yi said nothing more, nor did he look back. He just stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, and disappeared into the black hole without looking back. There was no daylight in the secret realm. Day after day, he was immersed in the mist of the night. Since returning to the secret realm that day, Bai Yi has never shown up again, hiding in his studio almost every moment. Although Bai Yi did not reveal any information to Xiao Pei and the others, through Nova's sporadic descriptions, everyone can guess why he is obsessed with the studio like a ghost. He seemed to want to piece together Chen Su's body with the remaining fragments and information. From the perspective of others, this was an almost impossible task. Even Xiao Pei's Leopard Man and Mu's Latte model could not provide a clear prediction. However, no one stopped him from pursuing this almost absurd goal. After all, how could they not understand Bai Yi's feelings? Eat on time. Get enough sleep. And your physical indicators are all normal. Don't worry. In the face of other people's concern, Nova usually responded like this. Then, has he finished rebuilding Chen Su? Xiao Pei would occasionally try to learn about Bai Yi's progress from Nova. Bai Yi has perfected the structural blueprint of Chen Su. Nova, who is in the intelligence system, is also very familiar with Bai Yi's plan to rebuild Chen Su. Bai Yi brought back carbon silicon materials and components from the secret realm, and is currently building Chen Su's body. The body is complete, but in the stage of rebuilding the brain, Bai Yi encountered some obstacles. Bai Yi is trying to implant the backup consciousness into the brain today. Bai Yi wants to wake up Chen Su, but has not yet succeeded. Theoretically, if Bai Yi is determined to rebuild Chen Su, there are certain basic conditions. Chen Su's original body was assembled by Bai Yi one by one, so it was not difficult to rebuild it. After the end of the Cyber Doomsday game, in order to give the artificial intelligence Nova combat thinking, Chen Su, Leopard Man, and Queso's consciousness and memory were also accurately digitized and stored in Nova's system. But the problem is that Bai Yi did not want to create an intelligent bionic machine. What he expected was Chen Su himself. No one can guarantee that as long as he has a body and a mind, he will still be the original Chen Su. Perhaps no matter how hard he worked day and night, Bai Yi would only get a replica that looked like Chen Su in the end. Alas, after asking for countless times, he still hadn't gotten any good news from Nova. Xiao Pei sighed helplessly, sitting on the steps outside the studio and silently looking up at the sky. Just then, the door of the studio slammed open, and Bai Yi walked out quickly without any warning. Bai Yi? Xiao Pei immediately cheered up, and hurriedly jumped up to catch up with Bai Yi. Only then did he realize that he was still holding the half of the mechanical arm left by Chen Su. Where are you going? Bai Yi, how are you? To the witch. Bai Yi kept walking, and simply responded to Xiao Pei's first question. Xiao Pei did not dare to ask further questions, but could only quicken his pace and follow Bai Yi closely. At this time, Kasua came from nowhere, and the leopard heard the noise and hurriedly followed, and several people rushed to the witch's residence together. In the witch's residence, Bai Yi stayed for a long time, and then left in a hurry. Xiao Pei and others were not allowed to enter, and could only wait patiently outside the door, watching Bai Yi walk in from the door, and then walk out quickly after a long time. Xiao Pei wanted to ask, but seeing Bai Yi's calm appearance, but obviously uneasy, she finally chose to remain silent. However, perhaps she still had some concerns in her heart. Bai Yi gave her some direct answers this time. His mechanical arm can still absorb a tiny bit of soul, but it is weak, and the effect is still uncertain. I will try my best. Xiao Pei's eyes lit up, and turned to the leopard man, who nodded to her and also felt a glimmer of hope from Bai Yi's words. Bai Yi's explanation was very simple, but his attempt was self-evident. All of them were mechanical bodies without heartbeats and breathing. But they were not really dead. As long as the soul was still there, they would still be themselves. And that tiny and fragile soul, perhaps, was the key to transforming a mechanical replica of Chen Su into Chen Su. After returning to Bai Yi's base, he was once again immersed in the studio. Xiao Pei, Leopard Man, Kasu, Mu, and even the little mute, gathered outside the studio, patiently waiting for the result of Bai Yi's attempt. However, a few hours later, Bai Yi was still alone in the studio, quiet and motionless. Nova, are you there? Xiao Pei tried to call around. I'm here. Nova's voice came from a nearby speaker. How is Bai Yi doing? Do you know? Xiao Pei asked. And the others also held their breath, waiting for Nova's answer. Sorry. Bai Yi shut down the studio's smart system, and I can't enter for the time being. Nova answered truthfully. Turn off the intelligence system. Several people were stunned. Nova did not reveal the results of Bai Yi's experiment, But if everything went well, why did Bai Yi lock him out? Everyone has seen the scene of using soul drip. It was just a matter of a moment. But now, Bai Yi has been locked in the studio for several hours, with no news. What the result is, I'm afraid it's self-evident. A heavy cloud shrouded everyone's heart. Xiao Pei squatted down, covered his face with his hands, even Ka Suo frowned. Which was rare. What should be done has been done. No matter what the result is, all we can do is accept it. After a long silence, the leopard man whispered. Acceptance takes time. Bai Yi is not a weak person. Believe him. He will get through this eventually. He still didn't wake up. Bai Yi lowered his eyes, quietly staring at the face that was exactly the same as in his memory, and the eyes that had never opened. It was not difficult to wake him up. Not to mention that with Bai Yi's ability, he could create a bionic man who would obey all instructions accurately. Or, he could inject his biological information again. Or even use a little soul fragment to wake him up. For Bai Yi, all this is easy. But even so, what is the point? No matter how many such bionic people are made, they cannot have Chensu's soul. They are not him. Bai Yi cannot accept that they are not him. However, everything that can be thought of and done has been tried. Obviously, this is the final outcome. Bai Yi supported himself on the bed, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and buried his head weakly in his chest. This was the final outcome. About a week later, Bai Yi walked out of the studio again. As expected, he was still alone. But this time, Bai Yi appeared in front of everyone without any abnormal emotions. He still smiled and greeted the leopard man, still gently stroked Xiao Pei's head, and still didn't care about Ka Suo. He continued to discuss with Mu how to optimize the network function of the base, and patiently helped the dwarves solve problems in mechanical hobbies. Occasionally, he would return to the godly blessing star, bring back some parts and devices, and would also go to the Lingpa from time to time to give her some exquisite small item she liked. Day after day, Bai Yi's state remained the same, making Xiao Pei and the others want to do something for him. But they had no idea where to start. The leopard man said that Bai Yi would always get through this stage. However, the current situation made it difficult to judge whether Bai Yi had accepted everything, or was just forcing himself to remain the same as before, silently trapping himself in the past. Xiao Pei. In the distance, Xiao Pei excitedly ran towards Bai Yi, holding a bag in her arms. Bai Yi? This is the wine sent by the dwarves. They said they brewed it themselves. Let you try it. As she said that, Xiao Pei didn't care about Bai Yi's wishes and directly stuffed the bag to him. We can't drink with you. You drink it yourself. That? You drink it. In fact, Xiao Pei wanted to say that drinking some wine might make her feel better. But seeing Bai Yi in front of her as usual, with a gentle smile, she really had no way to speak. Bai Yi smiled slightly, took the wine, and responded to Xiao Pei's kindness. After Xiao Pei gave him the wine, he ran away quickly, and Bai Yi took the wine and returned to the studio. The studio was quiet and silent, with only the low hum of the instruments. Bai Yi put the wine on the table, took a cup, opened the bottle, poured a small half cup, and then sat on a high chair. The high chair leaned against the wall, facing the window, and sitting on it, you could just see the stars in the sky outside the window. Next to the high chair was a transparent cabin as high as a person, and inside the cabin was a mechanical bionic body that was a one-to-one replica of Chensu's original appearance. The tall man was supported by a simple steel frame, wearing his usual black clothes. His short and dense hair was clearly visible, and his carbon silicon bionic skin shone with a healthy luster. But his eyes were still closed, and his face was lifeless. The dwarves brought the wine. Bai Yi said to Chensu in the transparent cabin, "It's a pity that no one can drink. Just keep me company." He gently touched the wine glass against the cabin wall, making a crisp sound. Cheers! The wine was strong, and after a sip, I felt a warm sensation in my chest and abdomen. Bai Yi held the wine glass, looking at the starry night sky, and in a trance. He seemed to feel an illusion that it was not the same day or night. As if they were still in the abandoned factory on the godly blessing star, pointing at the deep starry sky, saying to the people around him, "Look, that's Antares, the heart of Scorpio." The warm wine gradually spread to his mind. Bai Yi said nothing more, just sat quietly beside the transparent cabin and drank the strong wine in the glass. Bai Yi had no confidence in resurrecting Chensu from the beginning to the end. This was completely different from the previous process of transforming Chensu and others from biological bodies to mechanical bodies. To recreate a person who once existed from nothing, out of thin air, was beyond his original ability and knowledge system. He could only rely on speculation and imagination, and keep trying with the help of the difficult-to-determine information on the internet, until he could not think of any way to bring Chen Su back to this world. Resurrecting the dead? Perhaps it was impossible to achieve. Bai Yi smiled self-deprecatingly. The lost life cannot come back? This is actually what he said to Chen Su, who was just a mechanical body. I am really fanciful, don't you think? Bai Yi whispered to himself, as if he was talking to Chen Su beside him, or as if he was talking to himself. From the beginning, you couldn't come back, right? The smile on his face gradually faded. Bai Yi stared at the starry sky in the distance. His body gradually became heavy. He leaned tiredly against the transparent cabin, his face buried in his curled knees. The humming sound of the instruments in the room was low and steady. The vision was completely blocked, leaving only a thick darkness. Boundless, but nothing. Sand. I don't know how long it took. In this solidified darkness, there seemed to be a faint friction sound. Like the trance brought by alcohol, the sound gently touched Bai Ye's consciousness, but did not leave any trace. Sand. Not long after, the low friction sound sounded again, seemingly a little more obvious than before. It was like a light knocking sound, close to my ears. One sound after another. The hazy drunkenness was instantly dispelled. And Bai Yi suddenly woke up. He looked up suddenly, opened his eyes wide in surprise, and looked directly at the man standing in the transparent cabin. He saw a large palm lightly touching the smooth cabin wall, and the warm and deep eyes were looking at him quietly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. That smile was very familiar, nostalgic, and the smiling eyes, full and full, all fell into Bai Ye's eyes, passing through the stars of the past, brushing away the past life and death. Only endless tenderness remained.